Lu Xuantong, you have stolen the pills. Your crime is monstrous. Why not admit your fault and kneel down to die? Songshuan Continent Tianjin Sect. A white-robed man held a long sword pointing directly at the youth before him, who was covered in wounds and spitting blood. Lu Xuantong's face was pale, the spiritual energy within his body in chaos. Senior Brother Chui, I truly did not steal the pills from the alchemy pavilion. Why won't any of you believe me? Chui Hao snorted coldly, his sword precisely slashing open the storage pouch at Lu Xuantong's waist. Instantly, several bottles of pills appeared out of thin air, emitting an alluring luster. The surrounding disciples of the Tianjin sect burst into shocked exclamations. These are actually supreme-grade condensed spirit pills. Each one costs several hundred spirit stones. Lu Xuantong is merely an inner disciple. How could he possibly own such expensive pills? I heard that Lu Xuantong comes from an ordinary family of the Great Qin dynasty. Even if he sold himself, he could never afford so many precious pills. Unexpectedly, with such a decent appearance, he turns out to be a thief. I even went on a mission with him before Pa. Despicable. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone pushes it. Even those disciples who usually called Lu Xuantong brother now joined in kicking him while he was down, wishing he would be cast into hell immediately. And whose fault was it that Lu Xuantong's recent fame had been growing too brightly? The most unforgivable thing was that his Dao partner was a renowned beauty of the Tianjin sect. What gave him the right? Because of his decent talent, decent looks, and decent strength. Heh. Senior Brother Chui Hao looked solemn, his face showing pity as he gazed at Lu Xuantong, speaking with disappointment. After all this, you still dare to argue. These pills were just refined, and you stole them. How are the other disciples in the sect supposed to cultivate? Lu Xuantong, although you have no family background, I have never looked down on you. But your actions now truly disappoint me. Lu Xuantong was completely bewildered. What in the world? This was indeed his storage pouch, but he had no idea how those things got inside. Where did these pills come from? He had never stolen, nor would he do anything to tarnish his honor. Senior Brother Chui, I really don't know. Could you give me a chance to investigate the truth? Lu Xuantong spoke helplessly. Chui Hao remained silent. At that moment, two figures arrived upon hearing the news. One was dressed in green robes, his face stern. It was his master Yi Gahan, an enforcement elder of the Tianjin sect known for his impartiality. The other in flowing white garments and an ethereal figure was his Dao partner Xiao Zixi, the unparalleled beauty of the younger generation of the Tianjin sect, with a face that could topple cities and an otherworldly aura, the dream goddess of countless disciples. Seeing them, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lu Xuantong's eyes. He staggered forward, his voice urgent. Zixi, I really didn't steal the pills. I don't know how those pills ended up in my pouch. Someone must be framing me. Please believe me. Say something for me. He reached out to grab Xiao Zixi's sleeve, but before he could touch it, she had already stepped back half a pace. Her eyes, once gentle as water, now turned as cold as ice. Lu Xuantong, I thought you were of humble birth, but at least of upright character. I never imagined you would stoop to such despicable deeds. No wonder you suddenly said you wanted to give me a gift yesterday. It was stolen goods. Xiao Zixi's eyes flickered with disgust, as if looking at a filthy thief rather than the partner who had once respected her. Between you and me, let this be the end. As her words fell, she turned without hesitation, walking toward Chui Hao, slightly bowing her head with respectful and distant tone. Senior Brother Chui, although this person once had a past with me, the sect's rules cannot be broken. Please execute justice fairly without regard for my face. These words spread across the scene, drawing silent admiration from many disciples. Truly, Senior Sister Xiao, she places righteousness above family loyalty. Yes, such a heart is worthy of the title of the Tianjin sect's unparalleled beauty. Lu Xuantong was truly blind to dare deceive Senior Sister Xiao's feelings. The torrent of criticism surged like a tide. Lu Xuantong stood frozen, feeling an agony in his chest more lethal than Chui Hao's sword strike. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but no sound came from his throat. So, in her eyes, he was not even worthy of a single explanation. So, the so-called bond between Dao partners was so fragile. He slowly raised his head to look at Chui Hao, only to catch the faint trace of a cold smile at the corner of the other's mouth, his eyes full of mockery. Junior Brother Lu, even Junior Sister Xiao no longer believes you. What more do you have to say? Lu Xuantong lowered his head, the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, splashing onto the ground, blooming into a glaring red. I truly did not steal the pills. Why? Does no one believe me? Finally, his gaze turned to his master Yi Gahan, who had once taught him swordsmanship and guided his cultivation. Master, you know me best. You know my character. I could never commit theft. I beg you, say one word for me. I truly did not steal. Yet Yi Gahan only gazed at him silently. In those deep eyes there was no anger, no disappointment, only a nearly cold calmness. After a long pause he let out a soft sigh, shook his head, and with a sweep of his wide sleeve and invisible force sent Lu Xuantong staggering back several steps. Witnesses and evidence are conclusive. What more can you say? Though I as your master am unwilling to believe it, the facts are before our eyes. I have no choice but to believe. You? Take care of yourself. If one day you can reform, you will still be my disciple. These words were spoken impeccably, maintaining the dignity of a master, while completely severing ties with Lu Xuantong. Even the last pillar of support had collapsed. The suppression of the senior brother, the betrayal of the Tao partner, the abandonment of the master. All trust, all affection in this moment turned to bubbles. Lu Xuantong's body trembled violently, a beast-like growl escaping his throat before he raised his head and roared, "Why? Why won't anyone believe me?" The desperate voice, filled with overwhelming hatred and resentment, echoed throughout the skies of the Tianjin sect. And just as he was overwhelmed by grief and fury, his peripheral vision caught something. Xiao Zixi and Cui Hao exchanged a covert glance. The corners of their mouths curled upwards slightly, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. That smile was filled with triumph, mockery, and the pleasure of a successful scheme. Though only for an instant, they quickly restrained their expressions. Lu Xuantong had caught it. In that instant he felt as if struck by lightning. A thunderbolt flashed through his mind. No wonder pills appeared out of nowhere in my storage pouch. Only the closest people could tamper with it unnoticed. Xiao Zixi, you framed me. Rage instantly consumed his reason. His eyes bloodshot, he lunged toward Xiao Zixi. You wretch! He'll kill you. Yet before he could get close, Cui Hao crossed his sword in defense, and a sharp sword aura instantly sent him flying. Bam! Lu Xuantong crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He had not even the strength to stand. Cui Hao looked down at him from above, his eyes full of scorn and mockery, speaking coldly, Lu Xuantong, not only did you steal the pills, but now you attempt public assault. It seems you have truly gone mad. Then he turned to face the crowd, his voice clear and righteous. Lu Xuantong stole the sect's pills. The evidence is conclusive, and he shows no repentance, even attempting to harm others. From this day forth, he is to be imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower for 20 years. After 20 years, if he can reform, he will be given another chance at redemption. His words fell, and several enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging Lu Xuantong away toward the Demon Suppression Tower. Lu Xuantong did not struggle. He only stared fixedly at Xiao Zixi and Cui Hao, the hatred in his eyes nearly drowning his reason. Xiao Zixi, Cui Hao. The grudge of this day, I, Lu Xuantong, will repay it 100-fold. Watching Lu Xuantong being escorted by enforcement disciples toward the Jinma Tower, Cui Hao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold and sinister expression. He turned to look at Xiao Zixi beside him, a glint of greed and urgency flashing in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, "What you said before, was it true? Inside his body, is there really a supreme bone? A bone that, according to legend, can only be nurtured in the celestial realm?" Xiao Zixi pressed her red lips together, her eyes shimmering as she nodded without hesitation. Absolutely true. Even he himself has not noticed it yet. It was only during dual cultivation that I used a secret technique to sense the abnormal qi and blood in his body. Otherwise, no one would have known. Hearing this, a blazing light suddenly burst from Cui Hao's eyes, as if he could already see the scene of himself fusing with the supreme bone, ascending to the pinnacle and looking down upon all living beings. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times in succession, then let out a cold laugh and waved his sleeve. Let's go to my cave dwelling. Inside the dark and damp cave, the chill was bone-piercing, with thick frost condensing on the surrounding stone walls. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was tightly bound by heavy dark iron chains, his limbs spread wide, suspended in midair. His consciousness was blurred, all the meridians in his body sealed, unable to mobilize even a trace of spiritual energy. He could only let the icy chains cut into his flesh, oozing traces of blood. Vaguely, he heard the voices of Xiao Zixi and Cui Hao. Senior brother, look. Cui Hao held the sect's treasured artifact, the Tianyin mirror, whose surface rippled like water, reflecting the scene deep within Lu Xuantong's body. It revealed a bone in his chest, crystal clear like jade, emitting a faint golden radiance. It lay dormant quietly, as if containing an inexhaustible power of heaven and earth. It truly is the supreme bone. Cui Hao's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fanatical fervor. Xiao Zixi was also overjoyed as she quickly stepped forward and said in a coquettish voice, "Senior brother, you promised me. Once you obtain the supreme bone, you will become my Tao companion and never leave me for life." Cui Hao laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace. He gently lifted her chin with his finger and said softly, "Of course. I Chui Hao am true to my word. Would I go back on it?" Xiao Zixi nestled in his arms, her eyes full of anticipation. In that case, Chui Hao's gaze turned cold. He looked at Lu Xuantong bound by chains and said in a grim tone, "No time to waste. Let's start digging out the bone now." He could no longer wait. As long as he implanted this supreme bone into his own body, he would be reborn, his talents skyrocketing, perhaps even surpassing all the ancestors of the Tianjin sect and ascending to the supreme Tao. So that's how it is. Lu Xuantong gradually regained consciousness, listening to their conversation, his heart growing icy cold. He finally understood everything. No wonder Xiao Zixi had betrayed him. No wonder Chui Hao had schemed to frame him. What they wanted was the supreme bone inside his body, the bone he himself had never known about. How laughable. How pathetic. Heh. He gasped painfully, a hoarse chuckle escaping his throat. His eyes were bloodshot, tears and blood mingling streaming down his cheeks. "If you want to take it, but I, Lu Xuantong, swear by blood to avenge today's grievance." However, before his whisper could finish, Chui Hao approached with a sinister grin. A cold gleam flashed, a sharp dagger thrust straight into his chest. Blood splattered. The excruciating pain instantly engulfed his entire body. Lu Xuantong threw back his head and let out a piercing scream, causing the entire Jinma Tower to tremble with his cry. Flesh was cut open, bones were stripped inch by inch. Chui Hao's technique was extremely cruel. He deliberately slowed down, making Lu Xuantong clearly feel every ounce of pain, even intentionally preventing him from passing out. "Does it hurt? This is something an ant like you doesn't deserve. From today on, I, Chui Hao, will step on your corpse and ascend to the pinnacle. And you will be spat upon by the world, never to rise again." The pain. Lu Xuantong's whole body convulsed, his consciousness on the verge of collapse. Yet he could not feint force to endure this inhuman torment. The physical pain could still be borne, but the hatred in his heart blazed like a fire that would never be extinguished. Why? Why did everyone deceive him, humiliate him, betray him? He had never intended to harm anyone. But why would no one in this world grant him a way to live? Since heaven does not accept me, then I will defy this very heaven. After an unknown length of time, perhaps a few hours, or perhaps only a brief moment, in Lu Xuantong's hazy consciousness, the concept of time had long become blurred. Only the heart-wrenching pain remained, clinging like a bone-gnawing leech, never fading. When the last shred of flesh was stripped away, when the supreme bone was completely separated from his body, he was finally discarded on the ground like a rag. Blood soaked the stone floor beneath him, pooling into a shocking dark red. His breathing was so faint it nearly ceased. Every gasp was accompanied by intense pain, as if thousands of steel needles were stirring inside his body. Chui Hao and Xiao Zixi looked down at him from above, their eyes devoid of any pity, only cold indifference and mockery. "Let's go. He's useless now," Chui Hao said calmly. Xiao Zixi nodded. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, dragged Lu Xuantong's broken body like a dead dog, heading toward the forbidden area of the Tianjin sect, the Jinma Tower. The Jinma Tower, the place where the Tianjin sect suppressed 10,000 demons. The tower had 12 levels, pitch black in color, covered with countless thick chains. Every chain was engraved with ancient runes, exuding a terrifying pressure that suppressed heaven and earth. For thousands of years, every demon that had plagued the world had been imprisoned here. First level, innate realm demons. Second level, mortal transformation realm, great demons. The 12th level even suppressed a supreme evil fiend at the pinnacle of the venerable realm. Even the elders of the Tianjin sect dared not step into the higher levels lightly. And now Lu Xuantong was thrown into the first level of the Jinma Tower like garbage. Bang! His body crashed heavily onto the cold ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chui Hao stood outside the tower, looking through the formation barrier at the dying Lu Xuantong, a mocking curve on his lips. How pathetic. If he had discovered his supreme bone earlier and made it public, perhaps he would have gained the sect's attention and become a prodigy. Unfortunately, now he can only become food for the demons. Xiao Zixi stood beside him, her eyes flickering. Suddenly, she said in a low voice, "Senior brother, should we finish him off with a strike?" Chui Hao glanced at her sideways, a half-smile playing on his lips. The most venomous is a woman's heart. That saying is indeed true. But never mind. He shook his head, his gaze falling back on Lu Xuantong. "We've already taken his supreme bone and crippled his cultivation. In his current state, he won't survive the night. Why dirty our own hands?" Xiao Zixi fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Senior brother is right, one must be lenient when possible." Yet just as they were about to close the Jinma Tower formation, Zheng, a piercing sword cry suddenly rang out. A purple flying sword shot out from Xiao Zixi's sleeve, sword light, like lightning, instantly piercing through the formation barrier and stabbing deep into Lu Xuantong's chest. In an instant, blood splattered. Lu Xuantong's blurred consciousness suddenly awakened for a moment. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the purple figure outside the tower. Xiao Zixi. She didn't even want to leave him the last shred of life. Cui Hao was also stunned, clearly not expecting Xiao Zixi to strike so abruptly. Xiao Zixi withdrew her flying sword, her expression calm, as if that sword strike had been merely a casual move. "If he doesn't die, my heart will not rest easy," she said softly, her eyes devoid of any guilt, only deep fear. Lu Xuantong is a person of tenacious will. If he has even a glimmer of hope, he might still turn the tables. By then we would be the ones dead. Hearing this, Cui Hao's heart trembled. He gave Xiao Zixi a deep look, suddenly feeling that this seemingly delicate woman, when ruthless, could even send a chill down his spine. "Heh, you're ruthless enough." Cui Hao gave a short laugh and said no more, waving his hand to close the Jinma Tower formation. In the last moment before the light curtain closed, Lu Xuantong's gaze pierced through the blood, staring fixedly at their figures. "Xiao Zixi, Cui Hao, the grievance of today. Even if I, Lu Xuantong, become a vengeful ghost, I will make you pay in blood." At this moment, Lu Xuantong's consciousness was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His chest was pierced through by the purple flying sword, blood gushing out, pooling into a shocking scarlet on the ground. His body, already severely injured from the extraction of the Supreme Bone, was now even worse off, his vitality slipping away rapidly. Was he about to die? Was this the end? He refused to accept it. He hated Xiao Zixi's betrayal. He hated Cui Hao's venomous schemes. He hated his master's cold indifference. He hated the injustice of this world. But no amount of hatred could stop death's arrival. His vision gradually blurred, and the tolling of a death knell echoed in his ears. However, just as he was about to sink completely into darkness, a cold and crisp voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the hidden quest survival in desperation. Congratulations, host, on awakening the 10,000 worlds check-in system. This system can help the host check in across countless worlds and obtain supreme opportunities. Current check-in location: first level of Jinma Tower. Quest reward: Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill X5. Pill effect: revives the dead, restores flesh from bones, heals all injuries except death, and restores peak condition." The voice struck like thunder, instantly pulling Lu Xuantong back from the brink of death. He snapped his eyes open wide, his acetylated pupils refocusing. A system? Holy crap! Had he actually awakened a system? In an instant, countless fragments of memories surged within his mind. He then recalled that he was not a native of this world. He was a transmigrator. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary wage worker, toiling day and night on an assembly line until he died from overwork. In this life, he had transmigrated into the Zhongshuan continent, becoming a scion of an ordinary family in the Great Qin dynasty. However, he had lost all memories before the age of 3, completely forgetting his identity as a transmigrator. Thinking of his parents, Lu Xuantong's heart clenched painfully. His parents were merely ordinary cultivators, low in cultivation and modest in means, yet they cherished him like a precious treasure. To allow him to enter the Heavenly Sword Sect for cultivation, his parents sold everything of value in their home, even humbling themselves to beg for loans. And that parting had lasted 8 years. For 8 years he had been obsessed with cultivation, chasing the so-called Great Tao, yet never once returned home to see them. How unfilial. Tears of blood trickled from the corners of Lu Xuantong's eyes, his heart filled with remorse and regret. If he could have just one more chance, he would never again disappoint his parents' hopes. Check-in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xuantong roared in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill X5. As the system notification faded, 5 pills materialized in Lu Xuantong's hand. The pills were entirely crimson, their surfaces entwined with golden veins. The moment they appeared, the entire first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The aroma seemed alive, drilling into Lu Xuantong's nostrils, causing his body, which was on the verge of collapse, to tremble slightly, and the blood flow from his wounds slowed. A divine pill. Without any hesitation, Lu Xuantong shoved one pill into his mouth. The instant the pill entered his stomach, boom! It was as if a blazing sun had exploded within him. The scorching medicinal power surged like a torrent, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. The terrifying sword wound on his chest, healed at a visible rate. In his once dry meridians, spiritual energy flowed like a mighty river, restoring him to his peak state in the blink of an eye. Even stronger than before. Crack, crack. Lu Xuantong slowly rose to his feet, his bones popping like bursting beans. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes like a slumbering beast finally opening its crimson gaze. Realms: Innate Realm, Mortal Transformation Realm, Grandmaster Realm, Great Grandmaster Realm, Heavenly Man Realm, Venerable Realm, Earthly Immortal. Then Lu Xuantong exhaled a turbid breath, feeling the surging power within his body. The efficacy of the Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill far exceeded imagination. It not only healed all his injuries, but also subtly refined his cultivation, bringing him to the brink of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Mortal Transformation Realm. But soon he forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time for joy. He looked up at the dark vault of the Demon Suppression Tower, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. With his current strength even restored to his peak, he was merely at the early mortal transformation realm. Forget breaking the tower's seal. Even if he managed to escape, he would have no chance against Cui Hao, who had already fused with the Supreme Bone. Moreover, Cui Hao was originally the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, holding a revered status. Now with the Supreme Bone, he would surely be even more valued by the sect. And he himself, a discarded disciple framed for stealing pills and thrown into the Demon Suppression Tower. Who would believe his words? Who would seek justice for him? Master Yi Gahan. That cold master had already abandoned him. The sect leader, the elders, they would only side with Cui Hao. Strength. Only absolute strength could suppress everything. Only then could he silence all those betrayers and hypocrites. Just as his thoughts were swirling, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host. New mission triggered. Ascend to the second floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Mission reward: Imperial level technique, Finger of the Desolate Prisoner Heaven. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted and a brilliant light burst from his eyes. An Imperial level technique. That was a peerless art that surpassed the heavenly rank. Such techniques were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns across the entire Zhongshuan continent. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, he murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into an icy arc. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower, there was only one way out from the inside. Fight through all 12 floors. Otherwise, one could only wait for the outside to open it. This tower was rumored to be a sacred artifact left from ancient times. Within it was a world unto itself, with each floor's space several times vaster than the one below, and the demons it suppressed grew increasingly powerful. To ascend to the next floor, one had to find the formation eye between the layers and pass its trial. In that case, Lu Xuantong clenched his fists, a blazing battle intent igniting in his eyes. Then I'll fight my way up floor by floor, until I can personally crush those betrayers. However, just as he was about to move, a piercing wolf howl suddenly rang out, then a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, the entire first floor echoed with howls rising one after another. Lu Xuantong spun around abruptly, only to see countless crimson eyes lighting up in the darkness, dense as ghostly flames. A massive wolf demon leaped out from the shadows first. It stood over 3 meters tall, its fur bristling like steel needles, fangs a stark white, and drool dripping from its jaws, corroding small pits into the ground. The demonic aura of a peak innate realm beast washed over him. And this was just the beginning. One after another wolf demons emerged from the darkness, quickly surrounding Lu Xuantong in a tight circle. A rough count showed at least 20 of them. Each and every one was at the innate realm. Lu Xuantong's heart sank. With his mortal transformation realm strength, handling 1 or 2 innate realm wolf demons was no problem. But facing so many at once. Roar, the leading wolf king let out a bellow, and all the wolf demons pounced in an instant. At this critical moment of life and death, Lu Xuantong was remarkably calm. Only one thought remained in his mind. Revenge. Hatred for Xiao Zixi. Hatred for Cui Hao. Hatred for this unjust world. All that hatred transformed into overwhelming battle intent in that moment. Kill. With a fierce shout, Lu Xuantong charged forward instead of retreating, meeting the wolf pack heathen. He condensed all his spiritual energy into his fist and threw a punch, directly blasting apart the head of the first wolf demon that lunged at him. Blood mist exploded, but this was just the beginning. More wolf demons attacked from all sides, their claws and fangs, each capable of splitting metal and cracking stone. Lu Xuantong moved like lightning, weaving through the pack, every punch and kick carrying the resolve to kill. Boom. Another wolf corpse hit the ground. But the price was 3 deep gashes on his back, so deep the bone was visible. Blood stained the ground. The pain stimulated his nerves, but it only made Lu Xuantong more alert. He knew he could not retreat. There was no way back. Either kill all these beasts and find the formation eye to the second floor, or become their food. Come on, you beasts. Lu Xuantong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Let's see who eats who today. Before his words faded, he charged back into the wolf pack. This battle was to the death. Blood. Blood was everywhere. Lu Xuantong had lost count of how long he had been fighting. His arms swung mechanically, each punch accompanied by the dull sound of breaking bones, each kick sending a wolf demon flying back with a howl. Wolf corpses piled up like a mountain and blood pooled into a river. The entire first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower had become a hellish battlefield. At first, the ferocious wolf demons kept surging forward. But as the corpses of their companions grew, they began to retreat. A smaller wolf demon let out a fearful whimper and backed away with its tail between its legs. Then a second, a third. In the end, the remaining wolf demons all retreated to the dark corners, their crimson eyes filled with terror. This human drenched in blood. He was more of a beast than they were. Lu Xuantong panted heavily, standing still. His clothes were already in tatters, revealing a body covered in wounds. But he seemed to feel no pain. He just walked numbly step by step toward the formation eye at the center of the first floor. There a pillar of blood-red light shot up, and the entrance to the second floor lay within it. Not enough, Lu Xuantong murmured to himself. This strength is far from enough. He had to become stronger. Strong enough to crush all enemies. As he stepped into the pillar of light, the surrounding scenery twisted instantly. When his vision cleared again, an endless desert stretched before his eyes. A scorching wind carrying grains of sand slapped against his face. Sand dunes rose and fell in the distance like frozen waves. The sky was an eerie dark red as if soaked in blood. So this is the second floor? Lu Xuantong squinted, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful on the second floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reward obtained, Imperial level technique, Finger of the Desolate Prisoner Heaven. Congratulations, host, new mission triggered, check-in on the third floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Mission reward, nation suppressing sacred artifact, purple gold divine armor. The system's chime invigorated Lu Xuantong. Purple gold divine armor. A sharp light exploded in his eyes. This was a legendary defensive treasure. It was said that this armor was forged from 9 heavens, purple gold mixed with dragon scales. Not only was it impervious to blades and arrows, but it could also withstand a full-force strike from a venerable realm expert. With it, even facing the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his chances of victory would increase significantly. Not to mention, he had also obtained the royal grade technique, the Desolate Prison Heaven Finger. Excellent. Perfect. Lu Xuantong clenched his fists, his battle intent surging. Now all he had to do was cultivate this technique to its pinnacle, and the demons in this desert would be the perfect sparring partners. Hiss. Just as he was contemplating, a spine-chilling sound came from all directions. The distant sand dunes suddenly rose, and several enormous venomous scorpions burst forth from the sand. Each was the size of a calf, pitch black, with tails, stingers gleaming with a ghostly blue light, evidently extremely poisonous. More terrifyingly behind them, countless patterned venomous snakes raised their heads from the sand, their cold vertical pupils fixed on Lu Xuantong. Bring it on. Lu Xuantong was not afraid, but delighted. His eyes instantly turned blood red. A monstrous killing intent erupted from him. The intensity of that killing intent even caused the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. I'll use you to test my new technique. As his words fell, he formed hand seals following the energy circulation path of the Desolate Prison Heaven Finger, channeling all his spiritual energy into the index finger of his right hand. A brilliant golden light coalesced at his fingertip. Vaguely, the phantom of an ancient god or demon seemed to manifest behind him. Desolate Prison Heaven Finger. First form, shatter mountains and rivers. As the finger struck, heaven and earth changed color. The golden finger beams streaked across the sky like a meteor, and wherever it passed, sand dunes collapsed and venomous scorpions were pulverized. With a single strike, 3 peak innate realm venomous scorpions were annihilated. The remaining demons let out terrified shrieks, but it was too late. Lu Xuantong descended like the god of death, unleashing a bloody slaughter across the desert. With each finger strike, a demon met its end. Blood stained the yellow sand, and severed limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere. At this moment, he was no longer the weakling who could be bullied. He was an avenger returned from the depths of hell. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, Lu Xuantong's comprehension of the Desolate Prison Heaven Finger deepened. The initially awkward moves gradually became fluid, and their power grew increasingly immense. Finally, when the last venomous snake was pierced through the head by his finger, the entire desert fell into deathly silence. Lu Xuantong stood on the spot, drenched in blood, but laughed uproariously at the sky. Ha ha ha. The laughter was filled with madness and exhilaration. He could feel himself growing stronger. Chui hao Xiao Zixi. Just you wait. Lu Xuantong will come for you soon. With that, he strode towards the blood-red pillar of light in the center of the desert. There the entrance to the third floor awaited him. Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, the situation was changing. As time passed, 2.5 years had elapsed in the outside world. In these years, the entire Heavenly Sword Sect was shaken because Cui Hao had fully integrated the Supreme Bone, displaying unparalleled talent. On that day, radiant clouds of myriad colors and purple chi from the east appeared above the Heavenly Sword Sect. The power of the Supreme Bone triggered a celestial phenomenon, and the entire sect was bathed in a brilliant golden light. The sect master personally came out of seclusion, his gaze burning as he looked at Cui Hao, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. The Supreme Bone, it truly is the legendary Supreme Bone. My Heavenly Sword Sect will finally produce a peerless prodigy. The news swept through the sect like a storm. Countless disciples looked up to Cui Hao with awe and envy. The elders presented congratulatory gifts, spiritual pills, divine weapons, and rare techniques, filling Cui Hao's cave dwelling. Even the usually aloof Supreme Elder personally summoned him and bestowed a 9 revolutions profound origin pill to help him break through his realm. The sect master also announced publicly, Cui Hao, from this day forth you are the reserve holy son of my Heavenly Sword Sect. When he steps into the venerable realm, he can assume control of the sect's power and command thousands of disciples. These words caused an uproar in the assembly. What did the position of Holy Son mean? It meant the future sect master. It meant supreme authority. It meant that the resources of the entire Heavenly Sword Sect would be tilted towards him. From then on, Cui Hao's position was completely secured, and no one dared to show him the slightest disrespect. Those disciples who had once opposed him now bowed their heads in greeting, trembling with fear, terrified of angering the future master of the sect. Inside the cave dwelling, red candles flickered and warm incense filled the air. Xiao Zixi nestled in Cui Hao's arms, her fingertips lightly tracing his chest, her eyes filled with infatuation and smugness. Senior brother, you truly are incomparable to that waste, she murmured softly, her red lips parting, her breath like orchid. The effects of dual cultivation are far superior with you, brother. Cui Hao heard this, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He lifted her chin with his finger, his gaze fiery and greedy. Naturally, now I have everything I desire. I can summon the wind and rain, and nothing is beyond my power. This is the might of the Supreme Bone. He laughed loudly, his laughter filled with exhilaration and arrogance. Speaking of which, we have that fool Lu Xuantong to thank. If it weren't for the Supreme Bone in his body, how could I enjoy such glory today, eh? Xiao Zixi joined in with a charming laugh, a flicker of coldness in her eyes. He died long ago in the Demon Suppression Tower. With his bone ripped out, cultivation crippled, and a sword through his heart for me, how could he possibly survive? Cui Hao nodded, his tone contemptuous and assured. Indeed, no one could survive under those circumstances. Moreover, you delivered the final blow. He looked down at Xiao Zixi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You truly are heartless. Xiao Zixi sneered, her gaze deep and cold as a frigid pool. So what if I am heartless? Since I chose this path, I will see it through to the end without a shred of hesitation. I, Xiao Zixi, will never give anyone a chance to make a comeback. Her tone was grim, as if stating a foregone conclusion. Fortunately, he's dead. His bones have probably been devoured by the demons in the tower by now, right? The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with smugness and delight. They unbridledly mocked Lu Xuantong's foolishness and belittled his incompetence, as if the once prodigy was nothing more than an insignificant stepping stone. Xiao Zixi suddenly smiled seductively, her fingertip lightly pressing on Cui Hao's chest, her voice meltingly soft. Senior brother, you promised me. Once you obtained the Supreme Bone, we would become Tao companions, never to part in this life. Cui Hao laughed heartily, pulling her tightly into his arms, his eyes full of pride and satisfaction. Rest assured, the day I take charge of the Heavenly Sword Sect, you will be the Holy Son's wife. By then, who in all of Zhongshuan continent would dare to look down on us? The two embraced and laughed as if they could already see that supreme future. Little did they know, at that very moment, deep within the Demon Suppression Tower, a figure was treading on a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, climbing upward step by step. Heavenly Sword Sect Main Peak Hall. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, 2 figures sat cross-legged on meditation cushions. Their auras were as profound as the abyss, with faint laws of power swirling around them, seemingly resonating with heaven and earth. The person on the left, clad in robes whiter than snow, had a trace of gloom between his brows. This man was Yi Guhan, a mid-stage venerable realm powerhouse with unparalleled mastery in the way of the sword, who had once cleaved a 1,000-mile river with a single strike, his fame shaking the lands. Seated on the right was an elder with white hair and beard, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, his aura as vast as the ocean. He was the current sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lin Jian. His cultivation had reached the half-step land god immortal realm. Every move he made was accompanied by the grand momentum of heaven and earth, and a single word could determine the rise and fall of the sect. At this moment the hall was silent save for the curling green smoke rising from the incense burner, slowly dissipating. After a long silence, Yi Guohan finally spoke, his voice low, suppressing an indescribable emotion. "Senior brother, I recently nearly fell into demonic cultivation." Lin Jian frowned slightly, his gaze profound as he looked at Yi Guohan. "Oh, with your state of mind, how could this happen?" Yi Guohan gave a bitter smile, a deep sense of guilt surfacing in his eyes. "Because of Lu Xuantong." The moment this name was uttered, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for an instant. Lin Jian's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "That disciple who stole the sect's pills had his cultivation crippled and was cast into the Demon Suppression Tower." Yi Guohan shook his head, a flash of pain in his eyes. "He was wrong. I have since investigated. The theft of the pills was not his doing." Lin Jian's gaze sharpened slightly, but he did not respond. Yi Guohan continued, "At first I was swayed by Cui Hao's prestige and Xiao Zixi's righteousness in slaying a relative, so I believed it to be true, thinking he had indeed committed such a despicable act. But later, the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. That child Xuantong, though proud in nature, is no petty villain. If he truly wanted pills, he could have simply asked me. Why would he need to steal it?" Saying this, Yi Guohan's face was full of guilt and regret. "I wronged him. As his master, I failed to protect my own disciple." His voice was filled with deep remorse, his heart tormented by endless suffering, his conscience ceaselessly condemning him. Lin Jian was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "So what do you intend to do?" Yi Guohan lifted his head, his gaze burning. "Senior brother, can we clear his name?" Lin Jian's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon hearing this. "Clear his name? Do you want Cui Hao to admit that he perverted the law and framed a fellow disciple?" Yi Guohan was stunned, then realization dawned, and his face slowly turned pale. Indeed, Cui Hao was no longer what he used to be. He possessed the Supreme Bone, was appointed as the reserve Holy Son, and was the future hope of the sect. If the case were to be overturned now, wouldn't that be slapping the entire Heavenly Sword Sect in the face? Would the sect master allow it? Seeing Yi Guohan's silence, Lin Jian slowly shook his head, his tone indifferent but resolute. "Let this matter drop. Do not bring it up again." Yi Guohan's heart sank, but he still refused to give up, whispering, "If we can't clear his name, then could we secretly release him? The Demon Suppression Tower is no place for a human to live. Even if he has to leave the Heavenly Sword Sect, just let him live freely." His voice was almost pleading, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, Lin Jian's next words extinguished his last shred of hope, like ice water. "He is already dead." Yi Guohan jolted violently, his pupils contracting sharply. "While what?" Lin Jian's expression remained calm, his gaze as deep and still as an ancient well, as he repeated slowly, "Lu Xuantong is dead. You need not plead for him any longer." In that instant, Yi Guohan froze, struck rigid as if struck by lightning. Dead. His disciple was truly gone. That proud, spirited youth, unbending as tempered steel, the very disciple he had personally brought into the sect and nurtured with unwavering care, had perished within the demon ceiling pagoda. No, impossible. Yi Guohan murmured, a profound, indescribable anguish rising in his eyes. Lin Jian watched him, voice cool and detached. "You know better than I what the demon ceiling pagoda truly is. Stripped of his cultivation, his supreme bone excavated and pierced through by a mortal strike, he could not survive." At those words, the air itself turned leaden and still. Yi Guohan trembled violently, a wave of icy dread surged up his spine. His voice quavered thick with disbelief and fury. His supreme bone excavated and struck by a sword. "Senior brother, what do you mean by this?" Only then did he grasp. This horror ran far deeper than he had ever imagined. The Supreme Bone, wasn't it Cui Hao's innate talent born with him? How could it possibly be linked to Lu Xuantong? Lin Jian's expression flickered, then shifted into quiet regret. He stroked his long beard, eyes restless and evasive. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. "Very well. Since he is already gone, there is no harm in telling you." As the sect master spoke, a celestial scale conspiracy gradually emerged from the shadows. 3 years ago, Cui Hao had secretly approached the sect master with a staggering revelation. Within Lu Xuantong's body resided a supreme bone unknown even to Lu himself. Cui Hao said then that this youth possessed mediocre aptitude, utterly unworthy of such a divine treasure. Lin Jian's voice was terrifyingly serene. But transplanted into him, with his innate genius, its power would bloom to its absolute zenith. Yi Guohan felt his blood run cold. "So, you actually..." "Indeed." Lin Jian admitted it without hesitation. "I sanctioned the entire frame-up." From the false accusation of pill theft to the deliberate shattering of his cultivation to his final imprisonment in the demon sealing pagoda, every step had been meticulously orchestrated. As for the excavation of the bone, a cruel glint flashed in the sect master's eyes. Xiao Zixi proved invaluable. Without her dual cultivation technique, sensing the bone's presence, we might have remained blind to it forever. Boom. Those words struck Yi Gohan like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven, shattering his soul utterly. So his stubborn, unyielding disciple had endured such inhuman torment. Betrayed by his most trusted consort, framed by his senior brother, abandoned by the elders he revered, and finally carved open alive to have his supreme bone torn from his flesh, dying alone within the pagoda. Why? Yi Gohan stared, stunned and bewildered. Even without transplantation, Tianjin sect would still possess a disciple bearing the supreme bone. Lu Xuantong. He too was a disciple of our Tianjin sect. Hearing this, Lin Jian suddenly erupted into a chilling, hollow laugh. He placed a hand on Yi Gohan's shoulder, eyes gleaming with something unnerving. Brother, tell me, do you truly know Cui Hao's true identity? Without waiting for an answer, the sect master uttered 2 words. Heavenly Realm. Those words crashed upon Yi Gohan's heart like iron hammers. The Heavenly Realm, the supreme domain transcending the mortal world. Legends say only those who break through the mortal immortal realm may ascend to its eternal sanctum. Cui Hao is the direct heir of a mighty clan within the Heavenly Realm. Lin Jian's voice dripped with seductive certainty. Help him rise, and when he returns to his ancestral home, our Tianjin sect shall soar to unimaginable glory. Then, not merely the venerable realm, nor even the mortal immortal realm, but true celestial ascension itself will lie within our grasp. Yi Gohan felt himself plunge into an abyss of ice. He finally understood the sect master Lu Xuantong was nothing more than a disposable pawn, while Cui Hao, the golden ladder upon which the entire sect would ascend to heaven. Madness. You are all mad. Yi Gohan whispered, his Tao heart convulsing violently. In that moment he recalled the boy, always lifting his head with defiant pride. He remembered the first time the youth knelt to become his disciple, eyes blazing with pure, untarnished light. And now, that child had crumbled into dust and bone within the demon sealing pagoda. Brother, reflect carefully. Lin Jian's voice began to recede. For the greater destiny of our sect, sacrificing one disciple is justified. As the sect master vanished beyond the hall's threshold, Yi Gohan collapsed, spitting forth a torrent of crimson blood. Scarlet droplets splattered across the stone floor, blooming like forlorn, ghostly flowers of the afterlife. Guilt, fury, remorse. These emotions coiled like venomous serpents, devouring his Tao heart. If only he had trusted his disciple just a little more, stepped forward to protect him, he would never have fallen to this despair. Xuantong, your master has failed you. A voice shattered by grief echoed through the vast empty hall. After a long silence, he rose slowly, his steps heavy as he walked toward the outer gate. His silhouette carried an unbearable desolation. Tianjin sect's future weighed heavier than a single deceased disciple, even if he were innocent. The great Qian imperial dynasty. Qingshan City, dusk settling over the land. At a secluded villa on the city's outskirts, a girl of 3 or 4 wore a soft yellow tunic, her jet-black silky hair tied into 2 bouncy buns that swayed with each movement. In her small hands, she gripped a crude wooden sword, hand-carved, its handle wrapped tightly with red cord to shield her tender palms. Hey, huh? Her voice rang clear and bright as a silver bell as she swung the sword with solemn, earnest concentration. Her movements were unrefined, yet beneath them pulsed a subtle, innate rhythm, each swing rippling the air around her with faint, discernible waves. Any cultivator present would have recoiled in shock. Around this tiny child's spiritual energy gathered spontaneously. A peach petal drifted down, and the girl's eyes lit up. Instantly, her wooden sword shot forward. Shoo! The petal pierced cleanly, impaled precisely upon the tip. Father, mother, Yao Yao did it. She whirled about, eyes crinkling into crescent moons, cheeks flushed and glistening with sweat. Beside a stone table in the courtyard sat a middle-aged couple. The man nearing 40 wore simple azure robes, his face bore firm, noble features, still echoing the striking handsomeness of his youth. He sat in silent stillness, exuding immovable steadiness, a mountain given human form. This was Lu Xuantong's father, Lu Jin. Beside him rested his wife, graceful, mature, undimmed by time. Her figure was full and elegant, skin like polished jade. Fine lines graced the corners of her eyes, yet could not obscure the luminous, intelligent sparkle within their depths. Time had taken her youthful bloom, but bestowed upon her a richer, more resonant beauty. She was Lu Xuantong's motherly Cheongyu. Now, watching their daughter's innocent joy, their eyes held layered sorrow. Yao Yao is truly remarkable. Li Qiongyu forced a smile, her voice trembling choked with tears. Lu Jin gently clasped his wife's hand, finding her palm icy cold. Qiongyu, I'm fine. She shook her head, her gaze drifting instinctively toward the direction of Tianjin Mountain. It's just, watching Yao Yao practice swordplay reminds me of Tong. 10 years ago, their eldest son, fierce-willed and determined, had insisted on joining Tianjin sect, vowing to bring honor to their family name. On the eve before his departure, the 15-year-old youth knelt before them, swearing solemnly he would become a powerhouse, ensuring his parents lived in prosperity and peace. Yet who could have foreseen that farewell would become eternal? Tonger would never steal pills, Lu Jin said, voice low and unshakable pain flashing in his eyes. I know my own son. They framed him. Those men are corrupt to the core. At those words, Li Qionyu's tears spilled over at last. But they all say Tonger is dead, locked away in that terrible demon ceiling pagoda. Even the emperor believes those lies. At this, Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, cutting as a blade. Ever since word of Lu Xuantong's crime reached the great Qian imperial court, their family had been crushed beneath catastrophe. To curry favor with Tianjin sect's future saintsin, the emperor himself ordered their arrest, to be delivered to the sect as atonement. For half a year they had fled, hiding from imperial cities to this remote Qingshan city, living under false names. Their ancestral Lu residence had long been seized, every asset confiscated. All of it, built upon baseless fabricated charges. Jinj, what do we do? Li Qiongyu asked, helplessly turning to her husband. Shall we hide like this for the rest of our lives? Lu Jin fell silent, his gaze slowly settling upon the small figure in the courtyard. Little Lu Yao seemed to sense her parents' gaze. She turned, flashed them a sweet, radiant smile, and resumed swinging her wooden sword with renewed focus. For a fleeting moment, Lu Jin saw Lu Xuantong, just as he'd been at that age. Yao Yao possesses spiritual roots. We have no way back. Lu Jin remained silent, his gaze heavy as he looked into the distance. There lay the direction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. That celestial sect, towering like the heavens, hung high above the clouds, looking down upon all living beings while they were nothing but ants. Ants not even worthy of the right to rage. For the couple, reaching the venerable realm in this lifetime was their limit. Anything beyond, like an earthly immortal, that was nothing but a fool's dream. But if they couldn't become earthly immortals before a behemoth like the Heavenly Sword Sect, they didn't even have the right to speak. Not even the right to cry out for their son. Tanger. Li Qiongji's voice choked with sobs. He never cried easily since he was little, always gritting his teeth through the pain. But those people slandered him, crippled his cultivation, and threw him into the Demon Suppression Tower. That place is filled with merciless demons and monsters. How can Tanger survive there? What torment must he endure? She couldn't continue, her chest heaving violently, as if a knife were twisting her innards. Lu Jin took a deep breath, slowly crouching down to hold his wife's trembling hand. Xiongyu, we still have Yao Yao. At that moment, 3-year-old Lu Yao was swinging a crude wooden sword, practicing her forms. Her movements were immature, yet with each swing the surrounding spiritual energy trembled faintly, as if responding to her will. An innate spiritual root, a peerless talent. Such talent was even more astonishing than Lu Xuantong's back then. Yao Yao is our only hope, Lu Jin said slowly. Yes, they were old, their talents limited. In this lifetime, they could never shake the mountain that was the Heavenly Sword Sect. But Yao Yao could. Even if it took 10 years, 100 years, even if they never lived to see that day. They had to let Yao Yao survive. Let her grow strong. Let her seek justice for her brother. Li Qiongyu bit her lip hard until she tasted blood, then released it. She slowly raised her head, her eyes no longer filled with tears of despair, but a determination bordering on obsession. All right, well, teach her to cultivate, to become strong, to remember her brother's grievance. Lu Jin nodded, his gaze profound as an abyss. Heavenly Sword Sect, one day you will pay for what you have done. Don't forget, Tanger is the child of a celestial being from the heavens. A good man is blessed by heaven. He will surely find a way out of adversity. Perhaps he is still alive and well. Upon hearing this, Li Qiongyu let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Brother Jin, did you just say Tanger is the child of a celestial being? Lu Jin's expression shifted slightly, as if regretting mentioning it. But the truth was indeed so. Lu Xuantong was not their biological child. Li Qiongyu suddenly stood up, flames of rage burning in her eyes, as if she wanted to pour out all the grievances, resentment, and pain of these years. I don't care whose child he is. He was raised by me. I fed him mouthful by mouthful. I stayed up all night watching over him when he had a fever. He is my child, the child born from my womb. As she spoke, tears fell again, but this time her gaze was unwaveringly firm. Xiantong has suffered so much abandoned by his birth parents since childhood. If even we don't protect him, then he is the most pitiful child under heaven. Lu Jin was silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh as he pulled his wife into his arms. You're right. No matter his origins, he is our child. The night wind howled, peach blossoms fell profusely. Little Lu Yao continued practicing her sword in the courtyard, utterly unaware that her fate was already tightly bound to that brother she had never met. The cold wind howled and snowflakes flew everywhere. The 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower was a world of eternal extreme cold. The vast, boundless snowfield stretched endlessly. The biting cold cut into every inch of skin like a blade, and even the breath exhaled instantly crystallized into ice. Crack! A slender figure stepped through the solid ice, walking out slowly. This person had hair as black as ink, brows like swords, and wore tattered dark robes that fluttered noisily in the wind and snow, yet an awe-inspiring pressure emanated from him. Lu Xiantong's eyes were deep as he surveyed the heavens and earth. 10 years. A full 10 years. From that crippled wreck, whose bones were dug out and cultivation was ruined, he had fought his way through 7 floors of the Demon Suppression Tower, stepping over the corpses of countless demons to reach this day. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath, the white mist freezing into frost in the air. He looked down at his reflection in the snow. That face had long shed its youthful greenness, his brow bearing the sharpness honed by the passage of time. 10 years of life and death, 10 years of solitude. 10 years of tempering through blood and fire had matured him considerably. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in at the 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reward Saint-level technique, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. A flicker of light flashed in Lu Xiantong's eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A Saint-level technique is a whole level higher than the desolate prison heaven pointing finger. He murmured softly, a trace of heat flashing in his eyes. The desolate prison heaven pointing finger was an imperial-level technique of boundless power, which had helped him fight through the first 6 floors of the Demon Suppression Tower, and even allowed him to break through to the peak of Grandmaster, only 1 step away from the Heavenly Man realm. And now he had obtained a Saint-level technique, the Heavenly Man realm. This level was already an elder-level existence within the Heavenly Sword Sect, enough to establish one's own sect and shake a region. Once upon a time this was a realm he dared not even look up to, but now it was within reach. Heh! He let out a low laugh, yet it carried a hint of desolation. The price of gaining power was too heavy. His supreme bone was dug out, his cultivation was crippled, he was betrayed by his beloved, abandoned by his sect. He should have died on the 1st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower beneath the fangs of those demons. But he refused to accept it. How could he accept it? Lu Xuantong slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the raging snowstorm, seemingly seeing the Heavenly Sword Sect hanging high in the clouds. Did you ever think I would still be alive? Next, Lu Xuantong sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, vast amounts of information flooded in like a torrent. The Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm was created by a true immortal from ancient times. Legend has it that this immortal comprehended the Tao amidst the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, using heavenly thunder as a guide to transform destruction into life. With 1 palm strike, it could annihilate all things or reshape heaven and earth. This palm technique had 3 forms. The first form, thunder, moves the 9 heavens. The second form, heavenly punishment, descends. The third form, annihilation, reincarnation. Each form contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth with terrifying and unparalleled power. Such a domineering technique. Lu Xuantong was inwardly shocked. The profundity of this Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm far surpassed the desolate prison heaven pointing finger. If he could master it, he would have the power to fight even a true immortal. However, cultivating this palm requires tempering the body with heavenly thunder. He looked up at the sky. The sky of this frozen world was dark as ink with faint flashes of lightning flickering. Just what I need. He rose abruptly, his robes fluttering without wind as a surging aura erupted skyward. Boom, rumble. As if sensing his battle intent, dark clouds roiled and thunder roared. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking straight down. Lu Xuantong did not dodge. Instead, he leaped upward to meet the heavenly thunder. Come on, let me see if this heavenly thunder can destroy me, Lu Xuantong. In an instant, the thunder exploded and his figure was instantly swallowed. 3 months later, Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, a faint glint of lightning flickering within them before quickly fading. In the end, it was still lacking. He murmured softly, the gathered lightning in his palm gradually dissipating, turning into specks of starlight that vanished into the wind and snow. The Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm was a saint-level technique profound and unfathomable far beyond the desolate prison heaven-pointing finger. Although he possessed exceptional talent in this land of extreme cold, Heavenly Thunder was scarce, making it difficult to truly draw upon the power of thunder to temper himself. He could only barely grasp a superficial understanding. To truly master this palm, I must find a place abundant with thunderous power. His gaze grew steady, peering into the depths of the vast snowfield. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, each floor was a self-contained minor world fraught with unpredictable dangers, yet also holding opportunities. Since the 7th floor was a frozen land of extreme cold, would the 8th floor be inhabited by thunder beasts? Thunder beasts were born from the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, naturally controlling the power of lightning. If he could slay one and take its thunder core, it would surely help him master the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. With this thought, Lu Xuantong hesitated no longer. His form moved like lightning, speeding deep into the 7th floor. He knew he must break through to the Heavenly Man realm as soon as possible, smash through the Demon Suppression Tower, and reappear in the world. If he died, his parents would be grief-stricken, and Cui Hao and Xiao Zixi would never let them go. Especially that wretched woman Xiao Zixi. She had mastered the art of eliminating all threats. He had no time to hesitate. He had to kill ceaselessly and grow stronger. After an unknown distance, Lu Xuantong finally reached the end of the 7th floor. Before him stood a towering iceberg. At its peak, an icy crystal throne sat exuding a chilling aura. And upon the throne, a massive ice-blue beast coiled, resembling a fierce tiger, but with dragon horns, its body surrounded by biting frost. It was an ice-prison demon tiger. Roar! Sensing Lu Xuantong's presence, the ice-prison demon tiger suddenly opened its eyes, locking onto him with blood-red, beastly pupils. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire snowfield. A Grandmaster peak-level demon beast. Lu Xuantong's gaze sharpened. Instead of fear, a fighting spirit flared within him. Perfect, I'll use you to test the little lightning power I've newly comprehended. Before his words faded, his figure burst into motion. Lightning flickered at his fingertips, faint, yet carrying the might of destruction. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. In an instant, thunder exploded. The ice-prison demon tiger roared in fury, its massive claw swiping down. Frost and lightning clashed, causing the entire iceberg to tremble. After dozens of fierce exchanges, Lu Xuantong shattered the ice-prison demon tiger's skull with a single palm strike, blood dyeing the snow red. He panted, lightning flickering in his palm. Although he had not truly mastered the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm, this battle had honed his control over lightning power. The entrance to the 8th floor should be behind this throne. He stepped forward, and sure enough, behind the icy crystal throne, a blood-red vortex slowly spun, exuding a heart-stopping aura. The 8th floor, the domain of thunder beasts. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in at the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Obtained Heavenly Fate, Dragon Marrow. Mission triggered, check-in at the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower to obtain Indestructible Dominant Body. In the 13th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower and obtained the Indestructible Physique. In the 15th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower and obtained XXXX, a very powerful treasure or talent to be determined randomly based on plot needs later. In the 16th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, obtained Quad A, advanced to the Heavenly Human Realm, and mastered the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm to the Proficient level. In the 18th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 10th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, obtained SSSS, and mastered the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm to the Perfection level. In the 19th year, Lu Xuantong broke through the 11th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower and obtained the Great Sage level Divine Weapon 9 Heavens Divine Sword. This set of 9 swords, each imbued with the essence of a different elemental force in the world, could command the submission of heaven and earth when wielded together. In the 20th year after regrouping, Lu Xuantong successfully reached the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, the 12th level. There he could sign in to attain the Land Immortal realm. The moment Lu Xuantong stepped onto the 12th floor, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and advancing to Land Immortal. 20 years had passed, like a fleeting white pony glimpsed through a crack. At the peak of the main summit of the Heavenly Sword Sect, amid swirling clouds and mist, a figure stood in the void. Purple aura surged around him, and his supreme bone radiated brilliantly, making him appear like a celestial god descending to the mortal world. In just 20 years, Cui Hao had risen from an inner disciple with mediocre talent to the supreme holy son of the Heavenly Sword Sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the sovereign realm, only a single step away from the legendary Land Immortal realm. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath. His gaze was like lightning as he overlooked the sprawling Heavenly Sword mountain range stretching for thousands of miles below, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Who else in this world was worthy of contending with him? Within the Heavenly Sword Sect, everyone knew the name of Holy Sun Chui Hao. When he went out, 10,000 swords made way and 100 beasts bowed their heads. Even the elders who had lived for centuries would respectfully salute him and address him as Your Holiness, the Holy Sun. Although the sect master was a half-step land immortal, his lifespan was nearly exhausted, and he was old and frail, no longer concerning himself with the trivial affairs of the sect. Chui Hao was the true future of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Holy Sun's talent is peerless. He will surely lead our Heavenly Sword Sect to dominate the Zhongshuan continent. The Supreme Bone truly lives up to its reputation, reaching such a realm in merely 20 years. Unprecedented and unparalleled. With the Holy Sun, our Heavenly Sword Sect can flourish for at least another millennium. Listening to the endless flattery in his ears, Chui Hao felt immensely exhilarated. This was the power that strength brought. This was everything he had dreamed of. At the Heavenly Sword Sect's council hall. Inside the resplendent hall, dozens of elders stood on either side, with the sect master seated at the head. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Today, a matter of great importance concerning the sect's future was to be announced. At that moment, a streak of purple sword light tore across the sky. Chui Hao arrived riding his sword, his robes fluttering like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Greetings, Holy Sun. The elders quickly rose to pay their respects, and even the sect master gave a slight nod. Chui Hao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then suddenly furrowed his brow. One is missing. His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire hall. The sect master cleared his throat lightly and explained, it is Yi Gohan. He has been unwell recently. Yi Gohan. A cold glint flashed in Chui Hao's eyes. That old wretch still alive. Of course he remembered who Yi Gohan was. The master of that unlucky wretch whose bone he had dug out and cultivation crippled. As for that unlucky wretch's name, how why remember the name of an ant? Unwell. Chui Hao sneered. I think it's a guilty conscience, isn't it? The elders remained silent like cicadas in winter, none daring to respond. Everyone knew that since Yi Gohan had learned the truth, he had been utterly disheartened, staying behind closed doors all day, muttering deliriously about seeking justice for his disciple. Ridiculous. The master of a waste worthy of seeking justice. A cold light flickered in Chui Hao's eyes, and a plan had already formed in his mind. Once I ascend to the position of sect master, I will make an example of you first. Silence. The sect master's aged yet authoritative voice rang out, and the hall fell into absolute silence. I have summoned you all today to announce a matter of great importance concerning the sect's future. The elders' expressions turned solemn, and even Chui Hao restrained his arrogance, listening intently. The sect master slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Chui Hao. By resolution of the Supreme Elders, effective immediately, Holy Sun Chui Hao shall take charge of the Heavenly Sword Token and exercise the authority of the sect master. At these words, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. The Heavenly Sword Token. That was the sect master's insignia. Its bearer was as the sect master himself. Chui Hao's pupils constricted slightly, and joy surged within him, but he maintained a composed exterior, merely bowing slightly. This disciple shall not fail the sect's high expectations. The sect master nodded in satisfaction and continued, furthermore, in 3 months the Heavenly Sword Grand Ceremony will be held to formally appoint Chui Hao as the next sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The words fell like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone into silence. Although everyone knew that Chui Hao would eventually succeed the sect master, no one expected it to happen so soon. Chui Hao could no longer suppress the excitement within him. A sharp light burst from his eyes. The position of sect master, finally within his grasp. Then Chui Hao bowed slightly. His purple gold robe swayed gently in the wind, and the supreme bone on his chest faintly radiated a lustrous glow, accentuating his extraordinary bearing. Thank you for your cultivation, sect master. His voice was as warm and smooth as jade, echoing throughout the council hall. Anyone who heard it would praise him, saying, what a humble and courteous Holy Son. Then he looked around at the elders with a gentle smile and continued, Chui Hao's achievements today are all thanks to the guidance and support of you elders over the years. In the future, as I hold the Heavenly Sword Token, I hope you will continue to offer your invaluable advice. These words were flawlessly spoken, showcasing the Holy Sun's magnanimity while giving due respect to the elders. For a moment, the hall was filled with praise. The Holy Sun is too modest. With the Holy Sun leading us, our Heavenly Sword Sect will surely reach new heights. The sect master stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes full of gratification. However, at that moment, Chui Hao suddenly changed the subject, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Furthermore, I have another piece of good news to share with you all. The hall instantly fell silent. The elders exchanged glances, and even the sect master showed a hint of confusion. Chui Hao unhurriedly adjusted his sleeves before speaking calmly. On the day of the Heavenly Sword Grand Ceremony, in 3 months, I will formally form a Taoist partnership with Xiao Zixi. We will invite fellow cultivators from all over the world to celebrate this grand occasion. At these words, the hall erupted in an uproar. Congratulations, Holy Son. Fairy Xiao is a peerless beauty. You two are a match made in heaven. A double blessing, truly the fortune of our Heavenly Sword Sect. Congratulations poured in from all sides, and the elders were all smiles, as if this union of Tao partners was a great joy. But behind those smiling faces, many eyes flickered with a hint of strangeness. What kind of person was Xiao Zixi? Relying on her stunning beauty, she had stirred up trouble in the sect on a daily basis. Not only that, but she was also ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Now that Chui Hao held immense power and was forming a Tao partnership with her, it was clearly a move to completely control the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sect master's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed, and he said with a smile, good. Very good. That girl Zixi has extraordinary talent. Ooh, she is indeed a suitable match for you. Chui Hao smiled faintly, a hint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Of course he knew what these old fellows were thinking. But so what? Did he still need to care about others' opinions now? After the council meeting, Chui Hao went straight to Xiao Zixi's cave dwelling. As he entered, a fragrant breeze greeted him and red candles flickered. Xiao Zixi had been waiting for some time. Seeing him enter, she immediately stepped forward and said in a coquettish voice, Senior brother, did everything go smoothly? Chui Hao wrapped an arm around her slender waist and said triumphantly, naturally, everything went smoothly. In 3 months, I will not only become the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but also make you the most honored sect master's wife. A flash of ecstasy passed through Xiao Zixi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a worried expression. But I still feel a bit uneasy. Oh, Chui Hao raised an eyebrow. That ye go on. Xiao Zixi said in a low voice, he has been acting mysteriously lately. I'm afraid he might cause trouble. Chui Hao sneered at this, a crazy, useless old fool. What ways can he stir up? As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If he dares to make trouble, I wouldn't mind sending him to meet his precious disciple. Only then did Xiao Zixi break into a smile and nestle into Chui Hao's arms. She said tenderly, Senior brother, I am pregnant. The Xiao sect stood majestically shrouded in clouds and mist. As a premier sect of the Zhongshuan continent, Xiao sect boasted profound heritage and was home to a multitude of powerful cultivators, yet it still fell short when compared to the truly top-tier sect, the Tianjin sect. However, over the past decade, Xiao sect's fame soared due to one individual. This person was none other than the Saintess Lu Yao. It's the Saintess. The Saintess has returned. On the mountain path, someone shouted first, and in an instant the entire Xiao sect erupted in excitement. The disciples paused their cultivation, looking up in anticipation. A streak of purple light pierced through the sky like a startled swan, gracefully descending onto the main peak's plaza. It was a stunning young woman. Dressed in flowing purple garments, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin fairer than snow with features that resembled a painting. A faint glow of rosy light surrounded her, as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Welcome back, Saintess. The disciples shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with fervor and admiration. Lu Yao was a 1,000 years prodigy of the Xiao sect. Having awakened the Xiao Immortal body, she broke through to the Tianren realm in just 10 short years, becoming the foremost disciple beneath the sect leader. And she was only in her early 20s. Such achievements were rare across the entire Zhongshuan continent. Lu Yao gently raised her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. There's no need for excessive formalities, my fellow junior disciples. Her voice was tender, yet no one knew the deep-seated obsessions and resentments hidden beneath that gentle smile. The girl's gaze drifted far away towards the direction of the Tianjin sect. It had been 20 years. Brother, are you well? Memories surged like a tide, recalling the scene when her parents tearfully revealed the truth that night, the years spent evading, concealing her identity, and the relentless days and nights of rigorous cultivation. Everything was for that brother she had never met. To clear his name. To seek justice from the Tianjin sect. And she did not disappoint. After joining Xiao sect, her astonishing talent was quickly revealed, and she swiftly became a core disciple, rapidly advancing in rank. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Lu Yao's smile gradually faded. She slowly raised her hand, purple energy swirling in her palm, condensing into a brilliant aurora lotus. With her strength at the Tianren realm, she could easily become an elder in any sect, earning respect and admiration. Yet before the Tianjian sect, it was still far from enough. Any elder of the Tianjian sect is at the Xuanzhang realm, and the sect leader is even a half-step into the realm of the earth immortals. Lu Yao murmured softly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. With her current strength, recklessly approaching would be like striking a stone with an egg. She must step into the Xuanzhang realm. Then Lu Yao took out a broken jade pendant from her bosom. It was the only token left by her brother Lu Xuantong. Gently running her fingers over the pendant, her gaze grew resolute. My parents said my birth was for my brother. To seek justice for him, I am willing to sacrifice everything. She slowly closed her eyes, purple energy rising around her, beginning a new round of cultivation. Get stronger. Get even stronger. Until the day I can shake the Tianjian sect. At this moment, Lu Yao had no idea. The brother she longed for was deep within the Demon Suppression Tower, treading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, step by step, walking towards the path of vengeance. The wheels of fate had already begun to turn. In the Golden Dragon Hall, the dragon aura surged, and Zixia surrounded the chamber. The civil and military officials lined up on both sides, bowing their heads, their demeanor filled with the utmost respect. Outside the hall, on either side of the imperial path paved with 9 layers of jade steps, the imperial guards stood solemnly clad in cold armor, with long spears like a forest, yet no one dared to make a sound. Xiao Zixi, in a flowing purple-gold dress, gracefully stepped into the hall. The woman's features were like a painting, her skin as smooth as cream, with a touch of crimson on her lips, enhancing her unparalleled grace. Yet within those beautiful eyes lay a trace of subtle coldness, like a moon reflected in a cold pond, making it hard to meet her gaze. Welcome, National Master. All the officials bowed in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. The emperor even personally rose from his dragon throne, quickly descending the jade steps, his face filled with smiles, and even showing a hint of barely concealed excitement. Zixi, I have finally awaited your return. Xiao Zixi slightly smiled, revealing a perfectly measured, gentle smile, neither losing decorum nor appearing overly familiar. She slightly inclined her body, her tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Zixi is merely returning home to visit. Returning home. The officials felt a chill in their hearts. This was not a homecoming at all. It was clearly a display of power. Once Xiao Zixi was merely an inconspicuous princess of a side branch of the royal family. If not for the royal family's covert operations, she wouldn't have even gained entry to the Tianjian sect's outer gate. But now she had transformed into the fiancée of the Tianjian sect's Saint Sun Chui, how her status so elevated that even the emperor had to personally welcome her. Chui Hao was none other than the youngest Xuanzhang realm powerhouse in the Zhongshuan continent over the past 1,000 years, possessing supreme bones destined to step into the earth immortal realm with ease. By that time, the Tianjian sect would truly surpass the secular imperial authority, and Xiao Zixi would become one of the most esteemed women across the entire continent. Who would dare to show disrespect? Who would dare not to honor her? The emperor smiled broadly, personally taking Xiao Zixi's hand, proclaiming loudly, Today I shall appoint Zixi as the national master of the great Qian dynasty, equivalent to a prince, and she shall not kneel before me, nor must she bow when entering the court, but may wear her sword into the hall. At these words, the court erupted in commotion. The position of national master had always been reserved for those with extraordinary cultivation and high moral standing, yet Xiao Zixi was only in her 40s. How could she receive such an honor? But no one dared to refute, for everyone knew, behind her stood Chui Hao, the Tianjian sect. Xiao Zixi's gaze flickered, her smile deepening. She gently withdrew her hand, saying casually, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. As her words fell, she slightly raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the assembled civil and military officials, sharp as a blade. However, she paused, her voice suddenly turning cold. I have heard that recently in the court some have expressed discontent regarding my marriage to Brother Chui. In an instant, the temperature in the great hall seemed to drop sharply. The emperor's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly replied, What does Zixi mean? How could I not know? Xiao Zixi chuckled lightly, her tone languid, yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Is that so? Perhaps I misheard. In the next moment, her gaze shifted to an elderly minister in the corner. Lordly, what do you say? The old minister trembled, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Just days prior, he had indeed discussed in private that Xiao Zixi was merely climbing the ranks of the powerful, using her beauty to entice others, and was unworthy of someone like Chui Hao, a true genius. Yet now how could he dare to admit it? National Master, you must see clearly. I had no such intention. Is that so? She gently raised her hand, a strand of purple energy swirling around her fingertips, moving like a venomous snake. Then, why is Lordly trembling? The old minister went pale, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. National Master, spare me. National Master, please spare me. The emperor did not hesitate for a moment. He knew all too well the methods of his niece. When she was merely a princess, she had endured countless scorn, and many had trampled on her. Even the palace eunuchs had dared to treat her with contempt. Now that she had returned in glory, backed by the saint son of the Tianjin sect, Cui Hao, and wielded immense power, would she not seek revenge for the grievances of her past? Moreover, Xiao Zixi had never been known as a merciful person. Eradicating the roots of her enemies was her usual style. Thus, when Xiao Zixi's icy gaze swept over the assembled officials, the emperor understood her meaning. Summon the guards. The emperor slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon, throwing his voice cold as iron. Today in the court, anyone who has disrespected the national master shall be executed. Anyone who has spoken ill of the national master and brother Sin's marriage shall be executed. Anyone who has ever insulted the national master shall be executed. With each declaration of execute, the concealed imperial guards outside the hall surged in, blades flashing, the intent to kill soaring to the heavens. Your Majesty, this is a frame-up. National Master, spare me. I was wrong. No, no. The cries of anguish rose and fell, blood splattering onto the jade steps of the Golden Dragon Hall, staining the intricately carved pillars. Heads rolled, eyes widened in shock, refusing to close even in death. Xiao Zixi stood calmly at the center of the hall, her lips curling into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with a cold delight. She reveled in such scenes. She enjoyed seeing those who once held high positions now crawling at her feet like ants, pleading, wailing, and then dying. Outside the hall, a thick scent of blood permeated the air. Even the wind carried a metallic tang. The officials fell silent as if frozen in fear, not daring to raise their heads, let alone make a sound. The emperor took a deep breath, suppressing the chill in his heart, forcing a smile as he asked, National Master, are you satisfied? Xiao Zixi glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, nodding lightly. Your Majesty, you indeed handle affairs efficiently. The emperor sighed in relief, about to speak, when Xiao Zixi's tone suddenly turned cold as ice. However, it has been 20 years. Why has your Majesty yet to capture that boy's family? Could it be your Majesty is half-hearted? The emperor trembled, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He naturally knew who Xiao Zixi referred to, Lu Xuantong, the one whose bones were excavated and powers stripped, thrown into the Demon Suppression Tower, branded as a dead man. Yet Xiao Zixi clearly had no intention of sparing his family. It was a misunderstanding. The emperor hurriedly explained, the imperial territory is vast, and that couple has concealed their identities deeply, which is why it has taken some time to locate them. However, he paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I have already discovered their exact location. On the day of the National Master's wedding in 3 months, I shall capture them and present them as a gift. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixi finally revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. I want them to suffer worse than death. The emperor felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a respectful demeanor. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something, pondering for a moment before cautiously saying, National Master, there is one more thing I feel ought to inform you. Speak, Xiao Zixi said casually. Recently, the Xiao sect has produced a saintess named Lu Yao, exceptionally gifted. It is said that she has stepped into the Tianren realm at merely 20 years of age, hailed as an ancient millennium prodigy. The emperor intended to please Xiao Zixi, as the Xiao sect was also within the borders of the great Qin dynasty, and allying with them would benefit the royal family. However, as soon as the emperor's words fell, Xiao Zixi's expression suddenly turned cold. Lu Yao. She slowly pronounced the name, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. The emperor sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly fell silent. Xiao Zixi was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing lightly, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Your Majesty seems to hold her in high regard. The emperor's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head. I merely think that her talent is astonishing, and if she could be of service to our great Qian. Heh. Xiao Zixi interrupted with a cold laugh. Your Majesty, have you forgotten who the real prodigy is in this world? The emperor immediately realized his slip of tongue, cursing himself internally, and quickly corrected his words. Naturally, it is the saint's son Cui. No matter how strong she is merely a firefly. How can she compete with the brilliance of the moon? Xiao Zixi's expression finally softened slightly, but the coldness in her eyes remained unbroken. She slowly stood up, her long skirt trailing behind her like a blooming poisonous flower. Your Majesty, remember this. In this world there is no need for a second prodigy. The emperor's heart sank, instantly understanding her meaning. Xiao Zixi turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling proclamation that echoed through the hall. In 3 months, I want to see Lu Xuantong's parents. As for that Lu Yao, let her disappear. Lu Xuantong finally stepped onto the topmost floor of the Demon Suppressing Tower, the 12th level. As he entered this space, the scene before him caused his pupils to contract sharply and his mind to tremble violently. This place was utterly different from the other levels. There were no endless forests, no vast snowy plains, and certainly no rampaging demons. The entire 12th floor resembled a colossal underground cavern. The surrounding rock walls were pitch black like ink, their surfaces coated with dark red crystals that faintly emitted an eerie bloody glow. The air was thick with scorching heat. Every breath felt like swallowing a mouthful of boiling lava, searing even his internal organs with agonizing pain. Oppressive, deathly silent. Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow slightly and walked forward slowly. Something was wrong. According to the tower's rules, each level was filled with endless slaughter, and only by slaying the strongest demon could one ascend to the next. But here it was terrifyingly quiet, as if all life had been utterly erased. Suddenly his steps halted. Ahead of him lay a sheer cliff. Lu Xuantong walked to the edge and looked down. In the next moment his pupils shrank violently. Below was a massive abyss, and at its very center lay a fiery red phoenix prostrate. The phoenix's wings drooped, its feathers like blazing flames. Each plume shimmered with brilliant golden red light, as if it had condensed the purest power of fire in the world. Yet this divine beast, which should have soared through the 9 heavens, was now firmly imprisoned by a colossal formation. The formation was woven from countless blood-colored chains, each inscribed with ancient runes that glimmered with a cold, eerie light. Even more horrifying, with every breath the formation shot out dozens of razor-sharp blades that mercilessly pierced the phoenix's body. SSSHH. Blood splattered as the phoenix's wings were torn, its flesh curling open. Yet it did not utter a single cry of pain, merely closing its eyes quietly, as if long accustomed to such torment. Even more startling was that its wounds healed at a visible rate. Blades cut flesh, regenerated over and over in an endless cycle. Lu Xuantong's heart shook violently. Was this the top of the Demon Suppressing Tower? This was an eternal purgatory, and that phoenix was the prisoner suffering here. Just as he was stunned, the phoenix below the abyss suddenly opened its eyes. In that instant, Lu Xuantong's hair stood on end, as if gazed upon by some supreme being, his very soul trembling. A human. The phoenix spoke in human tongue, its golden red eyes fixed on Lu Xuantong on the cliff, blazing with fierce anger. If not for humans, how could she have fallen to this state? If not for those despicable cultivators, she should have soared through the 9 heavens, basking in the essence of the sun and moon, instead of being trapped in this sunless top floor of the tower, enduring endless torment. She hated those who imprisoned her here. Centuries ago she had sworn a venomous oath: if she ever escaped, she would slaughter all humans and stain the sky with blood. But now, after centuries of agonizing suffering, her fury had been gradually ground down. She finally understood that not all humans were to blame, only the beasts who had locked her away. Yet even so she could not forgive. But she was tired. The obsession with revenge had long been eroded by endless torture. Now she only wanted release. "You managed to get here, which means you are remarkable." The phoenix spoke slowly, its voice no longer violent, but tinged with weary calm. "I have a wish." Its golden red eyes gazed at Lu Xuantong, its tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Can you help me fulfill it, eh?" Lu Xuantong's heart jolted. He could clearly sense that the phoenix's aura was vast as an ocean, far surpassing the terrestrial immortal realm, and likely even reaching the legendary celestial immortal level. But now, bound by the formation, its power was diminished to less than a hundredth, perhaps unable to even exert the strength of the heavenly human realm. After a moment of silence, Lu Xuantong cupped his fists solemnly and said in a low voice, "Senior, please speak. If it is within my power, I will do my utmost." Hearing this, the phoenix suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed through the abyss, carrying a touch of desolation and a hint of relief. "Good, good." Its golden red wings trembled slightly, chains clanking, and then it said slowly, emphasizing each word, "Kill me." Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted sharply, as if struck by lightning. "Wah! What?" He almost thought he had misheard. "Kill a phoenix." This was a legendary divine beast. Across the entire Zhongshuan continent, phoenixes had long been extinct. Even ancient texts only mentioned them in a few brief lines. And this one before him, with wings like blazing flames and plumes as brilliant as golden clouds, was breathtakingly beautiful. No ordinary creature of the mortal realm. The only one of its kind in the world. "Kill her." Lu Xuantong's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Senior, this. I cannot do it." He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The phoenix is a divine beast of heaven and earth, the sovereign of all spirits. How dare I desecrate it? Please forgive me, Senior." Hearing this, the phoenix's golden red eyes dimmed slightly. "You are unwilling." Its voice dropped, carrying a note of disappointment. Lu Xuantong remained silent. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but the phoenix was an auspicious beast inherently sacred. Killing it might incur immense karmic consequences. Moreover, his purpose here was to break through to the terrestrial immortal realm and leave the tower, not to slaughter a divine beast. Yet as he hesitated, the phoenix spoke again. Do you know why I am imprisoned here? Lu Xuantong shook his head. The phoenix laughed coldly, a hint of mockery in its eyes. Because my blood grants immortality. My bones can forge supreme, divine weapons. My soul can help one transcend the barrier between mortal and immortal. Those people wanted everything from me. Its sorrowful voice grew shrill, chains clattering as if echoing its fury. They couldn't kill me, so they used this formation to torture me, trying to break me. But I would rather die than submit. Lu Xuantong's heart trembled. No wonder the top floor of the Demon Suppressing Tower imprisoned a phoenix. It was to plunder its flesh, blood, and soul. The phoenix slowly raised its head, its golden red eyes meeting Lu Xuantong's, and its voice suddenly softened. Human boy, I have lived too long and suffered too long. I do not wish to continue anymore. Killing me will also be a blessing for you. My flesh, blood, soul, and even my lifetime of cultivation. I can give them all to you. I only ask that you grant me release. Lu Xuantong shuddered all over. He stared intently at the phoenix, his mind in turmoil. Kill, or not kill? A mournful phoenix cry echoed through the dim space. The golden red wings of the ancient divine phoenix trembled slightly, and the chains clashed with a piercing sound. She slowly raised her proud head, a trace of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. I am the daughter of the chieftain of the celestial ancient divine phoenix clan. 10,000 years ago, during that cataclysmic war between gods and demons, heaven and earth crumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. To save my life, my mother tore through the void and cast me into the mortal realm. In the vision, a colossal seven-colored divine phoenix wailed in the endless void. With each flap of its wings, space shattered. It thrust a golden red phoenix egg into a spatial rift, only to be devoured by the surging demonic aura. Lu Xuantong's heart shuddered. I had planned to return to the celestial realm once my wounds healed, but no sooner had I broken from my shell than I encountered that despicable leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The scene in the void shifted abruptly, revealing a group of white-robed cultivators besieging a young phoenix. The leading man wore a sinister expression, his long sword blazing with blinding azure light. They mobilized the entire sect's strength, even awakening the secluded Supreme Elder to trap me here with this accursed 9 nether soul-sealing array. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted sharply. He now noticed that the runes on the chains were constantly shifting, sometimes forming ferocious ghost faces, other times twisting into distorted curses. Clearly no mortal means. This Demon Suppression Tower, the phoenix sneered, is a treasure they brought down from the upper realm. How else could it possibly hold me? Her tone suddenly grew weary, day after day of torment. I've long since lost the will to live yet. The lightning on the chains suddenly flared, and the phoenix let out a pained cry. Lu Xuantong watched in shock as the lightning forcibly drew her essence, blood forming droplets that sank into the tower walls. Do you see, Oi? The phoenix laughed bitterly. They not only torture me, but also drain every last drop of my essence blood. I would rather my soul scatter to the winds than let those beasts succeed. Lu Xuantong suddenly understood. He finally grasped why the phoenix was so resolute. Better to seek a swift end than suffer eternal torment as a cultivation resource. He never imagined that this phoenix before him was an ancient divine being from the celestial realm with such a tragic past. But to kill an ancient divine phoenix, what a colossal waste. If he could subdue her or harness her power. With this thought, Lu Xuantong spoke. Senior, do you not wish to see the light of day again? The phoenix froze at his words. Her golden red eyes flickered wildly, as if hearing something unbelievable. Ha ha ha. She suddenly let out a shrill laugh laced with sobs, echoing through the abyss. See the light of day, eh? Boy, do you know what cultivation is needed to break this array, eh? Without waiting for Lu Xuantong's reply, she answered herself. At the very least, the peak of the mortal realm, a terrestrial immortal. If you truly had such cultivation, how could you be trapped in the Demon Suppression Tower? She had long seen through Lu Xuantong's strength. A mere early-stage venerable, far from a terrestrial immortal, with the final gap being insurmountably vast. Waiting for you to break through to terrestrial immortal. How I'd rather die now. Lu Xuantong fell silent. He knew the phoenix was right. By all logic, no one trapped in the Demon Suppression Tower could possess the power of a terrestrial immortal. But he was different. Senior. Lu Xuantong suddenly looked up, a sharp light blazing in his eyes. What if I said I have already reached the terrestrial immortal realm? What? The phoenix shuddered, her golden red pupils contracting sharply. Impossible. She stared at Lu Xuantong, her voice trembling. The Demon Suppression Tower is a world unto itself cut off from external laws. Breakthroughs are impossible here. Her voice trailed off abruptly, for she sensed an aura as vast as an abyss slowly awakening within Lu Xuantong. It was. Lu Xuantong smiled calmly and took a step forward. In his profound eyes, galaxies seemed to revolve, boundless and infinite. Almost forgot I haven't checked in yet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the 12th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Reward issued. Terrestrial Immortal Realm Cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a force as vast as an abyss descended from the void, instantly pouring into Lu Xuantong's body. His bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Boom! A torrential aura like a raging sea swept through the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. In an instant, his skin became jade-like and radiant, faintly glowing with divine light. Every inch of his flesh contained world-shattering power. His already handsome features now bore an even more transcendent air, as if an immortal had descended untouched by mortal dust. With every move, the void trembled and the laws resonated. A terrestrial immortal, truly unmatched under heaven. In the span of half an incense stick, Lu Xuantong had fully integrated this power. He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the birth of chaos and the rise and fall of myriad laws. Senior, is it enough now? His every word carried the might of heaven and earth, distorting space itself. The ancient divine phoenix stood frozen, her golden-red pupils contracting violently. How is this possible? In her centuries of life, she had never witnessed such absurdity. To leap from the venerable realm to a terrestrial immortal in the blink of an eye. Even a reincarnated celestial emperor could not achieve such a heaven-defying feat. She stared at Lu Xuantong, a storm raging in her heart. Who are you? Could he be some ancient taboo entity reborn through possession? No, that's not it. Even with possession, a breakthrough in the Demon Suppression Tower was impossible. Her voice trembled, for Lu Xuantong had completely surpassed her understanding. She had once looked down upon the 9 heavens and all beings, yet now before this human youth, she felt an unprecedented smallness. As if she were the frog at the bottom of a well, and Lu Xuantong had already reached a height she could never attain. The ancient divine phoenix felt a wave of shame, realizing that her earlier arrogance was misplaced. She had called the human junior time and again, only to find herself the useless one. Before him she was but an ant. Lu Xuantong smiled, without speaking, feeling the surging power within him. At this moment, a single thought could overturn mountains and rivers. A flick of his finger could shatter the sun, moon, and stars. All things in the world were under his control. The ancient divine phoenix lowered her head, her golden-red eyes devoid of pride, replaced by deep reverence. Before this terrifying existence who had casually broken through to the terrestrial immortal realm, how could she dare to put on airs as a divine beast? She even suspected that the one before her was no young cultivator at all, but a reincarnation of an ancient taboo entity, or perhaps the incarnation of the heavenly Tao itself. Senior. Her voice was cautious, fearful of offending him. If you can save me from this predicament, I shall repay you handsomely. Even as she spoke, she found it ridiculous. The noble ancient divine phoenix reduced to begging a human for help. More laughably, her promised handsome reward was likely worthless in the eyes of such an existence. Yet to her utter surprise, all right, I agree. Lu Xuantong nodded decisively. The ancient divine phoenix was stunned. She never expected this senior to be so agreeable. But I cannot accept the title of senior, Lu Xuantong added helplessly. What senior was he? Just a lucky cheat. Yet the ancient divine phoenix dared not take him lightly. Senior jokes. She bowed respectfully. Before you, how could I, a junior, presume to be insolent? Lu Xuantong. Well, the label of senior was here to stay. Fine if it pleases you. He stopped dwelling on the title and turned his gaze to the fearsome array binding the phoenix. Break. With a soft command, Lu Xuantong raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, the entire Demon Suppression Tower shook violently. The blood-red chains that had bound the ancient divine phoenix for millennia shattered like paper before the might of a terrestrial immortal. Array runes exploded one after another, scattering into a rain of light. Amidst the deafening roar, the entire abyss began to collapse. The ancient divine phoenix cried out to the heavens, spreading her golden-red wings. Every feather blazed with brilliant divine flame. Centuries had passed. She was finally free. Thank you, senior, for this gift of rebirth. The phoenix's voice trembled with excitement as her massive form circled through the void, scattering a shower of golden light. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile curling at his lips. This was a good deal. He had not only made a grand impression, but also earned a divine beast's favor. This cheat was well worth it. With a crisp phoenix cry that pierced the heavens, the colossal body of the primordial divine phoenix gradually shrank within a dazzling divine light. As the radiance faded, Lu Xuantong's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Standing before him was a young girl of about 12 or 13. She had waist-length fiery golden hair with tiny flames dancing at the tips. Her delicate doll-like face was adorned with a pair of large sparkling crimson eyes carrying a hint of innocent childishness. Her petite form was wrapped in a crimson gold feathered robe, and 2 long phoenix feathers trailed behind her, gently swaying with her movements. Was this the mighty primordial beast that shook heaven and earth? She was clearly an incredibly adorable little girl. Junior Xiao Linger greets the senior. The little girl bowed respectfully, her voice soft and crisp. May I ask the senior's esteemed name? I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Lu Xuantong. His emotions were incredibly complex at this moment. On one hand, he was utterly stunned by this enormous and adorable contrast. On the other hand, he felt immense shame for having put on such a grand act of being a senior. By age, this little girl could easily be his great-grandmother. But then again, considering the lifespan of a divine beast, a few hundred-year-old Xiao Linger was indeed still in her infancy. Wasn't that equivalent to a human elementary school student? Ahem. Lu Xuantong coughed dryly, forcibly maintaining his image as a lofty senior. A trivial matter not worth mentioning. He waved his hand with an air of profundity, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the little tuft of hair sticking up on Xiao Linger's head. That lock of hair could actually sway with her emotions. How adorable could this be? What do you plan to do next? Lu Xuantong changed the subject. Get revenge. Xiao Linger's small face tensed, and blazing fury ignited in her crimson eyes. He'll burn that old bastard from the Heavenly Sword Sect to ashes. She shook her little fists angrily, and the phoenix feathers on her back bristled. She looked exactly like an irritated little kitten. Absolutely no intimidation whatsoever. Lu Xuantong suppressed a smile, putting on a serious face as he shook his head. In your current state. He looked up and down at this little thing that didn't even reach his chest. I'm afraid you'd struggle to even get close to him. And that was the truth. After being suppressed for centuries, Xiao Linger's spiritual power was less than 1/10 of its peak. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword Sect's master was a half-step land immortal powerhouse. If a fight broke out, the scene would be too beautiful to behold. I am very strong. Xiao Linger stomped her feet in anxiety, her small face flushing crimson. If they hadn't ambushed me back then. All right. Lu Xuantong couldn't help but laugh as he gently rubbed her little head. It felt surprisingly good. Coincidentally, I want to kill him too. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. So, you just stick with me. Xiao Linger tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. So, senior, are you taking me in? She excitedly tugged at Lu Xuantong's sleeve, her crimson eyes full of anticipation. She looked exactly like a child begging for a treat. Lu Xuantong. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Was this taking in a divine beast as a bodyguard? It was clearly picking up a daughter. In the end, under the assault of Xiao Linger's big watery eyes, Lu Xuantong sighed helplessly. Fine, you can follow me. The moment he said this, the little girl cheered and leaped to hug Lu Xuantong's thigh. Senior is the best. But before Lu Xuantong could show a pleased smile, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Hiss, girl, why are you biting me? He gasped, grimacing in pain. Xiao Linger released her little mouth, looked up with an innocent face, and blinked her fiery golden eyes. Senior, I'm hungry. Lu Xuantong was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. This girl had been suppressed in the Demon Suppression Tower for centuries without a drop of water. If not for her robust constitution as a primordial divine phoenix, anyone else would have long since starved to a mummy. You little girl. He shook his head, helplessly fumbled in his bosom for a moment, and took out a pill that was entirely crimson with golden veins flowing on its surface. Here, eat it. The moment the pill appeared, the entire space trembled. This is the Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill. Xiao Linger's eyes widened, her small mouth agape. As a primordial divine beast, she knew better than anyone how precious this pill was. Legend had it that the Heavenly Blood Divine Tree bore a single fruit every 10,000 years, which then had to be refined with the 9 heavens divine spring for a millennium to form a pill. Even at her peak, obtaining such a pill would have cost a tremendous price. And this senior in front of her had just casually taken one out. As senior, Xiao Linger's voice trembled, and her gaze towards Lu Xuantong was filled with awe. At this moment, she was even more convinced this was definitely the reincarnation of some ancient great power. Perhaps even an existence that could shake the 3 realms with a single stomp. What are you spacing out for? If you don't eat it, I'll put it away. Lu Xuantong made a move to take the pill back. He'll eat it. Xiao Linger jumped anxiously, snatched the pill, and stuffed it into her mouth without delay. The next second, as the pill entered her stomach, the vast medicinal power erupted like a volcanic explosion within her body. Her petite form was enveloped in a cocoon of crimson golden light, and countless profound runes materialized around her. The hidden injuries left by her suppression healed at a visible rate. Even the essence blood that had been drained was rapidly recovering. In a short moment, the light cocoon shattered. The reappearing Xiao Linger's aura surged with faint immortal light swirling around her. Her cultivation realm had astonishingly recovered to the land immortal level. Strange. Lu Xuantong studied Xiao Linger thoughtfully. Given your bloodline, shouldn't you have broken through directly to the immortal realm? Hearing this, Xiao Linger's little face instantly fell. Senior, you don't know? She pointed pitifully at the sky. The heavenly Tao of the mortal realm was like an invisible shackle locking the limits of all things. Land immortal was the pinnacle permitted in this world. Once one surpassed this realm, they would incur the merciless eradication of the heavenly Tao, billions of thunderbolts descending from the 9 heavens until the transgressor was blasted to ashes, leaving no chance for reincarnation. The only way out was to ascend to the celestial realm, escaping the constraints of this world's laws. Therefore, land immortals were the truly invincible beings of the mortal realm. At this moment, Xiao Linger was forcibly suppressing her power at the land immortal level, daring not to advance further. If she broke through, she would be instantly detected by the heavenly Tao and forcibly guided to ascend, at which point she would lose any chance to take revenge on the Heavenly Sword Sect. After listening, Lu Xuantong nodded thoughtfully. I see. He gained a bit more understanding of this world's rules. But when Xiao Linger mentioned the celestial realm, his heart inexplicably trembled, as if some buried memories were stirred. His memories before the age of 3 were a complete blank. It was as if they had been deliberately erased or sealed by some power. He frowned, but soon shook his head with a wry smile. Oh well, why dwell on what can't be remembered? He stopped pondering and turned to leave the Demon Suppression Tower. Just as he took a step, he suddenly felt a weight on his leg. Looking down, Xiao Linger was clinging tightly to his leg, her small face tilted up, her fiery golden pupils watery like an abandoned little beast. Senior, please take me in. Her voice was soft with a pitiful plea combined with her delicate doll-like face. Its impact was astonishing. Lu Xuantong's scalp instantly tingled, and he nearly jumped. Damn, I'm not a lolicon. Don't shake my Tao heart. He quickly covered Xiao Linger's mouth, afraid she might say something else earth-shattering. Xiao Linger blinked, looking completely confused, clearly not understanding what lolicon meant. She let go and explained seriously, Senior, I want to become your exclusive spirit beast. She had figured it out. The person before her was definitely the reincarnation of some ancient great power, perhaps even a forbidden existence from the celestial realm. Casually breaking through to land immortal, feeding heavenly blood divine tree pills like snacks, treating the 9 nether soul locking array as nothing. An existence like this, even celestial realm emperor-level powerhouses in the future would only be fit to polish his shoes. If not now, when would be the time to latch onto a powerful backer? Besides, he had saved her life. Becoming his spirit beast was not a loss. Lu Xuantong's mouth twitched. No, he refused bluntly. What nonsense was this? He was a proper person. How could he take in a little girl phoenix as a pet? Xiao Linger panicked, hugging his leg tightly and hanging onto him like a koala, refusing to let go. Senior, Linger is very obedient. Linger's bloodline is rare, very impressive to show off. Senior, don't you want to show off? Lu Xuantong. Damn, why was he slightly tempted? This was the primordial divine phoenix. In the entire mortal realm, there was only one of its kind. Even in the boundless celestial realm, the divine phoenix clan was an exceedingly rare existence, with noble bloodlines and unparalleled combat prowess. Upon reaching adulthood, they could even incinerate stars and roam the void of space. And now this legendary divine beast was actually begging to become his spiritual pet. If he tamed her standing on her back, flapping her wings, he would overlook the myriad mountains and rivers with all living beings gazing up in awe. The mere thought of that scene sent his blood boiling. Moreover, Xiao Linger was no mere ornamental divine beast. Her combat strength was truly worthy of the title primordial divine beast. A primordial divine phoenix at the land immortal realm. If it came to a fight, Lu Xuantong wasn't even certain he could secure victory. After all, a divine beast's physical body, divine abilities, and bloodline talents far surpassed those of human cultivators at the same stage. In her prime, she could probably crush even an ordinary land immortal with ease. And yet such an existence was voluntarily bowing her head, willingly acknowledging him as master. If word of this got out, the entire cultivation world would explode. Lu Xuantong was silent for a moment, then finally let out a soft sigh, feigning helplessness. This is what you said, no backing out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger's crimson golden eyes instantly lit up. Afraid he might change his mind, she hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing solemnly. I absolutely won't back out. I'd be a dog if I did. After saying this, she eagerly grabbed Lu Xuantong's hand, ready to begin the master-servant contract ritual. This was the most common method of forming a spiritual pet contract in the cultivation world. Once signed, the spiritual pet's life and death were entirely at the master's whim, with no possibility of betrayal. However, Lu Xuantong gently raised his hand, stopping her action. Not so fast. Xiao Linger blinked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Senior, had he changed his mind? Just as she grew anxious, Lu Xuantong's lips curled slightly, revealing an inscrutable smile. The traditional contract ritual is too low class. It doesn't match my status. Xiao Linger was taken aback. Low class? The master-servant contract was already the highest level spiritual pet contract in the cultivation world. Was there something even more powerful? While she was bewildered, Lu Xuantong slowly produced a pair of bangles from his sleeve. The bangles were entirely crystalline, neither jade nor metal, with mysterious runes flowing across their surface. Faint phoenix and dragon shadows swirled around them, exuding an ancient aura that stirred the heart. Xiao Linger's pupils abruptly contracted, her petite body trembling as her voice stammered, "This is the legendary Heavenly Tao Symbiotic Contract." The Heavenly Tao Symbiotic Contract was a supreme contract handed down from ancient times, long lost through the ages. Unlike the forced bondage of a master-servant contract, it was founded on equality and symbiosis, with both parties sharing fortune, cultivation, and even lifespan. If the master grew stronger, so did the spiritual pet. If the spiritual pet broke through, the master also benefited. Moreover, the contracting parties could borrow each other's power at any time, even transmitting spiritual energy across space, truly heaven-defying. Most importantly, this contract could not be severed by any external force. Unless the Heavenly Tao itself collapsed, the bond would last forever. Xiao Linger was utterly stunned. She had thought Lu Xuantong would use a master-servant contract to completely control her, reducing her to a mere combat tool. But unexpectedly, he was willing to forge a symbiotic bond with her. This meant that in his eyes she was not a servant, but a partner. Lu Xuantong looked at the dazed little girl and let out a soft chuckle. What unwilling? Xiao Linger snapped back to reality, her eyes slightly reddened. She took a deep breath, shook her head vigorously, and spoke with unprecedented resolve. Willing. 1,000 times willing. With that, she didn't hesitate to extend her hand, gathering a drop of essence blood on her fingertip and letting it fall onto the bangle. Lu Xuantong also pricked his finger, his blood merging into the contract. In that instant, boom, the entire Demon Suppression Tower trembled violently. Boundless radiance cascaded from the void, and the majestic power of the Heavenly Tao descended, outlining a massive array beneath their feet. Phoenix and dragon shadows interwove and spiraled, the Tao hummed, and laws manifested. In that moment, the contract was sealed. The Heavenly Tao bore witness, life and death shared. As the final contract rune merged into the void, the entire Demon Suppression Tower shook, as if even heaven and earth were quaking for this ritual. Boundless radiance fell from the heavens, phoenix and dragon shadows interwove and spiraled, and the vast power of the Heavenly Tao transformed into a brilliant pillar of light, enveloping Lu Xuantong and Xiao Linger. In that moment, the contract was complete, bound together in life and death. Xiao Linger's crimson golden pupils trembled slightly. She could clearly feel that deep within her soul, an unbreakable bond had been forged with Lu Xuantong. This was no ordinary master-servant contract, but the legendary Heavenly Tao Symbiotic Contract. Both parties shared fortune, cultivation, and even lifespan. One's glory was the other's, and one's loss was the other's. She tilted her face up, staring blankly at Lu Xuantong, her crimson golden eyes filled with shock and reverence. Master actually used the Heavenly Tao Symbiotic Contract to take me in. This was a supreme contract that even divine beasts in the celestial realm dreamed of. Ordinary spiritual pet contracts were merely unilateral control by the master. The pet's life and death were entirely at the master's whim. Some ruthless masters would even erase the pet's intelligence, refining them into pure killing tools. But the Heavenly Tao Symbiotic Contract was different. Equality, symbiosis, and eternal bond. Xiao Linger's heart pounded wildly, her face flushed with excitement, and the little antenna on her head perked up excitedly like a flickering golden flame. Master, you truly wish to share a symbiotic bond with me? Her voice was soft, trembling with disbelief. Lu Xuantong's expression remained calm, but the corner of his mouth lifted into a barely perceptible curve. What, having second thoughts? No, never. Xiao Linger quickly shook her head, her small hands clutching tightly at his sleeve, as if afraid he might change his mind, her crimson golden eyes sparkling. Linger will follow master for this life. Lu Xuantong looked at her like this and chuckled inwardly. This was a huge win. This Heavenly Tao symbiotic contract was actually a reward from a system check-in left to gather dust in his storage pouch. Had thought he'd never use it, but today it had come in handy. And he had signed it with a primordial divine phoenix. This was a true divine beast. Upon reaching adulthood, it could incinerate the seas and roam the void in existence that even celestial realm powerhouses would regard with caution. More crucially, this contract was far more than just signing a spiritual pet. At his current cultivation level, he couldn't fully unleash its power, but the mere fact of shared cultivation was enough to make him invincible. If Xiao Linger returned to her peak, he could borrow her strength. If he broke through, Xiao Linger would also benefit. This wasn't a contract, it was cheating. Lu Xuantong was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he maintained an inscrutable demeanor, standing with his hands behind his back and saying calmly, "Let's go. Time to leave." Xiao Linger nodded obediently, following closely behind him like a clingy little phoenix. But just as they were about to step out of the Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Xuantong's steps paused slightly, his gaze turning icy. Cui Hao, Xiao Zixi. He muttered these two names under his breath, each word squeezed out between his teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. 20 years. He had been suppressed at the bottom of the Demon Suppression Tower for 20 whole years. Every day he endured excruciating pain, every day he relived that betrayal. Master, what a fine master you are. Lu Xuantong's lips curled into a sinister smile, the depths of his eyes surging with murderous intent. Now he was a land immortal. In this world no one could stop him. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Atop the forbidden peak, wind and snow wailed. A solitary grave stood silently, its tombstone engraved with several vigorous and powerful characters. The grave of beloved disciple Lu Xuantong, erected by humble master Yi Gahan. The strokes were like knives, each one etched into the heart, carrying endless remorse and anguish. An old man with snow-white hair knelt before the grave, his withered fingers gently caressing the icy stone tablet, as if he could touch the long-departed soul through this gesture. "Xuantong, your master has come to see you." Yi Gahan's aged voice rang out. For 20 years he had come here, every year kneeling for an entire day. Only then could he slightly alleviate the torment in his heart. He hated himself. Hated why he had listened to slander back, then hated why he hadn't stood firmly by his disciple's side, hated himself for letting that most proud disciple die in the darkest corner. Master was wrong. The cold wind howled, sweeping up dead leaves on the ground and carrying away the turbid tears that fell from the old man's eyes. With trembling hands, he took out a flask of strong wine from his bosom, raised his head, and drank deeply. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, but could not quench the remorse in his heart. "This wine is your favorite drunken eternity. A pity you never had the chance to taste it yourself," he murmured softly, slowly pouring the remaining wine before the grave. The liquid seeped into the earth, a silent offering. "Master knows the bitterness in your heart. Master also knows what you went through back then. Whether you hate me or not, I accept it." He let out a bitter laugh, his gaze gradually turning resolute. Today was the grand wedding day of Cui Hao and Xiao Zixi. It was also the time for his revenge. 20 years ago, Lu Xuantong was one of the most dazzling prodigies of the Heavenly Sword Sect. His talent in the way of the sword was unmatched among his peers, hailed as a sword immortal seed unseen in a millennium. But it all collapsed utterly that night. Cui Hao, Lu Xuantong's senior brother, who had long coveted the Supreme Bone, conspired with Xiao Zixi to frame him for stealing elixirs. And Yi Gahan actually believed it. He watched helplessly as his most prized disciple had his cultivation crippled, his Supreme Bone dug out, and was ultimately cast into the Demon Suppression Tower, leaving no remains. It was only later that he discovered the truth. But by then, everything was already too late. Lu Xuantong was dead, his Supreme Bone refined by Cui Hao. Xiao Zixi became Cui Hao's Tao partner. The two, riding on Lu Xuantong's infamy, had risen through the ranks and were now holding a grand dual cultivation ceremony to announce it to the world. How ironic. The murderers were basking in glory. The victim was left with no corpse. Yi Gahan had once wanted to seek justice for his disciple, but the entire Heavenly Sword Sect was already under Cui Hao's control. No one believed him, some even mocked him. "Elder Yi, have you lost your mind? Is it worth it for a thief?" Worth it? Of course it was worth it. His disciple should not have died bearing a stigma. His disciple was supposed to be the most dazzling sword immortal under heaven. After a long moment, Yi Gahan slowly stood up. His aged frame appeared exceptionally frail in the wind and snow, but his gaze was sharper than a sword's edge. "Rest assured, Xuantong. Today your master will make the world know. You are innocent." He knew that going there this time meant certain death. Cui Hao was now the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a venerable realm powerhouse, with countless strong men under his command, while he was nothing more than a decrepit old man. But so what? Even in death, he would tear apart this hypocritical world. He took one last look at the solitary grave, bowed deeply, then turned and walked towards the Heavenly Sword Sect, treading through the wind and snow. His back was resolute like a lone wolf going to its death. This journey he sought not to survive, but only for justice. The Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate was majestic, its sword aura piercing the clouds. Since dawn, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect had been wide open. 9,999 white jade steps spread from the foot of the mountain upwards. Each step was carved with intricate sword patterns, shimmering with piercing cold light under the morning sun. Flanking the steps, hundreds of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples stood with swords in hand, their robes as white as snow, their expressions solemn. They resembled drawn swords, their sharpness fully exposed. This was a spectacle unseen in the Heavenly Sword Sect for a millennium. 10,000 sects came to pay homage, celebrating the new master. Above, the sky clouds churned as massive flying boats tore through the air, breaking through the clouds with streaks of colorful light. The Wuji sect arrives, offering 10 bottles of 9 Revolution Mystic Spirit Elixir, congratulating Sect Master Chui on reaching the pinnacle. The Qingshan sect arrives, offering a piece of Millennium Cold Marrow Jade, wishing Sect Master Chui eternal prosperity in the way of the sword. The Zixiao sect arrives, offering a heavenly silk spiritual armor, wishing Sect Master Chui dominance over the 8 wastelands. Resounding announcements echoed between the mountain gates. With each announcement, a flying boat landed on the welcoming platform. Envoys from various sects, dressed in splendid robes and holding precious treasures, walked respectfully towards the main peak. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect straightened their backs, their gazes proudly sweeping over these sect envoys who were usually so lofty. They had never felt so proud before. From now on, they were disciples of the #1 sect under heaven. Wherever they went, they would be revered by tens of thousands. A young disciple couldn't help but whisper, "Senior brother, look at that elder from the Zixiao sect. How arrogant he was at last year's sword tournament, yet today he is so respectful." The senior brother beside him curled his lip and snorted lightly. This is strength. With Sect Master Chui here, who in this world dares not bow their head. Atop the main peak, a magnificent sword pavilion made entirely of mystic ice jade stood majestically. At the pavilion's apex, a 100-zhong giant sword phantom pointed straight at the sky, its sword aura stretching 3,000 li, intimidating all directions. On the square before the sword pavilion, banquets were already laid out. At the highest seat, a man in a purple gold sword robe stood with his hands behind his back. His face was handsome, but his brow carried a hint of cunning. A faint sword aura swirled around him, as if a mere gesture could sever mountains and rivers. This man was Chui Hao, the new sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the youngest venerable realm powerhouse in the Zhongshuan continent. He tilted his head slightly, looking down at the guests from 10,000 sects who seemed as insignificant as ants beneath his feet, a surge of unprecedented elation rising in his heart. The #1 person under heaven, supreme over all in the world. This feeling made him feel as if he were an immortal, and even his breath carried the arrogance of one who lords over all living beings. Sect Master Chui is a born prodigy. He will surely become a terrestrial immortal in the future. With Sect Master Chui at its helm, the Heavenly Sword Sect will be an everlasting foundation. Congratulations to Sect Master Chui on reaching the pinnacle. Flattering voices rose and fell one after another. Chui Hao curled his lips, his eyes full of contempt. This was power, this was status. 20 years ago, he was merely a senior brother ranked first by seniority, suffering countless doubts behind his back, a waste who relied on connections to climb to the top, not even worth a glance from the elders. But now, he was a venerable realm powerhouse. He was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He was the lord of the world. For all this, he had to thank that waste who had long since died in the Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Xuantong. If not for digging out his supreme bone, if not for rising to power on the back of his infamy, how could Chui Hao have reached this point? Chui Hao sneered coldly, a glint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Lu Xuantong, if your spirit knows of today's scene, I wonder what you would think. But just as he was at the height of his complacency, the supreme bone in his chest suddenly trembled. A wave of burning heat abruptly surged, as if a ball of raging fire was burning inside his chest. Moi. Chui Hao frowned, instinctively pressing his hand to his chest. Something was wrong. This supreme bone had never acted strangely since its refinement. Why was it suddenly burning hot today? It can't be. He murmured softly, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart. It must be an illusion. Now he was the #1 person under heaven. Even the old sect master, a half-step terrestrial immortal, bowed to him. In this world, who could still threaten him? No one. Chui Hao took a deep breath and an arrogant expression reappeared on his face. The next second, "Welcome the new master." An aged but resonant voice rang throughout the venue. Chui Hao looked up and saw the previous sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, that once lofty Terrestrial Immortal powerhouse, personally stand up and bow to him. This action was like lighting a fuse. "Congratulations, Sect Master Chui. Eternal prosperity for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Sect Master Chui dominates the 8 wastelands." The elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the leaders of various major sects from across the land all rose offering their congratulations in unison. The waves of sound were like a tidal wave shaking the heavens. Chui Hao laughed heartily, the last trace of doubt in his heart washed away by this overwhelming power. He had won completely and utterly won. From now on, no one in this world would dare to oppose him. At this moment, Chui Hao's arrogance soared to its peak. Chui Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly raising his gaze to scan the densely packed crowd below. The envoys of various sects, the elder of the Heavenly Sword, and thousands of disciples all held their breath, not daring to meet his eyes. Is this person perhaps a reincarnated immortal? Such overwhelming might. Chui Hao's aura was so formidable that merely standing there made him seem like an unmatched divine sword, radiating sharpness and evoking awe. His presence was profound, like an abyss, subtly hinting at signs of breaking through to the venerable realm and touching the threshold of an earth immortal. Such talent within the entire cultivation world could only be deemed unparalleled. With such a sect leader in the Heavenly Sword Sect for the next 1,000 years, it will surely dominate the world. Listening to these discussions, Chui Hao's lips curled slightly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He glanced at the disciples below who looked up at him with eyes full of admiration and fervor, and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Today our sect ascends to the throne and will henceforth govern the Heavenly Sword Sect. He spoke loudly, his voice like a great bell echoing throughout the mountain gate and shaking the clouds. I hope the disciples within the sect will diligently cultivate and break through as soon as possible, enhancing the reputation of our Heavenly Sword. With a grand sweep of his hand, he proclaimed, "To this end our sect will specially bestow each person a chi-gathering pill." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The chi-gathering pill was an extremely precious elixir in the cultivation world, capable of aiding cultivators in condensing spiritual power and breaking through bottlenecks. Usually one could only exchange for one after completing sect tasks and accumulating 1,000 contribution points, making it incredibly rare. Now Chui Hao was directly granting it to all disciples, an act so astonishing that it was almost unbelievable. The sect leader is mighty. Chui sect leader is grand. Sect leader, I want to bear your children. Chui sect leader, I want to wash your underpants. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were so excited that their faces turned red, shouting in unison, their voices sweeping across the mountain peak like a tide. Chui Hao smiled slightly and lifted his hand to lightly clap. Swish! In an instant, hundreds of elite disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect flew in on their swords, their white garments fluttering sword energy crisscrossing like meteors streaking across the sky, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Each of them held storage bags standing in midair, and then with a wave of their sleeves clatter, countless chi-gathering pills rained down like a shower, the translucent pills sparkling with spiritual light in the sunlight, resembling falling stars, a breathtaking sight. Grab them! The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect could no longer contain themselves, soaring into the air, scrambling to seize the pills. If we don't grab them now, when will we? Don't push. That's mine. The scene erupted into a frenzy, all disciples caught in a whirlwind of excitement. Chui Hao looked down at it, all his eyes filled with the pride of control. He knew that from this day forward his prestige in the Heavenly Sword Sect would be unmatched. These disciples would completely become his followers, willing to risk everything for him. Long live Sect Leader Chui. I vow to follow the sect leader to the death. The cheers were thunderous, all disciples blushing with excitement, eager to give everything in gratitude for their leader's grace. Chui Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his lips, feeling immensely pleased within. Lu Xuantong, if you have a spirit in heaven, what would you think upon seeing this scene today? Unfortunately, you will forever remain a dead man, while I shall dominate this era. He looked up at the sky, the clouds swirling as if bowing to him. The former sect leader Lin Jian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing deeply at the grand scene before him, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on his aged face. Good, very good. Chui Hao's rise was precisely the result of his efforts. The disciple who had his supreme bone extracted back then, what was his name again? Lu Xuantong. How just a nameless nobody. His death brought forth a talent like Chui Hao. This deal was far too worthwhile. Lin Jian chuckled coldly to himself. The Supreme Bone could only exert its value within the body of a true powerhouse. Someone like Lu Xuantong, a mere insect, was utterly unworthy of such a treasure. Now this bone had perfectly fused within Chui Hao's body, aiding him in breaking through to the venerable realm with the potential to reach the Earth Immortal realm. With such a sect leader, the Heavenly Sword Sect will surely sit firmly on the throne of supremacy for the next few centuries. Lin Jian felt a great sense of satisfaction within. This was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. He then took a slow step forward, his old yet still upright figure radiating authority. The entire venue fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the final declaration from the former sect leader. Today the old man officially announced. Lin Jian's voice was resonant, echoing between heaven and earth as he spoke. Chui Hao shall take over as the new sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. As his words fell, he flipped his palm, and a long sword glistening like jade appeared out of thin air. The sword body was entwined with purple lightning, and faint sounds of dragons could be heard, the terrifying sword energy slightly distorting the surrounding space. The Divine Sky Sword, someone exclaimed. This was the sect's treasured sword, said to be forged from the bones of ancient thunder dragons. When drawn, it could summon divine lightning from the 9 heavens, its power boundless. Lin Jian solemnly handed the Divine Sky Sword to Chui Hao, his eyes filled with expectation. Power from now on, the future of the Heavenly Sword Sect is in your hands. Chui Hao's lips curved slightly as he respectfully accepted the Divine Sky Sword, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. I will not disappoint your trust, and will lead the Heavenly Sword Sect to the pinnacle. Honor all belongs to me." What a thrill! Just as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, suddenly a chilling aura of murderous intent descended from the sky. Several brilliant sword lights tore through the clouds like meteors, crashing to the ground, heading straight for Chui Hao's face. Each sword light contained terrifying power, and wherever they passed, the space crumbled inch by inch. Moi! Chui Hao frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He didn't even move his steps, merely waving his sleeve casually. Bang! The overwhelming spiritual power erupted, shattering those fierce sword lights like bubbles, dissipating into nothingness. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. "Who is it?" Chui Hao shouted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. "Which rat dares to be impudent at my sect's enthronement ceremony? Come out." The Heavenly Sword Sect immediately went on high alert, thousands of disciples drawing their swords, sword energy soaring into the sky. The elders of the various sects also changed their expressions, warily scanning their surroundings. Who exactly dares to provoke the reigning Chui Hao in front of the world's heroes? Just as everyone was puzzled, swish! An old figure stepped through the air, white hair flying and robes fluttering. With each step he took, it felt as though he was treading upon the veins of the earth, causing the space to tremble. Yi Gohan. Someone recognized the visitor and gasped in shock. Lin Jian's pupils constricted, and his face instantly darkened. This old man is still not dead. Chui Hao glared at the figure, his murderous intent surging. "So it's you, old dog. What are you here to accompany your useless disciple to the grave today?" Yi Gohan hovered in the air, a fierce light erupting from his murky old eyes. He slowly raised his hand, pointing an old rusted iron sword at Chui Hao, his voice hoarse yet powerful. "Today I shall seek justice for my disciple." Yi Gohan was once one of the strongest elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a venerable realm cultivator at the peak of his power, with sword mastery so profound that few in the entire cultivation world could rival him. Yet now he was nothing more than a decrepit sinner. A powerless master who had watched helplessly as his most beloved disciple was framed, stripped of his cultivation, had his supreme bone torn from him, and was finally cast into the Demon Suppression Tower, vanishing without a trace. Back then, when Lu Xuantong was framed by Chui Hao and Xiao Zixi, he had desperately begged Yi Gohan for help. But Yi Gohan had merely stood coldly aside, silent. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lu Xuantong. Rather, he had weighed the pros and cons. Behind Chui Hao stood the entire upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword Sect, even supported by reclusive old monsters. And Lu Xuantong was merely a gifted disciple, without any backing. The Supreme Bone would yield greater value in Chui Hao's hands. With Lu Xuantong dead, the Heavenly Sword Sect would gain a peerless powerhouse. The math was simple, so he chose silence. But later, when he witnessed the Demon Suppressing Tower seal shut, and Lu Xuantong's life force extinguished completely, he was jolted awake. He had been wrong. Utterly and completely wrong. That youth, once proud as the blazing sun, that sword prodigy whose talent outshone all his peers, that disciple who revered him as a father, was dead. Dead without a clear cause, dead without dignity, leaving not even a single bone behind. Lin Jian had urged him countless times to let go. Lu Xuantong is dead. Your obsession won't change the outcome. Giving the Supreme Bone to Chui Hao was always the best choice. Chui Hao's background talent and resources. How does he not surpass Lu Xuantong? Why ruin your own future for a dead man? Yes, everyone knew the obvious choice. But Yi Gohan was stubborn. He had been stubborn for 20 years. Every year for 2 decades he would come alone to that desolate grave and kneel for an entire day, as if it could ease the torment in his heart. For 20 years he had longed to draw his sword and storm the main peak to seek justice for his disciple. But he knew that acting rashly would only lead to his own death. He needed to wait for an opportunity to tear apart this hypocritical world. And today was the perfect moment. Chui Hao's succession ceremony drew myriad sects and the world's attention. If the truth of the past were exposed on such an occasion, even the Heavenly Sword Sect couldn't suppress the overwhelming outcry. Yi Gohan, get down. Lin Jian roared, his face dark as thunder. He hadn't expected this old fool to stir trouble at such a critical event. Say whatever you have to say after the ceremony. I'll give you an explanation myself. But this so-called explanation was merely a cover for silencing him afterward. Only the dead could keep secrets. Yi Gohan sneered, his murky old eyes brimming with surging killing intent. An explanation. Lin Jian, you've deceived me for 20 years, and now you still try. Today, before the eyes of the world, I will seek justice for my disciple. With those words, he suddenly drew his sword. The rusted iron blade erupted with a heaven-shaking sword light. Sword aura surged across 3,000 li, aimed straight at Chui Hao. Today I will show the world what you sanctimonious beasts have done. Yi Gohan's voice boomed like thunder, each word dripping with blood, echoing across the peak of Heavenly Sword Mountain, churning the clouds and shaking heaven and earth. The truth finally erupted in that moment. Yi Gohan's voice resonated like a great bell, filled with endless regret and fury, piercing the skies. My disciple Lu Xuantong never stole any sect elixirs. Those so-called evidence were planted in his storage pouch by Xiao Zixi. In Chui Hao, he thrust his sword pointing at the pale-faced Chui Hao on the platform and bellowed. He schemed against Xuantong for one thing, the Supreme Bone. The moment the words fell, utter silence reigned. All the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, elders from various sects, even the obsequious envoys, stared wide-eyed at Chui Hao in disbelief. The Supreme Bone. Wasn't that Chui Hao's innate divine root? Could it be? Yi Gohan's voice piercing as ice continued, that's right. The Supreme Bone in Chui Hao's body was never his. He tore it out of Lu Xuantong's body while he was still alive. He split open Xuantong's spine, extracted his marrow, and grafted that Supreme Bone, which rightfully belonged to Xuantong, onto himself. From then on, he usurped Xuantong's life and seized everything from him. Yet my disciple was cast into the Demon Suppressing Tower, leaving no remains. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the heavens, thunder rolling. It seemed even the sky itself raged, crying out against this colossal injustice. At that moment, the world was stunned. All the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples turned pale, their hands trembling on their swords. The sect master they revered as a god was a vile usurper who stole bones to rise. The elders from other sects who had once fawned over Chui Hao now fell silent, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Who could have imagined that behind Chui Hao's glory lay such bloody corpses? On the platform, Chui Hao's face darkened completely. He glared at Yi Gohan, his killing intent surging, and hissed, "Old fool, you're courting death." Lin Jian was even more enraged, shouting, "Yi Gohan, how dare you slander the sect master? Today I will personally slay you." Yi Gohan threw his head back in a bitter laugh filled with sorrow. Slander? Ha ha. Lin Jian, even now you want to bury this filthy truth. Are you afraid? Afraid the world will learn that your Heavenly Sword Sect master is a beast who climbed to power by stealing bones and killing his fellow disciple. The howling wind swept up his white hair. This once silent elder now stood like an awakened lion, vowing to wash away the grievances of 20 years with blood. Chui Hao's face twisted completely. On the platform, his sword aura coiled like dragons, his venerable realm pressure vast as the ocean, shaking the entire Heavenly Sword Peak. He was furious, enraged, nearly mad. With his talent, power, and status, how dare this old fool Yi Gohan? How dare he tear apart the lie he had so carefully woven for 20 years before the world? How dare he expose his filthiest, bloodiest secret in broad daylight? Regret, only endless regret, filled Chui Hao's heart now. He should have killed Yi Gohan back then. He should have eradicated this old man right after Lu Xuantong's death. Instead, he had let him linger for 20 years, giving him the chance to destroy everything today. Yi Gohan. Chui Hao's voice was as cold as the abyss. I didn't know you had such skill at turning the tables. He sneered, his killing intent boiling, yet he still tried to twist the truth. Back then, Lu Xuantong stole sect elixirs. The evidence was solid, and he confessed and accepted his punishment. And you as his master not only felt no shame, but have shielded him to this day. Now you slander me. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Before his words faded, Chui Hao struck. Boom. The heaven-grade technique, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword Art, erupted instantly. He clenched his palm, and the Divine Thunder Sword blazed with blinding lightning. A 100-jong thunderous sword beam tore through the sky, like divine punishment, aimed straight at Yi Guhan. This strike was swift as lightning, merciless as heavenly retribution. He wanted Yi Guhan dead. Now, immediately. He couldn't let him speak another word. Yet facing this world-destroying strike, Yi Guhan laughed wildly. His white hair danced, and his rusted sword crossed the sky. Though aged, he charged forward like an unyielding lion. Ha! Chui Hao, you're afraid. Right and wrong will be judged by heaven. Do you think your strength alone can bury the truth? Do you think your power can silence the world? How ridiculous. Today, even if I die, I will make the world know. You Chui Hao are nothing but a vile thief who stole bones and killed his fellow disciple. Clang. Sword light clashed, heaven and earth trembled. Yi Guhan's rusted sword, though battered, erupted with astonishing sword intent, barely blocking Chui Hao's thunderous strike. But he was old after all. 20 years of regret and torment, 20 years of stagnant cultivation, while Chui Hao had grown beyond recognition. Old fool, kneel. Chui Hao roared, striking again with the divine thunder sword. 9 heavens thunderbolts transformed into 1,000 sword shadows raining down like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Guhan blocked over a dozen strikes, his tiger's mouth splitting, blood trickling from his lips, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. But in the end, bam! A bolt of lightning pierced his chest, spraying blood. Yi Guhan grunted, his knees crashing heavily to the ground, kneeling before Chui Hao. Suddenly, utter silence fell. Everyone held their breath, watching this once mighty elder fall so devastatingly. Chui Hao looked down from above, his eyes filled with contempt and murderous intent. Old dog, any last words? Yi Guhan coughed up blood, but suddenly smiled. His smile was desolate, ironic, and utterly liberating. Chui Hao, do you think killing me will erase the truth? No. It will only spread further. You will never wash the blood from your hands. Chui Hao's pupils contracted, his killing intent skyrocketing. You're asking for death. He raised his sword to sever Yi Guhan's head. But at that moment, Yi Guhan, driven to madness, gripped the divine thunder sword and sent the venerable realm latestage Chui Hao flying backward. Chui Hao was stunned, sensing an immense force in that fleeting moment. What was happening? Yi Guhan's chest heaved violently as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining the white jade steps beneath him. He slowly lifted his head, his clouded eyes sweeping across the surroundings. A sea of twisted faces, furious glares, and piercing war cries. Kill this old wretch. How dare he slander the sect master? Yi Guhan deserves 1,000 deaths. Grinding his bones to dust would be too merciful. The sect master has treated us with boundless grace, yet this old dog dares to spew lies. Old fool, you've lost your mind, twisting right and wrong. Even if you're an elder, so what? The disciples support the sect master in punishing a traitor. Yi Guhan must be a spy sent by the demon cults, sowing discord among us. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect seethed with fury, their eyes burning with fanatical rage, as if Yi Guhan were the most heinous of criminals. What chilled Yi Guhan to the bone was that the disciples he had once guided and nurtured with his own hands now stood among the crowd, glaring at him with venomous hatred. They had forgotten who taught them swordsmanship, who patiently guided them through cultivation bottlenecks, who fought for their resources. All they remembered was that Chui Hao had given them chi-gathering pills. Chui Hao had given them status, making them superior within the Heavenly Sword Sect. The truth. Who cared? Yi Guhan suddenly laughed, a hoarse, desolate laugh. He should have realized long ago that the world was always this ruthless. Interest above all, the strong reign supreme. Who cares about your grievances? Who cares about the truth? Lu Xuantong was dead, Chui Hao lived. Whoever possessed the Supreme Bone was the prodigy. Whoever was strong was right. Chui Hao stood on the high platform, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. He watched Yi Guhan's despair with immense satisfaction. Old fool, see this. This is the heart of men. Did you think anyone would believe you if you spoke the truth? Did you think anyone would seek justice for you by exposing the past? Ridiculous. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, strength is the only truth. Lin Jian also laughed, thoroughly pleased. He had initially begrudged the chi-gathering pills, but now he felt it was worth it. A few mere bottles of pills had utterly bought the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. It made them stand unhesitatingly with Chui Hao, even willing to kill for him. This was true statecraft. This was true control. Yi Guhan closed his eyes slowly, his breath nearly still. So lonely, so agonizing. He had given everything to seek justice for his disciple only to be abandoned by all and condemned by thousands. Was there anything more ironic in this world? You leave me no choice. Ha ha ha, you deserve this. Yi Gohan laughed wildly at the sky, his white hair whipping in the wind. His clouded old eyes now gleamed with a terrifying blood-red light. The laughter was manic and twisted, echoing across the peak of Heavenly Sword Peak, sending chills down everyone's spine. Insane. No, he was clearer-headed than ever. Chui Hao's brow furrowed as a foreboding unease rose in his heart. He barked, "Old fool, stop your tricks." He formed hand seals, and the divine thunder sword blazed with lightning, ready to cleave Yi Gohan's head off. But just then, Yi Gohan's hunched frame snapped upright. A torrent of black chi erupted from his body like abyssal demon flames, sweeping in all directions. His aura was skyrocketing. Venerable Realm Midstage. Venerable Realm Latestage. Until Venerable Realm Peak. What? Chui Hao's pupils constricted, his face twisting in shock. Lin Jian was even more horrified, crying out, "Impossible." Yi Gohan was clearly at death's door. How could he have instantly returned to his peak, and even advanced further? Yet the terror was far from over. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The crowd turned in horror to see the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples who had just taken the chi-gathering pills. Their faces contorted, blood oozed from their 7 orifices, and their flesh visibly withered at an alarming rate. Beneath their skin, countless black runes writhed voraciously, devouring their vitality. "Save me, Sect Master. Save us. It hurts. It hurts so much." The disciples wailed and thrashed, but to no avail. Their flesh, spiritual energy, and even souls were being violently drained by some horrifying force. And that force was surging endlessly into Yi Gohan. The chi-gathering pills are tainted. Lin Jian finally realized, his face ashen. He whipped his head toward Yi Gohan, his voice trembling. You placed a curse long ago." Yi Gohan sneered, bloodlight blazing in his eyes. "Correct. For 20 years I have delved into the art of curses, all for this day. Those chi-gathering pills were seeded with the soul-devouring blood, cursed long ago. Anyone with a corrupt heart who kills innocents or betrays their trust upon taking them shall become my nourishment." Suddenly, boom, black clouds churned in the sky and blood-red lightning intertwined. The entire Heavenly Sword Sect had become a living hell. Thousands of disciples screamed as they turned into desiccated corpses. Their blood, chi, resentment, and killing intent surged like rivers into the sea, pouring madly into Yi Gohan's body. His white hair gradually stained crimson, his hunched frame straightened like a demon's, wreathed in towering black flames. His aura was now infinitely close to an earth immortal. "Madman, you're a madman." Chui Hao was utterly panicked. He never imagined Yi Gohan could be so ruthless, sacrificing tens of thousands of disciples to embrace demonhood. Lin Jian's face was deathly pale as he stammered, "Yi Gohan, how is this any different from the demonic path?" "Demonic path?" Yi Gohan laughed wildly, his voice like a ghost from the deepest hell. "In this world are there demons more vile than you? My disciple Lu Xuantong lived a life of integrity, yet you framed him, dug out his bone, and took his life. And you beasts climbed to high positions on his corpse, worshipped by thousands. Today, I will show you what true retribution means." The next moment, Yi Gohan stepped forward, his demonic might overwhelming the world. He raised his hand, and the rusted iron sword transformed into a blood-colored demon blade, slashing at Chui Hao. "Die!" Chui Hao desperately raised his sword to block, but the power of that strike was beyond his imagination. Boom! The divine thunder sword was shattered. Chui Hao flew back, spitting blood, the supreme bone in his chest trembling violently, as if in fear. And Yi Gohan was like a demon god, descending unstoppable. At that moment, Lin Jian collapsed to the ground, staring at the devastated Heavenly Sword Sect and the desiccated corpses of disciples, finally breaking down into a scream. "Yi Gohan, you've destroyed everything." Yi Gohan's blood-red eyes were icy as he smiled grimly. "No, you brought this upon yourselves." The Heavenly Sword Sect was strewn with corpses. In just a few moments, over 30% of the disciples had been reduced to desiccated husks, their flesh and blood essence devoured utterly, leaving behind only hollow shells lying haphazardly on the ground, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes wide open in death's eternal stare. Even in death, they could not understand. Why had the sect master they loyally upheld failed to save them? Why had the chi-gathering pills they consumed become their death warrants? Chui Hao stood amidst the pool of blood, his face dark and dreadful. His heart was bleeding. These disciples were his most devoted supporters. Just moments ago, they had been shouting his name, cheering for him, willing to brave any danger for his sake. But now, they were all dead. Dead so miserably. And the sole culprit behind all this was the one before him. Yi Guhan, now utterly insane. Old scoundrel. Cui Hao's voice was low and icy as if emanating from the deepest depths of hell. You seek death. Yi Guhan was wreathed in monstrous black chi, his blood-red eyes demonic as he sneered. What does it hurt? Did your heart ache when you stole my disciple's supreme bone? Did it ache when you cast him into the Demon Suppression Tower? Now you finally feel the pain. Cui Hao was so enraged he laughed, his murderous intent surging. Fine. Very well. Since you are determined to court death, let me show you the true power of the supreme bone. In an instant, Cui Hao threw his head back and let out a long roar to the heavens. A dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from his chest. A supreme bone, crystalline as jade and entwined with endless Tao patterns, slowly emerged from his body, hovering in the air, radiating a terrifying pressure that seemed to suppress heaven and earth itself. With the supreme bone's manifestation, heaven and earth resonated. Cui Hao's aura surged madly in that moment. Late venerable stage. Peak venerable stage. He was now on par with Yi Guhan. Ha ha ha. Cui Hao roared with laughter, his eyes filled with arrogance. Old fool, do you think these crooked tricks can defeat me? Can you even fathom the power of the supreme bone? Yi Guhan narrowed his blood-red eyes and sneered. A stolen trinket, and you dare to be so cocky? Today I shall show you what true demonic might is. Before his words faded, he raised his hand, and the boundless black chi coalesced into a colossal demonic claw that covered the sky, smashing down towards Cui Hao. Boom! Cui Hao was not to be outdone. The supreme bone radiated infinite divine light as he threw a punch. The golden fist light blazed like a bursting sun, colliding fiercely with the demonic claw. A terrifying shockwave swept across the land, causing the entire Heavenly Sword Peak to tremble violently. Countless buildings collapsed and rocks split apart. The full-scale battle between two peak venerable stage powerhouses had begun. On one side, Yi Guhan, who had devoured thousands of disciples and entered demonhood through blood sacrifice. On the other, Cui Hao, empowered by the supreme bone with limitless potential. Their battle was not merely a fight for survival. It was the ultimate clash between the demonic path and a prodigy. Boom, boom, boom. Cui Hao's punches were like dragons, each strike carrying the terrifying power of the supreme bone. Wherever the golden light passed, space shattered and all things were annihilated. Yi Guhan, however, was wreathed in surging demonic flames, seemingly indestructible. Even when half his body was blasted apart, he could instantly regenerate using the power of the formation. Old fiend, how long can you hold out? Cui Hao bellowed, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Yi Guhan sneered, a waste is still a waste. What use is the supreme bone? It was never truly yours. You. Enraged, Cui Hao caused the supreme bone to blaze with intense light, punching a hole straight through Yi Guhan's chest. But in the next second, black chi surged at Yi Guhan's wound, and it healed instantly. Ha! It's useless, Yi Guhan laughed wildly. As long as the formation stands, I am immortal. But you will eventually run out of strength. Cui Hao's face darkened a chill in his heart. At this rate, he was doomed to lose. Just then, Yi Guhan, your time is up. A hoarse yet ruthless voice suddenly rang out. Lin Jian, who had somehow infiltrated the core of the formation, shattered the formation's eye with a single sword strike. The devouring grand formation that shrouded the Heavenly Sword Sect instantly collapsed. Yi Guhan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting. With the formation broken, his undying body had failed. Old bastard. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Hao unleashed the boundless divine might of the supreme bone, punching towards Yi Guhan's head. Bang! Yi Guhan collapsed in a pool of blood, his bones shattered, his meridians severed, his breathing growing faint. Now his white hair was soaked in blood, plastered messily against his face. Those eyes, once as sharp as a sword, were now turbid and dim, holding only the faintest glimmer of light. Cui Hao stood before him, looking down with a sneer of contempt. Yi Guhan, look at yourself now. Don't you look just like a dying old dog? His voice was low and taunting. The supreme bone on his chest dripped with golden blood, exuding a suffocating pressure. Its light shone upon his face, making him seem like a god descending to the mortal world, insufferably arrogant. For a dead disciple, you stooped to demonhood and devoured thousands of disciples. And what was the result? You still lost. Completely and utterly. Cui Hao's smile grew more twisted, his eyes full of disdain. How ridiculous, Yi Guhan. You gave everything, even drove yourself mad, but in the end, you couldn't even find Lu Xuantong's remains. You couldn't even avenge him. You couldn't even save your own life. Yi Guhan listened quietly without rebuttal or anger. He simply closed his eyes, letting memories flow through his mind. He recalled the day Lu Xuantong first became his disciple, the young man's spirited and confident demeanor. He remembered Lu Xuantong practicing his sword, the blade cutting through the sky like a brilliant meteor. He remembered the despair and unwillingness in Lu Xuantong's eyes when he was framed. He never regretted his madness today. His only regret was not standing up back then to save his disciple. If time could flow backward, he would never remain silent again. Seeing him silent, Chui Hao sneered and slowly raised his palm, condensing a devastating golden light in his hand. Since you are so obstinate, I'll send you on your way. Any last words before you die? Yi Gohan opened his eyes, a hint of mockery flickering in his turbid gaze. He coughed up blood and said with a bitter smile, Chui Hao, if you confess your crimes, I will willingly offer you my head on a platter. Chui Hao laughed heartily, as if hearing the greatest joke. A fool's dream. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to confess before the world? Do you think I'd let you die so easily? Yi Gohan sighed softly, as if he had expected this answer. He slowly looked up at the distant sky, a look of relief appearing in his eyes. Then, after I die, bury my body with my disciple. Chui Hao's smile suddenly froze, then turned even colder. Ha, you're dreaming. You ruined my inauguration ceremony, slaughtered my sect's disciples, and you want a joint burial. What a load of crap. His voice suddenly rose, his eyes boiling with murder. I will tear you limb from limb. I will obliterate your soul. I will ensure you never reincarnate for eternity. You will pay a terrible price for today's actions. As his words fell, the golden light in his palm surged, and he was about to strike. But at that very moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Above, the firmament clouds churned as a dazzling, iridescent light tore through the sky, shooting straight into the heavens. Then clang. A clear, melodious phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens like a celestial melody, yet imbued with supreme pressure that shook the entire heavenly sword peak. Heaven and earth fell silent. All creation bowed in submission. Chui Hao's movements froze abruptly, his pupils contracting violently as he looked up in disbelief. There in the sky, a colossal phantom of a divine phoenix spread its wings and soared, its crimson golden flames burning through the void as if it would incinerate even heaven and earth. And on the back of that divine phoenix, a figure in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze icy cold like a god descending upon the mortal realm. Above the sky, the sea of clouds roiled, illuminated by brilliant rays of sunset. The gigantic phoenix slowly flapped its wings, each feather shimmering with a divine golden light, resembling flames condensed from the heavens. With just a gentle flap of its wings, the entire landscape trembled, the void distorted as if unable to bear the overwhelming pressure. This was the realm of terrestrial immortals. It was a terrifying existence of the highest caliber. All the cultivators present, whether they were disciples of the Tianjin sect or elders from various factions, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The pressure was like heaven collapsing and earth shattering, like a god descending to the mortal realm, making it difficult for them to breathe, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats, ready to reduce them to ashes at a mere thought. What is this existence? Could it be an unmatched power hidden from the world? No. This pressure surpasses the limits of the mortal realm. Countless cultivators were horrified, their gazes fixated on the phoenix, filled with awe and fear. A divine beast. A true ancient divine beast. Across the entire mortal realm, it was unlikely to find a second one. What shocked them even more was that on the back of this phoenix stood a person. The figure wore a black robe, standing with arms behind his expression cold, his gaze profound, as if a deity overlooking the mortal realm, indifferent yet majestic. Hiss! Countless people gasped, their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. This phoenix was already the mightiest existence in the world, yet it was willing to be a mount. What kind of terrifying master did it have? The celestial realm. This must be a figure from the celestial realm. Could it be a celestial venerable descending? Quick! Bow! We must not offend. In an instant, the entire Tianjin sect, from ordinary disciples to the heads of various sects, knelt in unison, their foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling voices calling out, "Junior greets the senior." The roar echoed like a tide, shaking the heavens. Even Lin Jian, a former terrestrial immortal, wore a grave expression, bowing deeply, not daring to show any neglect. Though he did not kneel, his posture was already exceedingly low, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Why does this phoenix feel so familiar? Could it be? He vaguely felt he had seen it somewhere, but for a moment he could not recall. After all, the little phoenix he had imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower had been over hundreds of years ago. Yet the phoenix before him exuded a terrifying aura, completely not something he could handle. Chui Hao was equally terrified, but quickly adjusted his mindset, revealing a respectful yet humble smile as he deeply bowed and said, "Junior Chui Hao, current head of the Tianjin sect, greets the senior." His voice was loud, his posture exceedingly low, even carrying a hint of flattery. If he could connect with this powerful being, his position would be unshakable. Thinking of this, his smile grew even more radiant as he continued respectfully, "It is indeed a great honor for our sect to host the senior. May I invite the senior to step aside for a discussion? I will do my utmost to entertain the senior." His tone was sincere, as if he were a humble junior welcoming the senior with guidance. However, the man in the black robe did not respond. He simply stood there quietly, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally resting on the barely alive Yi Gohan. In that moment, the world fell silent. Yi Gohan lay in a pool of blood, his breath faint like a candle flickering in the wind. His internal organs had long been shattered by Chui Hao's supreme bone power, his meridians severed, spiritual energy depleted, even breathing became a struggle. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, staining the white jade steps beneath him, resembling a tragic flower blooming on the edge of death. At this moment, he was so weak that even a cultivator at the transformation realm could easily take his life. He had already despaired. He had already resigned to his fate. He thought he would never be able to avenge his disciple, that he would ultimately fall at the last step. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the appearance of the phoenix caused his murky pupils to suddenly constrict. That golden red wing, that overwhelming pressure, that divine beast aura that surpassed all beings, this was definitely not something from the mortal realm. Yi Gohan was shocked, struggling to raise his head, looking up at the sky. Which hidden power was passing by? Which celestial venerable from the celestial realm had descended? He thought it was some inscrutable existence visiting by chance, but when his gaze fell on the man in the black robe on the phoenix's back, his heart suddenly stopped for a moment. The man's face was colder than 20 years ago, the sharpness between his brows even more piercing, and the aura around him unfathomable, like an insurmountable towering mountain. But even so, Yi Gohan recognized him at a glance. That was his disciple. That was the disciple he owed his entire life. That was the person he thought had already died at the bottom of the Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Xuantong. "Disciple, is that you?" Yi Gohan's voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with disbelief and choked emotion, fearing that all of this was merely a dying illusion. This call echoed like a thunderclap. The entire scene fell into silence. All the cultivators kneeling on the ground trembled, suddenly looking up in disbelief at Yi Gohan, then at the man in the black robe on the phoenix's back, their eyes filled with terror. What? This terrifying existence is Yi Gohan's disciple. Is it the long-dead Lu Xuantong? Chui Hao's smile froze instantly on his face, his pupils constricting violently, the supreme bone in his chest shaking violently, filled with fear and tremors. No, this is impossible. Lu Xuantong has been dead for a long time. How could he still be alive? Lin Jin's expression also changed dramatically, his aged body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with horror. If this person is really Lu Xuantong, then today the Tianjin sect will face utter catastrophe. At this moment, Chui Hao's gaze was fixed on the man in the black robe before him, trying to find a flaw in that cold face, but the more he looked, the stronger the unease in his heart became. Lu Xuantong had long been dead. 20 years ago, he personally dug out that supreme bone, watched as Xiao Zixi pierced Lu Xuantong's heart with a sword, and even personally threw him into the depths of the Demon Suppression Tower. How could a discarded person who had been bony excavated, heart-pierced, and thrown away possibly survive? How could he break free from the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower? How could he stand here? Chui Hao's breathing became slightly rapid, but soon he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. It must be an illusion created by Yi Gohan before his death. It must be that the man in the black robe just happened to resemble Lu Xuantong. Otherwise, why hadn't the supreme bone completely shattered? If it truly encountered its original owner, it should have rebounded by now. Thinking of this, Chui Hao steadied his mind, forcing a respectful smile at the corners of his mouth. He slightly bowed, his tone humble and sincere. "Senior, I hope for your understanding. This old man is senile and confused. His eyesight has long been unclear, and he mistakenly regarded you as my useless junior brother. This is truly disrespectful to the senior." As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and fiercely kicked Yi Gohan in the chest. The already barely alive Yi Gohan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his aged body rolling away like a rag, crashing heavily to the ground. Chui Hao sneered, continuing, "Junior will deal with this bothersome old dog at once, so as not to dirty the senior's eyes." Before his words fell, a dazzling golden light suddenly gathered in his palm, killing intent palpable as he struck down fiercely towards Yi Gohan's crown. If this palm landed, Yi Gohan would undoubtedly die. However, the next second, a cold light suddenly tore through the sky. It was so fast that even Chui Hao, a peak expert in the Supreme Realm, could not react in time. Suddenly, blood splattered. Chui Hao's right arm was severed at the shoulder, the entire arm carrying the golden light that had not yet been unleashed flying high into the air, then crashing heavily to the ground. A piercing scream abruptly resounded through the Tianjian peak. Cui Hao staggered back, his face as pale as paper, blood gushing from the severed arm, the intense pain twisting his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. What happened? He didn't even see how the opponent made a move. At this moment, the entire scene fell silent. That senior actually struck down Cui Hao with a single sword. What was the intention? Cui Hao's face grew even paler, the searing pain from his severed arm causing his entire body to tremble. Yet what frightened him more was the unfathomable depth of the black-robed man's power before him. Just a single sword aura, just a single glance. It was enough to render him a peak venerable realm powerhouse, utterly defenseless, leaving him no time to react before his arm was cleaved off. What realm is this exactly? Suppressing the agony, Cui Hao swiftly retrieved a blood-red pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Gulp. As the pill entered his stomach, its immense medicinal power instantly diffused. The wound on his severed arm visibly stopped bleeding and began to heal, even restoring some color to his pallid face. Yet even so, the fear in his heart remained undiminished. Who is this senior? Could he truly be Lu Xuantong? Impossible. With his talent, he absolutely could not have broken through to the Earth Immortal realm in 20 years. Even I, with my Supreme Bone, am only at the peak of the venerable realm. Cui Hao gritted his teeth, frantically denying the thought. Senior. At that moment, an aged yet furious voice suddenly rang out. Lin Jian stepped forward, his spiritual energy boiling. The oppressive aura of a half-step Earth Immortal erupted violently, distorting the surrounding space. His deep gaze fixed on the black-robed man, a mixture of wariness and rage in his eyes. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, nurtured with countless resources, had been publicly disarmed. This was a direct slap to the face of the entire Heavenly Sword Sect. Senior. Lin Jian's voice was low, laden with suppressed fury. Even if your cultivation is heaven-defying, you must still abide by reason. What offense has my Heavenly Sword Sect master committed against you for you to strike so ruthlessly without a word? If you do not provide an explanation today. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged like a volcanic eruption, unleashing the full might of his half-step Earth Immortal might. This old man will stake his life to perish together with you. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue was shaken. All cultivators held their breath, watching the scene tensely. Although Lin Jian was aged, he was still a half-step Earth Immortal. If he truly fought to the death, even a genuine Earth Immortal would have to keep their distance. Moreover, as the #1 sect under heaven, the Heavenly Sword Sect had profound foundations. Once the Grand Protective Formation was activated, combined with Lin Jian's desperate strike, even this senior, no matter how strong, would have to pay a price. However, in the face of Lin Jian's threat, the black-robed man merely cast him a faint glance. That gaze was as indifferent as ice, as if looking at an ant. Noisy. 2 words spoken lightly. But the instant his voice fell, boom. A terrifyingly oppressive aura suddenly descended. Heaven and earth seemed to freeze at that moment. An invisible force, heavy as Mount Tai, pressed down fiercely upon Lin Jian. Lin Jian's knees buckled, and he fell directly to the ground, the white jade steps beneath him shattering instantly. In an instant, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He was a half-step Earth Immortal. In front of this man, did he not even have the strength to resist? At that moment, Lin Jian was finally afraid. Utterly and completely afraid. He looked up tremblingly at the black-robed man, his voice filled with terror. You. Who exactly are you? The black-robed man did not answer. He merely raised his head slowly, his gaze sweeping across the entire audience. In that instant, every cultivator who met his eyes shuddered as if plunged into an icy abyss. Flee. Must flee. Or else. Death. Without any hesitation, all the cultivators frantically retreated, instantly vanishing for dozens of li, daring only to watch from a distance, trembling. And at that moment, atop the Heavenly Sword Peak, only one man and one phoenix remained standing aloft in the void. The black robe was like ink, the phoenix like fire. Unrivaled under heaven, the world submitted. Cui Hao slumped to the ground, his face bloodless. Lin Jian knelt prostrate, his whole body trembling. And Yi Gohan. In his aged eyes, tears glistened. His disciple had truly returned. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on that figure. That mysterious powerhouse who towered above all living beings, slowly descending from the phoenix's back, his robes fluttering like falling ink clouds. With each step he took, the void trembled slightly, as if even heaven and earth revered his descent. He finally stopped before Yi Gohan. On the blood-stained white jade steps, the old man's breath was faint. His pale hair was matted with blood against his cheeks, yet his turbid eyes were fixed intently on the person before him, fearing that if he blinked, this figure would vanish like a dream. Lu Xuantong lowered his eyes, his gaze complex. He remembered that when he was framed by Cui Hao back then, Yi Guohan had only stood by in silence, watching indifferently. He remembered that when he was thrown into the deepest level of the Demon Suppression Tower, this master had not even cast him a final glance. But now this once cold and aloof old man had single-handedly fought his way to the Heavenly Sword Sect, battling fiercely on all sides, even risking his life, all to seek justice for him. Why? He ought to hate him. But at this moment, seeing Yi Guohan drenched in blood, his life force dissipating, that hatred melted away like ice and snow, leaving only an indescribably complex emotion. He wanted to interrogate, to sneer, to ask why he hadn't saved him back then. But the words caught in his throat, swallowed back down. Because Yi Guohan had already given his answer through his actions. He would rather die than seek justice for him. Xiantong. Yi Guohan stretched out a trembling hand, his withered fingers wanting to touch him, yet stopping midair, afraid to make contact. He was not worthy of Lu Xuantong's forgiveness. The next moment, this once dignified and stern sword sect elder burst into loud wails like a child, turbid tears rolling down his wrinkled cheeks, splattering into the pool of blood. You're alive. You're alive. This is truly wonderful. Yi Guohan wept loudly, yet with unprecedented ecstasy. At this moment, death meant nothing. As long as Lu Xuantong was alive, even if it meant his own soul was instantly obliterated, he would do it willingly. Master has wronged you. He trembled, each word as heavy as a chisel carving into stone. Back then, it was Master who was cowardly. It was Master who harmed you. Every word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his being, carrying endless remorse and pain. Lu Xuantong remained silent, his gaze profound as an abyss. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice low and cold. Master, say no more. Yi Guohan's actions had already proven everything. He could have remained a Heavenly Sword Sect elder, lofty and aloof, watching coldly from the sidelines. But he had chosen the most tragic path, alone, battling the Heavenly Sword Sect in a bloody struggle, risking his life, all to seek justice for his disciple. With such a master, what was there left to forgive? Moreover, the ones who truly harmed him back then were never Yi Guohan. It was Cui Hao's greed, Xiao Zixi's venom, and Lin Jian's complicity. And Yi Guohan. For these 20 years, he had likely suffered in remorse every single day. Thinking of this, the last trace of resentment in Lu Xuantong's heart finally dissipated like smoke. He spoke slowly, his voice low and clear. I forgive you. Just 5 words, yet they made Yi Guohan shudder, tears streaming uncontrollably, bursting forth like a broken dam. 20 years. A full 20 years he had lived in endless self-blame and regret, unable to sleep at night, his heart wrenched in agony. He thought he would never have the chance to earn his disciples' forgiveness, that he would die with this regret. But now Lu Xuantong had not only returned, but had also said to him, forgiveness. In that instant, Yi Guohan felt the weight pressing on his heart for 20 years finally lift. He trembled, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only nodded, choking with sobs. Enough. With these words, it was more than enough. Lu Xuantong looked at his master's tear-streaked face, sighed inwardly, and then took out an exquisite jade box from his bosom. The moment the jade box opened, an intensely rich medicinal fragrance erupted, manifesting as a visible red-gold halo rippling through the void. The Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill. As this pill appeared, all the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect from top to bottom widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. This? What kind of pill is this? Just its fragrance alone has made the spiritual energy in my body boil. Heavens! The bottleneck that has been stuck for years is actually loosening. Countless exclamations rang out, disbelief in their eyes. Even the knowledgeable elders of various sects were dumbfounded, staring fixedly at the pill as if they had seen the most incredible treasure in the world. Even the finest top-tier pill in the world couldn't hold a candle to this one. Cui Hao's pupils contracted sharply, nearly driven mad by jealousy. His severed arm had barely stopped bleeding, but a full recovery was nearly impossible. Yet if he could obtain this pill... Damn it! He gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes filled with venom and reluctance. But what could reluctance do? He couldn't even withstand a single move from Lu Xuantong. Meanwhile, Lin Jian was equally stunned into silence. Having lived for centuries, he prided himself on having seen countless heavenly treasures, yet this pill completely surpassed his understanding. What kind of heaven-defying divine pill was this? The Heavenly Blood Sacred Tree Pill lay quietly in Yi Guohan's palm, its crimson golden patterns swirling as if alive, exuding a breathtaking vitality. Just by holding it, Yi Guohan could feel the vast power akin to an ocean. Swallowing it would not only heal his injuries instantly, but even loosen the barriers of his long-stagnant realm, allowing him to step into the pinnacle of the venerable realm. This was a treasure capable of driving cultivators mad across the world. Yet Yi Guohan's gaze slowly shifted towards Lu Xuantong. His disciple's face remained cold, but a subtle trace of fatigue was evident between his brows. 20 years. Having his supreme bone extracted, his heart pierced, and being cast into the depths of the Demon Suppressing Tower, enduring tortures unimaginable to ordinary people. Now, having finally broken free, he still had to drag his weary body to save this useless master of his. Yi Gahan's heart twisted painfully. What right did he have to waste his disciple's efforts? With trembling, aged fingers, Yi Gahan took a deep breath and gently pushed the pill, which drove the world into madness, back into Lu Xuantong's hand. Xuantong. His voice was gentle, filled with love, as he said, "This pill master cannot accept." Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, momentarily stunned. Refusal. This was the heavenly blood sacred tree pill capable of bringing one back to life. Even the mighty beings of the celestial realm might not be able to obtain one. Yet Yi Gahan merely smiled, a look of relief appearing on his wrinkled face. "Master has grown old. Living to this day is already a stroke of luck. But you are different. You possess unparalleled talent, a resilient heart, and your future path is still long." He added, "This pill may one day save your life. So, do not waste it on this old skeleton of a master." He could no longer face living on. Such a miraculous pill should be reserved for his disciple. As his words fell, the entire Tianjin sect fell into a deathly silence. All the cultivators stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. This old fellow actually refused. Has he gone mad? A cultivator couldn't help but roar, jealousy and confusion filling his eyes. That is a miraculous pill capable of transforming a person. What a waste. What a waste. Cui Hao's face twisted even further, his teeth clenched. His severed arm was still bleeding. If he could obtain this pill, he would not only recover, but might even advance further. Yet this old man, Yi Gahan casually returned it. "Old fool, if you no longer wish to live, why not give the pill to me?" He raged in his heart, yet not a single word dared to escape his lips. Lin Jin's expression was equally grim, his eyes flickering with greed and trepidation. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a miraculous pill, nor had he ever seen anyone so easily give it up. This master-disciple pair was simply incomprehensible. Lu Xuantong would not allow Yi Gahan to die easily. "What is yours is yours." He then pointed his finger, intending to send the pill into his master's body. However, at the moment, Yi Gahan tightly closed his lips. The last vestiges of life within him were completely extinguished. Lu Xuantong's gaze suddenly froze. His finger lingered in midair, the pill capable of altering fate still radiating brilliance. Yet Yi Gahan's lips remained tightly closed. No matter how the pill trembled, it could not enter even a fraction. "Master." Lu Xuantong's voice trembled for the first time. He felt distinctly that the last trace of life within Yi Gahan was extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Those deep wounds, those shattered organs, those nearly crushed meridians. He had managed to hold on to this moment solely by the last breath in him. And now, with wishes fulfilled, Yi Gahan's lips curled slightly upward, revealing the most relieved smile he had worn in 20 years. On his wrinkled face, there was no longer pain or regret, only a tranquility of release. "Xuantong." He exerted his last ounce of strength to gently grasp his disciple's hand. "Master, I am so gratified and honored, dying without regrets." As the words fell, that old hand fell limply. A generation's sword sect elder had thus perished. At that moment, the world seemed to stand still. Lu Xuantong remained half-kneeling, unmoving for a long time. His gaze fell upon Yi Gahan, on that broken body nearly devoid of unblemished skin. What kind of suffering had this elder endured for this day? To seek justice for him, Yi Gahan had plotted alone for over a decade, ultimately risking his life. Even when facing Cui Hao, who possessed the Supreme Bone, knowing he would surely fail, he charged into the Tianjin sect without hesitation. Lu Xuantong suddenly let out a low laugh. That laughter contained a murderous intent capable of altering the heavens. When he raised his head again, his pitch-black eyes had turned a blazing golden hue like two burning suns. "Lu Xuantong. It truly is Lu Xuantong. There can be no mistake." Yi Gahan personally confirmed it. As a master, how could he possibly forget his disciple's appearance? Could it be that what Yi Gahan said earlier was true? 20 years ago, Cui Hao colluded with Xiao Zixi to maliciously frame Lu Xuantong, ultimately extracting his supreme bone and discarding him in the Demon Suppressing Tower to fend for himself. Thinking back, it's despairing. How did Lu Xuantong manage to endure and even subdue a phoenix to break through to the earthly immortal realm, becoming invincible? At this moment, no one doubted. This black-robed man who had severed Cui Hao's arm from the back of a phoenix was the waste who had been bone extracted and heart pierced and discarded in the Demon Suppressing Tower 20 years ago. He had returned. With the most formidable posture, he had come back from hell. No, it's impossible. Cui Hao's face turned ashen, stumbling backward. The supreme bone in his chest suddenly trembled violently, as if in fear of something. Lin Jin's expression was equally grim. He stared fixedly at Lu Xuantong, incredulously asking, "How could you? How could you possibly come out alive from the very bottom of the Demon Suppressing Tower?" This was too preposterous, more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Logically, it was simply impossible for anyone to survive. How had Lu Xuantong, who had still been in the transformation realm back then, accomplished this? No wonder that phoenix seemed so familiar. It was the one he had suppressed at the top of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Lu Xuantong did not answer. He slowly stood up, gently placing Yi Guhan's body on the ground. Then an unprecedented, terrifying pressure swept over the entire Tianjin sect like a tsunami. The sky instantly darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder roared. The earth began to crack, and countless buildings collapsed with a resounding crash. Those disciples with lower cultivation levels even knelt directly on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Today, Lu Xuantong's voice thundered, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. "I want this Tianjin sect. Blood debts must be repaid in blood." The entire Heavenly Sword Sect was plunged into unprecedented panic. The elders who once held themselves high and mighty now had faces ashen, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The core disciples, usually arrogant and overbearing, were now shaking like leaves in a storm, cold sweat drenching their backs. It really is him. It really is Lu Xuantong. That cripple whose supreme bone was gouged out, actually cultivated to the land immortal realm. It's over, all over. Waves of shock and terror surged through their hearts, nearly driving them mad with the cruel reality. They never imagined that the youth they had bullied and trampled underfoot 20 years ago would return in such a fearsome form. A land immortal. This was the pinnacle of existence in the mortal realm. Not to mention one Heavenly Sword Sect. Even 10 or 100 would be nothing more than chickens and dogs before a true land immortal. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the crowd that had once tormented him. There was no anger in his eyes, no hatred. Only a bone-chilling calm. But beneath that calm simmered a fury capable of destroying everything. 20 years. A full 20 years. The agonies suffered day and night within the Demon Suppression Tower, the despair of having his bone gouged and heart pierced, the humiliation mocked by the world. Today, finally, the time for reckoning had come. 3 breaths. I, Lu Xuantong, have never killed the innocent. Today I will annihilate the entire Heavenly Sword Sect. Those who leave now may keep their wretched lives. After 3 breaths. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a ball of crimson golden flame in his palm. The flame seemed faint, yet it caused the surrounding space to warp and collapse. No mercy will be shown. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Sword Sect erupted into chaos. Run, run for your lives. Senior Brother Lu. I renounce the sect. I knew nothing of what happened back then. I renounce it too. I never mocked you. In an instant, countless disciples scrambled to flee through the mountain gate. Some even fell to their knees and kowtowed, terrified that Lu Xuantong might crush them into pulp on a whim. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the once bustling Heavenly Sword Sect had fled. Those who remained were either Chui Hao's diehard loyalists or hesitant fence-sitters. On the high platform, Chui Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in fury. He had just been inaugurated as sect master today, expecting a day of glory. But first, that old fiend Yi Guhan had stormed the sect, crippling 3/4 of their elite forces. Now Lu Xuantong had forced most of the disciples to defect. What remained were either the weak and elderly or worthless scoundrels. Damn traitors. Get back here. Chui Hao roared, but no one paid him any heed. In the face of life and death, all notions of sect loyalty and master-disciple bonds were nothing but utter nonsense. Sect Master Wei. Several elders exchanged glances, their eyes likewise flickering with the urge to retreat. Silence. Chui Hao spun around, abruptly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Anyone who dares to flee the battle, I, the sect master, will kill them first. The remaining disciples looked up at the sky, where the phoenix spread its wings, blotting out the heavens. Crimson golden flames swirled between its feathers, as if ready to pour down at any moment, reducing the entire Heavenly Sword Sect to scorched earth. They trembled all over, their breathing becoming labored. Even if Lu Xuantong did not act, a single wisp of true fire from this ancient divine beast would be enough to annihilate them. Let's flee. Someone whispered in a trembling voice, their legs already retreating uncontrollably. But the sect? Another hesitated, but soon fear completely overwhelmed their loyalty. The sect? Without your life, what sect is there to speak of? Finally, the remaining disciples also broke down, turning and fleeing madly toward the mountain gate. Lin Jin stood rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the sect he had spent centuries building crumbled in an instant. His fingers trembled slightly, deep despair filling his eyes. He had once believed that allowing Chui Hao to plunder the bone would elevate the Heavenly Sword Sect to supremacy over the world. And indeed it had. Chui Hao wielding the Supreme Bone swept through his peers, becoming the foremost figure of his generation. The Heaven Sword Sect thus shook the four seas, and none dared to provoke them. But who could have imagined that the disciple whose bone was gouged out, whose heart was pierced, who was cast into the deepest level of the Demon Suppression Tower, would still return alive? And he was more ruthless than Chui Hao, stronger than the Heaven Sword Sect, more terrifying than any of them had ever imagined. Lu Xuantong. Lin Jian jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted like a demon's. I want you dead. He formed hand seals, frantically burning his spiritual energy wildly, even sacrificing his lifespan to activate the sect's most forbidden formation. Summon the Ancestor. The next moment, at the deepest part of the Heaven Sword Sect, the forbidden land sealed for a millennium suddenly split open. The void warped, and a blinding white light tore through the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds reversed, heaven and earth lost their color, and an abyssal pressure descended, causing the entire Heaven Sword Peak to tremble violently. That is, the crowd looked up in terror, seeing a figure in white robes standing in midair, surrounded by radiant immortal light. With every step, the void quaked, as if even the laws of heaven and earth were bowing to him. A land immortal. The true might of a land immortal. Lin Jian's eyes blazed with ecstasy. He flew forward, kneeling heavily, his voice hoarse and bitter. Ancestor. This wretch Lu Xuantong has destroyed our sect's foundation, slaughtered our disciples, and vowed to annihilate the entire Heaven Sword Sect. I beseech the Ancestor to suppress this fiend and restore clarity to our sect. He then lifted his head, glaring at Lu Xuantong with venomous satisfaction. Lu Xuantong, you are doomed. This white-robed elder was none other than the previous sect master of Heaven Sword Sect, a genuine land, immortal realm powerhouse. His lifespan had long been depleted, sealed deep within the Forbidden Land, using secret arts to slow the passage of time, waiting for the sect's moment of life or death to make a final stand. Once he acted, win or lose, death was certain. This was the Heaven Sword Sect's ultimate trump card, its final killing stroke. Ancestor, please slay this child. Ancestor, avenge us. The remaining disciples knelt, shouting hoarsely, their eyes filled with fervor and hope. Meanwhile, the disciples who had fled the mountain gate were now consumed with regret, wishing they could slap themselves. Damn it. If I'd known the Ancestor was still here, why did I run? It's over. Completely over. With the Ancestor's intervention, Lu Xuantong is as good as dead. We defectors will surely face retribution. The Ancestor is a peerless expert who entered the land immortal realm centuries ago. His understanding of the realm far surpasses Lu Xuantong's. How could he possibly lose? Lu Xuantong is doomed. In that moment, everyone across the Heaven Sword Sect was convinced Lu Xuantong would undoubtedly be defeated. And the Heaven Sword Sect, stepping over the corpse of this rebel disciple, would ascend to the throne of the #1 sect under heaven. The white-robed elder slowly raised his gaze, his profound eyes fixed on Lu Xuantong, and spoke unhurriedly. Young one, do you know your crime? The white-robed Ancestor hovered in the void, surrounded by a radiant immortal light, his vast and profound pressure suppressing the surroundings like an abyss or a sea. Standing there, he seemed like an insurmountable divine mountain, causing heaven and earth to pale in comparison. This Ancestor was the foremost figure under heaven a century ago, roaming the 8 desolates with no equal. Later, nearing the end of his lifespan, he was forced to seal himself and slumber in a forbidden land. Today's battle was destined to be a fight to the death. But as long as it could resolve the crisis of the Heavenly Sword Sect's annihilation, everything was worth it. Facing this peerless powerhouse, Lu Xuantong remained calm, his gaze as firm as iron, showing no fear. What crime have I committed? He spoke calmly. The Ancestor's eyes darkened, and he said sternly, You dare claim innocence after annihilating my Heavenly Sword Sect? Ha ha ha. Lu Xuantong suddenly burst into laughter tinged with mockery and pity. The Ancestor frowned and said coldly, Young one, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your pitiful state. Lu Xuantong's smile faded, his eyes sharp and disdainful. I laugh at your ignorance, laugh that you've been buried a century and gone mad. Do you know 20 years ago I was also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect? At these words, the Ancestor's pupils suddenly constricted, his deep eyes trembling slightly, clearly finding it hard to believe. This young prodigy, who had entered the land immortal realm before even reaching 100 years of age, had once been a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. How could this be? If the Heavenly Sword Sect had such a monstrous talent, how could it have fallen to such a state? The Ancestor's face darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand, grasping the air. An elder was instantly lifted into the air by him, dangling like a chick, trembling all over. Speak. What is the truth? The ancestor's voice was like thunder causing blood to seep from the elder's 7 orifices. The elder's mind was in chaos, his spirit shaken, and he was about to speak. Fearing the truth would be exposed, Lin Jian's eyes flickered with panic. He quickly stepped forward and spoke first. Ancestor, see clearly. This man is cunning and treacherous, skilled at sowing discord. He was indeed a disciple of our sect back then, but his heart was corrupt. He colluded with the demonic path and harmed his fellow disciples. Out of consideration for our master-disciple bond, we merely expelled him from the sect. Who knew he would harbor resentment, and now, having cultivated evil arts, he seeks to annihilate our Heavenly Sword Sect. Please, ancestor, do not be deceived by him. Lin Jian's voice was filled with grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The ancestor frowned deeply, his gaze shifting between Lu Xuantong and Lin Jian. Having lived for centuries, he could naturally see that Lin Jian's words were evasive, as if hiding something. After Lin Jian spoke, the ancestor's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced the elder, suspended in the air, his voice low like thunder. Is the truth as he says? The elder trembled all over, cold sweat soaking his robes. His terrified eyes darted between Lin Jian and Lu Xuantong, his inner self caught in a fierce struggle. On one side was the current sect master Lin Jian, whose authority was deeply entrenched, on the other was Lu Xuantong, a returning land immortal. Whichever side he chose, he might face utter ruin. Finally, under the ancestor's increasingly piercing gaze, the elder gritted his teeth and shouted hoarsely, Ancestor, see clearly. What Lin Jian said is not true. These words struck like a thunderbolt, and Lin Jian instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his face turning deathly pale. He couldn't believe that this elder, who had always been so respectful to him, would dare to betray him publicly. You wretch! Lin Jian's eyes blazed with fury, his heart roaring. I have treated you well all these years, and you dare. The ancestor's face had already darkened terrifyingly, his voice cold as ice. Speak. Speak the truth, every single word of it. The elder swallowed his saliva and began trembling. 20 years ago, Xiao Zixi conspired with Cui how to frame Lu Xuantong. Later, they dug out the Supreme Bone from Lu Xuantong's body and grafted it onto Cui Hao's chest. Finally, they threw him into the Demon Suppression Tower to fend for himself. With each word spoken, the ancestor's face grew darker. When the last word was uttered, the entire world seemed to freeze. A deathly silence enveloped the Heavenly Sword Peak. Everyone held their breath, their gazes shifting between the ancestor, Lu Xuantong, and Lin Jian. Lin Jian was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. The ancestor slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. So that's how it is. This sigh contained boundless regret and self-blame. He had never imagined that the heir he had personally chosen all those years ago would cause such a catastrophe. Even more unexpected was that the Heavenly Sword Sect had once possessed such a peerless prodigy, only to have him destroyed by his own people. What a pity, what a terrible pity. The ancestor opened his eyes, and his gaze toward Lu Xuantong now carried a hint of guilt. By this moment, Lin Jian had completely collapsed. Spare me, ancestor. Spare me. He kowtowed frantically, the thud of his forehead hitting the ground, echoing dully, and blood quickly stained the white jade steps. A cold glint flashed in the ancestor's eyes as he slowly raised his palm. No, don't. Lin Jian's eyes widened in terror, as if he wanted to say more. Boom. A dull sound and a mist of blood exploded. This half-step land immortal, who had presided over the Heavenly Sword Sect for centuries, didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a pulp of flesh by a single palm strike. Blood mixed with shattered bones and fragments of flesh splattered across the white, jade ground, forming a glaring bloodstain. The scene was utterly gruesome. All the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect collapsed in terror, and several even fainted on the spot. Who could have imagined that when Lin Jian summoned the ancestor, the first person he killed was Lin Jian himself? In the end, meeting such an end was well-deserved. The ancestor withdrew his palm, looked at Lu Xuantong, and asked, Now, are you satisfied? The ancestor acted like lightning. With one palm strike, Lin Jian died on the spot, his very soul ground to dust. This move was clean, ruthless, and decisive, making everyone present gasp and shock, their spines turning cold. That was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. A dignified half-step land immortal, just one step away from becoming a true land immortal. If given another 100 years, he might have taken that step and become a true peerless powerhouse. Yet such a great being was crushed like an ant before the ancestor, without even a chance to beg for mercy. The crowd's gaze toward the ancestor was now filled with awe. Truly worthy of being the foremost figure under heaven a century ago. Decisive in killing, showing no mercy. Cui Hao, witnessing Lin Jian's brutal death, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, fear surging over him like a tidal wave. He was afraid. truly afraid. Would he be the next to die? But soon a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. No, I won't die. I still have a trump card. I will not die here. The ancestor looked at Lu Xuantong and asked solemnly, "Now are you satisfied?" Lu Xuantong chuckled lightly, his eyes full of mockery. Not satisfied. Killing just Lin Jian to quell his anger. How naive. The pain of having his bone dug out back, then the hatred of the piercing heart, the endless torment in the Demon Suppression Tower. Could the death of a single Lin Jian offset all that? If not for the system's help, he would have long died in the Demon Suppression Tower, never to rise again. Forever trampled under Cui Hao's feet. The death of one person was far from enough. What he wanted was the annihilation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The ancestor was silent for a moment, then sighed. I know there is hatred in your heart, but you are after all a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You still have feelings for this place. How about this? I will return the Supreme Bone from Cui Hao's body to you, and imprison him in the Forbidden Land for 100 years. What do you think? He had to consider the greater good. Now that the Heavenly Sword Sect had suffered heavy casualties, killing Cui Hao as well would cripple the sect, causing it to fall from its pedestal and become a second-rate force. As the ancestor, he had to preserve Cui Hao's life. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's face darkened like water, and he pointed at the ancestor's nose, cursing angrily. I thought you were upright and selfless, but it turns out you're cut from the same cloth as them. If you experienced the betrayal of a Dao partner, the digging of your bone by a senior brother, and the persecution by the sect, how would you feel? The Supreme Bone on Cui Hao's chest was originally mine. 100 years of imprisonment. That's too lenient. I want him dead. The ancestor sighed helplessly and finally said, what about making you the next sect master? This was the best condition he could offer. He couldn't allow Lu Xuantong to act recklessly, or the Heavenly Sword Sect would fall into chaos. Lu Xuantong laughed uproariously, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. In your eyes, the position of sect master is supreme, something everyone dreams of. But in my eyes, it's nothing more than fleeting smoke. Not even a dog would want it. As his words fell, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The position of sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect was being called. Not even a dog would want it. This was an outright insult to the entire sect. The ancestor's face finally darkened completely. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect the Heavenly Sword Sect. Between heaven and earth, a murderous aura suddenly coalesced. Two terrestrial immortals stood facing each other, their intangible pressure distorting the space for 100 miles around, shattering clouds and causing mountains to tremble. The ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes radiating the calm confidence of one assured of victory. He had stepped into the terrestrial immortal realm a century ago, his foundation profound, and his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had long reached the pinnacle. In his eyes, Lu Xuantong was merely a junior who had just entered this realm. Though talented, he was ultimately too young. Today I will suppress you, make you see reality, and obediently inherit the position of sect leader. This deal is worth it. The ancestor calculated in his heart that if he could subdue Lu Xuantong, the Heavenly Sword Sect would not decline, but would instead turn misfortune into fortune, soaring to its peak. On the other side, Lu Xuantong's eyes blazed with killing intent. He would not submit. He would kill. Those who had deceived, humiliated, and harmed him, not one would be spared. Cui Hao hid in the distance, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Presumptuous fool, thinking he can contend with the ancestor. He secretly gathered his strength, ready to strike a finishing blow the moment Lu Xuantong fell. This would not only eliminate the threat forever, but also preserve the Supreme Bone within his body. The next second, two figures suddenly vanished from their spots. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted high in the sky. The battle of terrestrial immortals had officially begun. Xiao Linger anxiously wanted to assist, but was stopped by Lu Xuantong's shout, "Stand back. I alone am enough." The ancestor laughed heartily upon hearing this. Young man so arrogant. He raised his hand and waved, and tens of thousands of sword chi coalesced out of thin air, cascading like the Milky Way, surging towards Lu Xuantong. Lu Xuantong did not dodge. He threw a punch. A blazing golden fist light, like a great sun spanning the sky, shattered all the sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed fiercely in the sky, each collision causing heaven and earth to change color. Sword chi stretched 30,000 miles. Fist light illuminated the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had passed, and the two were locked in a deadlock. The ancestor grew increasingly alarmed. He had thought that with his century-old foundation, he could easily suppress Lu Xuantong, but he never expected his opponent's power to be so terrifying. That blazing golden spiritual energy seemed to contain some supreme law capable of easily dissolving even his sword chi. What opportunity did this brat Find in the Demon Suppression Tower. Horror filled the ancestor's heart, and he dared not show any further contempt. Lu Xuantong, however, grew fiercer with each passing moment. The system within his body operated at full capacity, every move and technique imbued with supreme might. Everyone craned their necks, eyes fixed on the battle in the sky, filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that Lu Xuantong could actually match the ancestor blow for blow, or even subtly gain the upper hand? This is insane. Absolutely insane. That's the ancestor. The number one under heaven a century ago. How old is Lu Xuantong? How long has it been since he stepped into the terrestrial immortal realm? The powerful figures from various sects exchanged glances, their minds churning with shock. Regardless of today's outcome, the name Lu Xuantong would shake the entire continent. The ancestor's face was ashen. He knew he could not let this drag on any longer. Junior, the ancestor suddenly roared, his voice shaking the nine skies. Fighting me, you're still too green. Though your talent is extraordinary, cultivation techniques don't appear from nowhere. Now let me show you what true heritage means. Before his words faded, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst from the ancestor's body, releasing an ancient and vast aura. An imperial-grade technique. Heavens, it's an imperial-grade technique. The ground erupted in chaos. Everyone knew that techniques were ranked from heaven, earth, Xian to Huang, and above them all was the legendary imperial-grade. Such techniques were nearly extinct in the mortal realm. Only the heavenly realm could pass them down. It was with this very technique that the ancestor had once swept across the 8 wastelands, unmatched in the world. Lu Xuantong is finished. The ancestor's gaze was deep as he questioned, surrender now, and I will hold back. You can obediently inherit the position of sect leader. What say you? Lu Xuantong casually waved his hand. Spare me the nonsense. Let me see your imperial-grade technique. The ancestor shook his head with a sigh, incorrigible. The next moment, heaven incinerating art. With the ancestor's furious shout, the entire sky suddenly changed. Endless flames erupted from the void. These were no ordinary flames, but Tao fire imbued with the power of laws. A blazing golden sea of fire instantly blanketed the sky, igniting even the clouds. The flames transformed into thousands of fire dragons, roaring and spiraling. The temperature was so extreme that space itself twisted and deformed. Distant mountain peaks began to melt, turning into flowing magma. Rivers evaporated in an instant, exposing dry riverbeds. This was no longer the mortal world. It was a fiery hell. This is too terrifying. Is this the power of an imperial-grade technique? Everyone was struck speechless by the apocalyptic scene. The ancestor stood at the center of the sea of fire like a flame monarch, his majestic voice resonating across heaven and earth. One last chance. Surrender or die. Lu Xuantong suddenly smiled. That smile made the ancestor's heart skip a beat. An imperial-grade technique. Lu Xuantong slowly raised his hand. Coincidentally, I have one too. And mine is stronger. The ancestor sneered, a mocking curl on his lips, his eyes full of disdain. An imperial-grade technique, he laughed coldly. Delusional. How could an imperial-grade technique be so easily obtained or comprehended? Even he who had once swept across the 8 wastelands had spent a century merely scratching the surface of the heaven-incinerating art. And how old was Lu Xuantong? Barely 100 years old, stepping into the terrestrial immortal realm was already heaven-defying. How could he possibly master an imperial-grade technique? Yet the next second, heaven and earth shifted. Lu Xuantong's expression was impassive, his eyes deep as an abyss. He slowly raised his hand, and his voice, each word a clap of thunder, echoed, great desolate heaven-sealing finger. In an instant, the entire firmament seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Endless chaotic chi surged forth, condensing into a colossal finger that spanned heaven and earth. The finger was pitch black, entwined with ancient runes, each line seeming to contain the true meaning of the Tao. As it appeared, the void collapsed, and the laws wailed. This was the true imperial-grade technique. The ancestor's pupils constricted, a monstrous wave of shock rising in his heart. His proud heaven-incinerating art, the blazing golden sea of fire that consumed all, began to shatter inch by inch the moment the finger descended. No. Impossible. The ancestor roared, frantically channeling his spiritual energy to resist. Yet the sky-covering finger, like the judgment of the heavenly Tao, crushed everything in its path with irresistible force. The finger pierced through the sea of fire and struck the ancestor squarely in the chest. The ancestor spat a torrent of blood, his bones shattered, his physical body nearly disintegrating. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, but then a wave of profound, complex emotions surged within him. How pitiful! How lamentable! If Lin Jian had not erred, if the Heavenly Sword Sect had not wronged Lu Xuantong. This youth before him would have been the strongest prodigy since the sect's founding. He could even have led the sect to unprecedented heights. But everything was too late. The ancestor opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end his body disintegrated inch by inch, turning into specks of light that scattered between heaven and earth. A supreme powerhouse of an era had fallen. In an instant, heaven and earth fell into dead silence. All the onlookers stood frozen, their minds trembling. In the distance, Chui Hao trembled violently, his face pale, the terror of death flooding over him like a tide. At that moment, Lu Xuantong slowly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing like a sharp sword. Now it's your turn. At this moment, Chui Hao had long lost his former arrogance. He collapsed to the ground, trembling all over his face, as pale as paper with nothing but boundless terror in his eyes. That was a Terrestrial Immortal. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch was slain by Lu Xian with a single finger. What could he, a mere half-step Terrestrial Immortal, possibly do to resist? He couldn't win. He couldn't escape. He didn't even have the right to stand up. Lu Xian took a step forward, causing the void to tremble and heaven and earth to resonate. With his second step, the earth cracked and a fierce gale howled. Each of his steps felt as if they were stomping on Chui Hao's heart, making his very soul shatter. No, don't come closer. Chui Hao finally broke down, frantically kowtowing on the ground, his forehead bleeding profusely, his voice as shrill as a ghost's wail. Junior brother Lu. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Back then it was that slut Xiao Zixi who seduced me. If it weren't for her, I would never have known about the Supreme Bone within you. And Lin Jian. He forced me to dig out your bone. I didn't want to do it originally. Truly, you have to believe me. He wept and pleaded, shifting all the blame onto Xiao Zixi and Lin Jian, as if he himself were the innocent victim. Lu Xian looked at his wretched begging form and suddenly smiled. How ironic. The Chui Hao who once stood aloft, coldly sneering as he dug out his supreme bone, was now like a bereaved dog, fawning and groveling. Xiao Zixi. Lu Xian's lips curled into a sinister arc. Don't worry, shall soon be on the road to the Yellow Springs to keep you company. Chui Hao shuddered violently, growing even more terrified, and hastily screamed, I can return the Supreme Bone to you. Lin Jian is already dead. Please spare my life. Lu Xian heard this, his smile deepening, but his eyes were icily cold. Spare your life. He slowly raised his hand, a golden red light coalescing in his palm, his voice like the frost of the nine hells. Back then, did you ever think of sparing my life? That day he was pinned down on a cold stone platform, forced to watch as his Supreme Bone was ripped out alive. That day Chui Hao grinned savagely as he fused the bone into himself, taunting him as a useless waste. That day he was thrown into the deepest level of the Demon Suppression Tower, enduring the agony of 10,000 demons gnawing at his heart. All of this was still vivid before his eyes. Seeing that Lu Xian's killing intent was resolute, Chui Hao finally went completely mad. Lu Xian, you go too far, he roared hysterically. I've already knelt and begged for mercy. What more do you want? It was just digging out a piece of your bone, wasn't it? Is it worth annihilating me completely? Do you have to force me to death to be satisfied? Lu Xian sneered. Yes, I want you dead. Chui Hao's eyes split with rage, then he suddenly burst into a manic laugh. Ha! Do you really think you can kill me? Lu Xian, do you know who I am? Back then, even Lin Jian had to curry favor with me. He feared my background. That's why he tacitly allowed me to dig out your bone. A mere nobody like you dares to oppose me. Lu Xian's gaze was indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Your identity. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the golden red light suddenly erupted. I couldn't care less. Lu Xian's fingers gripped Chui Hao's neck like iron tongs, lifting him entirely into the air. Chui Hao's feet left the ground. He struggled wildly, his face turning purple, a hoarse roar squeezing from his throat. You can't kill me. Kill me, and you'll regret it. Oh. Lu Xian's lips curled into a mocking arc, his grip tightening by 3 more degrees. I'd like to see what consequences killing you brings. Chui Hao's eyes bulged, and in the throes of deathly fear, he finally revealed the truth. I am of the Celestial Realm's Divine Lord lineage. My father is the son of a Divine Lord. If you kill me, you will surely face divine retribution. At these words, the entire assembly was stunned. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect exchanged glances, finally understanding why Lin Jian had been so indulgent toward Chui Hao back then. So this usually arrogant senior disciple actually had such an astonishing background. Seeing Lu Xian's movement pause slightly, Chui Hao thought he was intimidated and quickly continued, there is a taboo planted by my mother within me. The moment I die, she will immediately sense it. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he revealed a vicious grin. When that happens, a celestial realm powerhouse will descend, and you will surely die. The onlookers all gasped in shock. The The Celestial Realm. That was the legendary upper realm. Any cultivator who came to the lower realm was an invincible existence. Everyone thought that Lu Xuan would surely stop now. After all, a terrestrial immortal was nothing before a celestial realm being. Are you done? Lu Xuan suddenly let out a soft laugh, his eyes blazing with cold light. Is that your last words? Cui Hao's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that having revealed his celestial background, this madman still dared to act. No, you can't kill me. You'll die too. The next second, a dull thud and a mist of blood exploded. Lu Xuan's fingers closed, and Cui Hao's head burst like a ripe watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, but was blocked by an invisible wall of air 3 inches from Lu Xuan, not staining him at all. The headless corpse twitched and fell crashing heavily to the ground. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire scene. Everyone was dumbstruck, forgetting even to breathe. They couldn't believe that Lu Xuan had actually killed Cui Hao, and in such a violent manner. Celestial Realm Divine Lord. Lu Xuan shook the blood from his hand and sneered, "Let him come then." The atmosphere had reached its peak. Before the eyes of all the world's heroes, if he didn't kill Cui, how wouldn't that be a pity? If he didn't make him taste fear and despair to the fullest, how could it quell 20 years of blazing rage? Lu Xuan looked at the struggling Cui Hao in his grasp with not a trace of pity in his eyes. This former lofty enemy who had stolen his supreme bone and made his life worse than death was now groveling and begging like a bereaved dog. But it was far from enough. He wanted Cui Hao to die in the ultimate terror, to experience a despair 100 times more agonizing than the bone-digging of that day. Lu Xuan, you will die a miserable death. In the end, Lu Xuan released his palm force, and Cui Hao's head exploded with a bang. Blood and brains sprayed like fireworks, staining the ground for 10 zhang around. The rage that had been suppressed for 20 years was finally half appeased. Because there was still one slut who hadn't died. Xiao Zixi, that woman who had betrayed him, colluded with Cui Hao and personally pushed him into hell. She was probably still dreaming sweet dreams in the great Qian dynasty, waiting for Cui Hao to achieve glory and marry her, making her the revered mother of the world. Lu Xuan sneered, "Next it's your turn." He wondered what expression she would wear when she saw him. Then Lu Xuan stretched lazily, his gaze sweeping over the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Those who had stubbornly resisted were already scared out of their wits, and seeing his gaze turn to them, they immediately fell to their knees, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. "Senior brother Lu, spare us. We were forced. It was all Cui Hao and Lin Jian's fault. We had nothing to do with it." Lu Xuan's expression was impassive as he flicked his sleeve. A violent wave of spiritual power surged forth like a tsunami, and hundreds of disciples instantly turned into a mist of blood, not even having time to scream. Since they had chosen to stand against him, they had to be prepared to die. Finally, he looked up at the majestic mountain gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This #1 sect under heaven, which had stood for millennia, was once his most revered sanctuary, yet it had also become his most hated purgatory. "It's over." Lu Xuan slowly raised his hand, a faint dark light gathering at his fingertip. Desolate prison finger of heaven. A colossal pitch-black finger materialized out of thin air, carrying the might to annihilate everything, and slammed heavily into the mountain gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dust and smoke shot into the sky. Amid the shocked gazes of countless people, the 1,000-year-old sect, a symbol of supreme authority, collapsed into ruins. Pavilions and towers were reduced to dust. The mountain-protecting grand formation was like paper, and even the earth-vein spirit spring was completely obliterated by that one finger. The #1 sect under heaven was thus erased from existence. The powerhouses of various major sects, watching from afar, were all terrified. Some of the weaker ones even fell to their knees, trembling all over. Meanwhile, those disciples who had long since withdrawn from the Heavenly Sword Sect and chosen to stand by Lu Xuan were now weeping tears of joy. Their choice had been so right. Time to head to the great Qian dynasty. Lu Xuan turned about to leave. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The entire heaven and earth trembled violently. In the sky above, a spatial rift spanning 100 miles tore open abruptly. Dazzling golden light poured down like a celestial river, and an overwhelming pressure forced all living beings within 10,000 miles to prostrate themselves on the ground. "Who killed my son?" An icy female voice emerged from the rift, each word exploding like a thunderclap, shattering the void. Amid countless terrified gazes, a jade-like, delicate foot stepped out from the golden light. Then a woman clad in rainbow-colored celestial robes and wearing a phoenix crown stood aloft in the air. The woman was peerlessly beautiful, yet cold as frost, surrounded by 9 resplendent divine rings, each containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. A celestial realm powerhouse had descended upon the mortal world. The woman's phoenix eyes brimmed with murderous intent, locking onto Lu Xian on the ground. "And was it you who killed my son?" Lu Xian looked up at the sky, his black robe rustling under the violent pressure, but his eyes blazed with soaring battle intent. "I killed him. So what?" The woman was known as Madame Viper. She was originally a millennium serpent demon coiled within the Nine Nether Abyss, spewing toxic mist and notorious for her ferocity. Later, she cultivated into human form, transforming into a bewitchingly beautiful woman with skin like snow and a murderous glint in her eyes, every smile and frown exuding chilling venom. When the Divine Lord's son was traveling, he stumbled upon her, shedding her skin and transforming, and thus harbored impure intentions toward her. That lofty celestial noble surprisingly had such a disgraceful fetish. Madame Viper was astute. She knew this was a golden opportunity. If she could cling to the Divine Lord's lineage, this lowly serpent demon could ascend to the heavens overnight. Thus she feigned reluctance and ingratiated herself, eventually conceiving the Divine Lord's son's child. But the celestial realm's rules were strict. The Divine Lord's bloodline could not be tainted, especially through relations with a demon. The primary wife flew into a rage and dispatched troops to hunt her down. Madame Viper fled in panic, narrowly escaping with her demon's soul intact. In the end, she had no choice but to send the newborn Chui Hao to the lower realm, entrusting him to the Heavenly Sword Sect, and secretly laid down taboos to ensure his safety. "My son carries the Divine Lord's bloodline. Even as a bastard, his status far surpasses these lower realm ants," she had sneered to the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor. "If a single hair on his head is harmed, it'll make the entire lower realm pay with their lives." At this moment, Madame Viper was resting with her eyes closed in a celestial spiritual spring. The spring water steamed mist swirling as her snow-white skin shimmered with eerie scales, her serpent tail faintly stirring the liquid. Suddenly a crack. The taboo within her shattered. Her eyes snapped open, pupils contracting violently as her demonic aura erupted, instantly vaporizing the entire spring. "Howard, dead," she murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief, then erupted into blazing fury. Who dares kill my son?" With a piercing shriek, she shattered the clouds for hundreds of miles, forcibly activating the celestial realm's formations and burning countless precious resources to tear through the dimensional barrier and descend to the lower realm. "No matter who you are, they'll make you wish for death, but find none." As her figure tore through the sky and descended upon the mortal world, the entire realm trembled under her oppressive might. She fixed her gaze on Lu Xuantong, her murderous intent nearly solidifying. "And was it you who killed my son?" Lu Xuantong looked up, his expression calm and unyielding. "I killed him, so what?" Madame Viper's rage turned to a cold laugh, her serpent pupils blazing with icy light. "Good, very good. They'll show you what true agony means." Lu Xuantong's heart jolted. The dying boasts of that worthless Chui Hao had been true. Above the heavens, the colossal serpent shadow coiled in the clouds, its demonic aura overwhelming. Even the mere pressure it emitted caused mountains to collapse and rivers to reverse for thousands of miles. Its serpentine body was thick as a mountain range, scales pitch black like ink, each one gleaming with a frigid cold light capable of rending the void. Its head rose high, crimson vertical pupils like twin blood moons locked onto Lu Xuantong. Venomous fangs bared dripping poison that corroded the earth into a bottomless abyss. With a hiss, its forked tongue flickered, stirring the winds and clouds as the entire realm was shrouded in her demonic aura, plunging into endless darkness. "Lower realm insect, meet your death." At that moment, the elites of the great sects across the land were terrified out of their wits, unwilling to linger. "Flee. A celestial realm being has descended. We cannot contend. This serpent's aura surpasses that of an earthly immortal. Lu Xuantong is finished. If we don't leave, we'll be buried with him." Countless cultivators fled in panic, desperate to avoid the battle's fallout. After all, even a mere serpent demon from the celestial realm was beyond the reach of lower realm cultivators. Lu Xuantong stood his ground, his battle intent undimmed. "A celestial being, perfect to test my mettle." He raised his hand abruptly, crimson gold spiritual energy exploding forth as the great desolate prison heaven finger coalesced once more, a colossal black finger spanning the heavens, crashing down toward Madame Viper. As the finger descended, the void collapsed. Yet, ridiculous. Madame Viper lashed her serpent tail, shattering the great desolate prison heaven finger into pieces. "What?" Lu Xuantong's heart trembled. His imperial-level technique couldn't breach her defense. Before he could react, the serpent shadow was upon him. The serpent tail swept like a celestial pillar, striking Lu Xuantong with brutal force. Blood erupted from his mouth as he hurtled into the earth like a meteor, causing the land for hundreds of miles to collapse into a terrifying abyss. With a single blow, Lu Xuantong was gravely wounded. Madame Viper looked down from above, her serpent pupils dripping with contempt. A mere lower realm ant worthy of challenging a celestial being. She slithered slowly, her demonic aura surging as the entire realm wailed under her pressure. Your lowly life from the lower realm. How dare you compare it to my son's? Ant be buried with my son. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a crisp phoenix cry echoed through the 9 heavens. In an instant, blazing divine flames soared, tearing a rift in the demonic aura that shrouded the world. Xiao Linger manifested her true form. The maiden's body rapidly transformed amidst resplendent golden light, replaced by a colossal primordial divine phoenix that blotted out the sky. Her wings unfurled like clouds draping the heavens, each feather flowing with crimson gold divine flames. As her tail feathers swayed, the very void warped and scorched. Her phoenix head rose high, eyes like 2 blazing suns, majestic and inviolable. With a thunderous roar, the divine phoenix beat its wings, sending flames sweeping across the sky, forcing Madame Viper back hundreds of feet. Madame Viper's serpent pupils contracted, her scales involuntarily bristling. This was bloodline suppression, fear etched into her very bones. Serpentkind inherently feared avian divine beasts, especially a supreme bloodline like the primordial divine phoenix. Thighs, how is this possible? Madame Viper's voice quivered, her demonic aura faltering. How can a primordial divine phoenix exist in the lower realm? She stared intently at Xiao Linger, soon sensing something amiss. No, it's still a hatchling. Its cultivation is merely at the earthly, immortal level. Madame Viper steadied herself, her wariness easing slightly, yet she dared not act rashly. A primordial divine phoenix, even as a juvenile, was no creature for ordinary celestial beings to provoke. Killing it would likely incur the wrath of the entire Phoenix clan. She suppressed her fear and snarled coldly. Young one, I only seek to kill that ant today. This has nothing to do with you. Withdraw at once. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Her words were harsh, yet tinged with a hint of bluster. But Xiao Linger's phoenix eyes were icy. She spread her wings firmly, shielding Lu Xuantong above, divine flames swirling as she stood her ground. To kill my master, you'll have to step over my corpse. Madame Viper froze, then thought she had misheard. Master. Her serpent pupils widened in utter disbelief. A noble primordial divine phoenix pledging allegiance to a lower realm ant. This was even more absurd than her divine lord husband playing with snakes. She had thought her own husband was the celestial realm's greatest oddity, but there was another. Mad. Utterly mad. Madame Viper hissed. Do you even know what you're saying? A primordial divine phoenix, so exalted, willingly becoming a servant. Xiao Linger raised her head, her phoenix cry clear and piercing. Linger recognizes only one master in this life. If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me the nonsense. With that, she beat her wings, summoning endless divine flames into a sea of fire that surged toward Madame Viper. Madame Viper, both shocked and enraged, let out a piercing shriek as her demonic aura exploded, clashing with the divine flames. Heaven and earth shattered. The collision of 2 supreme beings made the entire lower realm tremble. Yet Xiao Linger was still a juvenile primordial divine phoenix. Despite her noble bloodline, she could not match Madame Viper, who had already reached the celestial realm. After several exchanges, Madame Viper seized an opening, her serpent tail sweeping like a celestial pillar wrapped in overwhelming demonic power, striking Xiao Linger's phoenix true form with brutal force. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Linger's divine flames were scattered, crimson gold feathers drifting through the air as blood rained down. Linger. Lu Xuantong's eyes split with fury, his roar echoing through the clouds. But his body was pinned by Madame Viper's demonic power, unable to move, forced to watch as Xiao Linger plummeted like a falling star, crashing into the earth, carving a 1,000-foot-deep crater. Dust billowed as the divine phoenix cried in agony. Madame Viper sneered as she slithered past Xiao Linger, her massive serpentine body coiling forward to loom over Lu Xuantong, her eyes dripping with mockery. A lower realm ant worthy of tainting a primordial divine phoenix. She slowly raised her serpent tail, demonic power gathering for a final strike. In the next instant, a crimson gold streak burst from the crater. Xiao Linger, drenched in blood with broken feathers, nonetheless threw herself before Lu Xuantong without hesitation. Madame Viper's killing blow struck Xiao Linger squarely. Lu Xuantong roared, his eyes blood red. Xiao Linger's body flew back like a broken kite, blood painting a tragic arc through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground, her breath faint, nearly dying. Madame Viper froze, her serpent pupils filled with disbelief. Fool! Are you insane? She bellowed. Kill this ant, and you'll regain your freedom. Why die for him? In her eyes, Lu Xuantong must have enslaved the primordial divine phoenix through some master-servant contract. Why else would a noble phoenix fight to the death for a lower realm man? but she knew nothing of the Heavenly Tao shared life contract between Lu Xuantong and Xiao Linger, bound to live and die together, never to betray. Freedom. Xiao Linger opened her eyes weakly, her phoenix gaze still resolute. You don't understand. Madame Viper's rage flared as she raised her serpent tail high, ready to end them both. Just as she was about to strike, a thunderous rumble. The entire sky quaked violently. A blaze brighter than the sun tore through the heavens, cascading divine flames, igniting the clouds for 10,000 miles. A pressure 1,000 times more terrifying than Madame Viper's descended upon the world. Madame Viper's scales bristled, her serpent pupils filled with unprecedented fear. Thighs. She looked up, trembling, seeing a colossal figure slowly emerge in the sky, an adult primordial divine phoenix. A voice icy and absolute echoed across heaven and earth like a divine judgment. Those who harm my kin, die. The ancient divine phoenix clan, the supreme divine beast of the celestial realm, possessed a bloodline of unmatched nobility and strength that pierced the heavens. Even the countless immortal sects and great teachings of the celestial realm dared not provoke them lightly. Every adult ancient divine phoenix possessed the terrifying might to incinerate the seas and boil the oceans, and the true powerhouses within the clan were enough to shake an entire celestial domain. Xiao Linger was the biological daughter of the current sacred maiden of the ancient divine phoenix clan and the designated next sacred maiden. In the past, when the sacred maiden Xiaochan was pregnant, she was ambushed by a rival race and severely wounded. To protect the fetus in her womb, she was forced to give birth to Xiao Linger prematurely and used a secret art to send her to the lower realm to avoid disaster. However, upon falling into the mortal world before Xiao Linger could even grow, she was discovered by the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader. That greedy old fiend, seeing her extraordinary bloodline, actually dared to attempt to refine her and seize the divine phoenix's origin. Though young Xiao Linger's divine phoenix pride would not tolerate such desecration, she resisted with all her might, ultimately exhausting her spiritual energy, and was sealed by the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader using the Demon Suppressing Tower. The Demon Suppressing Tower, a supreme treasure fallen from the celestial realm to the mortal world, could isolate all auras. Because of this, even though the sacred maiden Xiaochan searched through all the myriad realms, she could never find her daughter's whereabouts. Until today, when Xiao Linger signed a contract with Lu Xuantong and unleashed the power of her divine phoenix bloodline. That resonance from the bloodline finally pierced the seal of the Demon Suppressing Tower, reaching the celestial realm. The sacred maiden Xiaochan instantly sensed her daughter's existence. She descended. Linger. A piercing phoenix cry resounded through the sky. The firmament was torn asunder, endless divine flames poured down, and the entire earth trembled. The true form of the sacred maiden Xiaochan manifested. It was an ancient divine phoenix 100 times larger than Xiao Linger. Its wings spread, blotting out the sun, and every feather flowed with brilliant golden divine flames, as if they could incinerate all things in the world. She saw the dying Xiao Linger at a glance, and a surge of blazing fury instantly filled her phoenix eyes. My daughter who hurt you. She swooped down, her massive divine phoenix true body, transforming into a woman of peerless elegance, clad in a long robe of crimson and gold with features like a painting, yet carrying a suffocating majesty. She tremblingly embraced Xiao Linger, and a vast spiritual energy surged from her palm, continuously pouring into her daughter's body. Mother, I. Xiao Linger weakly opened her eyes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Don't speak, mother is here. No one can hurt you anymore. Xiao Chan's voice choked and murderous intent boiled in her eyes. At that moment, cough. A violent fit of coughing came from below. Xiao Chan then noticed that beneath her feet was a human youth crushed under her. His bones were shattered, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, yet he stubbornly supported his body, trying to get up. Moi. Xiao Chan frowned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. An ordinary cultivator caught in the pressure of her true form would have been ground to dust. But this person could still move. She sensed carefully, then suddenly understood. Indestructible sacred body. This was a special physique from ancient legends. Its possessor had an indestructible body that grew stronger with each battle. As long as they weren't killed instantly, they could continuously recover, even becoming more formidable from adversity. No wonder he could withstand her pressure. Who are you? Xiao Chan asked coldly. Her fiery gaze slowly swept over the scene before her, a trace of confusion flashing in her phoenix eyes. Her daughter, a dignified ancient divine phoenix, was at this moment shielding that human youth beneath her in a protective posture. This posture was by no means a combat stance, but rather shelter. This realization made Xiao Chan's heart tremble. Since when did the ancient divine phoenix clan need to shelter others, let alone a mere human at the land immortal realm? In the celestial realm, the ancient divine phoenix was the supreme existence. Even if a few clan members became companions to certain powerhouses, those had to be emperor-level experts with earth-shaking abilities. Those great beings could turn the clouds with a flip of their hand and rain with a turn of their palm. A single thought could determine destiny. Only such existences were worthy of the ancient divine phoenix's allegiance. But this blood-drenched human lad before her. Xiaochan's gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. With such meager cultivation, he probably wasn't even fit to polish the shoes of an ancient divine phoenix. Mother, is it really you? A weak call brought Xiaochan's thoughts back. She looked down and saw Xiao linger in her arms, slowly opening her eyes. Those phoenix eyes, so like her own, shimmered with tears of joyful surprise. It's me, Linger. Your mother came late. Xiaochan's voice suddenly choked. She tightly embraced her daughter, wanting to make up for decades of neglect. The moment mother and daughter embraced, a five-colored radiance suddenly descended from the heavens. Auspicious clouds gathered and ethereal celestial music could be heard. In the glow, Xiaochan's tears scattered as specks of golden light. Every teardrop that fell upon the ground caused the scorched earth to be reborn and withered trees to bloom again. The distant mountains and rivers affected by the battle, nourished by these divine phoenix, true tears, visibly restored their vitality. On the entire battlefield, only four remained: the weeping mother and daughter of the ancient divine phoenix, Lu Xuantong, stubbornly struggling under the pressure, and Xiaochan's peripheral vision caught sight of the Viper quietly retreating. Madame Viper had long lost her previous arrogance. Her massive serpent body was inching backward, trying to slip away unnoticed during the touching mother-daughter reunion. Her scarlet snake eyes were filled with terror. She never imagined that an insignificant ant from the lower realm she casually wanted to kill would actually involve the sacred maiden of the ancient divine phoenix clan. Trying to leave, Xiaochan gently released Xiao Linger and slowly turned around. With this simple movement, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. The void around Madame Viper instantly froze solid. You hurt my daughter and think you can walk away unscathed. With every word Xiaochan spoke, Madame Viper felt her demon soul tear apart. The terrifying pressure made even breathing difficult, and her massive serpent body trembled uncontrollably. As sacred maiden, Madame Viper's voice quivered. This is a misunderstanding. If I had known she was your daughter. A misunderstanding, Xiaochan sneered. Weren't you just saying you would make my daughter wish she were dead, eh? With that, she lightly raised her jade hand, and a brilliant golden flame coalesced in her palm. The flame seemed gentle, yet it warped and melted the space for 1,000 miles around. Madame Viper despairingly realized she didn't even have a chance to escape. She suddenly turned to Lu Xuantong and shrieked, "Human boy, tell your divine phoenix to plead for me, or else before I die I'll make sure you come with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong could only force out a cold smirk. "Hey, go ahead and try. To be so arrogant and boastful in front of the ancient divine phoenix clan." Xiao Linger weakly lifted her head. "Mother, she wanted to kill my master." "Master?" Xiaochan frowned, but at that moment she was more concerned about another matter. "Was it this vermin who hurt you?" She said no more. With a gentle push of her jade hand, the golden flame, appearing slow, instantly reached Madame Viper. "No." Madame Viper let out one final desperate roar, summoning all her life-saving treasures with all her might. But before that golden flame, every defense was as fragile as paper. The moment the flame touched her body, this celestial demon serpent who had ruled a region was completely erased from existence, leaving not even ashes behind. The world suddenly fell silent. Xiaochan turned and looked at the human youth, once more her gaze complex. "Now it's time to settle matters between us." Lu Xuantong witnessed the instant annihilation of the Viper Lady, his pupils contracting uncontrollably. The golden flames appeared effortless, yet they contained a devastating power capable of destroying heaven and earth. A venerable celestial serpent of the heavenly realm was utterly erased from existence, without even a chance to struggle. Was this the true strength of a genuine celestial powerhouse? The Viper Lady, whom he could not harm in the slightest despite exhausting all his efforts, was as fragile as an ant before this ancient divine phoenix saintess. The vast abyssal pressure made even breathing a laborious task, each inhalation as heavy as 1,000 June. Lu Xuantong could not help but ponder a more terrifying question. If this saintess discovered that her daughter had signed a master-servant contract with him, would even his ashes cease to exist? Yet he quickly forced himself to relax, knowing that any rash move now could invite utter catastrophe. Xiaochan cast a cold sidelong glance at Lu Xuantong, letting out a light snort, deigning not to bother with him for the moment. All her focus was now on her gravely injured daughter. "Linger, hold on." Xia Chan's voice trembled with rare emotion as she gently pressed her jade hand over Xiao Linger's heart, channeling an endless stream of pure spiritual energy into her daughter's body. However, Xiao Linger's injuries were far too severe. The Viper Lattice fatal blow had nearly shattered her divine phoenix origin. Relying solely on spiritual energy infusion could only barely sustain her life. How could this be? Xia Chan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. It's all my fault for arriving too late. Then biting her tongue, a single drop of essence blood brilliant as a ruby fell onto Xiao Linger's forehead. This was the most precious origin essence blood of the Divine Phoenix clan, each drop containing a century's worth of cultivation. As the essence blood entered her body, Xiao Linger's complexion improved slightly, but her condition remained dire. Xia Chan's heart ached as if twisted by knives. Decades of indebtedness to her daughter now transformed into boundless self-reproach. If only she had found her daughter sooner, if only she had arrived in time. At this critical moment. Use this. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chan jerked her head up to see the human youth who had somehow struggled to his feet, holding a pill as crimson as blood in his palm. Golden patterns swirled across the pill's surface, emanating a life force that made one's heart tremble. A heavenly blood divine tree pill. Xia Chan's pupils constricted as she stared at Lu Xuantong in disbelief. Even in the heavenly realm, such a pill was a rare treasure, legendarily refined from the essence of a divine tree combined with 81 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A single pill could instantly heal a dying person and even repair origin damage. How could a pill of this caliber appear in the hands of a mere lower realm cultivator? What stunned her even more was that Lu Xuantong fed the pill to Xiao Linger without a moment's hesitation, his movements gentle yet resolute, as if this priceless divine pill meant nothing to him. You. Xiao Chan began, but as the pill entered her mouth, Xiao Linger's body suddenly erupted in a dazzling blaze of red-gold light. Her damaged feathers visibly regenerated, her dim phoenix eyes regained their luster, and even her most severe origin wounds healed at an astonishing speed. In less than a moment, Xiao Linger had fully recovered, her aura even more solid than before the injury. The next second, Master. The first word Xiao Linger spoke upon opening her eyes made Xia Chan's heart shudder. She watched her daughter joyfully rush towards that human youth, her eyes brimming with dependence and trust, an expression she knew all too well. It was the emotion the Divine Phoenix clan reserved only for their closest kin. Xia Chan's emotions were immensely complex. She watched Lu Xuantong gently stroke her daughter's feathers, watched her daughter nuzzle affectionately against his palm, and for a moment, she did not know how to react. Just who was this human? He could casually produce a divine object like the heavenly blood divine tree pill. He cherished her daughter so deeply. Most crucially, the way her daughter looked at him was not born of forced servitude, but genuine affection. Lu Xuantong could not help but smiled, gently caressing her feathers, his eyes filled with adoration. He knew better than anyone that if not for Xiao Linger's desperate protection, he would have died at the Viper Lattice hands. That old witch's methods were utterly ruthless. With his current strength, he could not even withstand a single blow. If not for Xiao Linger bearing the ancient Divine Phoenix bloodline with a vitality far surpassing ordinary beings, she would not have been able to hold on until the Saintess arrived. In this tender moment, an overwhelming abyssal pressure suddenly descended. The void trembled as golden light swirled, and Xia Chan's true form slowly receded, transforming into a human shape. The Saintess possessed a voluptuous, graceful figure clad in a red-gold long dress that outlined breathtaking curves. Her skin was like snow, her features like a painting, and a vermilion mark on her brow added an air of nobility. She possessed a beauty that could topple cities, yet carried an aura of inviolable majesty. Every gesture exuded a suffocating pressure. She moved with lotus steps, and with each stride a golden fire lotus bloomed beneath her feet, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding air. Finally, she stopped before Lu Xuantong, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him from on high. "You, what exactly is your relationship with my daughter?" As her words fell, heavenly thunder crashed, shaking Lu Xuantong's very soul. He involuntarily stepped back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Too powerful. Simply standing before her made him feel as insignificant as facing the vast starry sky. Every glance, every wisp of her aura contained the power to crush him. Is this the true power of a heavenly realm expert? Lu Xuantong was awestruck, but a fierce longing surged within him. One day, I too will step into this realm. For now, however, he had to find a way to survive. If his answer failed to satisfy the Saintess, he would likely be burned to ashes in the next instant. But before he could speak, Xiao Linger darted forward, flapping her wings to shield him. Lifting her little face, she declared angrily, "He is Linger's master." Her words carried an unshakable certainty and even a hint of pride. Xiao was stunned, looking at her daughter's righteous expression as if saying, "This is the master I chose, what can you do about it?" This girl. Xiao lips twitched, slightly unsure whether to be angry or amused. The daughter of the saintess of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan had actually acknowledged a lower realm human as her master and was even proud of it. If news of this spread back to the heavenly realm, it would surely cause an uproar, and she naturally would not let Lu Xuantong off so easily. Xiao phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous golden light swirling in their depths. The pressure radiating from her body solidified the air for 100 zhang around. This human youth dared to admit so casually that he was her daughter's master. That was the heiress of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan. If any other elder of the clan were present, they would have furiously struck out, erasing Lu Xuantong and forcibly dissolving the contract. But Xiao was ultimately not a reckless person. She took a deep breath, suppressing the raging fury in her heart, and fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Lu Xuantong. The heavenly blood divine tree pill he had just produced forced her to think calmly. A healing sacred pill of this level was extremely rare, even in the heavenly realm. Although the ancient Divine Phoenix clan had deep foundations, their stock of such pills numbered only a handful, used only when a clan member suffered a fatal wound. Yet this human youth had fed such a precious pill to Xiao without a second thought. What moved her even more was that when Lu Xuantong produced the pill, there was no hesitation, and a hint of relief even flashed in his eyes, as if no treasure was too precious as long as it could save Xiao. Such an act could not be explained by an ordinary master-servant relationship. If he truly regarded Xiao as a mere pet or servant, would he be willing to use such a divine pill to save her? Xiao mind raced with thoughts. She had to figure out the true nature of this contract. And at this moment, Lu Xuantong knew he could not evade the issue. He took a deep breath, enduring the suffocating pressure, and solemnly cupped his hands in a respectful salute to Xiao. His voice was steady and firm. "Junior Lu Xuantong greets the senior. I am indeed Xiao master, but I hope you will not blame her. She is still young with a simple nature." The moment he said this, Xiao was almost amused into anger. What did he mean by not blame her? His tone made it sound as if he were Xiao father explaining things to an elder on behalf of his child. Would Xiao ever harm her own daughter? Of course not. Her phoenix eyes widened in anger, her face displeased. How dare this human brat speak to her in such a manner? But what bothered her more was that upon hearing Lu Xuantong's words, Xiao happily fluttered her wings and nuzzled against his cheek, looking as if to say, "The master is right." Siding with an outsider, Xiao resisted the urge to rub her forehead and demanded coldly, "What kind of contract did you two sign? What level?" This question was crucial. If it were an ordinary master-servant contract, she could still forcibly dissolve it. But if it were a higher-level contract, things would get troublesome. Lu felt the terrifying pressure and knew he could not hide anything now. Looking straight into Xiao eyes, he said each word with deliberation, "A heavenly Tao coexistence contract. To live and die together, never to betray. The Heaven Tao covenant of mutual life." Xiao was struck as if by lightning, her phoenix eyes widening abruptly as an expression of disbelief spread across her stunningly beautiful face. Joy, helplessness, and despair surged through her heart like a tidal wave. The joy came from the realization that this was not the enslaving master-servant contract she had imagined, but the rarest equal pact in the world, to live and die together, never to betray. This meant Lu Xuantong had never regarded Xiao as a servant or pet, but had truly treated her as an equal. Yet following that, a profound sense of helplessness and despair welled up. Because the Heaven Tao covenant of mutual life could not be dissolved. Once signed, their fates were irrevocably bound, to live and die together, never to be parted. Even if she in her fury struck out and obliterated Lu Xuantong, Xiao would perish along with him. How could this be? Xiao's crimson lips trembled slightly. She had never imagined that her precious daughter, the future saintess of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan, would forge such an intimate bond with a mortal youth from the lower realm. Even more shocking was that the Heaven Tao covenant of mutual life was exceedingly rare even in the celestial realm. Such a pact required the recognition of the heavenly Tao will, and ordinary cultivators had never even seen it. Even those emperor-level powerhouses would have to pay a tremendous price to obtain a Heaven Tao covenant. Yet this youth before her could casually produce a celestial blood divine tree pill and construct such a covenant. Just who was he? As Xiao's thoughts churned, Xiao had already joyfully flown before her, proudly shaking the jade bracelet on her wrist. "Mother, look. This is the Firefly Heaven Tao bracelet my master gave me. It was with this that we signed the covenant." The bracelet was entirely crystalline, as if forged from a galaxy, with profound runes flowing across its surface. Every line seemed to embody the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Even more astonishing, a faint glow like fireflies lingered around the bracelet, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Chan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it, and she even felt a trace of envy she herself did not recognize. This bracelet is truly remarkable. She subconsciously reached out her fingertip, gently touching the bracelet's surface, and immediately felt a vast heavenly Tao aura. It truly is a supreme treasure condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. Such a treasure would be an unparalleled rarity, even in the celestial realm. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Xuantong, thinking to herself, could this kid have another bracelet like this? The moment this thought arose, Xiao Zixi snapped back to reality. Wait, what was she thinking? She, the proud saintess of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan, was actually coveting the treasure of a mortal youth. Even more terrifying was that her own daughter had already signed a Heaven Tao covenant with Lu Xuantong, their fates intertwined. If she herself were to, wouldn't that be utter chaos? Xiao Zixi quickly shook her head, forcefully suppressing this absurd thought. A rare blush crept across her peerless face. Mother, what's wrong? Xiao Linger tilted her head, looking at her with confusion. Nothing. Xiao Zixi cleared her throat lightly, quickly regaining her dignified demeanor, but her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Xuantong, her heart a maelstrom of complexity. This youth, just how many secrets was he still hiding? When Xiao Zixi heard the full story and learned it was her own daughter who had earnestly begged Lu Xuantong to form the covenant, an indescribably complex expression appeared on her face of captivating beauty. A flicker of embarrassment passed through her phoenix eyes, then transformed into deep guilt. So it was Linger who initiated it. She had thought the human had forced her daughter into the contract. After all, no one could resist the temptation to enslave an ancient divine beast, a primordial divine phoenix. As a mother, in that moment her face burned with shame, and she could hardly bear to look at Lu Xuantong again. All of this was her fault. If not for being ambushed by enemies back then, forcing her to send her daughter to the lower realm, if not for letting Linger suffer torment in the Heavenly Sword Sect, if not for letting this child grow up without a mother's care and guidance. How could she have been so naive and innocent, easily entrusting her life to a stranger? Thinking of this, Xiao Zix's heart ached. She dared not imagine what would have happened if Linger had met a malicious person and been forced into the lowest form of master-servant contract. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. How would those despicable human cultivators treat a young primordial divine phoenix? Would they imprison her to extract her blood essence? Force her into a slave contract? Or something even more unspeakable? Thank goodness. Xiao Zixi took a deep breath, a hint of moisture glistening in her phoenix eyes. For the first time as she looked at Lu Xuantong, her gaze held sincere gratitude. Thank goodness Linger had met him. This youth had not only refrained from exploiting Linger's innocence, but had instead offered her the most precious Heaven Tao covenant of mutual life. Even though he held the upper hand, he never regarded Linger as a servant, but protected her with true sincerity. At a critical moment of life and death, he unhesitatingly produced a supreme treasure like the celestial blood divine tree pill. This pure-hearted sincerity and sense of responsibility made Xiao Zixi, as a mother, feel ashamed of her own inadequacy. She suddenly recalled her earlier hostility and disdain, her condescending interrogations, and how she had nearly struck down this youth who had treated Linger with genuine kindness. A powerful wave of guilt flooded her heart. Without hesitation or delay, this renowned saintess of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan from the celestial realm solemnly bowed her waist, a waist that had never bent to anyone before, toward a mortal youth of the lower realm. Young Master Lu. Her voice was no longer haughty, but carried a hint of choked emotion. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. This bow came from the depths of her soul. This address of young master was sincere. Xiao Linger watched in stunned silence, but she had never seen her proud mother bow to anyone. Because she had never even seen her mother before. Lu Xuantong, caught off guard, quickly stepped aside to avoid the bow. Senior, you must not do this. He hurried forward to support her, but the moment his hand touched Xiao Zix's sleeve, he recoiled, as if shocked, a look of embarrassment spreading across his handsome face. Xiao Zixi straightened up, looking at the flustered youth before her, and suddenly smiled. That smile was like the melting of snow and ice, the blooming of spring flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. You deserve it. Xiao Linger looked at her mother, then at her master, and suddenly let out a joyful cry, transforming into human form and throwing herself into Xiao Zix's arms. Mother, Master is truly, truly wonderful. He gives me the best spirit fruits every day, teaches me cultivation, and tells me stories at night. Lin Daiyu uproots the weeping willow, Lu Zixi cunningly sets the red cliffs ablaze. Listening to her daughter's cheerful recounting, the tenderness in Xiao Zix's eyes deepened. She gently stroked Linger's hair, but her gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong as she said meaningfully, "It seems that I as a mother must properly thank young Master Lu." Lu Xiantong's ears grew hot under her gaze. Just as he was wondering how to respond, Xia Chan's expression suddenly turned serious. However, those two words made Lu Xiantong's heart leap. A flicker of slyness appeared in Xia Chan's eyes, and her crimson lips parted slightly. "Since Linger has acknowledged you as her master, shouldn't you call me?" At last, under Lu Xiantong's repeated persuasion, Xia Linger reluctantly nodded with reddened eyes, agreeing to follow her mother back to the celestial realm. Had it not been for her master's own words, she would have rather forsaken the noble status of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan to remain by Lu Xiantong's side forever. As for her mother's grand lectures on racial duty and bloodline inheritance, they went in one ear and out the other, never truly heeded. Lu Xuantong gently stroked Xia Linger's silky hair, a profound calculation hidden within his eyes. At his current cultivation level, he was unmatched in the mortal realm. Only celestial realm experts could pose a threat. Keeping Xia Linger by his side would only hinder her growth. The ancestral lands of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan were a sacred cultivation ground coveted even by the mighty beings of the celestial realm. Only by returning to her clan and receiving the complete bloodline inheritance could Xia Linger truly soar to her full potential. "Linger, be obedient." Lu Xiantong's voice was gentle yet firm. "Only when you grow stronger can you better protect your master, can't you?" Xia Linger lifted her tear-streaked face, crystal droplets clinging to her long lashes. But Linger doesn't want to leave her master." Her voice choked with sobs, her slender fingers clutching tightly at Lu Xiantong's robe, afraid that if she let go, the person before her would vanish. At the moment of parting, Xia Linger could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into Lu Xiantong's arms, wailing bitterly. "Master doesn't want me anymore. Master must be disgusted with Linger." The heart-wrenching cries tore at the hearts of both present. Though returning to her mother was only natural in Xia Linger's heart, it was Lu Xuantong who had first protected and cherished her. In those sunless years within the Demon Suppressing Tower, it was her master who had given her warmth and hope. This bond had long surpassed a simple master-servant relationship. Lu Xuantong fought back the sting in his nose, gently cupping Xia Linger's tear-dampened face. "Silly girl, how could your master ever abandon you?" Then he shook the radiant bracelet on his wrist. "With this we can always stay in touch. Whenever you think of your master, he'll feel it." Xia Linger nodded between sobs, yet still clung stubbornly to Lu Xiantong's waist, refusing to let go. She buried her face deep into his chest, greedily inhaling his familiar scent, as if to imprint this warmth in her heart forever. In the midst of this agonizing farewell, the world suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The clear sky instantly darkened with ominous clouds, and terrifying thunder rolled within them. Each lightning bolt carried an aura of annihilation, as if intent on tearing the very heavens and earth apart. Xiao Chan's face turned pale. "No. The Heavenly Tao has begun its rejection. Linger, we must leave at once." As a celestial realm expert, she should never have used power beyond an earth immortal in the lower realm. The Divine Phoenix pressure she had released while healing her daughter had already provoked the laws of this world. "No." Xia Linger cried out, her hands gripping Lu Xiantong's robe desperately. Yet the Heavenly Tao waited for no one. A bolt of purple thunder as thick as a water bucket crashed down, leveling a nearby mountain peak to dust. Countless lightning serpents writhed through the clouds, turning the entire sky into a terrifying sea of thunder. "No time." Xiao Chan gritted her teeth and forcibly pulled her daughter into her arms. With a wave of her jade hand, she tore open a brilliant spatial rift. Before leaving, she cast a glance at the young man and spoke solemnly. "Young Master Lu, take care of yourself. Remember, our ancient Divine Phoenix clan will always be your ally." "Master!" Xia Linger's anguished cry pierced the skies. In her final moment before being pulled into the rift by her mother, she looked back with tear-filled eyes, her pink lips trembling as she uttered her last words. "Don't forget, Linger. You must come find me." Lu Xuantong stood rooted, watching the spatial rift slowly close. When the final cataclysmic thunderbolt struck at Lu Xiantong's feet, he stood unmoving, letting the wild lightning illuminate his resolute face. Only after the spatial rift had completely vanished did the thunderclouds gradually dissipate. He looked down at the slightly warm, glowing firefly Heavenly Tao bracelet on his wrist, Xia Linger's tearful face still vivid in his mind. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within him. In the end, it was because he was too weak, lacking even the right to keep those dear to him by his side. "Wait for me, Linger." Lu Xuantong raised his head to the sky, his eyes burning with unprecedented determination. "Soon I will step into the celestial realm with honor and bring you back." A gentle breeze swept by, whisking away the fleeting glimmer at the corner of his eye. Somewhere in the 9 heavens above a little phoenix sat hugging her knees, sobbing softly to the bracelet on her wrist. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs and slightly calming the turmoil in his chest. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the ruins of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Once majestic mountain gates, now collapsed, grand halls now toppled. The once invincible foremost sect of the world was now nothing but rubble. Lin Jian was dead. Cui Hao was dead. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor had fallen by his hand. Yet the satisfaction of revenge could not fill the hollow left by this separation. This was not enough. The true culprit still lived. That vile woman still reveled in the great Qin dynasty. Xiao Zixi. That name was like a poisonous thorn deeply embedded in Lu Xuantong's heart. Had it not been for this venomous woman, how would he have been framed? How would his supreme bone have been dug out? How would he have suffered endlessly in the Demon Suppressing Tower? And at this very moment, that wretch was probably still dreaming, waiting for her perfect match, Cui, how to achieve glory and marry her with great fanfare. At the thought, a grim, cold smile crept onto Lu Xuantong's lips. He could almost imagine the expression on Xiao Zixi's face when she learned of Cui Hao's death. It would be utterly spectacular. Just then, ding. Detected host's emotional fluctuations, meeting sign-in conditions, triggered special sign-in mission, Xiao Zixi's bridal chamber reward, cuckold's heavenly thunder. A passive talent, any woman who betrays the host in the future will be struck by varying degrees of heavenly thunder and destroyed. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Lu Xuantong raised an eyebrow, the coldness in his eyes deepening. This sign-in mission came at the perfect time, as if tailor-made for him. Still, what exactly was this cuckold's heavenly thunder? A defense against betrayal. Lu Xuantong gave a bitter laugh and reluctantly accepted. As for the sign-in location, the bridal chamber. He repeated the word softly, his cold smile widening. Excellent. He'll use her bridal chamber as her burial ground. With that thought, Lu Xuantong hesitated no longer. He lightly tapped his toes, shooting into the sky like an arrow. His earth immortal cultivation erupted, fully dispersing clouds in his wake and causing the air to screech with piercing booms. Xiao Zixi. Lu Xuantong is coming. In the celestial realm, at the training grounds of the Lu clan's divine nobility, the vast arena floated amidst the clouds, surrounded by swirling immortal mists and adorned with cascading spirit springs, a scene that should have embodied the serene grandeur of a sacred immortal domain. Yet at this moment, the arena was thick with a tense, murderous atmosphere. A thunderous collision exploded. Another earth-shattering clash sent 2 figures streaking across the void. The shockwaves from their fists and palms rippled the protective arrays surrounding the arena. One of them, a young man in a white robe, was tall and handsome, with an unyielding defiance etched between his brows. Every strike he delivered tore through the air with a sonic boom, his fist whined, distorting space itself, a unique power bestowed only upon an awakened Supreme Bone. Opposite him stood a youth in black robes, his body wreathed in eerie black-red aura. Each punch he unleashed was accompanied by ghastly wails and demonic howls. That was the hallmark of another peerless physique of the Lu family, the Divine Demon Sacred Body. Is this all you've got, Lu Xuantong? Taunted the black-robed youth Lu Chengqian. What a waste of the Supreme Bone on you. As his words fell, his form accelerated abruptly, his right palm dissolving into a flurry of afterimages, each imprint carrying a terrifying force that devoured life itself. The white-robed youth clenched his jaw, channeling the Supreme Bone at full power, forming a pale golden protective radiance over his body. Divine Demon Devouring Fist. Lu Chengqian suddenly changed his technique, his right fist erupting into a horrifying black-red vortex that devoured even light itself. The punch landed squarely on Lu Xuantong's chest, shattering the Supreme Bone's protective light like glass. With a spray of blood, Lu Xuantong was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the array barrier at the edge of the arena before bouncing back to the ground. A dull thud echoed as he landed on one knee, his right hand bracing against the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, reflecting an unyielding countenance. The surrounding Lu disciples erupted in cheers. Senior brother Chengqian is mighty. Truly the foremost genius of our Lu clan. What Supreme Bone? It's nothing before the Divine Demon Sacred Body. How many times has this been? When will Lu Xuantong learn? Tisk tisk tsk. So this is the power of the Supreme Bone. Just mediocre. I think the Divine Demon Sacred Body should rank a whole tier higher. The mocking laughter surged like a tide, but Lu Xuantong seemed not to hear. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face identical to the Lu Xuantong of the lower realm, yet with an added celestial grace unique to cultivators of the celestial realm. Again he said hoarsely, pushing himself up from his knees with difficulty. I haven't lost yet. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at him with utter contempt. In this state, you think you're worthy to compete with me for the position of Holy Son? He let out a sneer. Supreme Bone. Nothing special. Lu Xuantong said nothing, merely wiping the blood from his lips and resuming his combat stance. His gaze remained resolute, but his disordered chi and trembling legs betrayed his true condition. Enough. An elder on the viewing platform frowned. Xuantong has reached his limit. Elder, you speak amiss. Another elder who favored Lu Xuantong stroked his beard with a smile. It's good for the young to spar more. Since Xuantong won't admit defeat, it means he still has strength left. In the arena, Lu Xuantong approached slowly, his gaze dripping with scorn. With such meager skill, don't claim to be a member of the Lu family when you're outside. It's embarrassing. Supreme Bone. More like dog bone. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted, fury blazing in his eyes. Suddenly, with a heavy thud, another brutal punch sent him flying again, this time shattering the arena's railing. He curled up on the ground, his organs feeling dislodged, every breath carrying the taste of blood. A waste is a waste. Lu Xuantong shook his wrist and turned away. Remember, if you meet me in the next clan competition, just forfeit. Don't make a spectacle. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Lu Xuantong alone on the cold jade tiles. Above the heavens, thunderclouds churned like raging dragons, and icy rain poured down, striking the face of Lu Xuantong. No, it should be said, her face. Rainwater slid down her pale cheeks, mingling with the still fresh blood at the corners of her mouth, dripping onto the shattered jade tiles. She tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes reflecting the gloomy sky, a hint of inexpressible grievance and resentment hidden deep within. Am I still too weak? She murmured, her voice carrying a tremor she herself barely noticed. The surroundings were empty, only the howling wind and rain mocking her disheveled state. She slowly rose, staggering, but gritted her teeth to steady herself. Drop by drop, rain dripped from her hair, soaking her robes. Dragging her exhausted body step by step, she made her way toward her own courtyard. With every step, her injuries burned like fire, yet she endured in silence, not uttering a single groan. After a while, the door was pushed open, and she finally gave way, her legs buckling, collapsing heavily to the floor. Cough, cough. She curled up on the cold ground, gasping for air, the surging blood in her chest nearly suffocating her. After an unknown time, she barely regained her composure and slowly opened her eyes. I must not fall. She struggled to push herself up, dragging her heavy steps toward the medicinal pool in the inner chamber. The herbal bath was already prepared, the scalding spiritual liquid steaming with rich medicinal fragrance, yet she numbly removed her clothes, preparing to step in. But just as she untied the sash, it slipped. The faint curve beneath in the dim candlelight was strikingly conspicuous. She froze. Looking down at her own body, her fingertips gently touched the truth that had been bound for 40 years. Heh! She suddenly laughed, a laugh laced with bitterness, self-mockery, and a loneliness known only to herself. Yes, she was not Lu Xuantong. Yet she was also Lu Xuantong. 40 years ago, when the lady of the Lu family was about to give birth, she was returning to the clan from her maternal home when she encountered a terrifyingly powerful being. That being saw at a glance that the fetus in her womb harbored a supreme bone and greedily sought to seize it. The lady fought desperately, but instead of one child, she gave birth to twins, a son and a daughter. The true Lu Xuantong was born with the supreme bone destined to dominate the ages. And she, the nameless sister, unexpectedly awakened the divine sovereign bone. The divine sovereign bone, though not as overbearing as the supreme bone, bore a striking resemblance enough to deceive. The mighty being ultimately failed to find the supreme bone, dismissed it as a misunderstanding, and left in disappointment. To protect the true supreme bone bloodline, the Lu family secretly sent the real Lu Xuantong to the lower realm to avoid disaster. And she, the daughter who should never have existed, was forced to take her brother's place, inheriting the name Lu Xuantong, bearing the glory of the supreme bone genius, living as another shadow. 40 years. For 40 whole years, no one knew her true identity. She cultivated, fought, endured the clan's expectations and jealousy as a man, and even she herself had nearly forgotten who she really was. The young girl slowly stepped into the medicinal pool, the scalding spiritual liquid burning her skin, yet she closed her eyes and endured, letting the pain spread. Lu Xuantong was right, I truly am a waste. The girl murmured softly, her fingertips gently tracing the scars on her chest. The divine sovereign bone, no matter how much it resembled the supreme bone, was never the real thing. She could fool everyone but not herself. Every time she clashed with true prodigies, that feeling of powerlessness, that despair of being crushed, suffocated her. Yet she could not retreat, could not yield. Because she was Lu Xuantong, the hope of the Lu family, the supreme bone genius destined to dominate the celestial realm. Even if she was only a fake. Outside the window, the rain gradually ceased. The dark clouds parted, revealing a cold moon. She slowly opened her eyes, the flickering candlelight reflected in her dark pupils. "Brother, how are you faring in the lower realm?" It was a question that would never receive an answer. After a long silence, she slowly rose, retied her long hair, and donned the white robe that belonged to Lu Xuantong. In the mirror, that aloof and solitary youth returned once more. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped into the night. "I will grow stronger. Strong enough to uphold this lie. Until the day you return." The night sky after the rain was clear and cold, as if washed clean, moonlight filtering through the clouds and spilling across the magnificent halls of the Lu family estate. Lu Xuantong dragged his weary body step by step toward the main courtyard. A moment later, the door pushed open, candlelight flickering, illuminating two figures within the hall. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine, his brows deep set, and eyes profound, exuding an air of authority without anger. Merely standing there, he radiated a suffocating pressure. This man was Lu Xuantong, the second elder of the Lu family in the present generation, and also their biological father. Beside the man stood an elegant and noble woman. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin like snow, yet hidden within her brows was a trace of barely perceptible timidity, as if she feared something. This was their mother, Nan Yuezhi. The moment Lu Xuantong stepped into the hall, before he could even speak, he was met with a thunderous roar, "Kneel!" Lu Xuantong was slightly startled, but quickly he lowered his eyes and knelt in silence. Thud! His knees struck the cold, hard floor heavily, yet he did not even furrow his brow. "Xuantong, don't be so harsh with the child." Nan Yuezhi couldn't help but interject, her voice soft yet trembling. "A doting mother spoils the child." Lu Xuantong laughed in extreme anger, waving his sleeve sharply as he barked, "If not for your constant indulgence, how could he have become such a waste? He possesses the Supreme Bone, yet he can't even defeat Lu Chengqian. What use is he?" Nan Yuezhi was left speechless by this rebuke, her face pale, unable to retort. She looked at her kneeling daughter, a deep guilt hidden in the depths of her eyes. Only she knew the truth. This son was not the real Lu Xuantong at all, but rather her daughter, a poor soul forced to take on her brother's identity. Yet she dared not speak, nor could she. Although that great being from years past had departed, who knew if he was still watching from the shadows? If he learned that the true bloodline of the Supreme Bone was lost outside, he would surely return. Moreover, she had lost her own son. She feared her husband's wrath, feared the family's condemnation, so she could only push all the pressure onto this innocent daughter. She bore the secret alone, yet made her daughter carry all the suffering. Lu Xuantong knelt on the ground, head bowed, silent. She had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Explanations, utterly meaningless. Anger only invited harsher punishment. The only thing she could do was bear it in silence, waiting for this storm to pass. Lu Xuantong looked at his son's submissive demeanor, his fury mounting. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Lu Xuantong slowly shook his head, his voice calm. "Nothing to say." "You..." Lu Xuantong was furious, yet helpless. He stared at his son for a long time, then finally let out a deep sigh. "Since that's the case, from tomorrow you will go to the blazing heaven forbidden ground to cultivate. You are not to come out until you break through." The blazing heaven forbidden ground was the Lu family's most brutal training ground, where raging flames scorched the heavens, and the slightest misstep meant utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Nan Yuezhi's face changed drastically. "Xuantong, the blazing heaven forbidden ground is far too dangerous. He is still young. Don't send him there." "Silence." Lu Xuantong cut her off coldly. "If he can't even endure this small hardship, what right does he have to be my son? How else can he grow? In a month's time at the Saint Sun battle, how will he defeat Lu Chengqian? He possesses the Supreme Bone. He cannot be trampled underfoot forever." Nan Yuezhi opened her mouth, but in the end could only lower her head in defeat. Lu Xuantong remained kneeling, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. "Yes, father," she agreed softly, her tone devoid of any emotion long since numbed. Finally, Lu Xuantong left the room alone. Behind her, the angry shouts from the main hall were still faintly audible. "Waste. A complete waste." Lu Xuantong's roar pierced the night, filled with disappointment and rage. He could not understand why his son, on whom he had placed such high hopes, would repeatedly be defeated by Lu Chengqian. The Supreme Bone should have been a talent to dominate a generation, yet now it had become a laughingstock, causing him, an elder of the Lu family, to lose all face. The blazing heaven forbidden ground. If you cannot be reborn there, then die there. The cold words echoed in the young girl's ears, but she merely closed her eyes briefly, her steps never faltering. She had long grown used to it. She had even become numb to it. Just as she was about to step into her own courtyard, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. "Xuantong, wait." Nan Yuezi's voice trembled, laced with sobs. The young girl paused in her steps and slowly turned around. In the moonlight, her mother was now in tears, her makeup ruined, far from her usual dignified composure. Mother! At that moment, Nan Yuezi could no longer hold back, pulling her into an embrace as tears soaked her daughter's clothes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's your mother's fault for being useless, making you bear so much. The young girl was momentarily stunned, then gently patted her mother's back softly, saying, It's all right. I can still endure it. Her words carried a gentle smile, as if she were the mother instead. Yet it was this very calmness that wrenched Nan Yuezi's heart. She should have been the most honored young lady of the Lu family, carefree and showered with affection. But now she didn't even have her own name, forced to live as someone else's shadow. Nan Yuezi trembled as she cupped her daughter's face, tears blurring her vision. Daughter, your mother is close to finding your brother. Soon, very soon, I can bring him back. Then you won't have to pretend anymore. You can be yourself. As these words fell, the young girl's pupils abruptly constricted. She froze on the spot, a look of profound disbelief spreading across her face. Brother, the real Lu Xuantong. For 40 years, she had never imagined that this secret would one day be broken. She had long grown accustomed to the identity of Lu Xuantong, accustomed to bearing her father's disappointment, accustomed to the clan's mockery, and even accustomed to the fact that she was a waste. But now her mother told her that her release was near. Mother, what are you saying? Nan Yuezi tightly grasped her hand and whispered, All these years I have been secretly searching for your brother's whereabouts. And finally I have a clue. Once he is brought back, you won't have to bear this burden anymore. The young girl stared blankly at her mother for a moment, unsure whether to be happy or sad. She should be happy, shouldn't she? She could finally shed her disguise and be her true self. But why? Did her heart ache so much it felt like it was suffocating? 40 years of disguise had long made her forget who she truly was. If one day she was no longer Lu Xuantong, then who would she be? The night wind brushed by, scattering the loose strands of hair on her forehead. After a long moment, the young girl slowly revealed a faint smile and said softly, That is truly wonderful. Nan Yuezi looked at her daughter's smile, yet felt only a sharp pain in her heart. That smile held no relief, no joy, only deep confusion and helplessness. She opened her mouth wanting to say more, but the young girl had already gently pulled her hand away and turned to walk toward her own courtyard. Daughter, mother, I am tired, the young girl said with her back to her voice very soft. Tomorrow I must go to the blazing heaven forbidden ground. I want to rest. Nan Yuezi stood there watching her daughter's retreating figure, tears streaming down once more. She had thought this secret would be her daughter's salvation. But now she understood. Some shackles once put on can never be taken off again. As the door gently closed, the young girl leaned against it, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. She lowered her head, looking at her own hands, long, fair, yet covered in calluses from practicing the sword. These were the hands of Lu Xuantong. But soon they would no longer be. She slowly closed her eyes, a bitter smile curling at the corners of her lips. Brother is coming back. Then where do I go? The Xiao family mansion stood with its vermilion gates flung wide open, a golden plaque hanging high above. In the courtyard, paved with white marble, figures moved like a woven tapestry. Nobles from the capital, powerful clans, and imperial relatives all arrived bearing lavish gifts. The guests, adorned in brocade robes and jade belts, bowed with clasped hands, their faces plastered with fawning smiles, yet their eyes concealed deep weariness. Congratulations, Patriarch Xiao. Your daughter's wedding today is truly a match made in heaven. The Minister of War bowed so low his forehead nearly touched the ground. Madam Xiao is truly blessed. Your son-in-law, young Master Cui, took charge of the Heavenly Sword Sect at such a young age. He will surely become the pillar supporting the Zhongshuan continent. The wife of the current Prime Minister personally supported Madam Xiao by the arm, her tone as intimate as if they were lifelong confidants. Patriarch Xiao, clad in a deep purple brocade robe with a jade belt around his waist, stood beaming before the main hall. Stroking his beard with a smile, the very creases at the corners of his eyes brimmed with complacency. Joy to us all. It is our honor that you could grace us with your presence today. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing through the courtyard. Once upon a time, his Xiao family was merely a second-rate clan, and now it could command the deference of all the court's elite. Such glory, such prestige, all brought by his wonderful daughter. Madame Xiao stood by her husband's side, but her gaze kept drifting toward the sky, unable to conceal the anxiety in her brow. Husband, why isn't Howard here yet? Patriarch Xiao laughed heartily and patted his wife's hand. What's the rush? Today is the day Cui Hao takes over as the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader. It's perfectly normal for the ceremony to run a bit late. As he spoke, he glanced around at the courtyard full of guests and raised his voice even louder. Don't you all agree? Indeed, indeed. Sect leader Cui is burdened with countless affairs. Arriving a little late is only fitting. Today's sect leader Chui is the true protagonist. The sycophantic voices rose and fell in waves. Patriarch Xiao's heart bloomed with joy as he already envisioned the Xiao family under his leadership becoming the foremost clan of the Zhongshuan continent. In the side hall, several of the Xiao family's elders sat around a table clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, their faces brimming with unconcealed delight. Brother, our Xiao family has truly struck gold this time. The second elder, his eyes bleary with drink, raised his wine glass, his hand trembling. That girl Zixi, I knew from the time she was a child that she was destined for greatness. The third elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Who says otherwise? When the crown prince came to propose marriage back then, I didn't even agree. The crown prince. The fourth elder sneered, downing his wine in one gulp. Now even the crown prince has to look up to our Xiao family. What are they anyway? Patriarch Xiao stood outside the hall listening to his clansmen's discussions and felt even more elated. His worthless son spent his days only indulging in pleasure and idleness. He had thought the Xiao family would be ruined by that prodigal, but instead his daughter had exceeded expectations and landed a golden son-in-law. Patriarch. The steward rushed over, barely able to contain his excitement. We've just received word that His Majesty has sent the crown prince in person to convey his congratulations. His carriage has already reached the street corner. Patriarch Xiao let out a faint smile upon hearing this. Let him come in on his own. From now on, it's time to make it clear who the true master of this realm is. Just as the crown prince was about to step into the Xiao residence, a strange disturbance suddenly rippled through the sky. The once clear heavens abruptly darkened and clouds as black as ink churned and gathered. A suffocating pressure cascaded down from the 9 heavens as if a primordial beast was awakening. Patriarch Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but upon second thought a look of joy spread across his face. It must be Howard arriving. Such an imposing presence, truly worthy of the Heavenly Sword Sect's sect leader. So terrifyingly mighty. Amidst the dark clouds a figure strode through the air. Clad in a black robe, his sleeves fluttered as if crackling with hidden thunder. With every step, ripples spread across the void, wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, the white-clad figure finally landed. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back before the Xiao mansion, his aura profound as an abyss. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble faintly. The once boisterous mansion fell into dead silence in an instant. All the guests held their breath, staring in awe at the young man before them. After a moment of stillness, thunderous applause erupted. Thighs. Is Sect Master Chui truly a man of striking appearance? What terrifying pressure. No wonder he's the possessor of the Supreme Bone and the strongest under heaven. Not only is he incredibly talented, but he's also devastatingly handsome. How are we supposed to live with ourselves? Shock filled everyone's hearts, yet no one dared to voice a single doubt. After all, who else could possess such an earth-shattering aura, if not the legendary Chui Hao? Xiao's father was the first to snap out of it. A fawning smile plastered across his face. He hurried forward, patted Lu Xuantong on the shoulder, and said in a warm tone, "My worthy son-in-law, you finally arrived. Everything is ready here. The wedding can begin at any moment." As his words faded, the guests came to their senses and offered their congratulations, their faces brimming with sycophantic delight. "Congratulations on your wedding, Sect Master Chui. Sect Master Chui is such a fine man, a perfect match for Miss Xiao. The union of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Xiao family will surely be a legend across the Zhongshuan continent." Flattery rose and fell like waves, but Lu Xuantong merely swept his cold gaze over the crowd, a mocking smirk curling at his lips. These people had mistaken him for Chui Hao. Yet thinking about it, it made sense. Though Chui Hao's name shook the world, few had actually seen him. And now, with Lu Xuantong arriving through the air, his oppressive might overwhelming, they naturally assumed he was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Seeing Lu Xuantong's stern expression, Xiao's mother grew anxious. She carefully approached and whispered, "My worthy son-in-law, why aren't you wearing your wedding robes today?" She pointed at his white robe, hesitating. On a wedding day, wearing white instead of red was terribly inauspicious. Lu Xuantong's brows furrowed, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was about to strike and suppress these ants when Xiao's father shot a glare at his wife, barking, "What do you, a woman, know? Whatever my worthy son-in-law wears is the most noble symbol under heaven." Xiao's mother was stunned, then quickly nodded with an apologetic smile, daring not to utter another word. Indeed, Chui Hao was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, destined to rule the Zhongshuan continent as a supreme powerhouse. Even if he came draped in rags, it would still be the greatest honor. Seeing Lu Xuantong's expression soften slightly, Xiao's father breathed a silent sigh of relief and quickly bowed to lead the way. "My worthy son-in-law Zixi has been waiting in the bridal chamber for some time. Please." He dared not act like a senior in front of such a prized son-in-law. Lu Xuantong watched Xiao's father's sycophantic display and suddenly found it ridiculous. If Head had such an understanding father-in-law in his past life, he wouldn't have been dumped by his ex-girlfriend and humiliated so cruelly. With a cold snort, he ignored the crowd and strode straight toward Xiao Zixi's bridal chamber. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted like the tide, none daring to block his path. This was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lu Xuantong. Upon arriving at the bridal chamber, inside the bridal chamber, crimson candles flickered. Xiao Zixi sat upright on the bed, a red veil covering her head, her heart pounding like a drum. It was Cui Hao who had arrived. She had clearly heard the clamor and congratulations from outside just moments ago. Everyone addressed him as Sect Master Cui. Finally, the wait is over. The young girl bit her luscious crimson lips, a shy blush spreading across her face. A creak echoed as the door was pushed open and steady footsteps entered the bridal chamber. Xiao Zixi's body trembled slightly, her heart racing even faster. She could sense that tall figure standing not far away, seemingly surveying the room's decor. "Husband," she called out softly, her voice sweet as honey. "Why haven't you come over?" A faint cold laugh drifted through the air. Xiao Zixi was startled, vaguely feeling that the laughter was familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had heard it. Perhaps Cui Hao was in high spirits today after assuming the position of sect master. She didn't dwell on it and continued in a coquettish tone, "Husband, lift the veil quickly. From now on, I am your wife for eternity, until death do us part." She spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity. Yet Lu Xuantong standing before her had eyes as cold as ice. "For eternity, until death do us part." He repeated the words in a low voice, the sneer on his lips growing more pronounced. Such familiar words. Back then she had also blushed, leaning against his chest, uttering the same vows. But what was the result? She conspired with Cui Hao behind his back, personally cut open his chest, dug out his supreme bone, and threw him into the Demon Suppression Tower to fend for himself. She even dealt the fatal blow. He would never forget the sword wound on his chest. And now she could still face another man with an unchanged expression and speak the same words. How ironic this was. Xiao Zixi waited for a moment, but receiving no response, a hint of doubt crept into her heart. "Husband." She tilted her head, slightly pouting playfully. "What are you laughing at? Don't you trust me?" As she spoke, she feigned grievance and pouted him. "Not that kind of fickle woman. Ooh, I would never scheme behind your back. As long as you cherish and dote on me, my heart will belong to you alone for this lifetime." Before she could finish, Lu Xuantong finally moved. He stepped forward slowly, standing before Xiao Zixi, looking down at her from a height. Even through the red veil, Xiao Zixi could feel the oppressive aura, cold, heavy, like a towering mountain pressing down on her until she could barely breathe. So this was the power of the Supreme Bone. Truly terrifying. Her heart was a mix of shock and joy, and she immediately reached out her slender jade-like hand, wanting to embrace the Cui Hao before her. Yet the next second, a sharp slap echoed. Her hand was ruthlessly pushed aside by an icy palm. Xiao Zixi froze. Husband." Her voice trembled slightly, a sense of wrongness creeping in. The next moment, the red veil was yanked off. The candlelight was blinding. Xiao Zixi instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the face before her was one she thought had long been buried in the depths of her memory. Lu Xuantong. In an instant, Xiao Zixi's entire body went rigid, her pupils violently contracting. How was this possible? He had his supreme bone dug out and was thrown into the Demon Suppression Tower. How could he still be alive? Her mind was a blank, filled with nothing but fear, sheer fear. Her carefully made-up face was now drained of all color. How can you still be alive? Weren't you dead? Ghost. You must be a ghost. Stay away from me." Lu Xuantong stood in the shadow of the candlelight, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes filled with a cold, mocking smile. "The more you wished for my death, the more I wanted to live. Unfortunately, I won." Xiao Zixi trembled all over, her mind frantically searching for a way out. No, there was still a chance. Cui Hao, Sect Master Cui Hao of the Heavenly Sword Sect. She jerked her head up, mustering her last shred of bravado, but her voice quivered uncontrollably. You can't touch me. Cui Hao won't let you off. He is now the Sect Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the supreme ruler of this Zhongshuan continent. If you dare harm even a single hair on my head, he will make your life a living hell." She grew more agitated as she spoke, as if grasping at her last lifeline. However, Lu Xuantong merely chuckled softly, leisurely taking something from his sleeve and tossing it carelessly before her. A bloodstained Sect Master token clattered to the ground, bearing the engraved characters Heavenly Sword. Xiao Zixi's breath caught in her throat. "Are you talking about him?" Lu Xuantong leaned down, his icy fingers gripping her chin, forcing her to look up. "He is already dead. Right now he's waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't worry, you two are so devoted. I will soon send you to join him." Xiao Zixi was terrified out of her wits, her expression gradually twisting. No. Impossible. Cui Hao possessed the Supreme Bone and was the foremost prodigy of this era. How could he have died at Lu Xuantong's hands? She stared fixedly at the token on the ground, her mind roaring. Fake. It had to be fake. Yet Cui Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen. If she were in danger, he would surely appear in time. But from the start of the wedding until now, Cui Hao had vanished, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Perhaps he was truly dead, killed by Lu Xuantong. At this thought, she finally broke down. She collapsed to the ground instantly, her wedding dress in disarray, her makeup smeared by tears, all traces of her former arrogance gone. She had been wrong. Utterly wrong. The youth she had once regarded as a worthless piece of trash had now grown to such an extent. Even after having his supreme bone dug out, he could still rise again. He was the true child of destiny in this world. And she with her own hands had pushed such an extraordinary prodigy into the abyss. Despair surged over her like a tidal wave. With a thud, Xiao Zixi fell to her knees, her forehead striking the cold ground heavily. Weeping bitterly, she begged Xuantong. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Back then I was blinded by greed and failed to recognize your worth. Please, for the sake of our past feelings, spare my life. From now on I will never betray you again. I can still warm your bed, give you everything you desire. Everything I have is yours. If you want it, I will give it. Please, I beg you to let me go. Trembling, Xiao Zixi reached out a hand to grab the hem of Lu Xuantong's robe, but he coldly stepped aside. Lu Xuantong looked down from his height at this woman who had once been so haughty, now groveling at his feet like a dog. Yet he felt no satisfaction in his heart, only an endless sense of irony. It was too late. From the moment she had personally dug out his supreme bone, this outcome had been sealed. He slowly raised his hand, blood-red lightning coalescing in his palm. Xiao Zixi, your repentance. Save it for hell. Lu Xuantong's palm crackled with thunder, crimson lightning coiling like dragons and snakes, illuminating his visage that seemed both divine and demonic. In his deep-set eyes, the killing intent was as cold as millennia-old ice, piercing to the bone. Xiao Zixi trembled all over, the fear of death surging in her heart like a tide. She was unwilling. After all, she was the young lady of the Xiao family, a woman destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Zhongshuan continent. There were endless riches and glory she had yet to enjoy, and supreme power she had yet to grasp. How could she possibly die at the hands of a worthless person she once looked down upon? No, she absolutely cannot die. A trace of malice flashed in her eyes, which then transformed into a pitifully delicate demeanor. She suddenly tore open her wedding gown, revealing her snow-white shoulders and half-exposed bosom. Her skin was as smooth as warm jade, glistening alluringly in the candlelight. Her body softened against Lu Xuantong, her red lips slightly parted, breath fragrant like orchids. Xuantong, we haven't engaged in dual cultivation for a long time. Why not? Give it a try. The voice was sweet and soft, her fingertips lightly tracing his chest, her sultry gaze seemingly capable of bewitching souls. I promise to satisfy you. There are some methods that even Cui Hao has never experienced, only I use them privately to relieve boredom. For the sake of her life, she was willing to do anything. Lu Xuantong paused, frowning tightly, and even closed his eyes as if unable to bear to look. Xiao Zixi felt a rush of joy in her heart, believing her tactics were effective. She twisted her waist with even more fervor, her red lips nearly brushing against his earlobe, her voice trembling with sweetness. Xuantong, I know you still like me, right? Let's start over, shall we? I can. However, before she could finish her sentence, her throat suddenly tightened. Lu Xuantong abruptly opened his eyes, gripping her neck with one hand, lifting her whole body up. His gaze was no longer cold but filled with naked disgust, as if looking at a filthy, poisonous snake. You still look like this. He sneered coldly, his voice low and mocking, truly repulsive. Xiao Zixi's feet left the ground, her breath was cut off, her face flushed red, genuine fear finally surfacing in her eyes. She struggled but couldn't utter a single word, only managing to emit a series of choking sounds. At that moment, bang! The door was violently pushed open and Xiao's father barged in with a beaming smile. Son-in-law, has Zixi not served you well? Don't be angry, you'll teach her a lesson right away. He originally thought it was his daughter who had angered Cui Hao, causing a commotion. But when he saw the scene inside the room, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. What is going on? Xiao's father, having lived for decades, suddenly recalled Lu Xuantong's disdainful gaze when he entered the estate and his current ruthless posture as he choked Xiao Zixi. This is not Cui Hao. No matter how arrogant Cui Hao is, he would never treat the Xiao family like this. His complexion changed drastically, rage surging to his head as he shouted, You are not the sect master Cui. Who is this wild brat daring to act wildly in my Xiao estate? The Xiao family was no longer what it used to be. Even the current emperor had to show them some respect, yet this unknown person dared to humiliate the young lady of the Xiao family. What is he? Can he compare to a finger of Cui Hao? Lu Xuantong, upon hearing this, slowly curled his lips into a cold smile, his deep voice piercing into Xiao's father's ears like ice. My name is Lu Xuantong. Xiao's father was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized a look of disdain appearing in his eyes. I remember now, Zixi mentioned you before. He looked Lu Xuantong up and down, as if inspecting a trivial ant, sneering. You are that good for nothing who depends on others for a living, always trailing behind Zixi with a begging face. If it weren't for my daughter feeling pity for you, you wouldn't even qualify to see her. Xiao's father grew bolder in his words, his expression increasingly arrogant, completely oblivious to Xiao Zixi's frantic gestures and terrified shaking of her head. Back then, when you stole from the alchemy pavilion, if it weren't for Zixi pleading for you, you would have long been stripped of your cultivation and turned to dust. He snorted coldly and continued to scold. I didn't expect you to repay kindness with enmity today. Lu Xuantong, you are truly heartless. It's all my daughter's fault for being blind back then to fall for a waste like you. Fortunately, Sect Master Cui is broad-minded, treating her as before, cherishing her like a treasure. Lu Xuantong frowned, a chilling glare surging in his eyes as he questioned each word. She really explained my death that way back then. Xiao's father held his head high, nodding firmly. Is there any doubt about it? Xiao Zixi, upon hearing this, felt her heart completely collapse, despairing as she closed her eyes. It's over. All over. In an instant, a violent energy erupted from Lu Xuantong's entire being, exploding like raging waves. Boom. Xiao's father didn't even have a chance to react. His body was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing through the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, ribs shattered. And Xiao Zixi, in Lu Xuantong's grasp, was violently kicked away, her delicate body crashing against the carved wooden pillar of the bridal chamber, the sound of bones breaking unmistakable. She curled up on the ground in pain, blood spilling from her lips, her eyes filled with despair and fear. Xiao Zixi. Lu Xuantong stepped forward slowly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of a cold hell. You truly are not worth grieving over. He had thought this woman would at least retain a shred of shame, but to his surprise, she had abandoned all sense of dignity. Reversing right and wrong, sowing discord, turning the tables, backstabbing. Her crimes were simply too numerous to count. If he did not kill her today, Lu Xuantong would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Just as his killing intent surged, Xiao's mother rushed in upon hearing the news, instantly spotting her husband and daughter grievously injured and spitting blood, her eyes nearly bursting from rage as she pointed at Lu Xuantong and shouted, "Damn it! Who is this dog thing daring to run amok in my Xiao estate?" Her face twisted with rage, her eyes full of malice and venom as she screeched, "I knew you weren't Sect Master Cui. He is a big shot from the Tianjin sect. How could he be as rude and crude as you? You little beast, I advise you to kneel down and bow 3 times. Otherwise my Xiao family swears not to let this matter rest." She continued to curse, wishing she could strip Lu Xuantong to the bone, turning him to dust. Xiao Zixi watched as her parents took turns humiliating Lu Xuantong, her heart sinking into total despair. She once had a glimmer of hope for survival, but now it seemed like her entire clan would be doomed. Seeing Lu Xuantong silent, Xiao's mother thought he was scared and became even more arrogant, shouting, "Dog thing. Still not kneeling and bowing. If you wait for my golden son-in-law to arrive, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xuantong gently pinched his fingers. With a bang, Xiao's mother's head instantly exploded. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The entire Xiao mansion fell into a deathly silence. Xiao's father collapsed on the ground, his pupils violently contracting as a choking sound escaped his throat, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight in the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Zixi had completely gone limp, her eyes filled with nothing but boundless terror. It's over. Everything is over. When Xiao's father watched his wife's head explode before his very eyes, blood splattering all over his face, he trembled violently. In that instant, his eyes turning bloodshot red as he completely lost his sanity. "You little beast. He'll make sure you die a miserable death." He roared hysterically, his grandmaster cultivation erupting fiercely as true qi surged around him, causing his robes to billow like a tempest. The head of the Xiao family, now utterly deranged, charged madly at Lu Xuantong, completely disregarding the disparity in their strength. "Father, no!" Xiao Zixi screamed in terror. She knew all too well Lu Xuantong's power. Even Cui Hao, who possessed the Supreme Bone, had died at his hands. Rushing at him was nothing short of an egg dashing against a rock. But it was already too late. Lu Xuantong merely cast a cold glance at Xiao's father. Just one glance. An overwhelming, world-destroying, killing intent pressed down, and Xiao's father's body froze midair, his ferocious expression solidifying. The next second his skin began to crack, blood vessels burst inch by inch, and his entire body swelled like a balloon stretched to its limit. Boom! A mist of blood filled the air, with shredded flesh flying everywhere. Xiao Zixi stared blankly at the scene, her face splattered with her father's blood and flesh. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees, letting out incoherent sobs from her throat. Ha! Ha ha! Suddenly she burst into maniacal laughter, the sound laced with boundless despair and twisted satisfaction. She staggered to her feet, pointing at Lu Xuantong with a crazed gleam in her eyes. How does it feel to kill my loved ones? Isn't it exhilarating? I understand that feeling all too well, so it'll make you taste the same pain. Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow, a foreboding unease surging in his heart. What do you mean? Xiao Zixi threw her head back and laughed as if possessed. You think this is the end? The great Qian Emperor long ago found your parents. They're locked in the Imperial Palace dungeon to be executed at noon today. She continued hysterically. Oh, and you don't know, do you? You have a younger sister, Lu Yao, now the saintess of the Purple Cloud sect. Such a brilliant girl, what a pity. So young, yet she must die because of you. These words struck Lu Xuantong like a thunderbolt. His figure swayed, and his face turned deathly pale. A sister? When did he have a sister? Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. When he left home back, then his mother was indeed pregnant. Could it be? Xiao Zixi watched Lu Xuantong's faltering expression and laughed even more wildly. How about it? Now do you feel my pain? Your parents, your sister, everyone you care about. We'll all pay the price for what you've done today. Lu Xuantong felt the world spinning around him. He had cultivated painstakingly for so many years, all for the day he could protect his family. But now, if his parents truly died because of him, if that sister he had never met with misfortune, his Tao heart would shatter. Xiao Zixi watched Lu Xuantong's dejected appearance, a twisted satisfaction welling up from the depths of her heart. An unhealthy flush appeared on her pale face, her lips stretched into an exaggerated grin, and she was completely immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Ha ha ha! Lu Xuantong, the expression on your face right now is priceless. She laughed maniacally, her voice shrill and piercing. This feeling of helplessness, isn't it wonderful, eh? Xiao Zixi staggered to her feet, her wedding dress already soaked through with blood, yet she seemed oblivious. At this moment, she was like a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell, a crazed light flickering in her eyes. I admit I regret it. But so what? Is there any medicine for regret in this world? Since it's done, someone must pay the price. However, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on her face. The one paying the price won't be just me. Xiao Zixi looked up at the darkening sky and shouted maniacally, there's only half an incense stick left until noon. Your parents and that adorable little sister. Their heads will be chopped off and sent to me as a wedding gift. It's over 1,000 li from Qingzhou to the capital. Even if you're a land god invincible under heaven, you can't make it to the capital in half an incense stick's time. They're doomed. She shrieked hysterically. Lu Xuantong, your whole family is doomed. Just as she was laughing wildly, Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if thousands of thunderbolts roared within his pitch-black pupils, and a killing intent so vast it threatened to materialize. The temperature in the entire Xiao mansion plummeted, and the air was thick with a suffocating pressure. Are you done? Lu Xuantong's voice was icy cold, cutting Xiao Zixi's laughter short. She watched in terror as Lu Xuantong's body began to rise slowly into the air, surrounded by terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. Is he going to spare me? A flicker of hope arose in Xiao Zixi's heart, but the next moment she was terrified out of her wits by the sight before her. Above the sky, Lu Xuantong's figure grew larger and larger. Dark clouds gathered above his head, forming a massive vortex. Purple lightning rolled within the clouds, emitting deafening roars. All the citizens of Qingzhou City looked up in terror at this apocalyptic scene. Xiao Zixi. Lu Xuantong's voice echoed through heaven and earth like divine thunder. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today I will annihilate your entire clan to quell the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, he raised his right hand high. In an instant, thousands of thunderbolts converged into a colossal palm that blotted out the sky. The lines on the palm were clearly visible, each one formed from destructive lightning. Sacred technique, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. With this furious roar, the thunderous giant palm came crashing down. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Zixi looked up in despair, watching the all-destroying palm draw closer and closer. Her pupils reflected the blinding lightning, her face frozen in an expression of terror. Boom! Amid the earth-shattering roar, the entire Xiao mansion was instantly reduced to ashes. A blinding white light engulfed everything, and the violent lightning carved a massive crater dozens of zhang deep into the ground. The shockwave swept across 100 li, destroying all buildings and trees in its path. When the smoke cleared, the once glorious Xiao mansion had vanished without a trace, leaving only a charred gigantic palm print deeply imprinted on the earth. Lu Xuantong hovered in the air, cast one last look at the ruins, then turned and shot toward the capital like a streak of light. Father, mother, and little sister. You must wait for me. Ding. Host triggers check-in mission Great Qian Imperial Palace. Mission reward reforge Nirvana Supreme Bone. Father, mother, and little sister. You must wait for me. Ding. Host triggers check-in mission Great Qian Imperial Palace. Mission reward reforge Nirvana Supreme Bone. Father, mother, and little sister. You must wait for me. Ding. Host triggers check-in mission Great Qian Imperial Palace. Mission reward reforge Nirvana Supreme Bone. On the sacred maiden peak of the Violet Cloud sect, amidst swirling clouds and mist, a cave dwelling crafted entirely from Tintho-Sandy-rolled profound ice stood silently. Inside, a chilling aura permeated the air as a peerlessly beautiful young girl sat cross-legged on a millennium ice bed, her eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly and fine beads of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted violently. The entire cave dwelling trembled fiercely, ice crystals fell with a rustling sound, and the ground cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. The young girl's eyes snapped open, starlight swirling within them as spiritual energy surged like tidal waves throughout her body. I've succeeded. Lu Yao parted her crimson lips, her voice as clear as spring water striking stone. Feeling the surging power within, her eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy. 15 years of arduous cultivation, and today I finally break through to the venerable realm. Since the age of 5, under the meticulous guidance of her parents, she had awakened an unparalleled constitution and trained day and night. Later, she joined the Violet Cloud sect, where she swept through her peers with astonishing brilliance, eventually ascending to the position of Sacred Maiden. Now, at merely 20 years of age, she had already broken through to the venerable realm, making her the youngest venerable in the Zhongshuan continent. Just as she was rejoicing, a soft sigh echoed from the void. Yaoer, do not be complacent. A fiery red figure materialized out of thin air. It was a woman of unparalleled elegance, clad in a red dress that blazed like flames. Her jade-like feet lightly tapped the void, each step creating ripples. Her features were like a painting, yet she exuded an inviolable majesty, her lips slightly pursed with an air of supreme dominance. At my peak, I witnessed countless brilliant geniuses. Those true prodigies at your age had already achieved cultivation that reached the heavens and the earth. The woman shifted her gaze, looking at Lu Yao with a hint of a smile. If they wished to kill you, it would be no more than a mere glance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's pretty face turned pale. She quickly rose and bowed respectfully. Master's lesson is well taken. This disciple acknowledges her mistake. The woman was named Xiao Zixi, a mysterious and powerful name that carried countless untold stories. Originally a renowned supreme powerhouse from the upper realm, she was forced to abandon her physical body due to her waning lifespan and to evade certain unspeakable entities in the heavenly realm. She sealed her divine soul within a purple gold bell. This bell had endured countless ages before somehow descending to the lower realm, eventually falling into Lu Yao's hands. When Lu Yao first touched the purple gold bell, the bloodline power within her unexpectedly awakened Xiao Zixi, who had slumbered for 10,000 years. At the moment of her awakening, Xiao Zixi's divine soul sensed the special power flowing within Lu Yao. She vaguely perceived that this might be the karma of fate. At that time, Lu Yao was merely a young girl, just beginning her cultivation journey. When she saw Xiao Zixi manifest from the bell, she was struck speechless with shock. The celestial phenomena stirred by her every move, the gaze that looked down upon all beings. All of it bore testament to this senior's terrifying power. Senior. Lu Yao immediately knelt, her eyes shining with unwavering determination, and said earnestly, "Please accept me as your disciple. I want to surpass the Heavenly Sword Sect, become the strongest in the world, and seek justice for my elder brother." Xiao Zixi gazed at the stubborn young girl and suddenly smiled. She saw in Lu Yao's eyes that same persistence, that same unwillingness, that innate pride, so reminiscent of her younger self. "All right." She nodded gently and spoke slowly. "From this day forth you shall be my sole disciple in the lower realm." Thus began the long journey of cultivation between master and disciple. Xiao Zixi imparted all her knowledge without reservation, selecting a sacred-level cultivation technique, the 9 Revolutions Mystic Heaven art tailored specifically for Lu Yao. This technique perfectly complemented Lu Yao's special constitution. When Lu Yao first activated the technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged wildly, directly propelling her to break through to the venerable realm. Of course, do not belittle yourself. Xiao Zixi looked at her beloved disciple, her eyes filled with deep satisfaction, and said, "With your talent and my guidance, dominating the lower realm is within reach. Even those so-called prodigies of the heavenly realm may not be your match." Lu Yao bowed deeply. "Thank you for your cultivation, master. This disciple will not disappoint your expectations." At this moment, her confidence soared to unprecedented heights. With her master's guidance, she now had ample confidence to challenge that being of the Heavenly Sword Sect known as the strongest under the land immortal. 20 years. It was time to clear her elder brother's name. Lu Yao took a deep breath, waved her jade hand lightly, and the cave's restrictions shattered in response. She stepped forward, her white robe as pure as snow, her black hair flowing in the wind. The oppressive aura of the venerable realm was released without restraint, causing the entire sacred maiden peak to tremble slightly. Lu Yao's gaze turned toward the direction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "Xiao Zixi Chuihao, you owe my brother, time to pay." Just as she was about to set off, sacred maiden, a female disciple in the robes of the Violet Cloud sect, ran over with a panicked expression, holding a pitch-black wooden box. She knelt respectfully on one knee, raising the box high. "A venerable elder claiming to be the grand tutor of the great Qian dynasty ordered me to deliver this to you." Lu Yao frowned slightly upon hearing this. The grand tutor of the great Qian dynasty. For the past 20 years, the great Qian emperor had been sending troops to hunt them down. To avoid implicating her, her parents had gone into hiding, living in obscurity. Every time they visited her, they were cautious, never daring to disturb her cultivation. "So why now? What else did he say?" Lu Yao asked in a deep voice. The female disciple shook her head. "He only said that the sacred maiden must open it herself to know." A sense of foreboding washed over her. Lu Yao took a deep breath and accepted the wooden box. The moment her fingertips touched the lid, a bone-chilling cold spread from her fingers through her entire body. Click! The lid slowly opened. A heavy stench of blood assaulted her senses. Lu Yao's pupils contracted sharply, and she froze as if struck by lightning. Inside the box lay a bloody arm, the severed, and a mess of flesh and blood still not fully congealed, a horrifying sight. Thighs. Lu Yao's entire body trembled violently, her vision blurring instantly. That arm bore a familiar scar, a mark left by her father when he was wounded by pursuers while protecting her. She picked up the note inside the box with trembling hands. On it was a single line written in blood: "Your parents will be executed at the royal court today at noon. Dare you come?" A tear splashed onto the note, smearing the blood. In an instant, Lu Yao's spiritual energy went berserk. The oppressive aura of the venerable realm erupted uncontrollably, shaking the entire sacred maiden peak and cracking the rocks. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the skies. Lu Yao's eyes turned bloodshot, her black hair wildly flying, and her spiritual energy materialized into tangible killing intent. "You dog emperor! They'll tear you limb from limb." Xiao Zixi saw this and quickly shouted, "Yaoer, calm down. This is clearly a trap." "A trap?" Lu Yao let out a bitter laugh, tears mixed with blood streaks rolling down from the corners of her eyes. "Even if it's a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, I must go." Those were her biological parents. How could she stand by and watch them die? If she turned a blind eye, what was the point of cultivating immortality? With that, Lu Yao grabbed her sword. As the blade left its sheath, the cold light reflected her resolute expression. "Master, forgive this disciple for being stubborn." Lu Yao spoke each word deliberately, her face icy. "Today, I will bathe the royal city in blood." The great Qian imperial dynasty. At the apex of the forbidden purple palace atop 90-yeared imperial pavilions, Emperor Zhou Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a black and gold dragon robe billowing in the wind, as he gazed down upon 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. He had reigned for 30 years, his iron-fisted rule subduing all realms, expanding the Qian Empire's dominion more than threefold, compelling myriad nations to bow and immortal sects to retreat. Yet this remained a world governed by cultivators. Even imperial authority, however supreme, must kneel before the Tao of immortality. Thus, to curry favor with the future supreme sect master of the realm, and thereby secure his throne, he must behead the Lu family's patriarch and matriarch and present their heads as a wedding gift to Xiao Zixi. Just days ago, he had seized the couple. Only one remained at large, their daughter Lu Yao. She was also Lu Xuantong's younger sister, and holy maiden of the Zixia sect, possessing extraordinary talent. Such a terrifying prodigy could never be allowed to mature unimpeded. Hence he held the Lu couple as bait, sitting calmly like a fisherman awaiting his catch. Lu Yao, drawn by filial devotion, would surely rush headlong into his trap. Then all would be snared at once, a flawless decisive stroke. With the Lu family eradicated and their heads delivered to the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the great Qin dynasty would flourish for 1,000 years. This move was nothing short of divine strategy. Lu Xuantong's parents have been confined to death row, execution at noon. Emperor Zhou Tian spoke slowly, his voice ringing like clashing metal and stone. As for his younger sister, the holy maiden of the Xiao sect, no matter how gifted, she shall die today. Behind him stood a towering figure, immovable as a mountain. Grand General Qin Wu Lu, venerable lord of the late realm establishment realm, the empire's foremost slaughterer. Your Majesty may rest assured. Qin Wu Lu grinned, a ghastly feral baring of teeth. 30,000 mortal refinement realm elites, 800 masters, and 36 grand masters stand ready, enmeshed in a celestial net that permits no escape. Should the Xiao sect dare intervene, they shall enter, but never depart. Emperor Zhou Tian gave a slight nod, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. The two strode from the imperial hall and took their place upon the white jade steps. In that instant, murderous intent pierced the heavens. Beyond the forbidden city, legions stretched endlessly, black as storm clouds, their armor glinting coldly, spears rising like a forest. Mortal refinement realm cultivators formed disciplined ranks below, masters hovered midair, grand masters exuded pressure vast as oceans and profound as abysses, suppressing all directions. Long live His Majesty! May the great Qin dynasty endure forever! Qin Wu Lu roared, his voice shaking the 9 firmaments. Long live His Majesty! May the great Qin dynasty endure forever! Tens of thousands of cultivators bellowed in unison. The sonic wave thundered like collapsing heavens, shattering cloud layers and trembling the earth itself. Murderous intent surged skyward, coalescing into crimson, killing chi that enshrouded the entire imperial capital. Emperor Zhou Tian raised his hand, slowly, deliberately. Instantly, heaven and earth fell silent. Today the Lu lineage ends. Tens of thousands of voices erupted in savage unison. Annihilate the Lu clan. Eradicate them utterly. Standing atop the high terrace, Emperor Zhou Tian surveyed this iron-blooded host, the terror of the 8 desolations, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. This was true imperial sovereignty. Then he raised his hand once more, his voice as frigid as the 9th netherworld's ice. Bring them forth. Deep within the dungeon, blood hung thick in the air. Grand General Qin Wu Lu strode into the damp, shadow-choked cell. His iron boots struck the stone floor with heavy, echoing thuds. It is time for you both to depart. He sneered, ripped apart the chains, and dragged the battered Lu couple out by force. They were escorted toward the Zijing city to face the emperor. Li Qiongyu, once a gentle, virtuous woman, now wore tattered rags, blood trickling from her lips, yet held her spine unbent, her eyes blazing with indomitable fury. Lu Jin's right arm had been severed at the shoulder, his wound grotesque, his face pallid as bleached paper. Yet his eyes burned like those of a wounded beast, locked onto Qin Wu Lu with a hatred so fierce it promised to devour him whole. Kneel! Qin Wu Lu bellowed, his oppressive aura crashing down like a mountain. Yet the couple stood rigid, unbending, unmoving. Lu Jin spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm and declared, unyielding dog emperor, do you truly believe groveling before Cui Hao ensures your peace? You will reap heavenly retribution, mark my words. He knew full well why Zhou Tian had seized them. Upon hearing this, the emperor scoffed, descended the dais with measured steps, and looked down upon the captives from on high. A rustic peasant dares pontificate upon the grand currents of the realm. His eyes brimmed with mockery, as if observing 2 ants writhing in their final futile struggle. Do you even comprehend what a supreme bone signifies, or how immense the weight of the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch truly is? You certainly do not. Suddenly, he leaned in, whispering close to Lu Jin's ear. After all, your son is already dead. These words struck Lu Jin's heart like a poisoned dagger. His son, his sole inviolable taboo, whose violation meant certain death. Beast! Lu Jin's eyes burst wide with rage. He lunged forward, his remaining left arm corded with bulging veins, desperate to tear Zhou Tian limb from limb. But in the next breath, Qin Wu Lu drove a boot into his knee, bones snapping audibly. Thud! Lu Jin crashed to his knees, blood welling from his lips. Yet his gaze burned colder than any blade. Emperor Zhou Tian smiled, satisfied. Do not fret. Soon enough, all 3 of you shall reunite upon the Yellow Springs Road. He turned, sweeping his sleeve in a gesture of icy finality. Noon has arrived. execute them. Instantly dark clouds churned overhead, as if even heaven mourned. At the execution ground a bitter wind wailed. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu knelt before the guillotine, limbs bound in iron chains, surrounded by the dense ranks of the Imperial Capital Guards, their blades sharp, their murderous intent razor-edged. Yet not a trace of fear flickered in their eyes. They exchanged a quiet, tender smile, their gazes meeting in silent communion filled with warmth and unshakable resolve. "My wife, do you regret anything?" Blood seeped from Lu Jin's lips, yet he forced a faint smile. Regret. 40 years ago, amid blizzard and biting wind, they had found an infant, near lifeless, on a desolate plain. They named him Xiantong and raised him as their own. Who could have foreseen that one act of compassion would summon such cataclysmic calamity? Had they left him unclaimed, perhaps the three of them might still dwell in tranquil contentment, cherishing familial bliss, free from exile, free from separation. Li Qiongyu gently shook her head, blood-streaked strands of hair lifted in the wind, her gaze clear as water, gentle yet unbreakable. To die is no regret. 4 simple words, weightier than 1,000 mountains. No regret. Even if fate offered a second chance, she would still scoop that child into her arms without hesitation, giving him a home, shielding him as he grew. Lu Jin threw back his head and laughed, a sound both desolate and heroic. Excellent. What a magnificent to die is no regret. Spitting another mouthful of blood, his eyes blazed with fierce, undying fire. Alas, I shall not live to avenge Xiantong myself, nor witness those beasts repay their blood debts in kind. Li Qiongyu softly clasped his hand and murmured, Yao Yao will do it. She will ascend to the pinnacle and reclaim justice for her elder brother. Speaking of their daughter, pride gleamed in Lu Jin's eyes. Lu Yao, the holy maiden of the Xiao sect, possessed peerless genius. At merely 18, she had already ascended to the rank of holy maiden, her future limitless. Indeed, Yao Yao will fulfill all we could not. Lu Jin lifted his gaze toward Emperor Zhou Tian upon the high dais, and a scornful, icy smile curled at his lips. Dog Emperor, do you truly believe your throne is secure once we are gone? You are mistaken. Our deaths will only sharpen Yao Yao's sword. Li Qiongyu too raised her head, her gaze piercing and fearless. Proceed then. Our deaths will grant Yao Yao the freedom to exact vengeance, unfettered, unburdened. Then let this world answer in blood, for every drop spilled. They had long resolved to die. Only through their deaths could Lu Yao sever all earthly ties. Only then could she pursue her path of vengeance with absolute clarity and unwavering focus. Only then could she restore justice for her elder brother. Enraged by their defiant stares, Emperor Zhou Tian slashed his sleeve and roared, "Behead them." Today the Lu family's detached residence was exceptionally lively. The courtyard was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, occasionally letting out sneers, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Tsk tisked back when the second elder Lu Xuantong's son awakened the Supreme Bone. The Lu family rushed to propose a marriage, practically shoving their daughter into his arms. Now look. Who would have thought that a so-called Supreme Bone would turn out to be a useless ornament? The Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Qingxue, is a renowned beauty in the celestial realm, and her talent is not lacking. It's truly a pity to match her with such a waste. Haha, I heard that Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone is just a decoration. He can't even defeat an ordinary prodigy. He's the biggest joke in the celestial realm. Lu Xuantong is all show and no substance. He can't even hold on to a bride handed to him on a silver platter. He's a disgrace to the Lu family. The crowd buzzed with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main hall of the residence was so heavy it was almost suffocating. 6 people sat on either side of the hall. Lu Xuantong sat in the seat of honor, his face dark. Beside him were his wife Lin Yueru, whose expression was complex, and Lu Xuantong, who kept his head bowed low. Opposite them sat the Lu family patriarch Lu Yin, his wife Zhao, and the protagonist of today's farce, Lu Qingxue. The young woman was dressed in white, her features exquisitely beautiful like a painting. Yet in her beautiful eyes there was a hint of impatience and disgust. Brother Lu, you were the one who proposed the marriage back then. Lu Xuantong finally spoke after a long silence, his voice low and terrifying. To go back on your word now. Isn't it a bit unscrupulous? Back when Lu Xuantong awakened the Supreme Bone, his fame shook the eastern province, and his glory was unmatched. Countless noble families had thronged to his doorstep to propose marriage. The two were as close as brothers in their youth, helping each other. They thought it would be good to deepen the relationship, and they gladly agreed, saying, "These 2 children are a match made in heaven, a destined marriage." But now, to come and break off the engagement has cost me all my face. Alas, Brother Lu, this is indeed my fault, Lu Yin said with a feigned sigh, a troubled look on his face. But after much thought, my daughter's talent is mediocre. She is truly unworthy of your son, a peerless prodigy. As he spoke, his gaze flickered briefly towards the silent Lu Xuantong, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Peerless prodigy. Although this boy has awakened the Supreme Bone and has some strength, he is far from being a peerless prodigy. Instead, his reputation is mediocre, and he is unworthy of his status. You. Lu Xuantong shot to his feet, his aura surging with rage. Anyone could see the meaning behind Lu Yan's words. It was a blatant insult to Lu Xuantong, a mockery of the Supreme Bone, as worthless as a stray dog. But in the next moment, a gentle hand held him back. Xuantong. Nan Yuezhi shook her head gently, her eyes full of bitterness. This was the reality. What use was there in arguing? She also hated herself. If that incident hadn't happened back then, things would never have come to this. Seeing the Lu couple's silence, a flicker of smugness crossed Lu Yan's eyes as he continued, Brother Lu, why involve the younger generation in the grudges of our elders? Qingxue is still young with a long road ahead. He glanced at his daughter and gave a signal. Lu Qingxue understood and finally spoke, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lin. The young woman's voice was cold and distant. This matter has nothing to do with my parents. It is my own decision. She raised her eyes to meet Lu Xuantong's gaze and parted her ruby lips. I, Lu Qingxue, may not be a favored daughter of heaven, but I know my own mind. There is no love between us. Even if we married, it would only be torment. Why cling to this? If you agree to break off the engagement, my Lu family can grant you one condition. The vast Lu family residence was now dead silent, all eyes fixed on the solitary figure in the hall. Lu Xuantong's face was as pale as snow, her slender fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. She had never anticipated such an embarrassing situation today. Looking at the overbearing Lu Qingxue before her, a sense of absurdity welled up inside her, asking her to take a wife. What a colossal joke. What use would a wife be to her? Would they just stare at each other on the wedding night? Heh. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, a trace of self-mockery flashing in her eyes. This farce had nothing to do with love. It was purely the ugly spectacle of the Lu family changing with the wind. If she were truly as talented as the rumors claimed, the Lu family would be eager to marry her off immediately. Not. Lu Xuantong. Lu Qingxue's sharp voice jolted her back to reality. How long are you going to play dumb? Lu Xuantong jerked her head up, anger blazing in her eyes. How ridiculous. Lu Xuantong shouted, pointing a finger at Lu Qingxue's nose. Isn't your Lu family just seeing that my cultivation is lacking and trying to climb a higher branch? Why dress it up so sanctimoniously? The crowd outside the hall erupted into commotion. Someone whispered, this waist has some spine. Lu Qingxue's pretty face flushed crimson. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. Her parents' earlier advice to stay humble and avoid conflict with that waist was completely forgotten. So what if it is a? She sneered, her dress billowing without wind. A waist like you worthy of marrying me. I gave you a way out, but you insist on humiliating yourself. As her words fell, a dazzling spiritual light burst from her. The oppressive aura of the divine illumination realm surged like a tidal wave. Caught off guard, Lu Xuantong stumbled back several steps and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qingxue. Lu Yan scolded her in feigned anger, but his eyes were full of triumph. The faces of Lu Xuantong and his wife changed drastically. They had never imagined that Lu Qingxue, so young, had already broken through to the divine illumination realm. No wonder the Lu family dared to be so arrogant. See the gap now. Lu Qingxue looked down at Lu Xuantong, who was slumped on the ground, her tone contemptuous. My husband must at least be a prodigy among the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. And you? She deliberately drew out her words, prompting laughter from the crowd outside. You're not even worthy of holding my shoes. With these words, the two families were completely at odds. There was no need to pretend anymore. The reason for breaking off the engagement today was that Lu Xuantong was unworthy of his name. Too useless. The Supreme Bone was all a fake. He couldn't even defeat Lu Qingxue, yet he was called a prodigy. What a joke. Seeing this, Lu Xuantong was enraged and demanded, Lu Yan, what exactly do you mean? Are you insisting on breaking off the engagement today? Today, the Lu family's detached residence was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly realm. Lu Xuantong sat in the seat of honor, his once aspiring face now shrouded in gloom. 20 years ago, when Lu Xuantong was born, the earth-shattering omens shook the entire heavenly realm. The Lu family was at its peak of glory, then with major powers rushing to offer congratulations, and even the immortal venerable personally sending gifts. But now, this is the last time I will address you as Brother Lu. Lu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, a hypocritical look of regret on his lips, as he said calmly, I hope you will take care of yourself. These words struck Lu Xuantong's heart like a dull blade. He stared intently at this former close friend with whom he had once shared wine and joy, the fury in his eyes nearly overwhelming his reason. My daughter must not leap into a fiery pit. Lu Yan continued, his tone gradually turning cold. Name your price, but this marriage must be annulled. Instantly, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. Lu Qingxue stood by her father's side, looking down upon the pale-faced Lu Xuantong with undisguised contempt and disgust in her beautiful eyes. Lu Xuantong lowered her head. At this moment, she missed her never-met brother more than ever. If the true Lu Xuantong were here, how could her parents suffer such humiliation? Get out! Lu Xuantong suddenly roared, his oppressive aura exploding outward, shattering the tables and chairs in the hall. Lu Yan's expression changed drastically as spiritual energy surged around him. Lu Xuantong, if we don't settle this today, I will not leave. Just as the two sides were on the verge of conflict, Lu Qingxue suddenly let out a soft laugh. How about this? They'll give you one more chance. She looked at the pitiful Lu Xuantong, a sneer evident in her eyes. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon this proud daughter of heaven. 3 months from now, you and I will fight. Lu Qingxue looked down upon Lu Xuantong as if she were an ant, speaking slowly. If I win, you obediently annul the engagement. If you win, I will agree to the marriage. Lu Xuantong's head snapped up, a flicker of despair in her eyes. 3 months. Even if given 3 years with this Buddhist talent, she could never defeat Lu Qingxue, who had already stepped into the divine illumination realm. Because she was not the real Lu Xuantong. Fine, I agree. A gentle yet firm voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned in shock to see Nan Yuanxi, who had been silent, slowly rise. Her gentle face bore an unyielding determination. Mother! Lu Xuantong exclaimed in shock. Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, then a wild joy flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. A single duel would resolve this trouble. With Kingsu's strength, crushing this waste would be effortless. Haha, excellent. Lady Lu is indeed straightforward. Lu Yan laughed, cupping his hands, afraid the Lu family would renege, and quickly said, Then we meet at the Heavenly Martial Arena in 3 months. Lu Kingsu's red lips curled slightly, and before leaving she cast a mocking glance. That look seemed to say, a waste like you dares to compete with me. After the Lu family members left triumphantly, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Why, oi? Lu Xuantong spun around abruptly, glaring at his wife with bloodshot eyes, and said in a deep voice, You know perfectly well that Tanjiro cannot defeat Lu Qingxue, yet you agreed. I want to anger him to make him miserable. The reason he had been reluctant to agree to the annulment was to fight to the bitter end with the Lu family. Since Lu Yan dared to humiliate the Lu family publicly, no one would have an easy time. But he never expected his wife Nan Yuanxi to actually agree. How foolish. Lu Xuantong trembled with rage. Xuantong is only at the Heavenly Flame realm. How can she possibly be a match for Lu Qingxue, who is at the Divine Illumination realm in 3 months? Isn't this sending Xuantong to her death? Nan Yuanxi, however, remained calm, gently holding her husband's trembling hand. 3 months is enough. Enough for what? Lu Xuantong shook off his wife's hand, his voice trembling. Tell me, how can Xuantong possibly defeat a higher realm opponent in 3 months? With his half-baked Heavenly Flame realm cultivation, he nearly laughed in exasperation. As a father, he knew his son's aptitude all too well. For 40 years, the Lu family had poured countless heavenly treasures and earthly rarities into barely pushing Lu Xuantong to the Heavenly Flame realm. Now they spoke of defeating a proud daughter of heaven at the Divine Illumination realm in 3 months. Wasn't this a fantasy? In the end, Lu Xuantong sighed helplessly. Since things had come to this, they had to trust fate. Do you know why the Lu family suddenly wants to annul the engagement? Nan Yuanxi shook her head, puzzled. Lu Xuantong snorted coldly. Why else? They see the Lu family's decline and want to climb a higher branch. I heard. The Chui family recently awakened an ancient sacred body. What? Nan Yuanxi's pupils contracted. An ancient sacred body. That was a legendary supreme physique. It was said that those who possessed it could cultivate at 1,000 miles per day, were invincible within their realm, and could even fight beyond their level. That sacred body of the Chui family has reportedly already effortlessly suppressed several ancient prodigies, Lu Xuantong continued. Upon learning this, the Lu family immediately began scheming to marry Lu Qingxue into the Chui family. Nan Yuanxi's face turned deathly pale. She understood all too well what this meant. If the Lu and Chui families formed an alliance, the Lu family's position in the eastern domain would be precarious. That's why I wanted to stall and not annul the engagement. Lu Xuantong ground his teeth. As long as the engagement exists, the Lu family won't dare to openly ally with the Chui family. But now, he was so furious his vision darkened and he nearly fainted. His wife's agreement had effectively pushed the Lu family into the abyss. Nan Yuanzi looked at her husband's angry face, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Of course, she could not reveal the truth. Within 3 months, they would be able to bring the real Lu Xuantong back to the Lu family. Trust me. Nan Yuanzi gently stroked her husband's back, a resolute light shining in her eyes. In 3 months, everything will be different. Lu Xuantong sighed heavily and waved his hand. Xuantong, go into seclusion first. In these 3 months, you must break through to the divine illumination realm, or else. Lu Xuantong lowered her head, a bitter smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She silently nodded and turned to leave the hall. Watching his son's departing figure, Lu Xuantong's brow was tightly furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and resentment. Where did it all go wrong? The Supreme Bone was a legendary, unparalleled talent. Logically, a cultivator with a Supreme Bone should cultivate at 1,000 miles per day and be invincible within their realm. Yet Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone was like a pearl shrouded in dust, never able to shine with its due brilliance. It couldn't even defeat Lu Chenqian's Divine Demon Sacred Body. Of course, not long from now, he would learn the truth. The Lu Xuantong he had belittled for over a decade was actually a daughter. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, the great Qin Dynasty Imperial Palace, Emperor Zhou Tian ordered the execution of Lu Xuantong's parents. Killing them would thoroughly enrage the holy maiden of the Xiao sect, Lu Yao, and she would surely fight to the death. Then Lu Yao would walk right into the trap, beheading the 3 members of the Lu family and presenting them as a wedding gift to the sword sect leader. Wouldn't that be splendid? However, at that critical moment, beneath the distant firmament, a handsome and elegant figure strode through the air, a furious voice resounding through heaven and earth. You dog emperor! If you dare to kill my parents, I will sever your dynasty's 10th ascendier dragon fortune. Despotic emperor! Today I shall sever the 10th ascendier dragon fortune of your dynasty. A voice as cold as frost suddenly tore through the heavens, and the world fell silent. Emperor Zudian's profound gaze sharpened as he looked up. Before the imperial city, the void trembled, and a peerless figure strode through the air. It was a maiden dressed in white, as pure as snow, her raven hair flowing like a waterfall wild in the wind. She was enveloped by vast spiritual energy, like a celestial maiden descending from the 9 heavens, or a divine sword unsheathed, her brilliance and oppressive might shaking the world. Lu Yao, the sacred maiden of the Xiao sect, a venerable realm cultivator and one of the youngest prodigies of the Zhongshuan continent. Yet as her gaze swept over the execution ground and saw her parents bound by iron chains, kneeling with her father's right arm severed and drenched in blood, and her mother's robes stained crimson, yet her spine still straight, her pupils constricted, and her heart felt as though pierced by 10,000 arrows. Father, mother, her trembling voice carried uncontrollable grief and fury. To meet again under such circumstances, Lu Yao was overwhelmed with sorrow. In the next instant, a towering killing intent erupted. Boom! In an instant, the entire imperial city quaked violently, the ground cracked, and the void twisted. Lu Yao's spiritual energy surged like a raging sea, sweeping across all directions, even staining the sky with a bloody hue. Emperor Zhodian narrowed his eyes, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Lu Yao, I thought you would cower in the Xiao sect and dare not show yourself. Unexpectedly, you do possess some filial piety. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon her with disdain. But do you truly believe you alone can contend with my tens of thousands of troops? How utterly ridiculous! As his words fell, tens of thousands of elite soldiers within and outside the imperial city roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Mortal transformation realm experts arrayed at the front, grandmasters hovering midair, great grandmasters pressing down with mountainous might, and the Grand General Qin Wulu stepped forward with a sinister grin, his venerable realm latestage aura locking onto Lu Yao. A net of heaven and earth, a trap of certain death. Yet Lu Yao merely smiled coldly, pointing her sword at Emperor Zhou Tian. I alone am enough. But just as her words faded, a deafening roar erupted from the distant horizon. Emperor Zhou Tian frowned and turned sharply to look. Outside the imperial city, disciples of the Xiao sect surged like a tidal wave, their sword lights, like rainbows, their momentum magnificent. Disciples of the Xiao sect are willing to fight alongside the sacred maiden. Disciples of the Xiao sect are willing to fight alongside the sacred maiden. Thousands of disciples roared in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Lu Yao's heart trembled violently. She turned to see her sisters, each with resolute eyes and boundless battle intent. Nearly half of the Xiao sect's disciples willing to fight for her. You all. Her eyes reddened, an endless wave of gratitude surging within her. But then she took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as a sword fixing on Emperor Zhou Tian. Now do you still think I am alone? With matters having reached this point, Lu Yao had to rescue her parents as quickly as possible, or the consequences would be dire. Emperor Zudian's eyes turned sinister as he scanned the overwhelming tide of Xiao sect disciples, a cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Ants are still ants. No matter how many, they are nothing but cannon fodder. He then flicked his sleeves, abruptly unleashing the imperial pressure like thunder, his voice echoing across the imperial city. You dare defy the emperor's majesty. Today you shall all be buried here. Form ranks, kill without mercy. In an instant, tens of thousands of elite cultivators from the great Qian dynasty roared, their battle intent soaring. The entire world was shrouded in violent spiritual energy, the aura of slaughter sweeping across all directions. The Xiao sect disciples, undaunted, summoned their artifacts, activated their techniques, and roared as they charged into battle. Kill! 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 The two torrents collided fiercely, shaking heaven and earth. Sword energy crisscrossed, blade light blazed like rainbows, and spells intertwined, erupting in deafening explosions. Those slightly outnumbered, the Xiao sect disciples, fought with reckless abandon, unleashing sword formations, talismans, and mystical arts, clashing fiercely with the great Qian army in a bitter stalemate. For a time, the battlefield was drenched in blood, severed limbs flying, a scene of utter carnage. Yet Lu Yao did not pause for a moment. Her gaze was cold as ice, fixed unyieldingly on Emperor Zodian. Like a bolt of lightning, she tore through the battlefield, charging straight for the high platform of the imperial city. Strike the leader first. Despotic emperor died. Lu Yao's cry rang out as her venerable realm cultivation erupted fully. The long sword in her hand blazed with a blinding chill. With a single slash, even the void was torn open, leaving a black rift. This strike carried overwhelming killing intent, sworn to sever the dynasty's dragon fortune. Yet just as the blade's edge was about to reach Emperor Zodian, a towering figure solid as a mountain suddenly blocked the emperor's path. His violent spiritual energy surged like a tempest, forcibly repelling Lu Yao's sword momentum. The Grand General Qin Wulu. His muscles bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister aura coiled around him. Releasing his venerable realm latest pressure without reserve, he grinned viciously at Lu Yao. Little girl, do you think you are worthy of challenging His Majesty's divine might? Emperor Zodian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Yao with a mocking curve on his lips. He said indifferently, Qin Wulu, kill her, and I shall grant you your own fiefdom and kingship. Hearing this, a wild joy exploded in Qin Wulu's eyes. He threw back his head and roared, his voice like thunder, your servant accepts the decree. As his words fell, he took a single step forward, shattering the ground beneath him. His body shot toward Lu Yao like a cannonball, and with a punch the void trembled. Boom! Lu Yao's pupils contracted as she hastily raised her sword to block. But Qin Wulu's strength was terrifying. The punch numbed her arm and sent her flying back dozens of zhang. Qin Wulu was a late-stage venerable realm cultivator, far surpassing her in cultivation. Moreover, his years of battle experience made every move ruthless and domineering, showing no mercy. Ha ha, the sacred maiden of the Xiao sect. Nothing special. Qin Wulu laughed wildly, his attacks growing even more ferocious. His fists fell like mountains, his palm strikes like blades, each blow carrying the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. Lu Yao was forced back step by step, barely able to parry. Her body was repeatedly knocked backward and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes grew colder, her killing intent undiminished. I cannot lose. I must not. Her parents' blood debt remained unavenged, her brother's great grievance unrequited. How could she fall here? Just as Qin Wulu threw another punch, a flash of cold light gleamed in Lu Yao's eyes. The 9 revolutions mystic heaven art within her body churned madly, and her spiritual energy surged abruptly. 9 revolutions mystic heaven sword breaks the firmament. In an instant, a blinding divine light burst from the sword's edge. A heaven-piercing sword beam tore through the void, slashing fiercely at Qin Wulu. Heaven and earth quaked, the space along the sword's path shattered inch by inch. Qin Wulu's expression shifted slightly, but he then sneered, crossing his fists as a blood-red barrier of killing aura formed, meeting the strike heat. The sword beam and barrier clashed, unleashing a thunderous roar. Yet in that instant, Lu Yao's figure vanished without a trace. Huh! Qin Wulu's pupils shrank. The next moment she appeared behind him like a phantom, her sword aimed at his throat. Die! But Qin Wulu's battle experience was immense. At the critical moment, he twisted his body and threw a counterpunch. Boom! The punch struck Lu Yao squarely, sending her flying like a broken kite. She crashed heavily into a distant palace, raising a cloud of dust. Is this all you've got, and you dare come seeking death? Qin Wulu laughed heartily, his eyes full of contempt. Emperor Zhodian smiled with satisfaction, saying calmly, "It's over. Kill her." Qin Wulis' eyes blazed with murderous intent, his smirk growing more sinister. Killing Lu Yao would grant him a fiefdom and a king's title. Such a temptation was impossible to resist. "Die!" He roared, his murderous aura erupting like a volcano. The terrifying cultivation of the late venerable realm was unleashed without reservation. His fists, like falling meteors, carried the force of destruction and crashed toward Lu Yao. Yet just as his fists were about to touch Lu Yao, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly burst forth from where she stood, shooting straight into the heavens. The earth trembled and the winds and clouds reversed. Qin Wulis' pupils contracted sharply as he retreated violently, staring in shock at the figure within the pillar of light. How is this possible? Lu Yao hovered in the air, her black hair wildly dancing, surrounded by a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Her aura surged upward at a visibly astonishing speed. "Master, aid me." The weight carried by those two words, "master," was immense. In the next instant, an ancient rune suddenly blazed to life. The phantom of a purple golden bell appeared faintly behind her, and a terrifying pressure beyond the mortal realm descended. In an instant she ascended to the peak of the venerable realm. At this moment Lu Yao's aura had completely transformed, truly invincible beneath the terrestrial immortals. A violent storm of spiritual energy erupted outward from her, shattering the space within 1,000 zhang into fragments. The earth collapsed, and the imperial city's buildings were torn apart like paper. Qin Wulis' face twisted in horror, a tempest of shock surging within him, breaking through 3 realms in the blink of an eye. What kind of freak is this? In his decades of battle, he had never witnessed such an unnatural breakthrough. But before he could recover, Lu Yao's icy gaze pierced him like a sword. "Do you dare to fight?" Her voice was calm, yet carried supreme authority, as if pronouncing judgment on a dying man. Qin Wulis' heart trembled, but then he thought, a secret technique. It must be some life-draining secret method. His murderous intent flared again, and he sneered, "Little girl, forcibly raising your cultivation will surely backfire. Let's see how long you can hold out." With that, he hesitated no longer and unleashed his ultimate killing move. Heaven Great Art Blood Fiend Annihilation Fist. With a single punch, the world changed color. 100 zhang giant fist of blood-red energy condensed like a demon god, descending and smashed toward Lu Yao. But she merely smiled coldly. Saint Grade Art 9 Revolutions Mystic Heaven Sword. The long sword in her hand trembled slightly. 9 profound runes lit up on the blade in sequence, each containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. This sword strike had reached the perfect realm, a true inheritance from Xiao Zixi. The sword light blazed like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. The 100 zhang blood fist shattered like foam before it. Before Qin Wulu could react, the sword light pierced his chest. Blood sprayed. He staggered back, looking down at the wound that ran through his body, disbelief flooding his eyes. "No. Impossible. How could I lose to a mere girl?" He lifted his head with difficulty, staring at Lu Yao, wanting to say something, but life was ebbing away like the tide. Finally, the mighty general of the great Qian Empire fell heavily to his knees, dead. Even in death, shock and unwillingness lingered in his eyes. One sword strike, slaying a venerable. Instantly, the entire arena fell into dead silence. The cultivators of the great Qian Empire were utterly terrified. Even Emperor Zhou Tian's expression finally changed. Lu Yao slowly turned, her bloodstained sword pointing at the emperor. "Now it's your turn." Emperor Zhou Tian's pupils violently contracted as he stared at the fallen body of Qin Wulu. The mighty general who had shaken the realm had been pierced through the heart in an instant, without even a chance to struggle. How could this be? An unprecedented chill crawled up his spine. Lu Yao's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Even Shui Hao of the Heavenly Sword Sect, known as the strongest beneath the Terrestrial Immortals, might not have been able to accomplish such a feat so easily. What kind of monster had the Lu family produced? Such talent was unmatched across the entire Zhongshuan continent. And now this unparalleled prodigy was walking toward him, sword in hand, stained with blood. At this moment, the iron-blooded emperor, who had ruled the great Qian Empire for 30 years, finally felt the fear of death. Killing him would be effortless for Lu Yao. "No. I cannot die here." In this life-or-death crisis, Emperor Zhou Tian's gaze darted to Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, bound by iron chains, and a venomous light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he drew his imperial sword and pressed its sharp edge against Lu Jin's throat. "Lu Yao, take one more step, and I'll cut off your father's head." His shrill voice carried a hysterical threat. The words froze the scene. The fierce battle halted abruptly as everyone stared in shock at the high platform. Lu Yao's body stiffened. The killing intent on her face drained away like receding water, replaced by boundless terror and panic. No, don't. She trembled all over, the domineering aura from moments ago vanishing without a trace. Now she was just a girl afraid of losing her parents. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou Tian's lips curled into a sinister grin. As expected, family is your greatest weakness. Jubilant, he pressed the imperial sword closer, drawing a thin line of blood on Lu Jin's neck. Yaoer, don't worry about us, Lu Jin growled through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resolve. Kill this tyrant. Avenge your mother and me. Shut up. Emperor Zhou Tian barked, pressing the blade deeper. Blood trickled down Lu Jin's neck. Father! Lu Yao screamed, her aura instantly wilting. Fear gnawed at her nerves. She could face an army without flinching and slay a venerable with a single sword, but now she dared not move an inch. She could not gamble. Failure would mean watching her parents die before her eyes. Emperor Zhou Tian laughed triumphantly, knowing he had finally grasped Lu Yao's lifeline. Thank heavens I didn't execute them earlier, or I'd be dead today. He stared at Lu Yao with satisfaction and commanded, now drop your sword, kneel, and beg for mercy, or he'll have their heads roll. The tip of Emperor Zudian's sword pressed against Lu Jin's neck, the icy blade cutting a thin, thread-like wound. Crimson beads of blood oozed out slowly, trickling down the sword. His 5 fingers clamped down on Lu Jin's head like iron pincers, knuckles turning white with ruthless force, leaving no chance for this stubborn father to take his own life. Otherwise, the only leverage he held would be shattered in an instant. Emperor Zodian knew all too well the obsession of this couple. For 20 years they had clung to him like a malignant disease, never abandoning their vendetta even as they fled for thousands of miles, endured brutal torture, had their cultivation crippled, and barely clung to life. For the sake of their deceased eldest son, they would sacrifice everything, even trading life for life. Just moments ago, Lu Jin had tried to bite off his tongue. Had the emperor not reacted swiftly, he would already be a corpse. Lu Yao's pupils trembled violently, her breath nearly frozen. She stared fixedly at the glaring wound on her father's neck, her legs weakening, almost unable to stand. With a single sword stroke, she had slain a venerable, shaking the imperial city and chilling the entire army. Yet at this moment, she dared not move even an inch. Her rage surged within her chest, her murderous intent nearly overwhelming her reason, but she dared not gamble. She feared that if the emperor's sword advanced another inch, her father's blood would gush forth. She was terrified that any slight movement would make Emperor Zodian slit Lu Jin's throat without hesitation. Lu Jin's eyes bulged with fury, his chest heaving violently. This damn tyrant was using his life to blackmail his daughter. He would rather die than let Lu Yao be restrained because of him. He struggled fiercely, but although Emperor Zodian was not as formidable as Qin Wulu, he was still a cultivator at the heavenly human realm, far beyond the reach of Lu Jin's broken grandmaster-level body. Yaoer, stand up. Lu Jin roared, his voice filled with an unyielding resolve. Don't bow to this beast. He doesn't deserve your kneeling. His voice was now laced with endless guilt and pain. They had never given her the life an ordinary girl deserved. From the moment she could understand, they had told her again and again how her elder brother had been brutally murdered by those dogs from the Heavenly Sword Sect and how their family had been shattered. They forced her to cultivate, forced her to become strong, forced her to bear the burden of a blood feud. She should have been like other maidens, playing under blossoming trees and laughing in the spring breeze. Yet day after day she swung her sword, meditated in the cold night, and pushed her limits on the brink of life and death. Her childhood was nothing but the cold edge of a blade, the piercing sting of medicinal baths, and endless hatred. But Lu Yao never complained. She would always lift her young face and say with unwavering eyes, "Father, mother, don't worry. Yaoer will avenge brother." She worked harder than anyone, was tougher than anyone. And now she finally stood before her enemy, yet was trapped in a dilemma because of him. Lu Jin's heart ached as if twisted by knives. He shouted hoarsely, "You are our pride. We have wronged you. Yaoer, kill him." Her motherly Qiongyu cried out sharply. Even as iron chains bit into her flesh and blood stained her body, her back remained straight as a proud pine in the snow, refusing to bend. "Forget about us. Go to the Heavenly Sword Sect and seek justice for your brother." Her eldest son, Lu Xuantong, was still suppressed beneath the Demon Suppression Tower of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his body not yet cold, his soul unable to find peace. The world cursed him as a traitor, a thief, an unforgivable sinner. But she knew her son was wronged, pushed into the abyss by that pair of adulterous dogs. As long as Lu Yao lived, as long as she could still wield her sword, there would be a day when Xiantong's injustice would be cleared. "Yaoer." Li Qianji's voice trembled, but was as firm as iron. "As long as you live, as long as you and your brother can obtain justice, your mother and father will die willingly." Hearing this, Lu Jin burst into laughter, wild and resolute. "Yes, kill him. Don't let this beast have the satisfaction. If you hesitate, Xiantong will never be redeemed. If you retreat, who will avenge the blood debt of the entire Lu family? If even Lu Yao gave up, Xiantong would truly never rise again. He would be cursed for eternity. Lu Jin's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a hoarse, almost broken voice. What is your father's life worth? As long as you live, as long as you can still hold your sword, as long as you can seek justice for your brother, your father would die 10,000 times over. Lu Yao trembled all over, tears blurring her vision. What should she do? If she acted, her parents would surely die. If she didn't, her brother's vengeance would never be fulfilled. Father, mother, daughter truly doesn't know what to do. She fell to her knees, her voice shattered, her face pale. Helplessly she sobbed, what must daughter do? To satisfy you all, and let everyone live. She had never been so desperate, torn in two. Half the lives of her blood kin, half a blood feud. Neither choice led anywhere but utter ruin. Seeing this, Emperor Zudian's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Lu Yao, I can offer you a choice that satisfies both sides. If you cripple your own cultivation, I will let your family of 3 leave. How about it? Lu Yao's head snapped up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Cripple her cultivation. If it was only that, if it only meant losing her power temporarily, perhaps she could recover in the future. Perhaps she could truly save everyone. Truly. Her voice quivered slightly, as if grasping at the last straw. Emperor Zudian's smile deepened, the malice in his eyes hidden beneath a veneer of false benevolence. I am the son of heaven, my word is law. Would I deceive you? He slowly raised his hand, assuming a solemn oath, and said earnestly, if you don't believe me, I can swear by my ancestors' names to satisfy you. Lu Yao's resolve wavered, her fingers trembling slightly. Perhaps this was the only way. But at that moment, Yaoer, don't believe him. Lu Jin's eyes bulged as he roared. Not a single word from this beast can be trusted. If he had an ounce of mercy, he wouldn't have tried to annihilate our entire family. He wouldn't have conspired with the beasts who framed your brother. Li Qiongyu also screamed, Yaoer, if you cripple your cultivation, our entire family will surely die. But Lu Yao seemed deaf to it all, staring only at Emperor Zhoutian, as if searching for a shred of sincerity. She was truly on the verge of breaking. At this moment, how could she choose? Attack and sacrifice her parents, or cripple her cultivation and trust Emperor Zhoutian? Father, mother. The voice of Emperor Zhoutian echoed in Lu Yao's mind like a demon crawling out from the abyss of the 9 netherworld, gnawing away at her remaining sanity. Her vision began to blur, everything before her shrouded in a bloody haze, while her parents' heart-wrenching cries rang in her ears. She could barely hold on any longer. Save her parents, or avenge her brother. This was an impossible choice. No matter which side, she chose, the other would collapse completely. At this moment, Lu Yao's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Her parents' pleas grew faint in her ears, and she could only cling desperately to the lifeline thrown by Emperor Zhoutian, even if it was likely a path to a deeper abyss. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Yao slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, boom, she suddenly struck her own chest with a palm, the violent spiritual energy shattering her meridians instantly. Blood sprayed from her mouth, staining her snow-white robes crimson. Yet her movements did not cease. Her right-hand fingers, hooked like claws, plunged fiercely into her own dantian. The sound of flesh tearing was blood-curdling as her fingers sank deep into her abdomen, blood gushing out through the gaps. Lu Yao's body trembled violently, but her eyes were numb, as if she felt no pain. Finally, she forcibly tore out a golden, shimmering inner core from her dantian. That inner core was as radiant as a star, containing vast spiritual energy, the crystallization of her lifelong cultivation. But now she had ripped it out with her own hands, exposing it to the air, its light slowly dimming. Disciple, stop. Xiao Zixi sharp cry suddenly rang out. Her figure seemed ready to tear through the void, her eyes filled with shock, fury, and heartache. Put it back. You cannot trust him. Zhoutian is treacherous and cunning. If you cripple your cultivation, he will never let you go. She was nearly going mad. Her disciple possessed unparalleled talent and a resilient spirit, yet why was she being foolish at this moment? But soon she realized bitterly that she could not fully blame Lu Yao. A young woman barely 20 years old, burdened with a blood feud, her parents' lives, and her brother's injustice. Such a weight would crush anyone eventually. Emperor Zudian's eyes gleamed with ecstasy, his smile barely restrained. Yes, crush it. Once you cripple your cultivation, I will immediately release your family of 3, and I will not break my word. Yet in his heart, there was only icy murder. Let them go. Impossible. Once Lu Yao's cultivation was gone, he would personally sever the heads of Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, and make Lu Yao watch her parents die horribly. As for the so-called oath, if the ancestors had spirits in heaven, they would surely understand his benevolent lie for the sake of the Zhou family's millennium-old legacy. Yaoer, no. Stop. Your brother's vengeance remains unavenged. Lu Jin and Li Qianji's screams were nearly blood-soaked, but Lu Yao only slowly raised her head, a bitter, desolate smile, twisting her lips. Father Mother will bear all consequences. The moment her words fell, crack. The radiant golden inner core shattered in her palm. A violent storm of spiritual energy erupted instantly. Lu Yao's body flew backward like a broken kite, blood tracing a glaring arc through the air. Her aura visibly withered. Her cultivation was completely crippled, her spiritual energy dissipating like a lamp whose flame had been extinguished, its light gone forever. And at that moment Emperor Zhudian's smile turned utterly ferocious. Fooled. Finally fooled. Emperor Zhudian nearly burst into manic laughter, his eyes gleaming with venomous glee. For this moment he had even deceived his ancestors, broken his oath. But so what? As long as he could eliminate Lu Yao, his greatest threat, what were a few lies? He had proven himself victorious. Lu Jin and Li Qianyu watched their daughter cripple her own cultivation, their hearts wrenched, their eyes blazing with fury. Just moments ago their daughter had stood like a celestial maiden, dominating the masses, slaying a venerable with a single sword strike, shaking the imperial city. But now she was drenched in blood, her cultivation destroyed like a lamp that had burned out, lying before them on the verge of death. Yao, how could you be so foolish? Li Qianyu trembled as she held her daughter's broken body, tears streaming like a burst dam. Her fingers gently brushed Lu Yao's pale cheek, only to meet icy coldness. You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have bothered with us. Lu Jin knelt nearby, a beastly growl tearing from his throat, his eyes filled with despair and regret. What kind of parents were they? They couldn't protect their son, and now they had dragged their daughter down too. If they hadn't been captured, if they hadn't become Emperor Zhudian's leverage, would Lu Yao have come to this? They were worthless. They were sinners. Emperor Zhudian looked down upon this family of three from on high, a mocking sneer curling on his lips. Humans, after all, were too naive. Did they think crippling one's cultivation would buy survival? Did they think he would show mercy and let them go? Ridiculous. Now that Lu Yao's cultivation was gone, the disciples of the Xiao sect were leaderless, and the great Qian dynasty still had dozens of transcendent realm experts. Killing them was as easy as a word. Hung and Ha generals, hear my command. He slowly raised his hand, his voice cold as iron. Kill the Lu family of three and present their heads to me. Instantly, two battle-hardened generals in black armor stepped forward with sinister grins, their long blades gleaming with chilling light and overwhelming killing intent. Thanks to your majesty's cunning plan, or else we would have surely died today. That girl was too naive as she brought this upon herself. But just as they were about to strike, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Above the firmament, thunderclouds churned, the dark layers rolling like a raging sea. Dazzling lightning tore through the sky, as if divine punishment had descended. An overwhelming abyss-like pressure suddenly enveloped the entire imperial city. Everyone looked up in horror to see a figure standing in the depths of the clouds, white robes billowing, long hair dancing wildly, surrounded by destructive lightning. With every step he took, the void quaked, as if even the heavenly Tao bowed beneath his feet. The entire city trembled under this pressure. Countless cultivators turned pale, their legs weak, nearly kneeling. Even the transcendent realm experts felt as insignificant as ants, lacking the courage to look up. Emperor Zhudian's pupils contracted sharply, his heart nearly stopping. He had never felt such terrifying pressure. Even Shui, how the #1 expert of the Heavenly Sword Sect, had never given him such a suffocating sense of oppression. Who was this person? Suppressing his shock, he forced out a shred of imperial dignity, cupped his hands, and said loudly, "May I ask which senior has graced my great Qian dynasty? I am the sovereign of this realm. If there has been any neglect, I beg your forgiveness. If the senior is willing, I would host a banquet to discuss." But before he could finish, heaven and earth shifted. The next second, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like a river from the heavens. Those lightning bolts were no ordinary flashes, they were divine thunder imbued with the laws of destruction. Each strike annihilated an imperial soldier before they could even scream. In a single breath, tens of thousands of elite troops were utterly obliterated. The vast imperial city was left without a trace of bone or corpse. Only Emperor Zhudian stood alone, frozen, his expression dazed and terrified. It was only then that the figure's voice slowly resounded like the judgment of the heavenly Tao echoing across heaven and earth. Dog Emperor, have you decided how you wish to die? In the heavenly realm, the Lu family. In recent days, the ancestral grounds of the Lu family have been unusually lively, shrouded in celestial mist. Countless streaks of light cut through the sky as the talented disciples from various branches rush to the main house, all for tomorrow's event that will shake the entire Lu family, the Saint Child battle. Every individual walking through the Lu family's ancestral grounds is nothing short of extraordinary. If placed in the lower realms, any one of them could easily be revered in a royal dynasty, hailed as a saint or goddess in top-tier sects admired by countless followers. Yet here they are merely ordinary competitors, with some lacking even the qualification to participate in the final contest. This is the depth of the Lu family's heritage. True prodigies are as numerous as clouds, and among them the most eye-catching for this saint-child battle are none other than Lu Xuantong and Lu Xuantong. The former possesses the Divine Demon Sacred Body inherently attuned to the powers of gods and demons, able to evoke celestial phenomena with every movement unmatched in combat prowess. The latter is endowed with the Supreme Bone, destined to look down on his peers and crush all enemies. Logically, once the Supreme Bone is manifested, none among his peers could rival its brilliance. Yet in their numerous clashes, Lu Xuantong and Lu Xuantong have merely managed to hold a tenuous balance, with Xuantong even suffering occasional defeats. This has caused many elders within the clan to shake their heads in disapproval. What a pity! If the Supreme Bone were in Chenqian's possession, he would have long dominated a generation with no one able to contest him. Xuantong, this child, is ultimately lacking in some aspects. Discussions arose, and aside from these two main branch prodigies, there are also several extraordinary figures from the collateral branches who cannot be underestimated. Have you heard? Lu Xuantong has already broken through to the Divine Reflection Realm. What? Divine Reflection Realm? How old is he? The position of Saint Child must surely belong to him now. The clan's disciples gathered in groups, whispering in awe. The Divine Reflection Realm signifies a true entry into the threshold of power. Once crossed, one's combat strength undergoes a dramatic transformation. I don't necessarily think so. Someone countered, shaking their head. Those from the collateral branches are no pushovers either. Lu Qinghuang's 9 turns Nirvana body is said to be fully realized, and Lu Wuchen's extinction sword intent is even more terrifying. They may not lack the strength to fight. As for Lu Xuantong, upon mentioning his name, the crowd's expressions varied. Some lamented while others scoffed. Having the Supreme Bone in his possession is truly a waste. Indeed, if it were someone else, they would have swept through their peers long ago. If he suffers another defeat, this Supreme Bone will likely be forever shamed, and future generations will look down upon the Supreme Bone. Their hushed discussions carried a hint of cruelty. In the Divine Master Lu family, while talent is undoubtedly important, if it cannot be transformed into true power, then even the greatest talent will merely become the prey of others. Meanwhile, deep within the burning heaven forbidden land, a figure stepped slowly across the seething magma. His originally handsome features now bore an added sharpness, and as his eyes opened and closed, divine flames seemed to flicker within them, exuding an invisible aura of oppression simply by standing there. Lu Xuantong has emerged from his seclusion. In the main branch residence within the living room, Lu Xuantong sat at the head seat, his expression stern, but upon seeing the figure enter, a rare look of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Not bad. He nodded slightly, his voice low, yet filled with approval. Breaking through to the Divine Reflection Realm in such a short time indicates that the training in the burning heaven forbidden land was not in vain. Nanuezi was even more visibly pleased, quickly stepping forward to grasp her daughter's hand, examining her from head to toe. Xuantong, your aura is far stronger than before. In this Saint Child battle, you will surely make an amazing impact. Lu Xuantong remained calm, merely bowing slightly. I will not disappoint my parents' expectations. Lu Xuantong gazed deeply at his son, hesitating to speak, and finally sighed lightly. I have heard that Lu Xuantong has awakened his divine demon form. Although it's only at the first level, his combat strength can soar several times instantly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Nanuez's smile froze on her face, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. The divine demon form. This is a unique battle state of the Divine Demon Sacred Body. A once activated combat strength will increase geometrically. However, Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone has yet to awaken its supreme form. If they were to meet in the Saint Child battle, Lu Xuantong fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to say, Father, I feel I should be able to awaken in the next few days. He spoke calmly, but only he knew that this was merely a comforting remark. With only the Divine Master Bone within, it is not truly the Supreme Bone. It has yet to awaken the Divine Master form, and if a fight were to break out, he would be crushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuantong's expression lightened slightly. Good. As long as you awaken the Supreme Form, no Divine Demon Sacred Body, no collateral branch prodigy, will be able to withstand a single blow. The Supreme Form. That is the truly invincible state that can crush peers. Once awakened, Lu Xuantong's combat strength will undergo a qualitative leap, and at that time the entire younger generation of the Divine Master Lu family will be overshadowed. The Supreme Bone, which has been ridiculed by other elders for decades, once awakened to the Supreme Form, will unleash its maximum potential and cause a surge in combat strength. When that time comes, crushing the Divine Demon Form will be an easy task. After bending low for decades, he can finally stand tall. Disciples in the Divine Reflection realm can directly enter the top 16. Lu Xuantong restrained his emotions and spoke solemnly. In the next few days, focus on closed-door cultivation and be sure to awaken the Supreme Form before the competition. Lu Xuantong nodded. I understand, Father. Heavenly Realm levels: Heavenly Fire Realm, Divine Reflection Realm, Formless Realm, Tao Palace Realm, Divine Master Realm, Creation Realm, Fortune Transcendence Realm, Saint Realm. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving behind a lonely and desolate figure. Time is running out. If he cannot awaken the Divine Master Form before the Saint Child battle, what awaits him will be a devastating defeat. What is even more terrifying is that once his identity is exposed, the secret he has hidden for decades will be revealed to the public. She and her mother do not know how much scorn and oppression they will face. In this battle, there can only be victory, no room for defeat. Lu Xuantong looked at his son, who appeared gloomy and dispirited, and sighed, helplessly, asking Yuezi, have I been too harsh on the child? He seems to be deliberately distancing himself from me. Since childhood, Lu Xuantong has been consciously avoiding him, even unwilling to speak a few more words, as if a barrier exists between father and son. Lu Xuantong wants to open his heart to talk, but has no chance. Nan Yuezi pouted and smiled. The child has grown up. He will understand your intentions in the future. Born into a family of cultivators, if he is worthless, he will only die faster. They are not wrong. The laws of the world dictate that the weak are prey to the strong and the victors are kings. However, she still felt a sense of urgency and must quickly bring her son from the lower realm back. If Lu Xuantong discovers his daughter's true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Xuantong keeps repeating one phrase: why does he avoid me? As a father, I only wish to understand my son. Nan Yuezi internally scoffed. That's a daughter, and she has to conceal her identity, so of course she would avoid you, old fox. However, she finally found the continent where the true Lu Xuantong resides. As long as she locates the teleportation array, she can descend to the Zhangshuan continent. Despicable Emperor, have you decided how you wish to die? These 8 words, like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, shattered every psychological defense of King Zhou Tian. This mortal emperor finally tasted true despair. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind like wild horses. When had he ever offended such a transcendent being? Why did this person harbor such a profound, bone-deep killing intent towards him? For the one before him was a true land, immortal realm powerhouse. A being who had transcended the mortal world, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. A single thought could sunder mountains and rivers, a single palm could shatter stars. Before such a figure, imperial power, royal wealth, and the might of 10,000 troops were nothing but a joke. King Zhou Tian trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He suddenly realized a cruel truth: he was the emperor of the mortal world, but not the supreme being of it. Before absolute power, imperial dignity, and sovereign authority were mere illusions. As senior, King Zhou, his face pale, his legs giving way, fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Please let us talk. I know this junior truly knows not how I have offended you. I beg you to enlighten me. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to turn upside down. The once lofty emperor now groveled like a beaten dog. The figure standing in the air had become the true sovereign of life and death. This scene shook Lu Jin and his family to their core. Li Qiongyu stared at the imposing figure, then shuddered. Husband, why do I see a shadow of Xuantong in that senior? As the mother who raised Lu Xuantong, even though he wasn't her own flesh and blood, she could never mistake her child's aura. That innate charm, that demeanor in every gesture. Lu Jin was startled and quickly covered his wife's mouth. My lady, speak carefully. Although this senior bears some resemblance to Xuantong, the aura he exudes, that is the true might of the world's number one. Lu Jin's voice choked with emotion. Our Xuantong is already. Before he could finish, Li Qiangji's tears fell like rain. Yes, their Xuantong had long since perished in that forgotten Demon Suppression Tower. Thinking of their eldest son framed and slain, his body lost, thinking of their daughter who had crippled her own cultivation to save them, thinking of how their family of 4 had fallen to such a state. Despair, like a tidal wave, completely engulfed the couple. Then Lu Xuantong's gaze, as deep as a cold pool, slowly shifted away from King Zhou Tian. This once arrogant emperor now knelt trembling, his forehead pressed against the cold stone, lacking the courage to even lift his head and meet his eyes. But Lu Xuantong did not deal with him immediately. There were more important matters than revenge. 20 years had passed. His gaze fell on Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, his expression instantly tensing. When he left home, his father was in his prime, full of vigor. His mother was gentle and virtuous, her eyes always holding a smile. But now their temples were gray, their faces haggard, their eyes filled only with vicissitudes and despair. Especially seeing his mother's trembling hands tightly holding the dying Lu Xuantong's heart felt as if it were being sliced open by a knife, the pain nearly suffocating him. Guilt, regret, grief. A torrent of emotions surged within him. It was he who had insisted on embarking on the path of cultivation, defying his parents' advice and journeying alone. It was he who had trusted Xiao Zixi's sweet words only to be betrayed by the one he loved, have his supreme bone dug out by Cui Hao, and be thrown into the Demon Suppression Tower like a dead dog. If not for the awakening of his golden finger at the brink of death, he would have turned to dust, and his family would have perished because of him. His sister Lu Yao, the girl who should have grown up carefree, had been burdened with a mission of revenge since birth. She trained relentlessly just to seek justice for her brother. But now her inner core was shattered, her meridians severed, her white robes stained red with blood, her life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. All of this was because of him. A single tear fell silently, hitting the ground and raising an imperceptible speck of dust. Lu Jin and Li Qiangyun stared blankly at the youth before them, a wave of indescribable familiarity washing over them. That face, those eyes, that demeanor. It was so much like their Xiantong. But they dared not acknowledge him, dared not even ask a single question. This peerless powerhouse above all living beings could obliterate the imperial city with a snap of his fingers and decide life and death with a single thought. If they spoke rashly and provoked his wrath, even their last sliver of hope might be extinguished. Senior. Li Qianji's voice choked, her gaze locked onto the figure standing in the air, her heart churning with endless struggle and hope. At this point, he was their only hope. Only this all-powerful being could save her daughter. Only this peerless master who could annihilate 10,000 troops with a raised hand could seek justice for her murdered son. Lu Jin stood beside his wife, his aged face etched with the marks of time, yet a resolute light flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath as if he had made a certain decision. Even if it cost him his life, even if he had to beg on his knees, even if he had to pay any price, he would make this senior save Lu Yao. She could not die. She still had to avenge her brother. She still had to watch their enemies pay with blood. Even if he and his wife died here today, they could not let her perish with such regret. At that moment, Lu Yao's breath grew fainter, blood constantly seeping from the corners of her mouth, staining the front of her clothes. The phantom of Xia Qingxian hovered in the air, frantic, her usually cold face now filled with grief and rage. Why are you so foolish? Just then Lu Yao coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her body swaying, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand. Then staggering forward, each step seemed to drain all her strength, yet her gaze was terrifyingly resolute. Finally she reached Lu Xuantong, bowed deeply, and said in a weak but earnest voice, "Senior, this junior has a request. My elder brother Lu Xuantong was persecuted by villains in the Heavenly Sword Sect. His body was lost. I am willing to give everything. I only beg you to clear my brother's name." As she finished, her knees gave way, and she was about to kneel. Finally Lu Xuantong moved. He reached out and supported Lu Yao. His fingertips trembled slightly, and the emotions surging in his chest nearly broke through the bonds of reason. He had never imagined that even on the verge of death, even when she could barely save herself, her final wish was still to seek justice for him. My foolish sister. What a foolish sister. Looking at his sensible and obedient younger sister, Lu Xuantong's heart was filled with endless heartache and rage. From now on, he would never allow anyone to hurt his sister again. The next second, Lu Xuantong knelt directly before the middle-aged couple, filled with deep shame, and spoke each word clearly. Your unfilial son, Lu Xuantong, pays respects to father and mother. Your son is unfilial, causing you worry. As his words fell, heaven and earth fell silent. Lu Yao, King Zhou, Lu Jin, and Li Qiangyun. Lu Xuantong slowly bent his knees and knelt before his parents. This kneeling was only natural and right. For 20 years he had not fulfilled his filial duties, had not been by their side, and had even let them believe he had died tragically in a foreign land, forcing them to endure the agony of losing a son. This kneeling was for 20 years of indebtedness. Yet to the eyes of others this scene struck like a thunderbolt. Lu Jin and Li Qiangyun stood frozen in place, their pupils trembling, hardly believing their own eyes. This peerless powerhouse who could annihilate the imperial city with a mere gesture and force Emperor Zhou Tian to kneel and beg for mercy was now kneeling before them, as devout as a wandering son returning home. Li Qianji's lips quivered slightly. She instinctively turned to glare at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with a hint of accusation. You old fool, did you secretly father an illegitimate child outside? Lu Jin was utterly bewildered and quickly shook his head, his eyes full of innocence. In his entire life, he had only ever loved Lu Xiongyu. How could he have an illegitimate child? They had only two children, one was Lu Xuantong and the other was Lu Yao. But wasn't Lu Xuantong already? Suddenly the couple froze simultaneously. They suddenly realized a neglected fact. They had only heard that their son had died in the Demon Suppressing Tower, but they had never seen his corpse with their own eyes. Could it be that this young man, so overwhelmingly powerful, was truly the son they had missed day and night? When they first saw him, they had vaguely glimpsed Xiantong's shadow in him, but they dared not recognize him, fearing it would be a fleeting joy. Now this senior had taken the initiative to kneel. Perhaps Lu Xiongyu reached out a trembling hand, yet dared not actually touch him, afraid that one touch would shatter this dream. She cautiously asked, "Child, is your name?" Lu Xuantong. The last three words were spoken with almost all her remaining strength. Lu Xuantong looked up at his parents' increasingly aged faces, his heart wrenching with pain. He nodded heavily and said with a firm voice, "I am Lu Xuantong, your son. I'm sorry for making you worry." The moment these words were spoken, Lu Jin and Lu Xiongyu felt all strength drained from their bodies, yet in the next instant they burst forth with astonishing vigor. "Tanjir!" They both cried out almost simultaneously, stumbling forward and tightly embracing Lu Xuantong. Li Qianji's tears soaked his shoulder. Lu Jin's arms trembled from excessive force, yet he refused to let go. At this moment, Lu Xuantong finally felt that long-lost warmth once more. The embrace of his parents was still as reassuring as in his memories. The faint scent of medicinal herbs on his mother, the calluses on his father's palms, all made him feel as if he had returned to 20 years ago. But his parents' temples were now streaked with frosty white, and their backs were no longer straight. These were marks left by time and proof of his neglect. He closed his eyes, letting tears fall freely. At this moment, he was not a peerless powerhouse, not an earthly immortal. He was merely the son of the Lu family, a child who had been away from home for too long. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhou Tian collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. That earthly immortal who transcended all beings and could shatter mountains with a single thought was now kneeling before that ordinary couple, calling them his parents. How is this possible? Lu Xuantong. That name, which should have died in the Demon Suppressing Tower, had now reappeared in the world in such a shocking manner. 20 years ago, he was merely a waste whose supreme bone had been dug out, thrown into a forbidden land like a dead dog. Who could have imagined that not only did he not die, but he had risen from the ashes to reach the pinnacle? An earthly immortal. That was a being truly transcending the mortal world. At this thought, Emperor Zhou Tian's heart nearly stopped beating, and cold sweat poured down like a waterfall, soaking his imperial robe. He suddenly remembered that Xiao Zixi had sent a message about the upcoming marriage alliance between the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Xiao family, inviting him, the Emperor of Great Qian, to witness the ceremony in person. But afterward, there was no further news. It turned out, there was no news because the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Xiao family no longer existed. Under the wrath of an earthly immortal, let alone a mere Heavenly Sword Sect, even the entire Great Qian dynasty could be annihilated with a snap of the fingers. It's over. All over. At this moment, Emperor Zhou Tian's face was ashen, and regret surged within him like a tide. If only he had known this would happen, he would have killed that bitch Xiao Zixi back then. If she hadn't deceived him, saying the remnants of the Lu family must be eradicated root and branch, how could he have tacitly approved the persecution of the Lu family? If he had chosen to protect the Lu family back, then even if only as a favor, today's outcome might have been entirely different. But now everything was too late. On the other side, Lu Yao stared blankly at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother, is it really you?" The young girl feared shattering this dream. For 20 years, she had thought day and night about avenging her brother, never giving up, even when her inner core shattered and her meridians were severed. But now the brother she had thought long dead had reappeared before her with such a world-dominating demeanor. So her perseverance had not been in vain. Her brother had truly returned, and he was powerful enough to make the entire world bow down. "Brother, I finally waited for you." A faint smile of relief curled at the corners of Lu Yao's pale lips. She could finally rest easy. With her brother's protection, no one would dare bully her parents anymore. As for those enemies, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Xiao family, Chuihao, not one of them would escape. Her wish was fulfilled. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets. However, just as her consciousness was about to fade, a warm hand gently pressed against her back. "Yaoer, don't fall asleep." Lu Xuantong's voice was low, and from his palm surged a vast ocean of spiritual energy, instantly flowing into her body to protect her collapsing heart meridian. "Now that your brother is back, I won't let anyone hurt you again. From now on, no one in this world can bully the Lu family. As he spoke, Lu Yao felt a warm current sweep through her body. Her withered meridians began to revive slowly. She stared at her brother in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't worry with your brother here, I won't let you die. If I can't even protect my own sister, then I'd truly be a good for nothing. As time slipped away, Lu Yao's breath grew ever feebler. Her inner core had shattered, her foundation was utterly destroyed, and her meridians were severed into fragments. Her life force flickered like a dying candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. She was nearing death, yet her gaze was eerily calm, even carrying a trace of relief. Her parents were safe, her elder brother had returned. The obsessions of her lifetime had finally been laid to rest. She could die without regret. But Lu Xuantong, gazing at his sister's pallid face, was consumed by a sea of guilt and heartache. What had she endured over these 20 years? Forced by the despicable Emperor Zhou to cripple her own cultivation and dig out her core, just to survive, she still gritted her teeth and persevered, all to seek justice for her brother. She should have been the most cherished daughter of the Lu family, meant to grow up without a care in the world. Yet because of him, her brother, she was cruelly forged into a puppet of vengeance. He owed her far too much. If he couldn't even save her, what right did he, Lu Xuantong, have to live? What face did he have to call himself her brother? I won't let you die. These words were as resolute as thunder. The next moment he flipped his palm, and a crimson pill materialized out of thin air. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance swept across heaven and earth, as if even the air itself had thickened. The 9 Revolutions White Bone Pill. Xiao Zixi's phantom trembled violently. In her usually aloof eyes, a flicker of incredulous shock emerged. This was a legendary sacred medicine. Even in the celestial realm, it was an unparalleled divine pill, sought after yet rarely found. Legends said this pill was refined from the essence of the Earth Mother, capable of reshaping the physical body and reversing life and death. Even if only a wisp of a remnant soul remained, it could forcibly snatch a person from the clutches of the King of Hell. Yet a pill of such magnitude, Lu Xuantong had simply taken it out as if it were nothing. Who exactly was he? Such a terrifying pill could absolutely not exist in the lower realm. She had initially thought that her disciple's elder brother was merely a talented prodigy of the lower realm, unworthy of her notice. Now it seemed the fool was herself. Although Lu Jin and Li Qianyu did not understand the grade of the pill, just the scent of its fragrance made their blood surge, as if even their aging bodies were being revitalized. Tanjir, can Yaoer be saved? Li Qianji's voice trembled as tears streamed down her eyes. She will be saved, she will be saved. Lu Jin was also shaking with excitement, his eyes fixed on the pill, afraid to miss the slightest detail. As long as their daughter could live, even if it cost them everything, they would gladly pay. Sister, swallow it. Lu Xuantong gently placed the pill into Lu Yao's mouth, his fingertips trembling slightly. The pill dissolved upon entry, and in an instant a boundless sea of vitality erupted. Boom! Lu Yao's body shuddered violently, and a dazzling crimson divine light burst forth from her, like a red sun rising that illuminated the entire world. Her skin gleamed inch by inch, and the shattered meridians visibly reorganized and healed under the pill's nourishment. Crack, crack. The sound of bones reshaping was clearly audible. In her withered dantian, a brand new inner core slowly condensed, purer and vaster than before. Her aura soared level by level. Xiantian realm, Huafan realm, Grandmaster realm, Great Grandmaster realm, Heavenly realm, Venerable realm, peak. In just a few breaths, her cultivation had leaped across several realms, returning to its peak and becoming even stronger than before. A complete transformation. Reborn from the ashes. How is this possible? Emperor Zhou collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair. The Lu Yao he had personally crippled had returned to her peak in the blink of an eye. And even stronger. At that moment, Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her pupils, divine fire seemed to burn, and her aura was vast as an abyss with no trace of her near-death state. She had come back to life, and she was more powerful than ever before. Elder brother. She gazed at Lu Xuantong in a daze, tears silently streaming down her face. She had thought she was surely doomed, but her elder brother had forcibly pulled her back from the gates of hell. Silly girl, why are you crying? Lu Xuantong gently ruffled her hair, his eyes full of tenderness. From now on, no one can bully you again. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on your head, I will annihilate their entire clan. At that moment, Lu Yao tightly embraced her brother, her tears soaking his robes. She had never imagined she could ever be protected like this. For 20 years, she had lived like a lonely ghost, devoured day and night by hatred and shrouded in despair. She had trained relentlessly, even with her meridians shattered and her inner core broken, gritting her teeth to endure all to seek justice for her brother. She thought she would die alone. But her elder brother had returned. With an invincible presence, he crushed mountains and rivers, defying fate itself. Finally, she was no longer alone. Tanjir, Yaoer, Lu Jin, and Li Qiongyu stumbled forward, pulling their children into a tight embrace, tears falling, yet brimming with unprecedented happiness. 20 years had passed. They thought their eldest son had long perished in a foreign land, and their daughter was destined to die with regrets. But now their family of 4 could be reunited once more. Was this a gift from heaven? No, it was their son with his invincible might who had forcibly wrested it back from the hands of fate. Li Qiongyu held Lu Xuantong tightly, afraid this was a dream that would shatter the moment she let go. My child, I thought I would never see you again. Lu Jin too wept with aged tears, yet laughed with immense joy. Good. Excellent. The sons of my Lu family should be just like this. That so-called emperor, that Heavenly Sword Sect. Before my son they are nothing but dogs and chickens. He had never been so proud. His son was no longer the spirited youth of yesteryear, but a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. A single thought could sever mountains and rivers, a single palm could shatter stars. This was the true son of Lu Jin. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Emperor Zhou lay like a heap of mud, collapsed in utter despair. His dragon robe was drenched in cold sweat, his forehead bloodied from kowtowing, yet he dared not stop. Senior, no grandfather, ancestor, I beg you to spare my life. I offer you the entire Dacian dynasty. I will be your loyal dog. All of this was instigated by that bitch, Xiao Zixi. At this moment he was nothing but a beaten cur. However, Lu Xuantong's gaze was as cold as millennia-old ice. Spare you. He slowly raised his hand, a destructive ripple gathering at his fingertip. When you forced my sister to cripple her cultivation, did you ever think of sparing her? When you allowed Xiao Zixi to frame the Lu family, did you ever foresee this day? Begging for mercy now, too late. As his voice fell, he pointed his finger forward. The desolate prison finger of heaven. In an instant the world lost its color. A finger beam piercing through heaven and earth erupted like a judgment from an ancient god, instantly enveloping Emperor Zhou. No, Emperor Zhou only had time to let out a ghastly scream before his body disintegrated like foam inch by inch. Flesh, bone, soul, every trace of his existence was ground to dust. No corpse remained. Complete annihilation of body and spirit. And this was not the end. The residual force of the finger beam did not diminish, blasting straight into the depths of the imperial palace. The entire palace collapsed in a thunderous roar under that single finger. Pavilions, grand halls, myriad formations, all were reduced to rubble. Lu Yao stared at the scene, her heart pounding wildly. She knew her brother was powerful, but witnessing the might of that finger firsthand still left her speechless with shock. Was this the power of a land-bound immortal? Was this her elder brother? One finger to slay an emperor. One finger to shatter the imperial city. How utterly domineering. How utterly invincible. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu were equally stunned, unable to speak for a long time. They knew their son was strong, but to this extent still exceeded their imagination. So this is my son's strength. Lu Jin murmured, his voice trembling. Li Qiongju's eyes shone with proud tears. After all this, a cold voice echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind. Host has arrived at the Dacian dynasty. Congratulations on signing in to obtain the Nirvana Supreme Bone the next second. Heaven and earth trembled as a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Rumble. In the celestial realm, the divine Lord Lu family's domain. Above the firmament, immortal mists swirled, and divine radiance cascaded across the sky. Ancient battle platforms, suspended in midair, stood majestically, forged from indestructible divine metal. Their surfaces were etched with countless profound runes, exuding an aura of terror that could suppress the ages. Today marked the final showdown of the Lu family's centennial Sacred Sun battle, the clash of the top 16. After days of fierce combat, the 16 strongest had emerged from the initial 108 peerless prodigies to engage in this ultimate contest. Each of these 16 was a figure of extraordinary brilliance, and most had already broken through to the divine illumination realm, and some had even touched the threshold of the formless realm. More terrifying still, they had all awakened the Lu family's unique bloodline form, granting them combat prowess capable of sweeping their generation. This battle was destined to shake the eastern domain. Around the battle platforms, a sea of spectators had gathered. Not only were the Lu family's own powerhouses present in full force, but emissaries from other Divine Lord families had also arrived to witness the brilliance of this generation's young prodigies. I hear this generation of Lu family prodigies is several times more formidable than previous ones. Indeed, It's said that several have already brushed against the edge of the Dao Palace realm, absolutely heaven-defying. Tisk the Divine Lord Lu family's foundations are truly deep. Any one of these prodigies placed in the outside world could sweep through a major sect. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes burning as they fixed upon the largest central platform awaiting the entrance of the 16 prodigies. Silence. A commanding voice resonated through heaven and earth, instantly quelling all clamor. An elder in a purple-gold divine robe stepped through the air, surrounded by terrifying aura, a powerhouse of the Dao Palace realm. Below the Divine Lord, the Dao Palace realm was unmatched. Today marks the final battle of our Lu family's Centennial Prodigy Contest. These 16 prodigies will determine the strongest among them. Now let us invite the 16 prodigies to ascend the platform. Boom. As the elder's words fell, the very heavens seemed to tremble. 16 dazzling beams of divine light shot up from all directions like 16 blazing suns, rising simultaneously, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The first to appear was a youth clad in silver battle armor. His countenance was stern with a sharp edge between his brows. With every step, sword-shaped divine patterns automatically formed beneath his feet, as if even heaven and earth were paving the way for him. It's Lu Xuantong. Heavens, he actually came. They say he's mastered sword intent of annihilation to perfection. One strike, and all things perish. Not only that, he possesses a sword heart of clarity naturally attuned to the Tao of the sword, a true prodigy of the sword. Lu Xuantong stepped onto the platform with an expressionless face, his gaze like a sword sweeping across the crowd, causing many to tremble as if a blade were pressed against their throats. Next, a fiery red figure descended from the heavens. Her form was graceful, her beauty peerless. A flowing red gown danced in the wind as if a celestial phoenix had descended to the mortal realm. Scorching nirvana divine fire swirled around her, distorting even the void. Lu Xuantong. It's Lu Xuantong. She possesses the ninefold nirvana physique. They say she's completed 7 nirvanas with combat power rivaling Lu Xuantong. No prodigy has yet forced her to reveal her full strength. Lady Xuantong, look at me. Lu Qinghuang's entrance instantly ignited the crowd, especially the younger male disciples who shouted her name with flushed faces and wild excitement. Yet Lu Xuantong remained aloof, indifferent to the cheers. She stood silently on the platform like a divine maiden, untouched by worldly dust. Then several more prodigies took the stage in succession. Each exuded a terrifying aura, domineering, sharp, or unfathomably deep, drawing gasps from the onlookers. However, all eyes ultimately fixed upon the last 2 prodigies to ascend, for they were the greatest favorites of this tournament, the strongest contenders for the championship. In the next instant, the world suddenly darkened as if countless divine and demonic phantoms emerged from the depths of the 9 abysses, while ancient Sanskrit chants seemed to descend from the 9 heavens. A figure strode through the air, his steps steady, yet causing the entire battle platform to tremble. Lu Xuantong, clad in a dark gold battle robe with hair as black as ink and eyes like abysses. His left pupil gleamed with divine radiance, while his right eye swirled with sinister, demonic energy. His aura was both sacred and vast, ferocious and overwhelming. As if with a single thought he could become divine or turn demonic. The divine demonic bloodline. He's truly awakened the first layer of the divine demonic form. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. The divine demonic bloodline, one of the Lu family's supreme inheritances, had appeared only once in tens of thousands of years. Once fully mastered, it could command the power of gods and demons, suppressing all realms. And Lu Xuantong had not only awakened this heaven-defying bloodline, but had also entered the first layer of the divine demonic form. His combat power far surpassed his peers, marking him as a true, unparalleled prodigy. In this sacred sun battle, I fear no one can contend with him. An elder whispered, his eyes filled with awe. Lu Xuantong's expression was indifferent. Wherever his gaze fell, the crowd involuntarily held their breath, as if suppressed by a supreme will. He did not deliberately exert his pressure, yet the innate aura of the divine and demonic caused everyone present to feel a tremor that originated from the depths of their souls. Senior Brother Xuantong. Divine demonic, invincible. Around the platform, countless female cultivators, their faces flushed with excitement, raised spirit jade banners inscribed with Xuantong, their cheers surging like tides. Even observers from other divine lord families nodded in silent acknowledgement. This youth indeed possessed the bearing of invincibility. On the high platform, the patriarch of the Lu family, a divine lord realm powerhouse who dominated the eastern domain, showed a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. The divine demonic bloodline is indeed far superior to that so-called supreme bone. He murmured inwardly, his gaze turning cold. 40 years ago, the Lu and Lu families formed a marriage alliance betrothing Lu Qingxue, the Lu family's direct daughter, to Lu Xuantong, a Lu family prodigy. But who could have imagined that the once astonishing owner of the Supreme Bone would later sink into mediocrity, his cultivation stagnating? 2 more months, the Lu family patriarch thought his gaze profound. When Qingxue fights Lu Xuantong, this engagement will finally end. If Lu Qingxue won, she could break free from the betrothal and embrace the arms of the primordial sacred body, the holy son of the Chui family. That was a true prodigy who could dominate the ages. At the forefront of the Lu family's viewing stand, patriarch Lu Chongqing stood with hands behind his back, his gaze resting on Lu Qingqian, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This child indeed possesses the bearing of our family's future sacred son. Feeling the countless gazes of awe and adoration, Lu Chongqian remained calm, yet a trace of pride flickered deep in his eyes. He was destined to dominate the ages. The divine and demonic feared nothing. All beings should prostrate before him. Just as the entire venue erupted in fervor over Lu Qingqian, the final figure slowly ascended the battle platform. His appearance brought no earth-shattering phenomena, no awe-inspiring pressure. Even his footsteps were so light they were nearly inaudible. Yet at that moment, the entire battlefield's clamor fell into an eerie silence. All eyes involuntarily turned toward him. Lu Xuantong, the former top prodigy of the Eastern Domain, owner of the Supreme Bone. He wore a plain white robe, his black hair casually tied back. His expression was calm, his gaze deep as an abyss, his aura so restrained it seemed to merge with heaven and earth. Yet this seemingly ordinary figure caused many powerhouses to narrow their eyes, and even Lu Chongqing on the high platform squinted slightly. He actually came, someone murmured, their tone complex. 40 years ago, Lu Xuantong had burst onto the scene. With his Supreme Bone, he suppressed all peers and was hailed as the Lu family's future supreme being. But later, for unknown reasons, his cultivation stagnated, gradually surpassed by those who came after, and he even became known as a waste. Yet today he stood on the platform of the Sacred Sun Battle's top 16. He barely scraped into the top 16. Can he really make any waves? Someone sneered. The Supreme Bone. It's a thing of the past. What is he before the divine demonic bloodline? Who would have thought the Supreme Bone would one day be trampled underfoot? The moment the system's voice echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind, the heavens and earth shifted in an instant. Above the firmament, thunderclouds churned and billions of lightning bolts roared like mad dragons, weaving into a chaotic sea of destruction and rebirth. The entire void trembled, as if unable to bear the descent of an almighty force. In the next instant, a resplendent pillar of light piercing through heaven and earth crashed down like a divine sword, tearing through the clouds and enveloping Lu Xuantong directly. That radiance blazed like the rising sun, yet it carried the profound power of nirvana and rebirth. Wherever it passed, the void twisted, the laws of the world retreated, and even time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. What is this? Lu Jin's pupils contracted sharply as he jerked his head up to gaze at the sky, his aged face filled with shock. Instinctively, he shielded his wife and daughter behind him, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Could it be that Zhou Tian had left some final trick before his death? Did the great Qian dynasty still possess some earth-shattering hidden card? No. Lu Yao's heart jolted violently. An indescribable tremor surged from the depths of her bloodline. She stared blankly at the colossal pillar of light, feeling her very soul quiver as if some supreme entity was awakening. Meanwhile, Xia Qixian's phantom trembled fiercely. In her usually cold eyes, a rare flash of shock appeared. This aura. Could it be? She fixed her gaze on the figure within the light pillar, a tempest of waves surging in her heart. Familiar, too familiar. This was unmistakably the aura of the Supreme Bone. Yet how could it be purer than the supreme bones of those peerless prodigies in the heavenly realm? And even more terrifying. Boom! As the crowd stood in awe, Lu Xuantong's body slowly rose, hovering above the firmament. On his chest, golden blood flowed like molten lava, scorching and sacred. Within that resplendent golden blood, a dark gold Supreme Bone gradually emerged. The bone patterns were like dragons, the runes like stars. Every line seemed to embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and every pulse resonated with the myriad laws. The Nirvana Supreme Bone. This was a Supreme Bone forged through life and death, rising after destruction. Stronger than before, more perfect than the past. Father, don't worry. Lu Yao finally snapped back to reality, quickly comforting Lu Jin. Master said that elder brother is undergoing nirvana and rebirth. There is no danger. Nirvana and rebirth. Lu Jin's voice trembled, a mix of shock and joy. Just then, the Supreme Bone fully fused. In an instant, a vast pressure like a sea of stars erupted. Lu Xuantong's cultivation realm soared wildly, his bloodline boiled like a dragon, and the law energies surrounding him condensed to their peak. With a mere gesture, he could shatter mountains and reverse the cosmos. When Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemed to hold the primordial chaos and the cycle of sun and moon. In this life, he would ascend to the pinnacle in the guise of nirvana. Then the vast aura around Lu Xuantong gradually receded. Hovering in the air like a celestial being, he descended gracefully before his parents. "Father, mother, your son is unharmed." Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, gazing at their unscathed son, could no longer contain their emotions. Tears streamed down their faces. 20 years. A full 20 years. Countless days and nights, they had wept, believing their eldest son had perished in a distant land. Countless moments of despair, they had watched their young daughter tormented by vengeance, powerless to help. But now all suffering had become the past. Their son had not only returned, but had swept away all enemies with an invincible demeanor. Good. Good. It's good to be back. Lu Jin's voice quivered. His rough hands tightly gripped Lu Xuantong's shoulders, afraid that if he let go, this reunion would vanish like a dream. Li Qiongyu, choked with sobs, pulled her son into an embrace, her tears soaking the front of his robe. "Mother thought she would never see you again in this lifetime." Lu Yao stood to the side watching the scene, and a warm smile unconsciously curled at the corners of her lips. How wonderful. From now on, she was no longer alone. With her elder brother returned and her parents safe, no one in this world could tear them apart. At this moment, Lu Xuantong had broken through to the peak of the earth immortal realm, bearing the Nirvana Supreme Bone. Across the entire Zhongshuan continent, none could rival him. Yet just as the family basked in this hard-won joy, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the firmament. In the next moment, the void shattered like a mirror. A bottomless rift spanned the sky, resembling a passage to an endless abyss, exuding a terrifying aura that chilled the soul. Not good. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted. In a flash, he positioned himself before his parents and sister, his aura erupting like a volcano prepared for battle. Heavenly realm beings again. His gaze was icy as he fixed on the rift, murderous intent surging within him. No matter who came, if they dared harm his family, he would annihilate them body and soul. At this tense and explosive moment, a figure slowly emerged from the rift. It was a woman. She wore a luxurious long gown, its hem cascading like a river of stars, shimmering brilliantly. A phoenix hairpin swayed in her hair, exuding a faint celestial glow. Every gesture she made was dignified and graceful, yet she emanated a reassuring maternal warmth overlooking the world. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong, boom, the woman's body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes, clear as autumn water, widened abruptly, and an expression of disbelief spread across her exquisite face. Then a glistening teardrop slid from the corner of her eye, tracing down her fair cheek. Another followed, and another. She was weeping silently. Lu Xuantong's family of 4. An utter silence fell. Lu Yao blinked, utterly bewildered. "Brother, what's going on?" Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow, his wariness deepening. Why did this woman burst into tears the moment she saw him? But before he could speak, the woman raised a trembling hand, parted her crimson lips, and said in a choked voice, "Xin'er, is it you?" After 40 years of searching, the call of bloodline stirred Nanuaz's heart, the blood coursing through her veins, turning scorching and boiling at this moment. It was a resonance unique to blood kin, a bond that, even spanning countless realms, could never be severed. For 40 long years, she had traversed myriad worlds and crossed innumerable realms, seeking only the flesh and blood lost in that cataclysm long ago. How vast was the lower realm! The Zhongshuan continent was but a drop in the ocean. Countless lower realms scattered like stars across the river of time, interwoven with the heavenly realm, divine realm, immortal realm, demon realm, and countless other worlds. To find a single person in such boundless heavens and earth was a million times harder than searching for a needle in the sea. She had divined the celestial secrets, expending immeasurable effort, and originally estimated it would take at least a century to lock onto her son's trail. But today the blood within her suddenly surged violently. Guided by an unseen force, she tore through the void and descended here. Before her stood a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his aura soaring to the heavens. Her own flesh and blood, the one she had dreamed of night and day. The moment she saw Lu Xuantong's face clearly, Nanuaz's pupils trembled. That visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her younger sister in the upper realm, especially those deep ink jade eyes. They were virtually identical. As expected of twin siblings, even separated by 2 realms, the marks of bloodline remained unmistakable. "Xin'er," she choked out, her voice breaking into sobs. 40 years of longing, 40 years of guilt poured forth as scalding tears that streamed down her delicate jaw. Yet what pierced her heart was that Lu Xuantong stared at her with hostile eyes, his spiritual energy surging as if ready to strike at any moment. His defensive posture, as if guarding a priceless treasure, regarded her as the greatest threat. A sharp pain stabbed through Nanuez's chest. Her son was wary of her. At this moment she longed to rush forward and embrace him, yet feared any rash move would provoke him. She could only stand trembling in place, tears blurring her vision. "Who are you?" Lu Xuantong demanded in a low voice, standing motionless before his family. He sensed the vast abyssal aura emanating from this woman, a pressure far surpassing that of an earth immortal. But what alarmed him more was the strange resonance stirring within his own boiling bloodline. Nanuezi took a deep breath, barely calming her tumultuous emotions. When she spoke again, her voice quivered uncontrollably. "I am Nanuezi from the eastern Nantian domain of the upper realm of the divine venerate Lu clan. And you are my own son lost in the lower realm 40 years ago." This sentence struck like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens, freezing everyone in place. Lu Jin and Li Qianji's faces shifted dramatically. Lu Yao gasped and covered her mouth. As for Lu Xuantong, his pupils violently constricted, his mind roaring as if some buried memories were awakening. His birth mother. How could this be? His mother was Li Qiongyu, the gentle woman who had raised him with toil and tears for 20 years, the ordinary woman who had wept her heart out for him. And this peerless powerhouse descending from the heavens, noble beyond compare. How could she be his birth mother? Absurd. Lu Xuantong suddenly bellowed, unleashing the divine power of his supreme bone. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, winds and clouds reversed, and a terrifying pressure swept across the land like a tidal wave, warping and trembling the very fabric of space. "I have a mother, and her name is Li Qiongyu. Senior, as a mighty being of the heavenly realm, please show some restraint. If you utter another word of nonsense, do not blame me for discarding all courtesy." Each word struck Nanuez's heart like a blade. This formidable expert who commanded respect in the upper realm staggered back 2 steps like a helpless child. All color drained from her exquisite face, and crystal tears fell unceasingly. She had foreseen this outcome. Yet witnessing her own child gaze at her with such hatred still brought a suffocating, heart-wrenching pain. "Xianer," Nanuezi extended a trembling hand, "I am truly your mother. You will understand once you see this." With that she bit her fingertip, and a drop of essence, blood glittering like gold, floated in the air. Simultaneously, the supreme bone in Lu Xuantong's chest quaked violently, and a golden thread of blood uncontrollably surged from his heart. "What is this?" Lu Xuantong looked down in shock as the golden blood thread intertwined with Nanuez's essence, blood merging perfectly into a radiant bridge of bloodline, linking their hearts tightly together. Thump, thump. The sound of bloodline resonance was unmistakable, the soul-deep intimacy undeniable. "No, this can't be." Lu Xuantong staggered back, his handsome face twisted in utter shock. He whirled around to Li Qiongyu, clutching his foster mother's hand like a lost child, his voice on the verge of breaking. "Mother, tell me, I am your biological son, right? Please tell me the truth. You are my own flesh and blood." By now Li Qiongyu was drenched in tears. Seeing her adopted son's anguish, this kind-hearted woman could no longer hold back. She pulled Lu Xuantong into her arms, weeping bitterly. "Tanjiro, my son." This reaction said it all. Lu Xuantong trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. 40 years of understanding crumbled in an instant, the world spinning around him. Nanuez's heart ached at the sight of her son's collapse. Xianer, no one wanted that catastrophe back then. "Silence." Lu Xuantong erupted, unleashing the full divine power of the supreme bone. A devastating shockwave exploded outward from his center. "I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. A conspiracy." He raved like a madman, eyes bloodshot as he glared at Nanuezi. "You people of the heavenly realm would stop at nothing for the supreme bone." Nanuezi was pushed back several steps by the shockwave, but she showed no anger. Instead, her eyes deepened with sorrow. "Child, if I wanted to seize your supreme bone, why wait until now?" Trembling, she withdrew a translucent jade pendant from her bosom, engraved with 2 small characters, Xiantong. "This is the talisman I placed on you at birth." Lu Xuantong's gaze fell on the pendant, and his expression drastically changed. This jade fit perfectly with the broken pendant he had worn since childhood. In an instant, countless fragments of shattered memories surged like a tide, a night of blood and fire, a terrifying pressure enveloping heaven and earth inside a flying vessel's chamber. A gentle woman's despairing, tear-filled eyes as she pushed him into a spatial rift. "Oh!" Lu Xuantong let out a heart-wrenching roar, his spiritual energy running wild, causing mountains within 100 li to collapse under the force. Truth was often harder to bear than lies. "After all this, why did you come back for me?" Meanwhile, Lu Jin and his wife stood solemnly beside Lu Xuantong and declared, "Lu Xuantong was raised by us. Please give us a reason to allow this reunion. On that frigid night 40 years ago, the wind and snow raged fiercely, and the howls of wild beasts echoed through the mountains and forests. On their way home, Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu faintly heard a weak crying sound. Following the sound, they discovered an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes hidden among the withered grass. The baby's face was purple from the cold, and his breath was so faint it was barely perceptible. Had they not picked him up in time, he would have silently vanished from the world, either carried off by hungry beasts or claimed by the biting wind before another night passed. They had no idea where this child came from nor why he had been abandoned in the desolate wilderness. But seeing the dying infant in her arms, Li Qiongju's tears instantly fell. She held him tightly to her chest and said in a trembling voice, "We have to save this child." From that day on, they treated him as their own, giving everything they had to raise him. Lu Xuantong was exceptionally brilliant from a young age, gifted far beyond ordinary children. Though they rejoiced, they also sensed faintly that this child might have an extraordinary origin. Yet no matter what, he was their son, the flesh and blood they had raised with toil and care. How could the joy of family be easily shattered by others? Now Lu Xuantong had become a renowned prodigy, his supreme bone awakened with boundless prospects ahead. They had thought they could finally enjoy the warmth of family, watching him marry and have children, living a peaceful life. But then Nanyuezi appeared, claiming to be his biological mother. Lu Jin's eyes held both anger and resolve. If she had deliberately abandoned the child back then today, even at the cost of his old life, he would never let her take Tanjiro away so easily. Li Qiongyu felt the same tears welling in her eyes. She could accept that Tanjiro had an extraordinary background, but she could never accept someone who had harmed him returning to claim kinship so lightly. Meanwhile, Lu Yao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her elder brother was not her blood brother. No wonder he was so exceptional, no wonder he could awaken the Supreme Bone. He was originally from the upper realm, the son of an immortal. Her mind churned with thoughts, and all the doubts of the past seemed to unravel in that moment. But then an even more startling thought surfaced. If her brother was not her blood relative, then between them. She bit her lip unconsciously, her cheeks flushing slightly, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Yet soon she shook her head, fiercely chiding herself inwardly. What am I thinking? Still, that strange emotion, like a quietly growing vine, silently coiled around her heart. Nanyuezi looked at Lu Xuantong's stubborn and aggrieved expression. She knew that if she did not reveal the secrets of the past completely, now she might never earn her son's forgiveness. Xian'er, how could your mother bear to abandon you? If it weren't a matter of life and death, if there were no other choice, what mother in this world would willingly give up her own flesh and blood? It turned out that when Lu Xuantong was born, the legendary Supreme Bone was already gestating within him, a divine gift that could shake all the realms. However, this very talent attracted covetous eyes. A mysterious great power targeted him, intending to forcibly extract the bone and transplant it into himself right after birth. He didn't care at all whether you would survive. Nanyuezi's voice choked, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Clenching her teeth, she said, "Once the Supreme Bone is forcibly removed, you would surely die." To save her son's life, she had no choice but to seal his Supreme Bone in pain, and then use a spatial divine artifact to tear through the void and send him to the lower realm. I didn't even dare to send you myself for fear of leaving traces that person could detect. Moreover, to completely mislead that great power, Lu Xuantong's twin sister forcibly awakened her divine, sovereign bone, using herself as bait to confuse his perception. She didn't have to do this, but for you, your mother had no other choice. Nanyuezi sobbed uncontrollably, carrying deep guilt. Over the years, she had never stopped missing her child. She traversed countless worlds, divined the celestial patterns, and even sacrificed her own lifespan just to find his whereabouts. As Nanyuezi recounted the truth, it finally came to light. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu exchanged glances, their previously tense expressions gradually softening. They could feel the pain and helplessness in Nanyuezi's words and understand a mother's despair at being forced apart from her child. So that's how it is. Li Qiongyu sighed softly, tears glistening in her eyes. If it had been her, she would likely have made the same choice. Now everyone's gaze fell upon Lu Xuantong. He was silent for a long time, the coldness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice low but firm. "What happened back then truly isn't your fault. But things have come to this. I'm already used to my life now. My parents have treated me like their own, and I see them as my closest kin. So I'm sorry, I don't want to go back with you." Lu Xuantong refused. He knew well that once he agreed, it meant stepping into an entirely new world. A world with his true blood relatives, the supreme glory he was meant to have, and perhaps endless opportunities and fortunes. But so what? He was not one to crave vanity, nor was he an ungrateful person. 40 years of nurturing kindness had been etched into his very bones. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu, though not his birth parents, were the ones who truly gave him life. Had they not carried him back from the wind and snow back, then he would have long since become a pile of bones. Now to abandon everything and acknowledge a mother he had never met. He couldn't do it. No one was at fault in this matter. Nan Yuezi sent him away back, then to save him, the Lu couple raised him out of kindness, and his refusal to acknowledge her was only to preserve the peace he had now. Since fate had arranged it this way, let it continue as it was. Keeping things as they were was fine. At least now he had a home, a family, and everything he wanted to protect. Hearing Lu Xuantong's answer, Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu both breathed a sigh of relief, but then an inexpressible worry crept into their hearts. They were not selfish people. If Lu Xuantong chose to return to his birth family, they would never stop him. But deep down, how could they bear to let him go? This child, they had raised him with their own hands. Yet what unsettled them more was whether Nan Yuezi would give up. Seeing the answer, Nan Yuezi's eyes revealed despair. Xianer, I understand your choice and I respect it. But please, for your sister's sake, go back and help her just this once. Hearing this, Lu Xuantong remembered that he actually had a twin sister bound by blood. Nan Yuezi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, for these 40 years no one in the upper realm knew that the real Lu Xuantong had long descended to the lower realm. Your sister took your place and lived until today. But she didn't have the Supreme Bone. She didn't have his astonishing talent, yet she had to bear the name of Supreme Bone Owner and endure the pressure and humiliation that were never meant for her. Lu Xuantong fell silent. He had never imagined that there was someone in this world suffering such immense pain because of him. That sister he had never met had lived in his place for 40 years, always dwelling in the shadows. Now she was on the verge of collapse. Could he really stand by and do nothing? The bond of blood could never be severed. Nan Yuezi bowed deeply to Lu Xuantong and pleaded, Xianer, your sister really can't hold on much longer. Please go back and save her. Your mother begs you. Nan Yuezi looked weary, her eyes brimming with an indescribable pain. Both sides were dear to her heart. Whether it was Lu Xuantong or the daughter who had borne 40 years of pressure in his stead, both were flesh and blood she could not bear to part with. She knew better than anyone how cruel her request was. To ask a child raised in the lower realm who had just learned the truth of his origins to immediately accept a mother he had never met, and even to abandon his current life to save a stranger he called sister. No one could easily accept such a demand, yet she had no other choice. Xianer, your mother knows this is too sudden for you. Nan Yuezi's voice was almost pleading, tears glistening in her eyes. But your sister can't wait any longer. Her daughter had been teetering on the brink of collapse for far too long. The burden on her shoulders was far greater than simply being Lu Xuantong's twin. The Supreme Bone was a bloodline that could dominate an entire era, and she carried the hopes of the entire clan. She had never lived for herself. Now her spirit was nearing its limits. If they delayed any further, Nan Yuezi dared not imagine the consequences. As Nan Yuezi's words faded, the others fell into thought. Lu Xuantong's brows were tightly knit, his gaze lowered as if in struggle. Lu Yao pressed her lips together, a wave of bitterness surging in her heart. She had always believed she was Lu Xuantong's only sister. From childhood, she had craved her elder brother's love and care, basking in the unique affection meant solely for her. But now a twin sister had suddenly emerged, not only bound by blood to her brother, but having existed in this world even before her. What did that make her? An indescribable sense of loss welled up, forcing her to clench her teeth. Yet on second thought, what kind of life had that unknown sister lived over these 40 years? Without the Supreme Bone, she had borne the pressure of her brother's name, enduring a weight that was never hers to carry. She had never truly been herself. At that thought, Lu Yao's heart softened. As a sister herself, she understood that other sisters' plight all too well. Moreover, she was the twin sister, while Lu Yao shared no blood with Lu Xuantong. That meant they could never be. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu exchanged glances, complex emotions flickering in their eyes. They had raised Lu Xuantong for 20 years, treating him as their own son. Yet they were also parents themselves. They knew too well how painful it was for a child to live in another's shadow. Once Lu Yao had been blinded by hatred for her brother's enemy, even giving up on cultivation. It was their encouragement and companionship that slowly restored her confidence. But what about Lu Xuantong's sister? She had no understanding from her parents, no protection from her brother, and dared not even reveal her true self. Such had been her life for 40 years. Just imagining it was heart-wrenching. Li Qiongji's eyes reddened, and she whispered, Tanjir. She wanted to say more, but the words died in her throat. She couldn't bear to see Lu Xuantong leave, yet she knew all too well that if their selfishness allowed that unknown girl to continue suffering, their consciences would never be at peace. Lu Jin took a deep breath, patted his wife's shoulder, and turned to Lu Xuantong, his voice deep and steady. Xuantong, this decision is yours to make. Whatever you choose, we will support you. Lu Xuantong stood still, emotions churning within him like the dark currents of a deep pool. He remained silent for a long time, unsure how to answer. On one side was the debt of upbringing, on the other the call of blood. Lu Jin and Li Qiongyu had raised him as their own, giving him everything for 40 years. And Lu Yao, from the moment of her birth, had been destined for tragedy, a tool for avenging her brother. Now that her brother had finally returned, if he left, what would become of them? On the other side, Nan Yuetz's tearful plea. His twin sister had endured 40 years of suffering in his place. She should never have borne the fame of the Supreme Bone, never lived in his shadow, never faced the harsh winds and biting frost of the upper realm alone. Yet she had silently endured until she was on the verge of collapse. What fault was hers? The fault lay with the powerful being who coveted the Supreme Bone, and with this accursed fate. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Lu Xuantong's eyes. He wished he could ascend to the heavens at once and tear the culprit to pieces. But now he could not even decide which path to take. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a soft hand gently grasped his palm. Brother. Lu Yao looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet she forced a tender smile. Yao Yao understands how that sister feels. Though, I don't want you to leave us. I also hope that every sister in the world can be happy. So Yao Yao supports you in going to protect her. Lu Xuantong's heart trembled, a lump forming in his throat. He had never imagined that Lu Yao could understand the feelings of another sister. But the next moment, Lu Yao gave a light snort, pouted, and glared at him with feigned ferocity. Of course, after you've settled things, you must come back. Don't stay in the celestial realm, or else. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she searched for a suitable reason. Do you want our parents to cry for you? Of course Yao Yao would cry too. In that instant, the last shred of hesitation in Lu Xuantong's heart shattered. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear and resolute. All right. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Lu Yao's hair, his voice low and firm. Your brother promises you. He would go to the upper realm to save that unknown sister. But he would not stay there forever. His roots would always remain here. Just as he made his decision, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Divine Venerate Lu Clan. Reward Heavenly Flame Realm Cultivation. Lu Xuantong's eyes narrowed and a cold, imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. It seemed this journey to the upper realm would be anything but peaceful. Nan Yuezi, seeing this, was overjoyed. As long as Lu Xuantong agreed to go to the Lu clan, everything could be resolved. Even if Lu Xuantong's current cultivation was only at the land immortal realm, she could explain it away as a cultivation deviation that caused a drop in power and then nurture him with countless heavenly treasures. His sister would be saved. Shina, your mother is truly grateful. Lu Xuantong raised his head to gaze at the thunder rumbling across the sky, a sharp light shooting from his eyes. Come, let me see what makes the celestial realm so different. In the celestial realm at the Divine Venerate Lu clan, in an instant the wind ceased. A tall, slender figure strode slowly onto the battle stage, his jet black hair wild and untamed, dancing in the void, as if each strand carried a sharp, piercing edge. The last to step forward was Lu Xuantong, possessor of the Supreme Bone. His appearance brought no earth-shattering phenomena, no overwhelming pressure that subdued the surroundings, yet the very air of the entire battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. So this is the Supreme Bone. After a brief silence, a tide of jeers surged forth. Ha, the Supreme Bone. He has an impressive bearing, but his strength is somewhat lacking. I heard he was defeated by senior brother Lu Changxian in 3 moves. The Supreme Bone. That's all it amounts to. Tisk, 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 how disgraceful. The most worthless Supreme Bone in history, not even worth a finger of a divine demon bloodline. Just a few days ago, he was even rejected in marriage by the Lu family. A proud prodigy of the Lu clan reduced to such a state. It's truly a shame. If I were his betrothed, I would have called off the marriage too. Who would want to be with a waste? I heard Lu Kingsu's new fiancée is a primordial sacred body, a true, unparalleled prodigy, 1,000,000 times better than this waste. Lu Xuantong. Ha, he's nothing more than a dog on the roadside. Voices of mockery, ridicule, and contempt rose and fell like blades, piercing toward the figure at the center of the battle stage. Yet Lu Xuantong's expression remained calm, his eyes deep and profound, as if these words were merely wind passing by his ears, unworthy of notice. He had long grown accustomed to it. At the forefront of the viewing stand, the Lu family head stood shoulder to shoulder with the Lu family head, the atmosphere delicate. The Lu family head's expression was slightly awkward, his gaze flickering as if harboring a hint of guilt. After all, the annulment of the marriage had ultimately disgraced the Lu family. The Lu family head, meanwhile, maintained a calm facade, though deep in his eyes lay a trace of helplessness. The Supreme Bone meant to dominate the ages had now become a laughingstock in the eyes of all. After a moment of silence, the Lu family head spoke in a low voice. Brother Lu, if in 2 months Xiantong can emerge victorious in his duel with Qing'er, then the daughter of the Lu family will still be the bride of the Lu family. Hearing this, the Lu family head's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. 2 months later, with Lu Xiantong's current strength, how could he possibly defeat the current Lu Qingxue? This was nothing more than a polite formality. As the 16 prodigies had all ascended the stage, the divine patterns around the battle platform suddenly flared to life. Dazzling golden light soared into the sky, forming ancient runic barriers that enveloped the entire stage. The chief referee waved his sleeve, his voice like a great bell resounding through the 9 heavens. The Lu clan's sacred sun battle, the round of 16, officially begins. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted. Countless spectators shouted in excitement, waves of sound like a tide, causing the very void to tremble slightly. Some roared the name of Lu Wuchen, others frantically screamed the title of Lu Qingqian, and many young cultivators, their faces flushed, wildly waved spirit jade banners engraved with the characters Qing, Huang, shrieking at the top of their lungs. However, when the chief referee announced the opponents for the first match Lu Xiantong versus Lu Qingwang, the entire venue fell into a sudden silence. After a brief stillness, a torrent of discussion exploded like thunder. What? The first match pits Lu Xiantong against Lu Qingwang. What a show! What a splendid show! Lu Qingwang possesses the 9 revolutions nirvana body, her battle prowess unfathomable. Among the younger generation of the Lu clan, she ranks within the top 5. Lu Xiantong may have been glorious once, but now, I favor Lu Qingwang in this battle. Oh, why? A bystander asked curiously. That person grinned and said matter-of-factly, because Lu Qingwang is better looking. Laughter erupted all around. The vast majority stood on Lu Qinghuang's side as if they did not wish to see Lu Xiantong win, preferring to witness a prodigy's fall from grace. At the center of the battle stage, Lu Qingwang descended gracefully, her fiery red dress fluttering in the wind like a celestial phoenix descending upon the world, surrounded by blazing nirvana divine fire. Her gaze was cool, her red lips parting slightly as her voice flowed like a clear spring. Young Master Lu, please. Lu Xiantong remained calm, merely nodding slightly without a word. The next moment, boom, they struck simultaneously. Lu Qingwang raised her jade hand, and the nirvana divine fire transformed into a sea of flames that swept across the entire battle stage, the scorching heat even causing the spectators to feel their skin burn. Every strike she delivered contained the power of nirvana, as if seeking to incinerate all things and return them to chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Xiantong moved like lightning, darting through the sea of fire. With each step, ancient supreme runes manifested beneath his feet, stubbornly withstanding the burning of the nirvana flames. His fists and palms interchanged, each strike simple and unadorned, yet containing a terrifying power capable of suppressing the ages. 100 exchanges, 200 exchanges, 300 exchanges. The battle reached an extreme intensity, the entire battle stage trembling, the runic barriers undulating violently. How is this possible? Lu Xiantong can actually fight Lu Qingwang to this extent. Something's wrong. His battle prowess far exceeds the rumors. At that moment, Lu Xiantong's eyes suddenly blazed with dazzling divine light. An ancient and vast aura erupted from within him. In an instant, his form seemed to resonate with heaven and earth as endless divine patterns interwove around him, coalescing into a towering phantom. The divine venerate form. What? He can awaken the divine venerate form. On the high platform, the Lu family head shot to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. The Lu family head's pupils also constricted as he stared fixedly at the battle stage, murmuring, how is this possible? Lu Qinghuang's expression shifted slightly as the nirvana divine fire blazed wildly in an attempt to resist, yet Lu Xiantong threw a single punch, unleashing the power of the divine venerate, tearing the nirvana sea of flames apart. Lu Qinghuang let out a muffled groan, her form staggering backward as a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Lu Xiantong had won. On the battle stage, divine patterns swirled around Lu Xuantong, and the towering phantom slowly dissipated, eventually transforming into wisps of golden light that merged back into his body. The supreme form was the true mark of the Supreme Bone's full maturity. Once awakened, one's battle prowess would undergo a fundamental transformation, even capable of contending with the divine demon bloodline. Having secured his first victory, Lu Xiantong successfully awakened the divine venerate form, which was mistaken by all for the supreme transform much to their eventual relief. The subsequent matches progressed rapidly. Lu Wuchen swept through his opponent with the sword intent of annihilation, deciding the match in 3 strikes. Although Lu Qinghuang had lost to Lu Xuantong, she still displayed terrifying battle prowess, her nirvana flames consuming everything as she advanced powerfully. Yet the most astonishing battle was still Lu Chenqian's. His opponent, another unparalleled prodigy who had awakened a bloodline form, was defeated in merely 3 moves. The first move, the Divine Demon Power, erupted, suppressing all. The second move, the opponent's bloodline form collapsed, spitting blood and retreating. The third move, the outcome was decided. The entire venue erupted. Too strong. Is this the might of the Divine Demon bloodline? Lu Qingxian, the undisputed champion. This Sacred Sun battle is already without suspense. Countless people roared in fervor, Lu Chenqian's name echoing to the heavens. On the high platform, the Lu family head nodded slightly, his eyes full of satisfaction. The Lu family head mused to himself. It seems that in the duel with Qing'er 2 months from now, Lu Xuantong is destined to lose. Just as everyone thought the situation was settled, the chief referee's voice rang out once more. 9th match, Lu Xuantong versus Lu Chengqian. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on those 2 figures. Lu Xuantong slowly raised his head, his gaze deep as an abyss. Lu Chengqian curled his lips slightly, his eyes burning with intense battle intent. This battle was a clash of destiny. Lu Chengqian looked at Lu Xuantong, his eyes filled with disdain. You cannot defeat me. Surrender is your fate. Losing to me is no disgrace. Lu Chengqian defeated his opponent of the same rank in merely 3 moves without even unleashing his demon god form. In contrast, Lu Xuantong's victory appeared rather strained. His battle against Lu Qinghuang had nearly exhausted all his trump cards, forcing him to awaken his sovereign form at the precipice of life and death just to narrowly overcome his adversary. And Lu Chengqian, he had swept through everything without even taking the fight seriously. The disparity was evident. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined. Lu Xuantong would never ascend to the position of Holy Son. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lu Chengqian trampled upon his dignity, step by step, climbing to the pinnacle to become the indisputable king of the Lu clan's generation. Failure is your destined end. Lu Chengqian stood at the other end of the battle platform, his gaze contemptuous, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. There was a time when he held Lu Xuantong in awe. That was the legendary Supreme Bone, a supreme talent capable of suppressing the ages. But later, Lu Xuantong's performance proved a profound disappointment. So the Supreme Bone was nothing more than that. A waste who couldn't even compare to the demon god bloodline. What right did he have to claim the title of the Lu clan's prodigy? Lu Xuantong pursed his lips, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "How will I know if I don't try?" Though he himself was aware that his newly awakened sovereign form was not yet fully mastered and the odds of contending against Lu Chenqian's demon god form were slim. But at the very least, he refused to lose without a fight. Even if defeat was inevitable, he would make Lu Chengqian understand that the name Lu Xuantong was no idle boast. She would give her all to protect her brother's everything. Wait. Just as the chief arbiter was about to announce the start of the duel, a voice suddenly rang out, shattering the atmosphere. The crowd turned to see Grand Elder Lu Feng, also Lu Chenqian's father, slowly rise to his feet. His gaze was sharp and piercing, fixed squarely on Lu Xuantong. His sonorous voice crashed like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the entire battle platform. The bone within Lu Xuantong's body does not appear to be the Supreme Bone. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and continued, "The supreme form he just displayed differs significantly from the power of the Supreme Bone recorded in ancient texts." These words shocked everyone present. Lu Xuantong's bone wasn't the Supreme Bone. Then what was it? Grand Elder Lu Feng's declaration stirred a colossal uproar. All around the battle platform, countless cultivators erupted into clamor, their discussions surging like a tidal wave. Something's off. Legend has it that when the Supreme Form awakens, its pressure can change the heavens and the earth. But Lu Xuantong's form, though powerful, lacked that overwhelming aura to suppress the ages. But if it's not the Supreme Bone, how do you explain the golden blood flowing within him? That is the hallmark of the supreme bloodline. Wait. I recall a secret record from an ancient text. In the primordial era, a peerless great power in pursuit of the Supreme Bone's mysteries created a remarkably similar bloodline through heaven-defying means, the Sovereign Bone. The Sovereign Bone. The crowd was stunned. Indeed, the Sovereign Bone appears nearly identical to the Supreme Bone. Even its bloodline aura is extremely similar, but their power is worlds apart. At this, a chill crept up the spines of all the cultivators present. The more they thought, the more terrifying it became. No wonder. No wonder Lu Xuantong's performance was so mediocre. No wonder he could barely defeat Lu Qinghuang even after awakening his supreme form. It turned out that what lay within him was not the true supreme bone, but the sovereign bone. The news that Lu Xuantong's bone was not the supreme bone swept through the venue like a storm. Countless gazes converged on the figure at the center of the battle platform, some in shock, some in pity, and others in undisguised mockery. I knew it. How could the supreme bone be this weak? So he's a fake. And the Lu clan wasted resources nurturing him as a prodigy. But the next second a furious roar erupted. Lu Feng. Screw your mother. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a raging sea. Lu Yunting, Lu Xuantong's father, shot to his feet. The cultivation base of the Dao Palace realm exploded from him, bearing down heavily on Lu Feng. Lu Feng, who do you think you are to slander my son? Nothing in his life infuriated him more than seeing his son humiliated. Even if Lu Xuantong truly had mediocre talent, he was still Lu Yunting's son. No one had the right to meddle. Moreover, the matter of the supreme bone concerned Lu Xuantong's dignity and the entire Lu clan's honor. Lu Feng's expression shifted as he quickly activated his divine abilities to defend, but his aura was clearly weaker before the enraged Lu Yunting. Yet he still sneered, Lu Yunting, you're panicking. If you have nothing to hide, why lose your composure? Your son is not the supreme bone. He had been plotting this moment in secret for a long time. Ever since Lu Xuantong awakened the supreme bone, his son Lu Changqian had been overshadowed. The clan's resources tilted in favor of Lu Yunting's lineage, and all glory went to them. How could he swallow this resentment? Months ago, Lu Feng had begun his covert investigation. He scoured the clan's ancient texts, even using his authority as Grand Elder to access forbidden records long sealed away. Finally, in a fragmented copy of the secret records of Heavenly Bones, he found the crucial clue. The Supreme Bone and the Sovereign Bone are similar in form, but different in essence. The Supreme Bone was a gift from the Heavenly Tao. Once fully developed, it could suppress the ages and sweep through an era undefeated. The Sovereign Bone, however, was a counterfeit bone created by ancient great powers in imitation of the Supreme Bone. Though similar in the early stages, their potential was vastly different. Lu Feng felt as if he had found a treasure. Comparing Lu Xuantong's battle records over the years, he found that the power of his supreme form indeed fell far short of what the ancient text described. Most crucially, true possessors of the Supreme Bone should awaken the Supreme True Blood at the age of 16. Yet Lu Xuantong had never displayed this sign. He doesn't deserve it. Over the years, Lu Xuantong had enjoyed the clan's finest resources. Heaven-grade techniques at his disposal. Premium spiritual medicines supplied first. Even the 9 Revolutions Demon God Pool baptism opportunity, which rightfully belonged to Lu Qingqian, had been given to this impostor. These should have been my sons. What fueled Lu Feng's hatred even more was that years ago when he and Lu Yunting competed for Nan Yuanzi, that woman of unparalleled elegance, she had ultimately chosen Lu Yunting. And now their son was to ride above his own. Absolutely not. Lu Yunting, what a fine son you've raised. Lu Feng sneered, his voice carrying across the entire venue. Using the Sovereign Bone to impersonate the Supreme Bone and defrauding the clan of its resources, what punishment does that warrant? Lu Yunting's eyes blazed with fury. Spiritual energy surged around him, the pressure of his Dao Palace realm distorting space itself. You're asking for death. He moved like lightning, appearing before Lu Feng in an instant. His fist carrying the force to shatter mountains and split the earth shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch was laden with blazing fury. The protective light shield Lu Feng hastily erected shattered instantly, sending him stumbling backward. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng laughed maniacally, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're panicking. Your son is nothing but trash. Just as the two were about to engage in a life-or-death struggle, a majestic pressure descended from the heavens. Enough. The Lu clan patriarch strode through the air. With a flick of his sleeve, boundless spiritual energy forcibly separated the two. The Holy Sun battle is underway. What is this unseemly display? Lu Feng immediately bowed in deference, but his tone was laced with venom. Patriarch, please see clearly. Lu Xuantong has used the Sovereign Bone to masquerade as the Supreme Bone. This matter. Silence. Lu Yunting bellowed. My son. Both of you shut up. The patriarch roared, his terrifying pressure forcing both experts to grunt and retreat. He swept his cold gaze across the entire venue, finally settling on Lu Xuantong, standing on the battle platform. This matter will be judged after the battle. Is what you have inside truly not the Supreme Bone? Lu Qingqian's voice sliced through the arena like a cold blade, laced with unabashed mockery and amusement. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking onto Lu Xuantong like a venomous snake, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his lips. This question silenced the entire arena. Lu Xuantong's pupils trembled slightly. How should she respond? In this world, very few knew the truth. She had thought she could hold on until her brother returned to reclaim what was rightfully hers. But fate is cruel. This secret buried for 40 years would be exposed at the most inappropriate moment, during the battle of the Lu family's holy son laid bare under the gaze of countless cultivators. The mocking laughter rose and fell around her, and before her were countless eyes filled with doubt. Supreme Bone. Turns out it's just a counterfeit. Wasting the clan's resources for so many years, how shameful. How can such a waste be worthy to compete with us? Each word was like a sharp blade piercing deeply into her heart. Tell me. Lu Xuantong suddenly stepped forward, the oppressive aura of a god erupting, causing the ground of the arena to crack inch by inch. Is what you have inside truly the Supreme Bone? Lu Xuantong did not answer. She simply raised her head slowly to gaze at the azure sky. In that moment, she suddenly felt a strange sense of liberation. For the first time in 40 years, she felt as if she were free. Brother, where are you? This whisper, light as a sigh, was heard only by herself. Yet Lu Xuantong's pupils suddenly constricted. Brother. He keenly caught on to this unexpected term. What does Lu Xuantong mean by that? But soon a fierce expression returned to his face. Regardless of whether you have the Supreme Bone or not, today you are destined to be trampled underfoot by me. On the spectators' platform, Lu Wuchen toyed with the sword in his hand, chuckling lightly. The current Lu Xuantong is no longer a concern. The other competitors had completely dismissed Lu Xuantong's status as a strong contender. To them, she now resembled a mere clown, easily vanquished. The reality was indeed as such: 40 years of repression, 40 years of deception, 40 years of carrying the hopes and responsibilities for her brother. At this moment, it finally exceeded what she could bear. Lu Xuantong's gaze gradually faded, the scene before her becoming blurry as she felt the world spinning and all sounds turned distant. Bang! Under the gaze of thousands, the figure once revered as the genius of the Lu family simply fell straight down. Xuantong. Lu Xuantong instantly appeared on the arena, supporting his son's limp body. When he touched the flowing blood, a strange feeling surged within him. The aura contained within this blood. No, this is not the bloodline fluctuation that a Supreme Bone possessor should have. His hand trembled uncontrollably, the perception he had held for 40 years collapsing in an instant. Could it be that the Supreme Bone genius, upon whom the entire clan had pinned their hopes, was truly just a counterfeit of the Divine Bone? Lu Xuantong's body shook violently, an unprecedented chill sweeping over him. At that moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for his reaction. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lu Xuantong bore a trace of a liberated smile at the corner of her lips. Perhaps this was good, at least she could finally return to being herself. Only she felt she owed her brother an apology. Even before he returned, she had exposed herself too soon. The head judge silently gazed at Lu Xuantong, who had collapsed on the ground, his brow furrowed. According to the rules, if a contestant is unable to continue fighting, they should be declared defeated. Yet declaring Lu Xuantong's loss at this moment seemed too hasty. After all, this duel had not truly begun. Judged. Lu Feng's cold voice suddenly rang out. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes flashing with an undeniable determination. Since Lu Xuantong can no longer fight, why not swiftly announce the result? As long as Lu Xuantong defeats this greatest variable, the subsequent opponents will pose no threat at all. The position of Holy Son is already in the bag. The head judge took a deep breath, just about to speak. Hold on. A voice as clear and cold as the moon echoed from the horizon. Everyone looked up and saw a stunning figure descending from the sky, her garments fluttering like a celestial maiden. It's Nan Yuezi, Lu Xuantong's mother. The spectators' platform erupted into a stir. Lu Xuantong was puzzled. Nan Yuezi had mysteriously gone missing these past few days, and all his dark guards had failed to find any trace of her. Where had she gone? More importantly, was what Lu Xuantong possessed inside truly the Supreme Bone? When the child was born, he was far away battling in a secret realm, and upon his return, he only heard that his wife had given birth to a genius with the Supreme Bone. Now thinking back, there must be some hidden truth in this matter. Please give Xuantong a stick of incense this time. Nan Yuezi calmly looked at the head judge. After a stick of incense, she will return to the arena. The head judge showed a hesitant expression. Although a stick of incense is short, rules are rules. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuantong suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. Lu Xuantong never take advantage of others' misfortunes, let alone a stick of incense. Even if he was given a month, what would it matter? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the aura of a god flowing around him, his tone extremely domineering. At any time, I can crush this waste. Nan Yuezi seemed unfazed by this boast. She gently picked up the unconscious Lu Xuantong, and as her fingertips brushed against her daughter's pale cheek, a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. But as she turned, a meaningful smile curved her lips. For the true Lu Xuantong had already returned. With her departure, the spectators' platform buzzed with discussion. What is Nan Yuezi trying to do? What can a stick of incense change? Could it be that there really is something unusual about Lu Xuantong? Meanwhile, the real Lu Xuantong was curiously observing everything in her sister's room. When the twin siblings first met, Heavenly Realm, the divine venerate Lu clan. The moment Lu Xuantong stepped into the heavenly realm with his mother, he felt an immense and boundless spiritual energy surging towards him, every breath seeming to swallow the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder those of the heavenly realm possessed such terrifying power. Even the concentration of spiritual energy alone was incomparable to the lower realm. Here, even the most ordinary beings can achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivation. Nan Yuezi explained softly. If a dog were to cultivate here for 100 years, it could likely easily crush a grandmaster of the lower realm. Lu Xuantong remained silent, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. The divine venerate Lu clan's mansion was magnificent and vast, shrouded in immortal mist with pavilions and towers suspended amidst the clouds. Countless powerhouses soared through the air, their auras as profound as the abyss and as vast as the sea. His heart grew solemn, realizing that the world he had now entered was entirely different. Along the way, his mother carefully recounted the events of the past 40 years. How his sister was forced to impersonate him, how she struggled to survive under the guise of the Supreme Bone within the Lu clan, and how she was gradually pushed into a desperate situation by the schemes of Grand Elder Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lu Xuantong finally understood why his mother had spared no effort to find him. Because his sister could no longer hold on. If that mysterious powerhouse hadn't forcibly taken you away back then. Nan Yuezi's voice trembled, a flicker of pain in her eyes. You should have grown up with your sister instead of being exiled to the lower realm to endure hardships. Lu Xuantong let out a soft sigh. What was done, and there was nothing more to say. He recalled his experiences in the mortal world. If not for meeting the Lu Jin family, he might have died long ago in some forgotten corner. But even so, he had survived and grown even stronger. Where is my sister now? He asked in a deep voice. Nan Yuezi did not answer directly. Instead, she led him to an elegant courtyard, then turned and left. Wait for me here. I will bring your sister back. Lu Xuantong nodded and pushed open the door. The room was simply furnished, yet every detail exuded a familiar aura. On the table lay several martial arts scriptures, and a long sword hung on the wall. There were no belongings of a young girl. Has she been living in my shadow all these years? Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, a maelstrom of complex emotions churning within him. He silently vowed to protect his sister no matter the cost, and would never allow her to suffer in his place again. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Xuantong's heart tightened, and he instinctively held his breath. He was finally going to see his sister. But then he frowned slightly. No, why is there only one set of footsteps? The next second, the door was pushed open. Nan Yuezi was carrying a person in her arms, a pale-faced, unconscious young man. And that face was an exact replica of Lu Xuantong's. Twins. True blood ties. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted, his heart shuddering violently. His sister, in the guise of a man, had lived his life for 40 years. Why was she so pale, her complexion worsening? What had happened? Nan Yuezi placed his sister on the bed and began to channel her energy to heal her. Lu Xuantong stared at the face on the bed, identical to his own, his brow furrowed deeply. His sister's breathing was weak, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, as if she were trapped in some terrible nightmare, unable to escape. How did she become like this? He demanded, his voice barely containing his anger. Nan Yuezi pressed her palm against his sister's back, pouring in a continuous stream of spiritual power in an attempt to stabilize her disordered aura. Her expression was weary, but her eyes held deep worry. She whispered, she almost got exposed. She then explained that during that day's Sacred Sun battle, Grand Elder Lu Feng had publicly questioned his sister's identity, claiming that the bone within her was not a true Supreme Bone, but a counterfeit Divine Venerate Bone. In an instant, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. Countless gazes of doubt and contempt pierced into her like swords. They forced her to concede, to admit she was a fraud. Nan Yuezi's voice trembled. She refused to bow her head, stubbornly refusing to fall, but in the end, she couldn't bear it. His sister's will teetered on the brink of collapse under immense pressure, her soul in turmoil, on the verge of a chi deviation. If Nan Yuezi hadn't arrived in time and forcibly taken her from the battlefield, her secret would likely have been completely exposed by now. No, her obsession is too deep. If this continues, her soul will sink completely. Nan Yuez's expression changed drastically as she sensed his sister's aura growing more chaotic, as if being dragged into an abyss by some invisible force. Lu Xuantong's gaze hardened. Without hesitation, he took out a blood-red pill from his bosom, the reincarnation soul-guiding pill. The moment the pill appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance instantly permeated the entire room. Nan Yuez's pupils contracted. Shocked, she asked Xianer this. Where did this come from? The reincarnation soul-guiding pill was a divine medicine of antiquity, said to stabilize the soul and repair Dao injuries. Even in the heavenly realm, it was considered a rare treasure. Lu Xuantong did not explain. With a grave expression, he gently placed the pill into his sister's mouth. Gulp. The pill slid down her throat, transforming into a scorching torrent that instantly surged through her limbs and bones. His sister's body trembled violently. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. Her previously unfocused eyes gradually began to regain their clarity as her consciousness returned. She slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry for a moment before it settled on the face before her, a face identical to her own. In that instant she understood. Brother. Her voice quivered, filled with disbelief, yet laced with a hint of relief. 40 years. She had finally waited for him. Tears streamed down his sister's face. Trembling all over, she threw herself into Lu Xuantong's arms, with almost all her remaining strength clutching tightly to his clothes. Brother, is it really you? The girl's voice was choked with sobs, almost breaking, afraid that all of this was just a dream. Lu Xuantong's heart trembled. He slowly tightened his arms, holding her securely in his embrace. He could feel his sister's frail body shivering slightly, as if she had borne far too much, yet had gritted her teeth and persevered all along. It's me. I'm sorry for making you endure so much in my place. His sister sobbed, recounting the grievances of the past 40 years in broken sentences. How Lu Chengxian had sneered and mocked her in public, how Grand Elder Lu Feng had relentlessly pressured and secretly sabotaged her, doing everything to suppress her. How those in the clan who once fawned over her now gossiped behind her back, saying she was unworthy of the title Supreme Bone. Every word was like a sharp dagger stabbing deep into Lu Xuantong's heart. How dare they? His sister looked up, her eyes blurred with tears, but a relieved smile touched her lips. But now I don't have to pretend anymore. Brother, now that you're back, I can just be myself. Those words made Lu Xuantong's heart clench painfully. Yes, his sister had lived his life for 40 years, bearing a glory and pressure that were never hers, yet she had never truly lived her own life. And now everything could finally return to its rightful course. Nan Yuezi stood by, watching the siblings embrace, tears streaming down her face. As a mother, her greatest wish in life was simply for her two children to be safe, happy, and support each other. The elder brother protecting his sister, the sister caring for her brother. This should have been the simplest form of family love, yet it had been delayed for a full 40 years by the cruelties of fate. Xianer, there is still a sacred sun battle awaiting you. Over half an incense stick's time had passed. Lu Chengxian on the battle platform was probably already growing impatient. Lu Xuantong gently released his sister, reached out to wipe the tears from her face, his gaze firm yet tender. Sister, leave the rest to me. Inside the room, the brother and sister stood facing each other. Lu Xuantong slowly took off his outer robe and accepted the garment handed to him by his sister. A long robe she usually wore, while impersonating him, with dark patterns embroidered on the sleeves and a faint scent of medicinal herbs lingering on the collar. He silently changed into the clothes, his fingertips brushing over the subtle creases in the fabric, as if he could feel the weight his sister had borne alone all these years. His sister stood nearby, gently removing the jade crown that bound her hair, letting it cascade down like a waterfall. She changed into a loose plain white dress, took out a silver-white mask, and gently placed it over her face. The mask concealed her features, revealing only a pair of clear, yet slightly weary eyes. This is better, she murmured, her voice carrying a long-lost lightness. Nan Yuezhi stood outside the door, her gaze fixed on the tightly shut portal, her heartbeat quickening with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The next second, the door slowly creaked open and two figures walked out side by side. Nan Yuezhi's pupils contracted, her breath catching for a moment. Before her stood one man dressed in Lu Xuantong's usual attire, his brows cold and his aura composed. The other, masked and slender, stood quietly nearby. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would hardly have been able to tell who the real Lu Xuantong was. Good, truly good, Nan Yuezhi said, her eyes reddening. She had waited far too long for this day. Watching the siblings finally stand together in their true identities, the surging emotions within her were nearly impossible to contain. The sister lifted her gaze to her brother, her lips pressing together beneath the mask, before she finally asked, "Brother, can you win?" Lu Xuantong curled the corner of his mouth into a faint, calm smile. He reached up and ruffled his sister's hair, his tone as casual, as if he were discussing the weather. What you should ask is not whether I can win, but rather in what manner I shall suppress them. His sister paused, then let out a soft laugh. In that laughter was the relief of a burden lifted and unconditional trust in her brother. Just then a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lu Xuantong's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful check-in. Reward Heavenly Flame Realm Cultivation. In an instant, a scorching and vast power erupted from the depths of his dantian, surging like molten lava and flowing through his entire body. Within him, his aura climbed steadily, spiritual energy roaring through his meridians, causing the very air around him to distort from the force. Next check-in location, Lu Family Martial Arts Arena. Mission: Reward Divine Illumination Realm Cultivation. A sharp light flickered in Lu Xuantong's eyes. It seemed this battle for the Saint Heir was destined to become the first stepping stone on his path back to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the atmosphere outside the battle platform was tense and bristling. Lu Xuantong's spiritual energy churned violently as he glared at Lu Feng, fury blazing in his eyes, his voice low as thunder. Lu Feng, you old scoundrel, how dare you question my son's talent? Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking sneer curling on his lips, his gaze brimming with the calm of assured victory. Lu Xuantong, you already know the answer in your heart. You just refuse to admit it. What Lu Xuantong possesses is not the Supreme Bone, but the Divine Sovereign Bone, a counterfeit. You're full of crap. Lu Xuantong roared, his spiritual energy erupting violently, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Yet his mind was indeed shaken. When he had previously encountered Lu Xuantong, he had sensed the other's weak aura, far from the oppressive might that a true Supreme Bone wielder should exude. Even so, as a father, he could not show the slightest wavering before outsiders. My son Lu Xuantong's child is not for you to judge. He laughed in fury, killing intent chilling the air. Say that again, and he'll fight you to the death today. Lu Feng sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at the distant incense timer, and said coolly, the incense is almost burned out. Once Lu Xuantong is defeated by my son Qingqian, we'll see how you can keep up your lies. By now he was confident of victory. If Lu Xuantong lost this battle, the rumor of the Divine Sovereign Bone would be fully confirmed. When that happened, not only would Lu Xuantong face the judgment of the law enforcement hall, but Lu Xuantong's entire lineage would lose its standing in the clan. Sweat beaded on Lu Xuantong's forehead as he frantically pondered a countermeasure. Just then, an overwhelming and profound pressure descended, freezing the air in the entire arena. Everyone looked up in unison. 3 figures strode through the air, their robes billowing like celestial beings descending to the mortal world. Leading them was Nan Yuezhi, clad in white, her gaze icy and her presence radiating inviolable majesty. To her right stood a young man with his hands behind his back, his features cold and sharp, an aura of world-dominating arrogance in his brow. None other than Lu Xuantong. Even more astonishing was the mysterious figure on the left, wearing a silver-white mask. Though his face was hidden, his slender form inexplicably felt familiar. That is Lu Xuantong. Wasn't he unconscious? How did he suddenly wake up? The entire venue erupted in uproar, countless stunned gazes fixed on Lu Xuantong. What was even more alarming was that his aura now seemed as deep as the ocean. Merely standing there, he exuded an irresistible pressure. Thighs pressure. Someone cried out in shock, and soon the entire arena was in turmoil. The elders and disciples who had been seated all rose to their feet, their eyes filled with awe. The entire crowd stood up abruptly, their eyes locked on Lu Xuantong. He stamped his foot, and heaven and earth trembled. His voice rolled like thunder. You ants come at me all together. Today I, Lu Xuantong, shall suppress everyone here. You ants come at me all together. Today I, Lu Xuantong, shall suppress everyone here. Lu Xuantong stood aloft in the void, his spiritual energy vast as an ocean, in overwhelming pressure sweeping across the arena. Above, the firmament clouds churned and roiled, lightning coiling into a vortex around him. With every step he took, ripples spread across the void, as if an invisible staircase bore him aloft, embodying his aura of dominance over all beings. How is this possible? On the spectator stands, countless people shot to their feet, pupils contracting as they stared fixedly at that figure. The same Lu Xuantong who moments ago had been feeble and on the verge of defeat now seemed reborn, exuding a suffocating pressure. His aura is dozens of times more terrifying than before, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. What happened to him in the time it takes an incense stick to burn? Impossible. It must be fake, another shouted harshly, his face dark. The power within him is not the Supreme Bone at all. He must be using some forbidden secret art, burning his life force to forcibly elevate his strength. Just a deathbed struggle, a disciple of the Lu clan sneered. Soon senior brother Lu Changxian will expose his true colors. Yet amid the clamoring voices, the head of the Lu clan, a man known for his haughty disdain and rarely moved, fixed his gaze on Lu Xuantong, a flicker of shock deep in his eyes. This pressure is not mere suppression of strength, but an absolute dominance of talent. At that moment his heart churned like a stormy sea. As a top-tier powerhouse, he knew better than anyone that true prodigies did not rely solely on cultivation level. They possessed an innate transcendent pressure that set them above the masses. No, that's not right. The Lu clan leader's eyes sharpened as a terrifying thought dawned on him. What resides within him is definitely not the Supreme Bone. It must be the Divine Sovereign Bone. Only that can prove that the eldest miss of our Lu clan made no mistake in her judgment. On the other side, the head of the Lu clan's eyes flickered, his furrowed brow easing slightly as hope glimmered in his gaze. This aura, even I cannot fathom it, he thought in astonishment. Could it be that he has truly awakened? At this moment none was more shocked than Lu Xuantong. He stared intently at that familiar yet alien figure, his mind surging with tumultuous waves. Is this really my Xianer? He distinctly remembered that his son's aura was restrained, formidable, but never so overbearing. Yet the man before him with every gesture exuded an indifference that overlooked all creation, as if nothing in the world merited his notice. Strangers still beside Lu Xuantong, the slender figure in a silver-white mask inexplicably stirred a deeply familiar feeling within him. What is happening? Lu Xuantong was utterly bewildered. Having lived for centuries, he had never felt so lost. Who could tell him what exactly had transpired in that brief span of an incense stick's burn? The remaining contestants were on high alert, their gazes locked on Lu Xuantong, bodies tensed and spiritual energy furiously churning within, terrified that a single misstep would see them crushed by that overwhelming pressure. Yet one stood apart, Lu Wuchen, born with a sword embryo capable of breaking all techniques with a single strike. Ever aloof and disdainful, he considered few in the entire celestial realm as worthy opponents. Now Lu Xuantong dared to stand in the void, looking down upon all, an affront that to him was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Get down here! Lu Wuchen bellowed, his voice like a thunderclap. His long sword instantly left its sheath, its tip pointing straight at the heavens. In an instant his cultivation at the divine illumination realm erupted fully. A terrifying sword intent swept across all directions, the entire world seeming to be sliced by invisible sword chi, the void trembling, and swords humming sharply. This, Lu Wuchen's sword intent, has grown even stronger. The crowd gasped, pale with shock. Is he going to suppress Lu Xuantong directly? Lu Xuantong is too arrogant. Bad luck for him to face the king of arrogance, Lu Wuchen. How many strikes do you think Lu Xuantong can withstand from Lu Wuchen? Before the jeers faded, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. The sky changed color. Thunder clouds rolled, blotting out the sun, as if an invisible hand stirred the entire firmament. Fierce lightning howled within the clouds, heralding an apocalypse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successful check-in. Reward divine illumination realm cultivation. The system's voice resounded in Lu Xuantong's mind. In that instant his spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, surging higher and higher. Boom, boom, boom. Each roar accompanied a surge in his aura, a terrifying pressure spreading like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire world. At this moment Lu Xuantong was like an awakened ancient deity, surrounded by a radiant halo of spiritual energy. Every step he took made the void tremble. His eyes were as cold as the sandier ice, a flicker of anger in their depths, like a dragon provoked by an ant, his killing intent chilling. What insignificant wretch dares to speak to me, Lu Xuantong, in such a manner? With those words he took a single step forward. An invisible majesty crashed down like a mountain. Before Lu Wuchen could even draw his sword, he felt an irresistible force descend upon him. In an instant blood streamed from Lu Wuchen's 7 orifices, his bones cracking audibly. His knees bent uncontrollably until under countless horrified gazes this peerless prodigy, born with a sword embryo and pride of his generation, fell directly to his knees, unable even to lift his head. In that moment utter silence fell. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they'd seen a ghost fixed on the figure standing in the void. Lu Xuantong was terrifying to such a degree. This scene caught everyone off guard. With merely a release of his pressure, Lu Xuantong forced Lu Wuchen, the top prodigy hailed as one sword breaks all techniques, to his knees, his face twisted in agony, struggling in pain. That was Lu Wuchen, one of the strongest contenders in this generation's Saint's Son, battleborn with a sword embryo, his sword intent divine, once capable of cleaving mountains with a single strike, hailed as a millennium-unique sword genius of the Lu clan. Yet now he was suppressed by the same Lu Xuantong who had just been unconscious and feeble, utterly dominated, unable to raise his head. This This is impossible. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes, eh? Just how strong has Lu Xuantong become? Countless hearts churned with tumultuous waves, too stunned to speak. On the battle stage, Lu Xuantong's veins bulged, his body trembling as he desperately tried to break free from the invisible suppression. Yet no matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, that pressure weighed upon him like 10,000 mountains, so heavy he couldn't even lift his head. Shame. An unprecedented wave of shame surged through him. Had he, Lu Xuantong, ever suffered such humiliation? Oh! With a roar, Lu Xuantong's eyes blazed crimson as his sword intent erupted wildly. A brilliant sword light shot into the sky, and behind him a colossal phantom sword materialized. Sword intent manifestation. This was his ultimate technique, reserved only for life and death moments. With this move, he barely managed to break free from the pressure's restraint, staggering to his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. Lu Xuantong chuckled lightly, his gaze laden with undisguised contempt. You still dare to look me in the eye? Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? At these words, the entire arena burst into laughter. Even the disciples who had once revered Lu Xuantong couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, look at Lu Xuantong now. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why can't you even stand steady? The mocking laughter pierced his ears. Lu Xuantong's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, the fury within him nearly consuming him. Lu Xuantong, I will make you pay. Yet Lu Xuantong didn't even deign to glance at him again. Slowly raising his head, he swept his gaze across the entire arena. Listen well. His voice rolled like thunder from the 9 heavens, jarring everyone's eardrums. I bear the supreme bone within me, destined to stand alone through the ages. You are but clowns daring to vie with the sun and moon. How utterly ridiculous. As his words fell, he placed one hand behind his back and raised the other, beckoning with a curl of his finger toward all remaining contestants. All of you come at once. Don't say I'm bullying you. Come fight. As the final word fell, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Arrogance. Arrogance to the extreme. Arrogance that suffocated the soul. In that moment, Lu Xuantong's figure appeared to all onlookers as an invincible war god standing proudly against the sky, surveying all creation. He was to face 7 alone. What sheer audacity! What overwhelming dominance! For one must know that those standing here were none other than the pinnacle experts of the younger generation of the Lu clan. Each had stepped into the divine illumination realm, possessed supreme bloodlines, and boasted unparalleled talent. Lu Xuantong, born with a sword embryo, could shatter myriad techniques with a single sword stroke. Lu Tianxing, bearing the primordial thunder body, commanded the power of heavenly punishment. Lu Qingxuang, with her ice soul mystic physique, could freeze 1,000 miles with a single thought. Lu Zhan, with his warring bloodline, grew mightier with each battle, relentless and unyielding. Lu Mingkong, possessing the void Dao body, could traverse space, making his attacks impossible to guard against. Lu Honglian, wielder of the 9 nether dark flame, capable of incinerating the 8 wastelands. And finally, Lu Chengqian, the possessor of the divine demon bloodline, the most formidable contender in this Saint Sun battle, hailed as the unparalleled prodigy the Lu clan had not seen in a millennium. The combined force of these 7 would make even a formless realm expert think twice. Within the same cultivation level, they were virtually undefeatable. Yet Lu Xuantong did not even deign to glance at them, dismissing them outright as worthless mere existences he could suppress at will. Suppress them all. The moment these 4 words left his mouth, the entire venue erupted into chaos. He's lost his mind. Is Lu Xuantong insane? 1 against 7. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe that bone within him is a supreme bone? Countless voices cried out in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had transpired within that single incense stick's time? Why did Lu Xuantong seem like a completely different person? Domineering, confident, powerful. That aura of looking down upon the world as if nothing in existence mattered to him. The patriarch of the Lu clan was dumbfounded. In all his years, he had seen many who put on airs, but never one so audacious. Of course, what concerned him more was what if Lu Xuantong actually succeeded? After all, Lu Xuantong was his granddaughter's betrothed, and the two had already reached an irreconcilable feud with a life-or-death duel set for 2 months hence. If Lu Xuantong truly defeated 7 opponents today and suppressed the entire arena, then his granddaughter. The Lu patriarch dared not think further. Even that possessor of the primordial saint body from the Chui family would not dare to be so arrogant as to challenge 7 alone. The Lu patriarch, however, was utterly thrilled. He trembled with excitement, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is the supreme bone. This is the very spirit a descendant of the Lu clan should possess. If he truly succeeds, I would not hesitate to groom him as the next heir to the clan leadership. Lu Yunting, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. He quickly strode over to Nan Yuezhi, casting a glance at his masked daughter, though he was still unaware of her identity at this moment, before looking towards his son on the battle stage, who exuded an overbearing aura and asked in a low voice, "Yuezhi, you didn't give Xiantong some forbidden pill, did you? To make him so ferocious? So ferocious that even his own father could barely recognize him." Nan Yuezhi's gaze shifted slightly as she cast an exasperated look at Lu Yunting. Her vermilion lips parted and her voice, cool yet proud, said, "Your son has always been a heaven-gifted prodigy. He is merely reclaiming what is rightfully his." Lu Yunting fell silent at her words, a deep contemplation knitting his brows. He knew well that his son was extraordinarily talented. Yet over these past 40 years, Lu Xuantong's performance had been far from satisfactory, to the point where even he began to doubt whether the so-called Supreme Bone was merely a counterfeit of the Divine Sovereign Bone. But now this youth, who suppressed the entire arena with absolute authority, his momentum soaring like a rainbow, his gaze sweeping over all creation, was a world apart from his former self. The disparity was so vast that he almost failed to recognize him. "And this is a..." Lu Yunting's gaze turned to the slender figure wearing the silver-white mask, his eyes filled with confusion. Nan Yuezhi let out a soft sigh, raising a jade-like finger to make a shushing gesture. "Can you be quiet and let your son perform well?" As for her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of complexity. "When the competition is over, you will know the answer." Lu Yunting, the esteemed second elder of the Divine Sovereign Lu clan, a cultivator at the Dao Palace realm, was being dismissed by his own wife. In that moment, he felt life had lost all meaning. But Nan Yuezhi was already too preoccupied to care about her husband's petty grievances. Her entire being was focused on the battle stage, yearning only to witness firsthand how her son would slaughter his enemies, crush all demons and monsters, and repay the humiliations of the past 40 years tenfold and 100-fold. At the edge of the battle stage, the sister wearing the silver-white mask was already weeping profusely. Crystalline teardrops continuously slid down the edge of the mask, soaking her pristine white robe. She had never imagined that her elder brother, whom she had never met, could have grown so powerful, that he could single-handedly suppress all the prodigies. The grievances, unwillingness, and pain that had accumulated over 40 years finally found an outlet in this moment. As if sensing his sister's emotions, Lu Xuantong turned his head to look back. Those eyes that looked down upon the world instantly softened into the warm spring breeze when they fell upon his sister. A single gentle glance spoke more than 1,000 words. "Sister, the grievances you have suffered all these years, your brother will reclaim them all for you tenfold and 100-fold. She nodded vigorously, and beneath the mask her rosy lips curved into the most relieved and happiest smile in 40 years. This scene happened to catch Lu Yunting's eye. This patriarch, usually so dignified and commanding, now looked utterly bewildered. He glanced at his awe-inspiring son on the stage, then at the mysterious woman weeping uncontrollably below, and finally turned his pleading gaze to his wife. His heart roared in silent frustration. Can someone please tell him what in the world is going on? At this moment, Lu Xuantong wasted no time. He fully erupted with his divine illumination realm cultivation, unleashing his technique to strike down upon the 7 prodigies simultaneously. A royal-grade technique. The Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Lu Chengqian and the other 6 prodigies were taken aback. They looked up simultaneously, only to see a terrifying finger slowly descending from the heavens. Lu Wuchen's hand gripping his sword bulged with veins as he glared at Lu Xuantong, his teeth grinding audibly. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He, born with a sword embryo, had never been so contemptuously suppressed by anyone. What infuriated him more was that the other had merely released his pressure, forcing him to kneel, unable to rise. "Lu Xuantong, how dare you humiliate me in public? Who gave you the audacity?" Despite his words, reason told him he was no match for Lu Xuantong. The previous scene had proven the chasm between them was as vast as a heavenly moat. They must join forces to suppress this madman. A flicker of malice flashed in Lu Wuchen's eyes as he turned to the other prodigies, his voice raised. "What are you all waiting for? We are the top prodigies of the Eastern Domain. How can we allow ourselves to be so humiliated by a counterfeit bearing the Supreme Bone? If we do not unite to suppress him today, how can we ever hold our heads high in the Lu family?" Even Lu Chengqian, who had always stood aloof and proud, now wore a grave expression. The divine demonic bloodline within him churned restlessly, feeling an unprecedented fear towards Lu Xuantong. How is this possible? Lu Chengqian's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his heart churning with stormy waves. Just an instant stick ago he was weak and listless. How could he have become so powerful now? Proud as he was, he had never imagined needing to ally with others against an enemy. The pride of the divine demonic bloodline instinctively resisted such a ganging up. But would Lu Xuantong give them time to hesitate? Blathering on what a damn drag. He snorted coldly, a fierce light surging in his eyes. Suddenly, he took a step forward, slowly raised his right hand, and pressed his index and middle fingers together, with a gentle tap on the void. Imperial grade art, great desolate prisoner heaven finger. Instantly heaven and earth shifted colors. Above the firmament clouds spun madly, forming a colossal vortex. From the vortex's core, a sky-covering golden finger slowly extended. Ancient runes coiled around that finger, each line seemingly recording the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Before the finger even descended, its pressure caused the entire martial stage to collapse. The ground cracked inch by inch, countless stones levitated against gravity, only to be crushed into dust in an instant. This is... All the prodigy's faces changed drastically, fear appearing in their eyes for the first time. Lu Xuantong's sword embryo screamed a frantic warning. Lu Xuantong's divine demonic bloodline trembled violently. The other prodigies shook with terror. Flee. They must flee. That was the only thought in their minds. But it was too late. Boom. The golden giant finger crashed down, shattering space inch by inch in its wake. The 7 prodigies hastily deployed their strongest defenses, 9 nether profound ice shield. Divine demonic body shield. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Yet before absolute power, all resistance was futile. The martial stage instantly turned to dust as a violent energy storm swept across all directions. The protective formation around the spectator stands flickered violently, nearly shattering. Moments later, the smoke and dust cleared. The 7 prodigies lay strewn across the ruins, each spitting blood, their auras feeble. And Lu Xuantong stood there still in white robes as pure as snow, untouched by a speck of dust. With hands clasped behind his back, he looked down at the disheveled crowd, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Is that it? And you call yourselves prodigies? At that moment, a deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the golden giant finger descending from the sky, ancient runes entwining around it, its pressure deep as an abyss, as if even space wailed and shattered under that single digit. The great desolate prisoner heaven finger. These 5 words exploded like thunderclaps in everyone's minds. One must know that although the Lu family was a top-tier clan in the Eastern Domain with profound heritage in techniques, ordinary disciples only practiced advanced imperial-grade techniques. Only those at the level of elders or the clan head had access to saint-grade techniques. As for the legendary emperor-grade techniques, they had long been lost, and even the Lu family did not possess them. Yet now what Lu Xuantong displayed was a top-tier imperial-grade technique, almost comparable to a saint-grade one. More terrifyingly, he had not only mastered this long-lost ultimate art, but had cultivated it to a state of perfection. How is this possible? A top-tier imperial-grade technique. Even the clan head might not be able to execute it easily, yet he wields it with such ease. Is Lu Xuantong really the same waste bone who has been dormant for 40 years? Countless Lu family disciples stared wide-eyed, nearly suffocating from the shock. They had thought Lu Xuantong was merely clinging to life under the title of Supreme Bone, but the might of this finger had completely overturned their understanding. The Lu family patriarch's face turned deathly pale, a monstrous wave surging in his heart. If Lu Xuantong truly possessed such strength, then in the life or death duel 2 months hence, wouldn't his granddaughter be doomed to defeat? The Lu family patriarch, on the other hand, trembled with excitement, a sharp light blazing in his eyes, as he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Excellent. 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 This is the might befitting the Supreme Bone. The Lu family shall flourish. Lu Xuantong stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered, even doubting if he had misrecognized his son. Was this still the Lu Xuantong who had been mocked for 40 years? Nan Yuezi's red lips curled slightly, a glimmer of relieved tears shining in her eyes. She had countless times dreamed of the day her son would rise, but she never imagined he would become this powerful. Standing beside her, her younger sister was already drenched in tears. Gazing at that figure who seemed to look down upon the world, her heart swelled with unprecedented pride and emotion. This was her brother. This was the prodigy who should have dominated the ages. However, would the 7 prodigies accept defeat so easily? Lu Xuantong, you're asking for death. Lu Xuantong roared in fury, his sword embryo erupting fully. Thousands of sword energies surged like a river of stars, shooting straight into the sky. Lu Xuantong's face twisted in rage, his divine demonic bloodline boiling over, ancient demonic runes appearing around his body, his aura multiplying several times. Lu Xuantong summoned the 9 heavens, divine thunderbolts of lightning, like dragons tearing through the sky. Lu Xuantong unleashed her ice-soul profound body to its fullest, freezing 1,000 miles, the chill piercing to the bone. Lu Xuantong's battle bloodline burned, his battle intent soaring to the heavens, vowing to fight to the death. Lu Mingkong activated his void Dao body, his form flickering like a ghost as he traversed space. Lu Honglian's 9 nether dark flame blazed, black fire rolling as if to devour everything. The 7 prodigies simultaneously unleashed their ultimate trump cards. They refused to believe that even united they could not suppress a single Lu Xuantong. Yet faced with this world-destroying onslaught, Lu Xuantong merely smiled coldly, a chilling light flashing in his eyes like lightning. Ants shaking a tree, utterly ridiculous. The next second, he suddenly raised his hand, and the golden giant finger condensed once more. This time its might was even greater than before. Since you refuse to accept defeat, then I shall completely shatter all your pride. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth abruptly changed color. Lu Xuantong's aura surged once more, climbing to unimaginable heights, while his spiritual power roared around him like a furious ocean. A dazzling golden rune slowly emerged at his chest, radiant like the blazing sun, yet profound like an abyss, exuding a terrifying pressure that left one breathless. What is that? The eyes of the Lu family disciples contracted sharply as they exclaimed with trembling voices, "The Supreme Bone. That is the divine might of the Supreme Bone." At this remark, the crowd erupted in an uproar. It really is the Supreme Bone, not the bone of the divine. Who was the fool questioning Lu Xuantong's Supreme Bone just now? What a terrifying aura. Is this the complete form of the Supreme Bone? It is simply terrifying. Countless people were awestruck, feeling their souls tremble. The Supreme Bone, a legendary gift of the highest order, once awakened, destined to transcend all beings. At this moment, the golden rune on Lu Xuantong's chest fully blossomed, an endless divine radiance enveloping him, as if a true Supreme was awakening. In an instant, Lu Xuantong's Supreme form was completely activated. He stood tall as a spear, surrounded by resplendent golden divine flames, each wispy strand containing destructive power. His originally black hair was now tinted with a faint golden hue, dancing wildly in the wind, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. His eyes transformed into pure, dazzling gold, and wherever his gaze fell, even the void seemed to submit. Even more astonishingly, his robe gradually transformed into a dark golden battle attire under the influence of the supreme power, with patterns resembling dragons, exuding unmatched nobility. With every gesture, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth resonated, as if welcoming their king. The supreme form was overwhelmingly dominant, gazing down upon the ages. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was no longer the mocked waste bone, but a true supreme, an invincible existence capable of suppressing all foes of this era. The expressions of the 7 proud talents changed completely. They had originally thought that even if Lu Xuantong was strong, the 7 of them joining forces would be enough to suppress him. But now, facing Lu Xuantong in his supreme form, they felt fear from the depths of their souls. No, impossible. Lu Chengxian gritted his teeth and roared, his demonic bloodline burning fiercely, trying to resist the overwhelming pressure, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Wuchen's sword embryo emitted a mournful cry, the once unmatched sword energy now flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Now do you understand? Lu Xuantong slowly spoke, his voice resonating like heavenly might throughout the entire realm. Before a true supreme, you are all but ants. At this moment, the head of the Lu family finally confirmed that the awakening force within Lu Xuantong was indeed the true Supreme Bone. Moreover, it was the complete form of the Supreme Bone. His face turned pale in an instant, and his heart churned with tumultuous waves. The emergence of the Supreme Bone rendered him invincible among peers. Even Lu Kingsnow, the so-called rare talent of 100 years from the Lu family, could never match Lu Xuantong at this moment. Perhaps among the younger generation of the eastern region, only the prodigy from the Chui family, who bore the ancient sacred body, would be qualified to fight him. Regret. If only the engagement had not been called off, if only the Lu family had not betrayed Lu Xuantong. Then at this moment, this supreme talent capable of dominating the world should have been the Lu family's dragon son-in-law. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Meanwhile, the head of the Lu family had already stood up in excitement, his aged eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. The Supreme Bone. Moreover, this was merely the power of its first form, and yet it was already this terrifying. If Lu Xuantong were to fully master the power of the Supreme Bone in the future, what kind of heaven-defying existence would he become? My Lu family is about to rise. The head of the Lu family muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Below the stage, Lu Yuntian was filled with shock, while Nan Yuetz's eyes sparkled with a smile. His younger sister gazed adoringly at the figure that seemed both divine and demonic, her eyes filled with admiration and pride. At this moment, Lu Xuantong was the sole focus of the crowd, truly the center of attention. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the 7 proud talents, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. If you can withstand this move, I will concede. As soon as the words left his mouth, hope reignited in the eyes of the previously despairing 7 proud talents. There was a chance. Just now they had been caught off guard and unable to exert their full strength, but now with bloodline enhancement and preparation, they might contend. Lu Xuantong, this is what you said. Don't go back on your word. Lu Wuchen bellowed, his sword ringing sharply, its energy soaring into the sky. Yes, if we withstand this move, you must concede. Lu Zhan was brimming with battle intent, his bloodline burning fiercely. Only Lu Changqian remained silent, his eyes filled with complexity. Even if he won, he would have no face to boast. For at this moment, he had thoroughly seen the gap between himself and Lu Xuantong. It was a chasm. How ridiculous was his former self to mock Lu Xuantong as a waste bone. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuantong laughed skyward, his laughter like thunder shaking the heavens. I, Lu Xuantong, am a man of my word and will not go back on my promise. However, his laughter abruptly ceased and his gaze turned icy. Where do you find your confidence? Dare to receive my move. With the sound of his voice, the world abruptly changed. Above the heavens, dark clouds rolled and millions of bolts of lightning roared like angry dragons gathering with fury. The entire sky was instantly drowned in lightning, blinding flashes tearing through the vast expanse as if the apocalypse had arrived. Within the endless sea of thunder, a gigantic thunderous hand slowly formed the patterns on its palm, clearly visible, each thunder pattern containing world-destroying power. Holy level technique, Heavenly Thunder Obliteration Palm. At this moment, the faces of the 7 proud talents changed dramatically, despair finally appearing in their eyes. They could still fight against royal level techniques. But holy level techniques are those that only elders of the Lu family can cultivate. Lu Xuantong, could he truly wield holy level techniques with ease? No. Ultimately, amidst the terrified screams of the 7 proud talents, the thunderous hand came crashing down. The heavenly thunder obliteration reduced all to ruins. Moments later, the thunderous radiance dissipated and the dust settled. The vast martial stage had long been shattered, reduced to a patch of scorched earth. In the midst of the ruins, 7 figures lay sprawled in disarray, their auras feeble, their robes stained with blood. No trace of their former prodigious grace remained. Lu Wuchen's sword core was dim and lusterless, his long blade shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. Lu Chengqian's divine demon bloodline was utterly suppressed, his demonic runes fractured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as disbelief filled his eyes. The other 5 were in even worse states. Some were charred black, others had broken bones, and a few had fallen unconscious, their fate unknown. Quick, save them. The core elder of the Lu family's expression shifted drastically as he commanded the physicians to rush onto the martial stage. These 7 were the future pillars of the Lu clan. If they were lost here, it would be an unbearable blow to the family. Who could have imagined? With a single palm strike, Lu Xuantong had suppressed 7 prodigies, leaving them utterly helpless. Is this the true power of the Supreme Bone? Someone murmured in a trembling voice filled with awe. A single palm defeats 7 prodigies. From now on, who among the younger generation of the Lu family dares to contend with him? The position of the Saint's son is undoubtedly his. The murmurs surged like a tide, while on the high platform the Patriarch Liu's face darkened like a storm cloud. He stared fixedly at the figure standing proudly in the void, a tumultuous mix of emotions churning within him. Fear, regret, reluctance. Finally, he took a deep breath, forced a faint smile, and cupped his hands toward the Lu Patriarch. Brother Lu, I feel unwell, so I shall take my leave. Before his words faded, his form flickered as he tore through space and vanished, unable to endure a moment longer. Lu Xuantong cast a cold glance at the spot where Patriarch Lu had disappeared, but did not stop him. A sardonic curl tugged at the corner of his lips. He might flee for now, but not forever. In 2 months, his life and death duel with Lu Qingxue would shake the entire eastern domain. Lu Xuantong hovered in the void, his robes billowing, his eyes like lightning. Though his voice was calm, it struck like thunderclaps in everyone's ears. Anyone else? Instantly, the entire arena fell into dead silence. No one dared to respond. No one dared to fight. At this moment, he was the embodiment of invincibility. Seeing this, the Lu Patriarch could no longer contain his excitement. He stepped forward, his voice shaking the heavens, the victor of this Saint's Son battle. Lu Xuantong. From this day forth he shall be the saint son of our Lu family, wielding supreme authority and receiving the worship of our clan." As his words fell, the crowd erupted. Countless Lu clan disciples cheered fervently, their voices surging like waves. "The saint's son is unmatched. The saint's son is unmatched." Lu Xuantong trembled with excitement, Nan Yuezi's eyes glistened with tears, and his younger sister wept for joy. 40 years of waiting had finally been rewarded in this moment. Lu Xuantong stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the crowd, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. The saint's son battle had concluded, yet the Lu family remained immersed in shock. Countless people buzzed with discussion, marveling at Lu Xuantong's peerless demeanor. However, the protagonist's family did not linger long. Seizing the moment, while others were still reeling, they swiftly departed the martial arena and returned to the quiet chamber within the Lu family's inner courtyard. The door closed tightly, sealing off the clamor outside. Lu Xuantong let out a long breath, his face still alight with barely concealed excitement. He had never dreamed that he, the usually low-key second elder of the clan, would one day enjoy such glory through his son. "Haha, good, good. Xuantong, you've truly brought honor to your father today." Lu Xuantong patted his son's shoulder, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Yet Lu Xuantong only offered a faint smile, saying little, though his gaze subtly drifted toward the slender masked figure nearby. Nan Yuezi sighed softly, stepped forward, and said gently, "Husband, there is something I must tell you now." Lu Xuantong was taken aback, then chuckled. "What? Does Xuantong have some secret?" "Rest assured, your husband has weathered many storms. Nothing can frighten me." He waved his hand confidently, clearly unconcerned. Nan Yuezi's eyes flickered and a meaningful smile curved her lips. "I hope you can still say that in a moment." Then the silent younger sister finally moved. She slowly raised her hand, her slender white fingers gently resting on the edge of the mask. Under Lu Xuantong's puzzled gaze, she slowly removed it. Another face identical to Lu Xuantong's, yet more delicate and beautiful, was revealed. She spoke softly, "Father." She slowly raised her hand, her slender white fingers gently resting on the edge of the mask. Under Lu Xuantong's puzzled gaze, she slowly removed it. Another face identical to Lu Xuantong's, yet more delicate and beautiful, was revealed. She spoke softly, "Father." She slowly raised her hand, her slender white fingers gently resting on the edge of the mask. Under Lu Xuantong's puzzled gaze, she slowly removed it. Another face identical to Lu Xuantong's, yet more delicate and beautiful, was revealed. She spoke softly, "Father." She slowly raised her hand, her slender white fingers gently resting on the edge of the mask. Under Lu Xuantong's puzzled gaze, she slowly removed it. Another face identical to Lu Xuantong's, yet more delicate and beautiful, was revealed. She spoke softly, "Father." The Lu family's great hall was deep and solemn. The Lu family head stood with his hands behind his back, his face dark and gloomy, his gaze fixed intently outside the hall. Since his return, witnessing Lu Xuantong's performance had filled him with worry. After a moment, a slender figure stepped in slowly, her gait light, yet tinged with a hint of nonchalance. Lu Qingxue, the most renowned prodigy of the younger generation in the Eastern Domain, possessed a beauty that could topple cities and unparalleled talent. Every movement she made carried an air of innate pride. She lifted her eyes slightly to look at the Lu family head, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile that held not a trace of respect. Third-generation disciple Lu Qingxue greets the family head. As her words fell, she did not even bow her head, merely giving a symbolic nod before straightening up her gaze, meeting the Lu family head's eyes calmly. There was no reverence in her heart. In Lu Qingxue's eyes, the Lu family head was merely a cultivator at the divine sovereign realm, while her future husband was destined to be a peerless prodigy of supreme bloodline, such as the primordial sacred body, or even greater. By then, the entire Lu family would have to rely on her husband. What was a mere family head? Thus, granting him a modicum of face was already the utmost respect she could offer. The Lu family had watched her attitude, a flicker of rage passing through his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Lu Qingxue, over the years, no matter what you have done, I have turned a blind eye and let you act as you pleased, never interfering. But regarding today's matter, you must think it over carefully." Lu Qingxue raised an eyebrow, a trace of impatience flashing in her eyes, as she said flatly, "Family head, speak plainly. There's no need to beat around the bush." Seeing her arrogant demeanor, the Lu family head's anger grew, but recalling the terrifying strength Lu Xuantong had displayed earlier that day, he finally suppressed his emotions and said coldly, "Today at the Lu family's Sacred Sun battle, Lu Xuantong single-handedly suppressed 7 prodigies. His supreme bone has fully awakened, and his combat prowess rivals the formless realm." Hearing this, Lu Qingxue's expression finally shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, even letting out a faintly mocking smile. "Oh, The Supreme Bone, so what? If she hadn't known that Lu Xuantong was a waste, she might have truly believed the Supreme Bone was a supreme bloodline. Seeing her still unconcerned, the Lu family head's eyes grew even colder, speaking each word deliberately. In 2 months in the marriage duel with him, you will undoubtedly lose. At these words, Lu Qingxue finally completely dropped her smile, her gaze turning icy. Family head, are you questioning my strength? The Lu family head stared at her coldly, saying no more. He slowly took a memory stone from his sleeve and fused it with spiritual energy, and the image of Lu Xuantong, suppressing the 7 prodigies, emerged. The might of the Supreme Bone erupted, the heavenly thunder annihilation palm descended, and the 7 prodigies were routed. In the image, the world-shattering pressure, even through the memory stone, was enough to make one's heart tremble. Lu Qingxue stared intently at the scene, her face growing paler and her body trembling. Was that really Lu Xuantong? The man she had regarded as a waste, the Supreme Bone waste she had publicly broken off the engagement with and wantonly humiliated. But in the image, that figure was wreathed in golden flames, his gaze like lightning, suppressing 7 prodigies, with a single palm strike, his might overwhelming the heavens. How could this be a waste? He was a living, breathing, supreme being. Suddenly her heart pounded violently, and an unprecedented chill shot up her spine, making her feel icy cold all over. This? How can it be? A month ago, Lu Xuantong was still a ridiculed waste bone. Even ordinary disciples of the Lu family looked down on him. But now, the 7 prodigies joining forces were crushed by him alone. What chilled her even more was that among those 7 were several existences even she was wary of. Yet before Lu Xuantong, they were as fragile as ants. Does that mean that she, Lu Qingxue, would be the same before him? The moment this thought surfaced, her mind exploded, feeling as if the world were collapsing. In the Sacred Sun battle 2 months later, she would undoubtedly lose. The family head was right. With her current strength, she simply could not contend with Lu Xuantong, whose Supreme Bone had fully awakened. Was she truly going to fulfill the marriage contract and marry Lu Xuantong? But she had already chosen Cui Haoyan, that peerless prodigy possessing the primordial sacred body, destined to rule the Eastern Domain. How could she give up Cui Haoyan to marry a man she had once trampled underfoot? Absolutely impossible. Seeing her expression shift, the Lu family head finally spoke gravely. Now I will take you to the Lu family to apologize. The marriage contract will continue, and the duel can be called off. If you cannot win, you must bow your head. It was her own fault for being arrogant and domineering back, then now reaping the consequences. But upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue acted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jerking her head up with blazing anger in her eyes, nearly roaring, "I want go." She would rather die than bow her head to Lu Xuantong. She would prefer to die fighting than admit defeat. Seeing her stubborn refusal, the Lu family head's anger flared, and he was about to speak. Suddenly, the entire world trembled violently. The sky above the Lu family suddenly changed color. An ancient and vast pressure descended from the heavens, as if a terrifying being from the primordial era was awakening. Boom! The void shattered as a figure bathed in chaotic divine light stepped through the air. With every step he took, the space for 1,000 miles around trembled. Radiant sacred body visions manifested behind him. A divine dragon coiled, a celestial phoenix cried out, and countless ancient ancestral phantoms bowed in worship. This person was the primordial sacred body Cui Haoyan. The Lu family head's expression shifted dramatically as he saw that the figure was wreathed in chaotic energy, every strand of hair containing world-destroying power. He was like a god walking the world, his pressure unmatched. Qingxue, why bow your head to others? With me here, no one in this world can bully you. Lu Qingxue looked up, and her eyes instantly blazed with ecstasy. Her pillar of support had arrived. Cui Haoyan stood in the air, radiant divine light swirling around him. He gave a slight bow, his tone polite, yet carrying an undeniable arrogance. "Greetings, Senior Lu." The Lu family head looked at this most exceptional prodigy of the younger generation in the Eastern Domain with a complex gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed softly. "Sacred Son Cui, Lu Xuantong today has completely transformed. Let alone you." But before he could finish, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Cui Haoyan's body blazed with golden light, his blood vitality surging like a raging sea, an overwhelming pressure sweeping in all directions, causing the entire great hall to tremble violently. Half-step formless realm. The Lu family head's pupils contracted, a storm of shock rising in his heart. Had Cui Haoyan already touched the threshold of the formless realm? Cui Haoyan curled his lips into a cold smile, his gaze like lightning as he stared at the Lu family head. "What do you think? I have never considered Lu Xuantong a threat. Supreme Bone, so what?" He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble, his voice thundering with unparalleled dominance. "Before my primordial sacred body, all shall be suppressed. The Lu family head's mind shook violently, and he involuntarily took half a step back. Seeing this, Cui Haoyan chuckled lightly, then turned to Lu Qingxue, his eyes full of indulgence and confidence. In 2 months, I will personally accompany Qingxue to the marriage duel. Let Lu Xuantong kneel before Qingxue and admit he is a waste. My woman is not someone he can covet. What manner of man was Lu Xuantong? A formidable powerhouse at the Dao Palace realm, the second elder of the Lu family, wielding authority over a domain, having weathered countless storms, his heart as unyielding as iron. From youth he had been fearless, charging through seas of blades and mountains of fire, enduring life and death battles. A few things in this world could stir his emotions any longer. Today his son Lu Xuantong had crushed the 7 prodigies, his supreme bone shaking the entire arena, ascending to the position of sacred son, a momentous and earth-shattering joy. Lu Xuantong's heart swelled with pride, feeling that life held no regrets. Even if the heavens collapsed and the earth split asunder, he would remain composed and greet it with a smile. Thus, when his wife Nan Yuan's expression grew subtle, hesitant to speak, he paid it no mind, even teasing with a hearty laugh. My lady, speak your mind. I, Lu Xuantong, have weathered countless storms. Even if heaven itself falls today, I will not flinch. Today, if I even furrow my brow, I am no man. He thumped his chest, brimming with boldness, his eyes alight with confidence. Nan Yuan's gaze flickered, a faint smile curling at her lips as she cast him an enigmatic look, then gently nodded and said softly to her daughter beside her, take it off. Her younger sister raised a delicate hand, her fingertips resting on the edge of the mask, and slowly peeled it away. A face nearly identical to Lu Xuantong's was revealed. Father, a sweet, gentle voice rang out, yet it struck like a thunderbolt, crashing fiercely into Lu Xuantong's mind. He abruptly widened his eyes, pupils contracting, his gaze darting between Lu Xuantong and his daughter, as if confirming he wasn't seeing things. This. He opened his mouth, but not a word escaped. So alike, too alike. Save for a touch more softness in her brows, this girl's features, aura, and spirit were identical to Lu Xuantong's. Yet the question was, why did he see the shadow of the former Lu Xuantong in this girl? Instead, she seemed more like the Lu Xuantong he once knew. Wait, this isn't right. Lu Xuantong's mind raced wildly, trying to untangle his thoughts. Xuantong is an only son. Where did a sister come from? Could it be twins? But back then, clearly. The more he thought, the more confused and alarmed he became. Memories surged like tides, yet he found no reasonable explanation. Finally, bang. The mighty Dao Palace realm powerhouse, the second elder of the Lu family, overwhelmed by chaotic thoughts, saw darkness before his eyes and collapsed stiffly. Fainted on the spot. Younger sister, Lu Xuantong. Nan Yuanzi. Seeing this, Nan Yuanzi couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh, shaking her head with a sigh. Your father, he's all talk. When I first entered the Lu family, he fooled me with that same line. He'll bear the weight of the sky if it falls. And now look, he's the one who fainted first. Lu Xuantong and his sister exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of awkwardness. After a long while, Lu Xuantong slowly came to, his eyelids heavy as he lifted them, his vision blurring for a moment, and then 2 identical faces right before him. Hiss, he sharply inhaled, nearly choking and fainting again. Nan Yuanzi, quick as lightning, steadied him, saying helplessly, enough, don't get so worked up. Let me explain. She gently patted her husband's back, and once his breathing steadied, she began slowly. Actually, Xuantong was always a pair of twins. Lu Xuantong shuddered violently, jerking his head up. Nan Yuan's expression grew complex as she continued. Back when they were born, due to the covert interference of a certain great power, the siblings were forced apart. To throw others off the scent, the younger sister lived under the identity of Lu Xuantong, while the true elder brother was secretly sent away. She paused, her gaze softening as she looked at Lu Xuantong, standing nearby. The one before you now is the real Lu Xuantong, your son. And this one, she gently took the younger sister's hand, is our daughter. Lu Xuantong felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at his daughter before him, countless fragments of memory churning in his mind. Over the years, Lu Xuantong had been mediocre in talent, slow in cultivation, deemed a waste by the family. Even he as a father had been bitterly disappointed, often speaking coldly. Yet who could have imagined that wasn't his son at all, but his daughter? A girl living as a man for 40 years. Disguising a divine sovereign bone as a supreme bone, bearing pressures that were never meant to be hers. And he, her father, had not only failed to offer any care, but instead, slap. Lu Xuantong suddenly raised his hand and struck himself hard across the face. Father, the younger sister exclaimed, rushing forward to stop him. But Lu Xuantong grabbed her hand, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. Daughter, all these years I've failed you. Then this usually stern second elder of the Lu family bent down and bowed deeply to his daughter. Father was wrong. These years you've endured so much. The younger sister panicked, completely flustered as she supported him urgently, saying, "Father, please don't do this. I can't bear it." When had she ever seen her father like this? From childhood, all she had known from him were harsh reprimands, disappointed looks, and rarely even a direct glance. But now he was bowing and apologizing to her. Lu Xuantong stood aside watching this scene, a flicker of emotion appearing in his eyes. Nan Yuanzi sighed, softly stepped forward and helped her husband up, saying gently, "Enough, let the past be past. Now that the family is reunited, that's what truly matters." Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, nodded heavily, then pulled his daughter into his embrace, his voice choked with emotion. "Daughter, from this day forth, I will never let you suffer a single grievance." The younger sister was startled for a moment, then a warmth flooded her eyes, and tears no longer containable streamed down. 40 years of endurance, 40 years of disguise. Today she could finally be herself, openly and proudly. Lu Xuantong felt a touch of warmth. Though the Sacred Sun battle had concluded, his mind was fixed on another matter. 2 months later, the marriage duel with Lu Qingxue. With his fully awakened Supreme Bone power, crushing Lu Qingxue would be effortless. Yet he did not intend to fight himself. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" the younger sister asked softly. Lu Xuantong turned, his gaze tender as he looked at this sister who had borne 40 years of humiliation in his stead, and said solemnly, "I want fight that battle." "What? Back then Lu Qingxue humiliated you who lived as Lu Xuantong." Lu Xuantong spoke slowly. "That honor must be reclaimed by you personally." His own sister needed to descend upon the world with an unparalleled domineering grace. As her elder brother, he would give her the very best of everything. And the marriage duel, a spectacle even grander than this Lu family Sacred Sun battle, would be the perfect moment for his sister to re-emerge before the world. Upon hearing this, the younger sister's face blanched instantly, and she waved her hands in panic. "No, no. Brother, how could I possibly defeat Lu Qingxue? She is..." Lu Xuantong smiled gently. "Silly girl, your brother is here. Do you think I would let you suffer 40 years of being a substitute in vain?" With that, under his sister's shocked gaze, Lu Xuantong's right hand formed a claw and plunged directly into his own chest. A burst of golden light erupted as a supreme bone, radiant and inscribed with ancient runes, was pulled from within his body. The bone was crystalline as jade, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. This was the legendary Supreme Bone. Lu Xuantong, Nan Yuanzi, and even the younger sister were stunned, speechless. What was Lu Xuantong planning to do? Could it be? 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 Suddenly, a golden light flooded the room, dazzling and blinding like the sun falling to the earth. The Supreme Bone taken from Lu Xuantong's chest floated in midair, its entire form glistening like jade, ancient and mysterious runes flowing over its surface, each line seemingly containing the profound truths of heaven and earth, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted suddenly, reacting swiftly. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire room, completely isolating the aura of the Supreme Bone. As a powerful figure of the Dao Palace realm, he understood very well that once such a divine object leaked out, it would attract countless covetous eyes, possibly even stirring some hidden old monsters. Nan Yuanzi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and heartache, her voice trembling. "Xuantong, how could you dig out the divine bone?" She never expected that her son would unhesitatingly extract the Supreme Bone. That was a treasure coveted by countless cultivators, the foundation for reaching the pinnacle. Her sister's face turned pale, rushing forward in panic, her voice tinged with cries. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Quickly put it away, I don't want it." Though she had lived 40 years as Lu Xuantong, she never considered taking away her brother's true opportunity. Moreover, once the Supreme Bone was separated from its original owner, the consequences were unimaginable. Lu Xuantong also said solemnly, "Xuantong, the Supreme Bone is a gift from heaven. It cannot be easily separated. Quickly reintegrate it." However, Lu Xuantong merely smiled indifferently, his gaze deep as an abyss, slowly saying, "It's fine, I still have another piece within me." Lu Xuantong, Nan Yuanzi, sister. The three of them changed colors simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Supreme Bone is a unique and extraordinary talent. For an ordinary cultivator to obtain even one piece is already a stroke of luck. Yet Lu Xuantong actually has 2 pieces. Lu Xuantong said little, simply explaining the matters of the lower realm. He had once lost a piece of the Supreme Bone, but after his rebirth through nirvana, a second piece had once again formed within him. The piece that was dug out was originally a gift he had prepared for Lu Yao, which he had never had the chance to give. Now he decided to present it to his sister to help her truly rise. "Brother." His sister's eyes turned red, her voice choked with emotion, still wanting to refuse. But Lu Xuantong no longer gave her the chance to hesitate. He fixed his gaze and suddenly pushed his palm. That dazzling supreme bone instantly transformed into a golden streak of light directly merging into Lu Xuantong's body. Buzz. The void trembled golden light flowing around Lu Xuantong as ancient runes identical to those on the supreme bone appeared on her skin, her aura rising steadily, as if some dormant power within her was completely awakened. Everyone held their breath watching as her demeanor suddenly transformed. The originally gentle contours of her brow now revealed a faintly sharp and domineering aura akin to an unparalleled divine weapon unsheathed. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with both shock and relief, finally transforming into a long sigh. In that case, there will be a double supreme in the family. Thinking about it made him somewhat excited. Nan Yuezi tightly grasped her daughter's hand softly, saying, "Daughter, from now on you need not hide nor endure. In this world no one can belittle you again." Now with the supreme bone backing her, her combat power would exponentially increase. Subsequently, her sister closed her eyes, feeling the immense power within her. She distinctly sensed that her spiritual power was transforming at an unprecedented speed, the previously dormant meridians completely activating, a vast pressure slowly emanating from her, as if a sleeping dragon had finally awakened. At this moment, she felt as if she had truly become Lu Xuantong, the one who once bore the name of the Supreme Bone, yet was unable to awaken her true potential. 40 years, a full 40 years. She walked the world in a male body bearing the name Lu Xuantong, enduring countless cold stares and ridicule. Everyone believed she possessed the Supreme Bone, but had mediocre talent, a complete waste. But only she knew that she truly did not possess the Supreme Bone, she was merely her brother's substitute, a shadow forced to bear fate. Yet now the real Lu Xuantong had returned, and instead of blaming her for her inadequacy, he had personally gifted her a true Supreme Bone. What a kindness this was! How many cultivators in the world would be willing to endure a century of humiliation, even paying the price of their lives, just for a piece of Supreme Bone? Yet her brother had unhesitatingly given this supreme treasure to her. "Thank you, brother." Her voice trembled, her eyes moist. She deeply bowed. "I will never let you down." Lu Xuantong smiled slightly, his eyes filled with affection and trust. He reached out and ruffled his sister's hair softly, saying, "Silly girl, between you and me there's no need for thanks." After saying this, Lu Xuantong flipped his hand again, revealing 12 blood-red pills in his palm, each exuding a rich life force, with pill patterns resembling trees faintly glowing with divine light. Heavenly Blood Divine Tree Pill. This pill is a legendary top-tier healing holy medicine. Even for someone gravely injured and on the brink of death, consuming one can instantly restore them to peak condition, even possessing the ability to bring the dead back to life. What is this? Lu Xuantong's pupils shrank, suddenly staring intently at the pills, his voice trembling slightly. In his early years, he had fought far and wide, sustaining countless hidden injuries. For many years, his cultivation had stagnated, unable to break through the divine sovereign realm. If he could obtain these heavenly blood divine tree pills, he would not only be completely healed, but might even hope to step into the divine sovereign realm in one fell swoop. 4 pills for each of you. Lu Xuantong smiled calmly as he distributed the pills to his parents and sister. In reality, he had several hundred more all rewards from signing in. He feared that taking them all out at once would scare them. "Xuantong, this is too precious." Nan Yuezi was utterly shocked. Although she came from a distinguished background, she had never seen such precious pills. Indeed, even one of these divine pills is enough to make major powers scramble. How could you present 12 at once? Lu Xuantong inhaled deeply, unable to express his shock. This was likely all of his son's treasures. Lu Xuantong simply stated calmly, "This is a gift for you, please accept it." Lu Xuantong could no longer contain himself. He hugged his son tightly, his eyes slightly red, his voice choked. "Xuantong, your father is immensely grateful." At this moment, the usually authoritative and domineering Lu Xuantong truly revealed his emotions, no longer exhibiting the slightest pretense of a powerful figure. Nan Yuezi also tightly held her son's hand, her eyes filled with pride and comfort. And the sister silently vowed in her heart, "With such treatment from my brother in this life, I will not let him down." Now with the Supreme Bone's backing and 4 heavenly blood divine tree pills. In 2 months during the engagement battle, she would not necessarily be unable to trample Lu Qingxue underfoot, raising her head high. All of this was bestowed upon her by her brother. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. "Lu Xuantong, your holy son reward has been prepared. You may go and collect it now." Lu Xuantong pondered briefly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gladly accepted. He was eager to see what rewards the divine, venerable Lu family would prepare for the holy son. As he turned to bid farewell to his parents, Lu Xuantong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, striving to maintain a dignified demeanor yet the slight upward twitch of his lips betrayed his joy. Who could have imagined that his son, once regarded as having useless bones, would now ascend to the position of Holy Son? 40 years. For 40 years he had not even dared to dream of it. But now not only had his dream come true, but he had also unexpectedly gained a daughter. A family with two supreme beings. Truly a double blessing. What thrilled him even more was that his daughter also possessed a fragment of the Supreme Bone. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Lu Xuantong's heart swelled with pride, and he yearned to proclaim to the world, "My children are peerless prodigies." Nan Yuezhi, seeing her husband's unbridled glee, could not help but shake her head with a smile. She then turned tenderly to her daughter and said softly, "This Supreme Bone is a gift from your elder brother. You must cherish it and never bring shame upon its renown. In 2 months you shall personally suppress Lu Qingxue and make her pay for her arrogance." The younger sister nodded firmly, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. In this battle, she would surely avenge her past humiliation. Next, Lu Xuantong eagerly consumed the heavenly blood divine tree pill. The immense medicinal power surged through him instantly. He sat cross-legged as spiritual energy churned like a tide, gradually repairing the hidden injuries that had plagued him for years. His aura rose steadily, showing signs of breaking through to the divine venerable realm. Meanwhile, his younger sister closed her eyes in concentration, fully merging with the Supreme Bone. Golden runes swirled within her, and her power skyrocketed. Nan Yuezhi stood quietly by their side, beaming with joy. Inside the Lu family's council hall, the patriarch sat in the seat of honor, his voice low as he asked, "Is the offering prepared for the Holy Son, a top-tier charm maiden?" The third elder bowed respectfully, a fawning smile on his face, and replied, reporting to the patriarch, "This charm maiden is a peerless cauldron nurtured by the Lu family over a century. Born with an innate charm physique, she has cultivated the ninefold union art since childhood and tempered her body with thousand-year snow lotuses. She is truly the finest choice. Once the Holy Son engages in dual cultivation with her, breaking through to the formless realm is within reach." The patriarch's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he stroked his long beard. Such cultivation cauldrons were closely guarded secrets among the great families. Every cauldron the Lu family had cultivated was meticulously selected from thousands of young girls chosen for their superior bone structure and nurtured through secret arts for decades. And the one to be presented to the Holy Son today was the pinnacle among them. "Excellent," the patriarch nodded slightly. "The Holy Son's talent is extraordinary. He deserves the finest cauldron. If he can break through to the formless realm through this, he will be the youngest formless realm prodigy in the Eastern domain." However, the third elder hesitated, appearing to have something on his mind. The patriarch snorted coldly, "Speak your mind." "As you command, patriarch." The third elder carefully chose his words, speaking slowly, "The matter of Holy Son Lu Xuantong is truly peculiar. After 40 years of mediocrity and being suspected of having useless bones, how could he be reborn in just an incense stick's time? Could there be an unknown secret behind this?" Silence. Before he could finish, the patriarch slammed the table, shaking the entire hall. "Do you think you're the only clever one here? Do you think I cannot see the irregularities?" The third elder broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt. "Remember," the patriarch declared with authority, "as long as he carries the blood of the Lu family, as long as he is still my grandson Lu Xuantong's, no reason or explanation is needed. By my order from this day forth, no one shall secretly investigate the Holy Son's affairs. Violators will face family punishment." In truth, the patriarch had long noticed the anomalies, but so what? They were all descendants of the Lu family. They would not harm their own kin. That would only bring trouble upon themselves. Lu Xuantong's greatest wish was to elevate the Lu family to a new height. Thus he had to rely on the family's prodigies, turning a blind eye to their secrets, pretending not to see or hear. The third elder kowtowed repeatedly, "As you command, I will make the arrangements immediately." The patriarch nodded slightly. If Lu Xuantong could break through to the formless realm, he might be taken as a personal disciple by the Tai Su sacred ground. At that time, the Lu family status would rise, potentially joining the ranks of top-tier families. For now, they awaited the outcome of the dual cultivation. Following the guidance, Lu Xuantong entered the forbidden area behind the Lu family's mountain. The spiritual energy here was so dense, it almost solidified each breath, feeling like swallowing liquid essence, invigorating his entire being. He had expected the Holy Son's reward to be some earth-shattering martial art or a legendary divine weapon. Instead, what appeared before him was an ancient stone gate embedded alone in the cliff, exuding an air of strangeness. "What is this?" Lu Xuantong frowned in confusion. Could the true treasure be hidden within the cave? After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. The moment he approached, ancient runes on the stone gate suddenly lit up and a soft light swept over his body, as if verifying his identity. With a low rumble, the long-sealed stone gate slowly opened, revealing a deep passage. Lu Xuantong took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and stepped inside without hesitation. However, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. It was a chamber draped in pink silk. The walls were hung with sheer curtains, the floor covered in soft velvet carpets, and the air was thick with a cloying, pungent fragrance that grew dizzying after a while. Stranger still, the chamber was filled with all kinds of peculiar trinkets, delicate jade carvings, glittering crystals, and even oddly shaped musical instruments. It hardly looked like a cultivation site, but rather a boudoir. Lu Xuantong's lips twitched, his confusion deepening. Was this the Holy Sun's reward? As he pondered in bewilderment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bed at the center of the chamber, where a woman lay. A woman of breathtaking beauty. Her figure was graceful, clad in a thin, translucent robe that partly concealed and partly revealed her stunning curves. Her skin was as white as snow, her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate, almost ethereal face was adorned with brows like paintings and lips like vermilion. Yet her complexion was slightly pale, and a faint dark red pattern marked her brow, suggesting she had suffered severe internal injuries. She lay there quietly breathing, faintly lost in slumber, yet giving the eerie impression that she might awaken at any moment. Lu Xuantong's pupils contracted, and he remained highly alert. Who was this woman? Why was she in the Lu family's forbidden area? More importantly, where was the Holy Sun's reward? As the woman stirred from her haze and saw Lu Xuantong, a look of surprise crossed her face. She gasped, "It's you." Within this boundless and vast celestial realm, 3,000 domains are scattered like stars together, forming the territories of 72 prefectures. Each prefecture is immensely expansive beyond the ability of any mortal to traverse in a lifetime. Above these 72 prefectures, 32 supreme holy lands stand tall and majestic. Some govern a single prefecture, while others have annexed several, suppressing all living beings with iron-fisted rule. Constant warfare rages among the holy lands. The weak are overthrown by the strong, and the victors plunder their foundations to strengthen themselves. Yet even these holy lands are not the supreme powers of the celestial realm. 24 imperial clans tower above all living beings. These ancient lineages have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, each housing an emperor-level powerhouse who can shatter mountains and rivers with a flick of a finger and annihilate entire prefectures with a single thought. They remain detached and aloof, rarely interfering in worldly conflicts, but every time they appear, they inevitably stir up towering waves of bloodshed. The only force capable of contending with the imperial clans are the 12 supreme dynasties. These colossal entities transcend the boundaries of prefectures, ruling over dozens or even hundreds of domains. Beneath their command are countless experts, and wherever their iron cavalry passes, all living beings submit. But if one speaks of the true supreme beings, none surpass the 4 great alliances of the celestial realm. They have virtually monopolized the resources of the entire realm, controlling the most ancient inheritances and the most terrifying forces. Even the imperial clans and dynasties must yield before the 4 great alliances. For instance, the eastern domain of the Divine Lord Lu family is merely a corner of the Barren Prefecture, and the entire Barren Prefecture is under the rule of the Tai Su Holy Land. As one of the 32 supreme holy lands, it teems with experts. Even a single disciple from its ranks could dominate the mortal world. All cultivators in the world regard joining a holy land as the highest honor, for it represents supreme status and resources. At this very moment, 2 figures streak across the sky like lightning. Today, in the eastern domain of the Barren Prefecture, 2 streaks of light tear through the air at an extreme speed, scattering clouds and causing space to tremble in their wake. Among them, an old man in gray robes wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with worry. "Princess, those pursuing us now are likely death warriors sent by some prince. They intend to annihilate us completely." Beside him, a woman stepped through the void, her golden hair flowing like a waterfall, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. She was tall and graceful, clad in a snow-white battle dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her skin as delicate and translucent as mutton-fat jade. Her exquisite face seemed a perfect masterpiece of heaven. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, a delicate nose, and cherry lips, every contour exquisitely crafted to the point of suffocation. Especially the golden divine mark on her brow, which added a touch of sacred inviolability. This woman was Yu Fuyao, the 3rd princess of the Great Qin dynasty. On the day of her birth, the heavens suddenly shifted and the 9 skies stirred. Countless rays of light cascaded from the void, taking the form of dragons and phoenixes that circled above the imperial city, lingering for a long time. Within and outside the city, millions prostrated themselves. Even the ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for years was stirred awake, breaking from his retreat, to gaze at the celestial phenomenon, murmuring to himself, "The imperial blood awakens. Is our great Qian about to produce a female emperor?" When Yu Fuyao was born, a golden divine mark swirled on her brow, and the blood within her surged like rivers and seas, faint echoes of the great Tao reverberating. Purple Mist, true person, a renowned supreme elder of the Tai Su Holy Land, had been in seclusion thousands of miles away, but suddenly sensed something and came riding the clouds, personally visiting the palace. "This girl should join my Tai Su." With deep, profound eyes, Purple Mist, true person, lightly tapped his finger, sending a wisp of purple energy into Yu Fuyo's brow. In an instant, she radiated brilliant divine light, resonating with heaven and earth. The great Qian Emperor was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Purple Mist, true person, left behind a Tai Su token saying, "Within 100 years, if she is willing to come, she shall be my personal disciple." However, Yu Fuyao had grown up dependent on her mother, and she felt no longing for the lofty Tai Su Holy Land. With her peerless talent, even without the resources of a holy land, she had stepped into the formless realm within just a few decades, her combat prowess unmatched among her peers. But the imperial family was ultimately heartless. That night, a raging fire consumed her mother's palace. By the time Yu Fuyao arrived, only a charred skeleton remained. She knelt amidst the ruins, her fingers digging deep into her palms, blood dripping down, yet she felt nothing. "Who?" She screamed at the sky, her voice shrill like a phoenix weeping blood. No one answered. Only the cold wind howled, as if mocking her naivety. She knew the masterminds behind it were none other than her so-called blood relatives, her imperial brothers, sisters, and even her lofty father, the emperor. With no one to turn to, she finally crushed the Tai Su token. Now the Tai Su Holy Land was her only choice. But how could those people allow her to leave safely? "Princess, flee!" The old man in gray roared, striking back with a palm that conjured a colossal mountain shadow, barely blocking the assault of 3 black-clad assassins. But the next moment, a pitch-black dagger stabbed out from the void, piercing straight through his chest. "Elder Qi." Yu Fuyo's eyes blazed with fury as she waved her hand, sending a golden divine light that cleaved the attacker in two. But it was too late. Elder Qi coughed blood and fell, yet a relieved smile lingered on his aged face. "This old servant can only accompany you this far. Princess, take care forever. If there is a next life, I will surely follow you." Yu Fuyao trembled all over. On this journey, she had lost too much. Of the 100 attendants, only she remained. "You all deserve to die." In an instant, golden light blazed in Yu Fuyo's eyes, and the divine mark on her brow burned fiercely. A terrifying pressure erupted, shattering the clouds within 1,000 zhang radius. The assassins' faces changed drastically. "No good. Her imperial blood is boiling. Retreat. Think you can leave?" Yu Fuyao sneered, grabbing at the air with her bare hand. Boundless spiritual energy condensed into a sky-covering golden phoenix claw, smashing down fiercely. Boom. The 3 assassins didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a mist of blood. But she knew this was only the beginning. The true pursuers were still behind. Where lay the path ahead? Yu Fuyao stood atop the clouds, her golden hair stained with blood and flying wildly, her snow-white battle dress already soaked through with her enemy's blood. She lifted her gaze toward the horizon. There lay the direction of the Tai Su Holy Land. "Mother, rest assured," she whispered softly, her eyes filled with icy, killing intent. "The day I return, I will make great Qian pay blood for blood." Yu Fuyo's vision had blurred, leaving only the howling wind in her ears. Her spiritual energy was long depleted, and the imperial blood within her had thinned from overburning, making even maintaining flight a luxury. "No, this princess cannot fall here." She gritted her silver teeth, clinging to her last shred of will, and lightly tapped the void with her jade foot, attempting to steady herself. But after just a few steps, a tearing pain erupted within her body, her meridians seared as if by raging flames, no longer able to support her frame. The next moment, with a crash, her delicate form, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted from the lofty heights and slammed heavily into a mountain peak. Rocks shattered, ancient trees snapped, and her body hurtled downward, piercing through layers of barriers until it finally landed with a heavy thud on something soft. Yu Fuyao groaned softly, forcing her eyes open to behold an ornate bed surrounded by cascading sheer curtains and flickering candlelight, the air thick with a cloying, dizzying fragrance. "Where is this?" Yu Fuyao struggled to sit up, looking around to find herself in a bizarrely furnished secret chamber. Strange jade artifacts adorned the walls, and on the table lay bizarre toys she had never seen, an exquisitely carved golden cudgel, several crystals shimmering with eerie light, and even a few manuals with amorous covers titled "The 9 Turns Union Art." Preposterous. She furrowed her delicate brows, a sense of foreboding welling within her. Just as she grew alert, a silky, seductive voice whispered in her ear. Master, you've finally come. Yu Fuyao whirled around to find a woman in purple robes had somehow drawn close, languidly leaning against her. The woman's skin was like snow, her eyes brimming with spring, her red lips slightly curved, her breath like orchid. Her jade-like hands roamed unbridledly over Yu Fuyao's waist. You must be this generation's holy son, master. To think. You are such a stunning beauty. Meiji giggled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But this servant prefers. Yu Fuyao's pupils constricted. How could her noble form be defiled by another? How dare you? A cold light flashed in her eyes. She waved her jade hand, and a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted, blasting Meiji away. Bang! Meiji crashed heavily to the ground, a flicker of shock on her seductive face before she turned cold. You are not the holy son. Yu Fuyao rose coldly. Though her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the innate imperial pressure she exuded remained chilling. She looked down at Meiji from her height, her voice icy. A mere cauldron, and you dare touch this princess. Meiji's expression shifted, a sinister glint in her eyes. You trespass into the Lu family's forbidden ground, and still act so arrogantly. When I report this to the family head, it'll make you wish for death, but find none. With that, she flickered, ready to dash out of the chamber. Yu Fuyao's gaze hardened. If she escaped, her whereabouts would be exposed. Leaving, she mustered her last vestige of spiritual energy, her bare hand grasping at the air. A golden divine mark bloomed from her brow, instantly transforming into ethereal chains that bound Meiji tightly. Meiji was horrified beyond words. Before she could react, Yu Fuyao struck her on the nape. With a muffled groan, Meiji crumpled limply. Yu Fuyao panted, slightly gazing at the unconscious Meiji. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a spatial jade pendant from her storage ring and absorbed Meiji into it. He'll spare your life for now. Once this princess recovers, he'll deal with you. The chamber finally fell silent. Yu Fuyao sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing. Now, with her spiritual energy exhausted and imperial blood severely depleted, she would be powerless to protect herself if she didn't recover quickly. I must heal immediately. She tapped her finger lightly, retrieving several pills from her storage ring and swallowing them. As the medicinal power spread, a warm, gentle spiritual energy flowed slowly through her limbs and meridians. Then Yu Fuyao's consciousness drifted in chaos. In a daze, she seemed to fall into a long, vivid dream. She saw herself standing atop the 9 heavens, robed as an emperor crowned with a purple gold diadem, while myriad races bowed at her feet and mountains and rivers submitted. That was the supreme imperial throne of Bidi continent. She saw herself holding a blood-stained sword, stepping over the corpses of her enemies and personally beheading that person. That was the blood debt for her mother's murder, paid in kind. She saw her younger sister Yu Qingli in a bridal gown, beaming with joy, walking toward a man amidst a sea of sunset glow. His brows were like swords, his stature tall and straight, as he gently took her sister's hand, vowing eternal love. That was her sister's beloved, her brother-in-law. Dream and reality intertwined, and she could no longer distinguish the illusions from the genuine memories of the past. Is this a memory or a prophecy? She murmured, trying to grasp the fragmented images, until a thunderous rumble sounded. The stone door of the chamber slowly opened. Yu Fuyao jolted awake, her chest heaving violently. Her unhealed injuries caused her to cough harshly, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. She forced herself to look up, casting a cold, sharp gaze toward the doorway. A tall, slender figure stepped in leisurely. The man was clad in an ink-black robe with subtle gold embroidery at the cuffs. His brows were sharp as carved blades, his eyes deep as an abyss, and an intangible pressure emanated from him. Just standing there, he exuded an oppressive force. Yu Fuyao's pupils constricted sharply. With a gasp, she exclaimed, "You!" This face. She had just seen it in her dream. The man who gently held her sister's hand, smiling tenderly. The one who in her past life memories became her sister's husband. Now he stood before her in the flesh. Lu Xuantong furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze resting on her with scrutiny and doubt. Who are you and why are you here? Yu Fuyao stared at him intently, countless thoughts racing through her mind. After a moment's contemplation, she suppressed her surging emotions and slowly rose to her feet. Though pale, her innate noble bearing remained undiminished. This princess would like to ask you the same. Who are you? Lu Xuantong's eyes flickered with surprise, then a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his lips. Interesting. Lu Xuantong, holy son of the Lu family. This is my family's secret chamber. You miss have come uninvited, yet you question the owner. Yu Fuyao's heart jolted. Lu Xuantong, the holy son of the Lu family. She suddenly recalled that in the fragments of her dream, her sister's husband. seemed to be surnamed Lu. Could it be? Suddenly, Yu Fuyao glanced around at the chamber's decor and recalled Mei Jia's behavior. A surge of fear gripped her, and she stammered, "Don't come near me. This princess warns you must not do anything foolish. I am your..." Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, a pitch-black spirit boat tore through the clouds in the heavens, its hull emblazoned with ancient runes that exuded a suffocating, heart-stopping pressure. At the prow, a banner embroidered with the characters Taishu fluttered with a sharp, piercing sound, hanging like a sword above the Lu family, daring none to look directly at it. The people from the Taishu sacred land have arrived. Every member of the Lu family looked up, reverence flickering in their eyes. The spirit boat slowly descended in the center of the Lu family square. An old man in a gray-white robe stood with his hands behind his back, stepping down unhurriedly. The old man's face was stern, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and his aura was profound and abyssal. This man was Zhang Wu, an outer sect elder of the Taishu sacred land. "Welcome, Elder Zhang." The Lu family head, who had been waiting in the square with a group of elders, immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Zhang Wu swept a cold glance over him and gave a slight nod as a response. "Patriarch Lu, is this year's tribute prepared?" The Lu family head's heart tightened, but he maintained a smile on his face. "Elder Zhang has traveled a long way, why not rest inside first? We can discuss the tribute later." Zhang Wu snorted coldly, "No need. I am busy with matters and have no time to waste." Seeing this, the Lu family head had to steel himself and say, "Elder Zhang, following the annual precedent, the Lu family has prepared the 30 million spirit stones." "I wonder, 30 million? Zhang Wu raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a half-smile. "Has the patriarch forgotten? This year's tribute is 50 million spirit stones." "What?" At these words, the Lu family members erupted into an uproar. The third elder couldn't help but exclaim, 50 million? Wasn't it always 30 million in previous years? Why the sudden increase of 20 million this year? Zhang Wu's gaze turned icy, and the elder felt as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss, his body stiffening as he dared not speak further. "What is the Lu family questioning the sacred land's decision?" The Lu family head quickly waved his hands. No. It's just truly difficult." He took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, and cautiously asked Elder Zhang, "Although the Lu family has some savings over the years, 50 million spirit stones is no small amount. May I ask why the sacred land has suddenly increased the tribute?" Zhang Wu snorted coldly, his tone indifferent. "You aristocratic families have grown too comfortable, which is why you face deficits. The sacred land has been tight on resources in recent years. If we do not tighten the tribute, how can we maintain the sacred land's prestige?" He paused, sweeping his gaze over the Lu family members, and continued, "Although Huangzhou is vast, there are not a few forces coveting our Taishu sacred land. If the sacred land's ranking falls due to resource shortages and other prefectures take advantage of the weakness, what good outcome awaits you families that depend on the sacred land?" The Lu family head's face grew heavier upon hearing this. Didn't he understand this reasoning? Yet the Lu family's annual output from spirit stone mines was only around 60 million spirit stones. In previous years, paying 30 million left 30 million to barely maintain the family's operations, supporting clan members' cultivation, maintaining the protective array, nurturing the younger generation. If they paid 50 million this year, leaving only 10 million, the Lu family's days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. "Elder Zhang." The Lu family head tried to negotiate further, but Zhang Wu raised his hand to cut him off. "Patriarch Lu, I am not here to discuss this with you. 50 million spirit stones, not a single one less. If you cannot deliver, the sacred land would not mind replacing you with a more obedient family to take over your resources." At these words, the Lu family members' expressions changed drastically. It was a blatant threat. If the Lu family refused, the Taishu sacred land would likely support another family to supplant the Lu family's position. If that happened, the Lu family would lose the sacred land's protection and might be torn apart by other voracious forces. The Lu family head remained silent for a long time, then finally bowed his head with gritted teeth. "Yes, the Lu family obeys." Zhang Wu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Deliver the spirit stones to the sacred land within half a year, no delays." With that, he turned and boarded the spirit boat, not sparing another glance at the Lu family. The spirit boat rose into the air and soon vanished among the clouds. The square fell into dead silence. The third elder, filled with frustration, asked in a low voice, "Patriarch, must we really hand over 50 million spirit stones?" The Lu family head's voice was weary. "The sacred lands must not be defied. If we refuse, the Lu family may not even be able to stay in the eastern domain." The third elder, unwilling to accept it, ground his teeth. "But 50 million spirit stones is nearly the Lu family's entire annual income. Once handed over, the clan's younger members will face severe resource cuts, and the protective array cannot be maintained. If this continues, the Lu family is doomed to decline. The Lu family head was silent for a moment, then finally let out a long sigh. Issue the order. Effective, immediately reduce all family expenditures by 40% and have all clan members cultivation resources. We must gather 50 million spirit stones within half a year. What? Have cultivation resources? How can we break through to the next realm like this? I only just touched upon a bottleneck. This is the end. The younger members of the Lu family turned pale, despair flickering in their eyes. The path of cultivation was a struggle against fate itself. Once resources were cut, their journey would become far more arduous. Seeing the reactions of the clan's younger members, the third elder's heart ached, and he couldn't help but speak again. Patriarch, is there truly no other way? The Lu family head's gaze deepened as he slowly said, do you know why the Taishu sacred land suddenly increased the tribute? The third elder was taken aback. Is there another reason? The Lu family head's eyes grew solemn as he lowered his voice. From what I know, something has gone wrong within the Taishu sacred land. In the sacred land ranking competition, 3 years from now, they are highly likely to fall from their position as a top-tier sacred land. What? The third elder's pupils constricted. How is that possible? That is why they urgently need resources, even if it means squeezing their vassal families, the Lu family head said gravely. It is not just the Lu family. All forces in Huangzhou that depend on the Taishu sacred land will face the same predicament. The third elder gasped. The Lu family, the Chui family. They are the same. The Lu family head nodded slowly. Exactly. A flash of insight lit up the third elder's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly, as if he had understood something. Patriarch, is the Taishu sacred land raising goo? The Lu family head did not answer directly, but gave him a meaningful glance. Some words could not be spoken aloud, but both understood each other perfectly. The Taishu sacred land's actions were clearly meant to set the great families of Huangzhou against one another in mutual slaughter. To gather 50 million spirit stones, cutting expenses alone was far from enough. The only way was to plunder the resources of other families. The three great families of the eastern domain, Lu, and Chui, had originally stood in a tripartite balance, checking each other. But now this move by the Taishu sacred land had shattered the era of peaceful development. A glimmer of worry crossed the Lu family head's eyes. More troublesome still, the Lu and Chui families have already formed a marriage alliance, forging close ties. If they join forces, the first to be destroyed will be our Lu family. Hearing this, the third elder's face turned ashen. The Lu family was in dire peril. Yu Foyo's inner world teetered on the brink of collapse. Clinging desperately to the last shreds of rationality, she staggered backward in frantic retreat, striving to widen the distance between herself and Lu Xuantong. Do not draw near. Under no circumstances must he approach. Fragments of shattered memories still burned vividly in her mind. Vague, uncertain, perhaps not even echoes of a true past life, but she dared not gamble. If the dream held truth, dual cultivation with him would unleash catastrophic consequences. Would it not mean she had claimed the future husband of her own sister? Preposterous. Even at her lowest, Yu Foyo remained the third princess of the great Qian imperial dynasty, and the destined empress who would one day rule by D prefecture. Lu Xuantong's brow furrowed faintly, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossing his eyes. Upon entering the cave temple, he had expected some rare celestial treasure to have manifested, never imagining instead that he would encounter a woman. And not just any woman, one whose beauty verged on the unearthly, the demonic. Even now, disheveled and vulnerable, her innate regal aura remained unmasked, especially those frigid phoenix eyes, sharp with glacial light, so piercing that merely gazing upon them too long risked surrendering one's will, becoming her obedient hound. Truly peerless in grace. Yet Lu Xuantong was no man blinded by lust. Moreover, her violent reaction marked him as some monstrous scourge. Should he press closer, he would only appear sinister and ill-intentioned. Boring. He snorted coldly, dismissing her entirely, then turned to push aside the massive stone door and depart. Yu Foyo's taut nerves finally eased, her chest rising and falling softly as she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. The brother-in-law from her memories proved after all a man of integrity. So long as he refrained from forcing dual cultivation, she still held a chance to escape. Yet the moment her breath softened, so too did the stone door remain utterly unmoved. Lu Xuantong's brow tightened. Gathering spiritual energy into his palm, he pressed once more. Yet the door stood immovable, sealed by a formidable formation. A formation? His gaze darkened, fingertips tracing the faint glyphs etched into the stone. He sensed the anomaly at last. A restriction seal activated only by nascent soul cultivators. He murmured low, then, suddenly recalling something, whirled sharply, his gaze locking onto Yu Foyo with razor-edged intensity. Could this be the so-called Saint Sun reward? Dual cultivation with this woman. He was no provincial novice. He knew well of the Meiji concubine vessels bred by noble clans to aid their prodigies in breaking through bottlenecks. Having just ascended to the divine illumination realm, his chi remained unstable. If dual cultivation with her were possible, he might surge toward the nascent soul realm within days. But the question lingered, would she submit willingly? His eyes lifted, and there she stood, fear-seed, her spiritual energy weak, yet radiating an unmistakable lethal intent. Not the pliant vessel of legend, but a blade unsheathed and poised to strike. Nascent soul realm. Lu Xuantong's eyelid twitched, nearly cursing aloud. Who in their right mind assigned a nascent soul-level genius as a Meiji? That wasn't cultivation, it was suicide. Though he prided himself on extraordinary talent, the chasm between divine illumination and nascent soul was nothing short of an abyss. In outright combat, he doubted he could endure 100 strikes. Worse still, this woman's aptitude and strength were unfathomable. Too strong to fight, too trapped to flee, too unwilling to yield. Nothing remained but mutual helpless staring. Their eyes met. Silence thickened, air congealing until breath itself grew labored. Young as you are, graced with such unparalleled beauty, why degrade yourself as a Meiji? Lu Xuantong sighed, feigning earnest concern in a bid to ease the tension. An ordinary vessel would long since have melted into seductive submission. How then did she bristle with such murderous intent? At his words, Eufoyo clenched her teeth, desperate to strike him down with a single palm strike. She, the imperial princess, the future empress, reduced to a mere Meiji. Yet revealing her identity would expose her whereabouts and invite far greater peril. It is none of your concern, she replied icily. Lu Xuantong arched a brow, then let out a dry, mirthless chuckle. Oh, rather defiant, aren't you? Do Meiji these days all possess such spirited temperaments? He mused inwardly. Perhaps she bore some tragic backstory. A gambling father, a dying mother, a younger brother awaiting cultivation resources. No matter. He'd rather not delve. Seeing her impervious to persuasion, he simply settled cross-legged onto the floor, closed his eyes, and began regulating his breath, ignoring her completely. Eufoyo watched, and at last allowed her taut nerves to soften, inwardly relieved. So long as she endured until her injuries healed, escape remained possible. Yet neither noticed the faint rose-pink mist seeping silently through the chamber, insinuating itself unseen and soundless into each breath they drew. A Meiji's sanctum would never release its guests unscathed. Only when Lu Xuantong suddenly felt his blood surge and a strange feverish heat rise from his dantian did his expression harden, sharply. Damn it! His eyes snapped open, cheeks flushed with unnatural crimson, breath already ragged. This chamber possessed aphrodisiac properties. Meanwhile, Eufoyo fared no better. Her face, once pale as fresh snow, now bloomed with an unnatural flush. Her breath came quick and shallow, lashes trembling, eyes shimmering with liquid heat. Her blood roiled like boiling water, an indescribable scorching heat flooded her limbs and marrow, even kindling a primal devouring urge toward him. Disaster. She bit down hard on her tongue, blood welling at the corner of her lips, to shock herself back to clarity. Yet the more she suppressed it, the more fiercely the blaze raged, countless serpentine flames writhing through her meridians, searing her consciousness into haze. At full strength, she could have quelled it with imperial blood alone, but wounded and weakened resistance was futile. Lu Xuantong's condition was equally dire, yet he retained marginally more lucidity. After all, he stood to gain, not lose. Besides, she was a Meiji. This was precisely her ordained purpose. He disdained coercion, but when fate forced its hand, one yielded to inevitability. Lu Xuantong, I warn you, do not come closer. Her voice trembled, wavering between plea and threat, yet its soft, honeyed timbre betrayed her, sounding less like refusal than invitation. Lu Xuantong chuckled low, his gaze deepening into shadow as he advanced step by deliberate step. Meiji, do you jest? If even you cannot resist, how can I? Hearing those words, despair flooded her heart. Was she truly to lose her virtue here, to him? No. She would not wait passively for ruin. She strained to retreat, but her legs gave way, trembling, her body swaying helplessly. In the next instant, Lu Xuantong lunged forward, seizing her waist and sweeping her off her feet in one fluid motion. Ah! Eufoyo gasped, her supple frame collapsing into his arms, his searing warmth bleeding through her thin robes, scorching her skin with its intensity. Release me. Humiliated and enraged, she raised her hands to strike. Yet her feeble resistance felt less like defiance than half-hearted, breathless yielding. Lu Xuantong looked down at her, eyes turbulent with gathering storm. If you choose this path, you must embrace its consequences. Have you not waited for this very moment, so that this saint son may bestow his favor upon you? Now submit. Kneel. Within the misty pink chamber, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Under the drug's corrosive influence, their rationality had long crumbled. At first, Yu Fuyao bit her lip, fiercely resisting the surging desire within her, her eyes filled with humiliation and fury. How could she, a princess of the imperial clan, be so defiled by Lu Xuantong? Had she been at her peak, she would have torn him limb from limb. But reality was cruelly despairing. Now grievously wounded, and with her spiritual energy depleted, she couldn't even muster the strength to push him away, allowing the scorching heat to gradually devour her reason. Yet as the dual cultivation deepened, she was astonished to find her once depleted spiritual energy surging forth like a withered tree blooming in spring, even purer and more profound than before. Was this rebirth through destruction? The shackles within her were shattered one by one, her cultivation level soaring. In just 3 days, she crossed the threshold of the boundless realm and reached its peak. This was not only humiliation, but also a fortuitous opportunity. By the final day, Lu Xuantong was utterly exhausted, his face as pale as paper, yearning only to escape that absurd chamber. But as he stumbled to rise, a delicate hand yanked him back, leaving. Yu Fuyo's red lips curled slightly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light as she taunted with a mocking smile. Wasn't the holy sun quite imposing just a moment ago? What's the matter? Can't keep up now. That provocative tone sent blood rushing to Lu Xuantong's head. How could a man be deemed inadequate? With a gritted roar, he pressed her back into the silk covers, vowing to redeem his honor. However, when the drug's effects fully dissipated and reason returned, everything changed. The haze in Yu Fuyo's eyes vanished, replaced by icy disgust. She kicked the man beside her away, her voice frigid. Stinking man, don't touch me. Caught off guard, Lu Xuantong tumbled to the floor, clutching his aching waist, his face a mask of disbelief. This woman changed her face faster than turning a page. Then he sneered, his gaze contemptuous. Who was clinging to me just yesterday? Now you're pretending to be chaste. Yu Fuyao was momentarily speechless, a flush of embarrassment coloring her fair cheeks. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with evident guilt. Indeed, she had used him. To break through her cultivation bottleneck, she had greedily absorbed the vast primal yang force within him, a power so domineering and pure that it exceeded even her expectations. Without this, she could never have risen from the brink of death to the peak of the boundless realm in just 3 days. But now she faced a more troubling issue: memories of the future. In those fragmented dream visions, Lu Xuantong was highly likely to be the future Dao companion of her sister Yu Qingli. If fate followed its destined path and today's events came to light on the day of their wedding, given her sister's temperament, it would surely spark a bloody storm. Yu Fuyo's gaze darkened. She was not yet strong enough to contend with her sister. She dared not provoke her recklessly. Thus, the only option was to change the future. She took a deep breath, her plan already set. Lu Xuantong, she said, her tone cold and stern, from now on, if you ever see my face again, you'd best stay far away. Do not try to claim any connection with me. After a pause, she added, of course, as compensation you may name your price. Whatever you desire, I can grant it. Lu Xuantong let out a scoff, his eyes full of mockery. Keep pretending. One would think she was a princess of some imperial dynasty or a scion of a divine clan, lofty and possessing everything. But she was merely a seductress, and everything she owned was bestowed by the Lu family. And the Lu family's possessions rightfully belonged to him, the Holy Sun. Fine, he said, lazily folding his arms. A mocking grin curved his lips. Heavenly Blood, Divine Pill, Reincarnation, Soul Guiding Pill, 9 Turn, Profound Soul, Jade, Grand Creation Fruit. He rattled off dozens of celestial treasures, each a divine grade elixir or rare wonder coveted even by the greatest powers in the heavens. Well, do you have them? He challenged, raising an eyebrow. Yu Fuyo's face darkened. Was this man insane? These treasures, even for a princess like her, were extremely limited in stock, each a life-saving asset. And a mere holy son of a divine lord family dared to ask for such a bounty. Ha, she sneered. And you do? Lu Xuantong nodded calmly. Of course. Yu Fuyao cast him a disdainful glance. I'll talk. Lu Xuantong initially considered producing some items to prove himself, but then thought better of it. This woman was now at the peak of the boundless realm, while he was only halfway there. If she grew covetous and decided to kill him for his treasures, he suppressed his impulse, waving a hand with feigned profundity. Forget it. Since you can't afford it, let's drop it. Yu Fuyao snorted coldly. Rest assured, I keep my word. When I truly rise to power, I will bestow these treasures upon you. But you must also remember, today, we never met. Who was she? A future imperial princess destined to tower above all beings, to overlook the myriad realms. The men of this world were but ants. How could any be worthy to stand by her side? Even the intimate encounter with Lu Xuantong was merely a transaction, a desperate expedient. Her heart had never stirred. Yet even so, a faint unease lingered. If Lu Xuantong later discovered her true identity and used it to boast of having dual cultivated with an imperial princess, elevating his status and causing unnecessary trouble, would she not become a laughingstock across the heavens? No, she would never allow it. So today she had to sever all ties, crushing any hopes he might harbor. She lifted her gaze slightly, her red lips parting as her voice rang clear and aloof. Lu Xuantong, remember, the future me is not someone you can aspire to. Her tone was calm, but carried an unassailable authority, as if pronouncing an unbreakable decree of fate. Yet Lu Xuantong merely raised an eyebrow lazily, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. What act was this woman putting on? In his eyes, she was just a seductress, her very life granted by the Lu family, yet she now played the role of a lofty figure, utterly laughable. But since she wanted to play, he would see it through. The corner of his mouth lifted as he nodded casually. Fine. One word lightly spoken, yet it made Fu Yao frown slightly. He agreed so readily. While that saved her further effort. She stepped closer, the coldness in her eyes fading, replaced by a hint of softness. She tilted her head slightly, a faint smile, curving her red lips, her voice low and soft, laced with temptation. Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. After half an incense stick's time, the cave dwelling fell into utter silence, with only the lingering pink mist drifting slowly through the air, casting a hazy glow. Lu Xuantong frowned slightly as his consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes, but the space before him was already empty. That woman was gone. He had underestimated her. He had thought her final words, close your eyes, carried some amorous intent, but instead she had seized the moment to strike him unconscious. Her move was clean and decisive, without any hesitation. He let out a low scoff, slowly sat up, and swept his gaze across the empty cave dwelling. Silence surrounded him. He was utterly alone. This cave was sealed by a restriction that could not be forcibly broken without the formless realm cultivation. She had left with such ease, abandoning him here. Yet, that power within him was pure and vast. If he could fully refine it, supplemented by heavenly treasures, it might help him break through to the formless realm. Since she had left him here, he would make good use of this opportunity. So be it then. Lu Xuantong murmured, then sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and let his spiritual energy flow slowly. In an instant, the cave's spiritual energy surged toward him like a tide, forming an invisible vortex around his body. He then closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to fully refine the remaining essence within him. When he broke through this realm and emerged, he would settle this debt slowly. 2 months later, a sudden storm swept across the eastern domain, heralding a decisive battle that would shake the 8 desolates. Atop Mount Taihong, seas of clouds churned and myriad rays of sunlight shimmered. This ancient mountain, silent for 1,000 years, had become the most eye-catching focal point of the entire eastern domain. Countless cultivators rode divine rainbows here, and scions of various great families gathered, all to witness this earth-shattering battle that could reshape the eastern domain's landscape. This was the marriage pact battle between the Lu and Lu families. Years ago, the Lu family had produced a genius with a supreme bone, shaking the eastern domain. The Lu family had promptly extended an olive branch, eagerly forging a marriage alliance by betrothing their pearl Lu Qingxue to Lu Xuantong. Yet fate was unpredictable. Although Lu Xuantong possessed the supreme bone, he had failed to manifest its true power and gradually faded into mediocrity. Seeing this, the Lu family's intentions wavered, and they set their sights on Cui Wuya, the prodigy of the Cui family, who had awakened the primordial sacred physique. Thus Lu Qingxue personally came to break off the engagement and set a battle pact. The victor would decide everything. Today was the day to fulfill that promise. The summit of Mount Taihang was already packed with people. Major powers of the eastern domain had sent their younger generations to watch, and the most notable among them were naturally the scions of the Lu and Cui families. On the Lu family side, 7 young geniuses led by Lu Chengxian stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes cold and stern. These 7 had once been suppressed by Lu Xuantong with a single palm, yet now they stood unhesitatingly by his side. No matter what Lu Xuantong is, he is still a member of our Lu family. Lu Chengxian said coldly. It matters not how we fight among ourselves, but if outsiders dare to bully him, we Lu scions will unite against them. His words carried weight, drawing immediate agreement from the Lu family members. On the other side, the Lu and Cui family scions stood together, their faces full of mockery. "Ha, the Lu family is only good at talking tough now," sneered a Cui family prodigy. "The supreme bone. It's nothing but a joke. Before our Cui family's primordial sacred physique, it's utterly fragile." "Exactly," echoed another Lu family scion. "After today, the Lu family will be the laughingstock of the eastern domain." The crowd burst into laughter, their words dripping with contempt. In their eyes, the primordial sacred physique was one of the most powerful ancient constitutions easily capable of suppressing the Supreme Bone. Today's battle was already decided. Lu Xuantong was doomed to lose, and the Lu family would suffer a complete loss of face. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, a clear and resonant phoenix cry suddenly rang out from the horizon, shaking the 9 heavens, as if tearing the very sky apart. Caw! In an instant the wind and clouds changed and the seas of clouds roiled. A green shadow shot down from the 9 heavens fast as lightning, causing the void to tremble and spiritual energy to scatter wherever it passed. As the green shadow drew near, the crowd could see it was an ancient azure luan, its body entirely verdant jade and its feathers sharp as blades. Its bloodline was of the ferocious beast rank, an ancient lineage, a primordial lineage, an ancient divine beast lineage, a primordial divine beast lineage, a desolate lineage. Primordial divine phoenix, a top-tier primordial divine beast lineage of the celestial realm. The azure luan's wings spanned 100 zhang, each feather shimmering with dazzling divine light, as if carved from emerald, breathtakingly beautiful, yet radiating a terrifying soul-shaking pressure. Its eyes were like cold lightning looking down on all beings. With a single flap of its wings, the resulting gale caused many weaker cultivators below to stagger and retreat. Even more astonishingly, a woman stood proudly on the azure luan's back. Lu Qingxue, clad in a green robe with her garments fluttering, descended like an immortal from the heavens, untouched by mortal dust. This pivotal figure, who had stirred the conflict between the 2 top-tier bloodlines of the Eastern Domain and sparked the struggle between the Supreme Bone and the primordial sacred physique, had finally appeared. She stood atop the azure luan, looking down at the crowd on Mount Taihang with an expression of pride and disdain. It was as if the mortals below were nothing but ants in her eyes. The ancient azure luan. This is a 3rd-tier ferocious bird with strength comparable to a human formless realm cultivator, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. Heavens! Lu Qingxue can tame such a divine bird. What kind of opportunity has she obtained? This is a beast with an ancient bloodline. The crowd erupted in shock, their eyes filled with awe and envy. The Lu and Chui family scions wore smug expressions, and one of them laughed loudly. This azure luan was personally subdued by senior brother Chui Haoyan as a mount for sister Qingxue. An ancient bloodline captured with ease. If you were stuck with some useless fool, you wouldn't even touch a feather, let alone a luan, and you'd get beaten up instead. These words drew peals of laughter from the Chui and Lu families, while the Lu family members' faces darkened. Lu Qingxue listened to the commotion below, a mocking sneer curling at her red lips. Today I will show everyone the chasm between heaven and earth. Then Lu Qingxue stepped on the azure luan, her phoenix eyes filled with killing intent, looking down at the Lu family camp. Lu Xuantong, are you afraid? Don't you dare fight me. Get out here. At almost the same moment, a dazzling golden pillar of light suddenly shot up from the Lu family mansion, piercing through the 9 heavens. The golden light was so intense that it dyed the entire sky a gilded color, and an immense ocean-like pressure of the Supreme Bone spread forth. Amid the boundless golden light, a slender figure strode through the air. With each step she took, ripples spread across the void. When her golden eyes, brimming with endless Tao essence, opened, the entire world trembled. It was the fully awakened Supreme Bone manifesting its divine might. Across millions of miles, 2 gazes collided across the void. The sky shattered, and the laws of Tao roared. The next moment, a voice that shook heaven and earth resounded across the 8 desolates. Wretched woman, the shame of that day. Today I will make you repay it 100-fold. Kneel. Kneel. Meanwhile, at the Divine Lord Lu residence, the majestic halls towered into the clouds, their glazed tiles reflecting a cold, piercing light, and the entire estate was shrouded in an invisible pressure. Inside the hall, 2 figures sat upon the main seats, one in blue and the other in black, their auras vast and profound as the abyss. Even sitting motionless, they exuded a suffocating sense that the heavens and earth were under their control. The one on the left, clad in a blue robe, had an aged face, yet bore a heavy authority, his eyes blazing like torches, seemingly capable of piercing through the ages. A faint radiance of moonlight lingered around him, and with every gesture it seemed as though stars danced at his fingertips. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Lu family, the bright moon divine, Lord Lu Qing. The figure on the right, draped in a pitch-black robe, had a cold, iron-like countenance, with faint wisps of netherworld energy swirling between his brows. His eyes were as deep as the abyssal pools of the 9 nether, and a single glance could make one's soul tremble. He was the master of the Chui family, the Nether King Divine, Lord Chui Hong. At this moment, an ancient and profound mystic mirror floated before them, its surface rippling like water, reflecting scenes from millions of miles away. At the summit of Attaining, mountain winds and clouds converged, and a great battle was about to commence. The moment Lu Qingxue descended standing proudly atop an ancient azure wand, the mirror clearly captured the shock on the faces of all the cultivators present. Even the experienced Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. I never expected that Hao Yin could capture a third-tier ancient beast for her in just 2 short months. Lu Qing murmured, his tone unable to conceal his astonishment. One must know that such a fierce bird with pure bloodline possessed combat power comparable to a human formless realm expert. For ordinary cultivators, subduing it was out of the question. Even approaching it was difficult. Yet Cui Haoyan had accomplished it, even taming it as a mount and gifting it to Lu Qingxue. The primordial sacred body is indeed overwhelmingly domineering. Lu Qing slowly exhaled, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Cui Hung, upon hearing this, curled his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Haoyan has always been a man of decisive action. Since he has set his heart on Qingxue, he naturally wants to give her the best. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his gaze once again falling upon the celestial mirror. Watching Lu Qingxue standing proudly on the azure wand and comparing her to Lu Xuantong, who had yet to appear, he had already made up his mind. It seems that the one with the supreme bone from the Lu family will have to suffer a bit today, Lu Qing said indifferently, his tone devoid of any pity. Cui Hung chuckled softly, his voice low and firm. The union of our 2 families is the inevitable trend. Hao Yin possesses the primordial sacred body, and his future achievements are limitless. Kingsu's talent is also outstanding. Their union will surely lead both families to greater heights. Lu Qing was silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. Indeed, between Lu Xuantong and Cui Haoyan, he had already made his choice. After all, the current Cui Haoyan was no longer just a mere prodigy of the Cui family. Behind him stood behemoths that even the Divine Lord families dared not provoke easily. This marriage duel was doomed from the start. Lu Xuantong would surely be defeated. The moment the Supreme Bone was fully fused, heaven and earth fell into sudden silence. The younger sister's body erupted with a dazzling golden divine light bursting forth like a blazing sun, instantly sweeping across the entire sky. Her aura surged higher and higher, spiritual energy churning within her like a raging sea. Her bones emitted crisp sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing, and every inch of her flesh underwent an ultimate transformation. In an instant, she broke through to the peak of the divine illumination realm. She was now only a step away from the formless realm. Standing in the void, the younger sister's originally dark eyes had turned pure gold. Deep within her pupils, ancient runes seemed to flow, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. This was the pressure of a supreme being intimidating the 8 wastelands. However, the patriarch of the Lu family, the Azure Thunder Divine, Lord Lu Xuantong, furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze deep as he stared at that figure, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Strange, he muttered to himself. Although Xuantong's aura is strong compared to when he fought the Holy Sun, it lacks that overwhelming domineering pressure. Back then, a single glance from Lu Xuantong could make the souls of his peers tremble, as if they were facing not a person but a supreme being overlooking the ages. But this him now, though powerful, lacked that absolute, all-conquering might. Lu Xuantong wanted to step forward and inquire, but after glancing at the tense atmosphere on Attaining Mountain's summit, he ultimately shook his head. Forget it, everything can wait until after the marriage duel. The next second, the younger sister stepped through the void, and with each step, golden ripples spread beneath her feet. The power of the Supreme Bone surged within her, endless and vast as the abyss. Her form flickered, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot towards the summit of Attaining Mountain. Moments later, the moment the younger sister's figure descended upon the mountaintop, the entire Attaining Mountain trembled. The protagonist of the day had finally arrived. Lu Qingxu's pupils contracted as she stared fixedly at that golden figure, an involuntary tremor stirring within her heart. The patriarch was right. In just a few short months, Lu Xuantong has completely transformed. This him now had an aura as deep as the ocean, standing there, as if unshakable. If it were her from a few months ago, she probably wouldn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. But now she was a different person. Lu Qingxu's red lips curled into a sneer, a trace of mockery in her eyes as she looked down upon the approaching Lu Xuantong, her tone contemptuous. Lu Xuantong, is that all you've got? You actually came on foot. Seeming to show off, she lightly tapped her foot, and the azure wand let out a sharp screech. The sound wave, sharp as blades, tore through the sky and pressed down upon Lu Xuantong. The pressure of the fierce beast shook heaven and earth. This show of force would have been enough to shatter the mind of an ordinary cultivator. Yet the younger sister's expression remained unchanged, not even raising an eyelid, as if the sound waves that could tear the void were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue thought he was stunned with fear, and her contempt deepened. She sneered, "See that? This is the gift Cui Haoyan gave me. And you? What do you have? What can you possibly give me? Being engaged to you is the biggest stain on my life." As her words fell, the disciples of the Lu and Cui families burst into laughter, chiming in with agreement. Exactly. A cripple with a supreme bone, how dare he be compared to the primordial sacred body? Senior sister Qingxue, and now has the Azure Luan as her companion, her future is destined to soar to the 9 heavens. What are you, Lu Xuantong? Lu Chengxian and the others were furious and retorted sharply, "Bullshit." Xuantong just emerged from seclusion. If he had the time, catching an ancient ferocious beast would be a trivial matter. However, the younger sister paid no heed to this clamor. She slowly raised her eyes, her golden pupils as cold as frost, and uttered only one sentence. "Enough talk. Fight or not." Lu Qingxue could no longer suppress the battle fervor within her. She was determined to utterly crush the one before her. "Since you're so eager to be defeated, I shall grant your wish." As her words faded, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from her, plunging the temperature of heaven and earth sharply. Even the air seemed to freeze, emitting faint cracking sounds. "Ice Soul Sacred Body, unleash." This was the supreme physique she had awakened. With the cold unleashed, all things fell into stillness. Imperial level technique, 10,000 miles frozen solid. Lu Qingxue raised her jade hand, and in an instant a terrifying force of glacial ice swept forth, surging outward like a raging tidal wave in all directions. The entire realm seemed dragged into an abyss of extreme cold. Thick ice crystals formed on the ground, and even the void appeared to be freezing. The onlookers' faces shifted in alarm as they scrambled backward. "Fall back. This cold can even freeze spiritual energy. Is this the might of the Ice Soul Sacred Body? How terrifying. Why isn't Lu Xuantong moving? Has he been stunned into stupor?" The younger sister remained standing in place, her expression indifferent, letting the dreadful glacial force draw near. Lu Chengxian and the others showed no panic. Instead, they curled their lips into cold smirks. This chill doesn't even match the residual might of a single palm from the Saint Sun back then. Seeing that he neither dodged nor avoided, Lu Qingxue's eyes blazed with sharper coldness. "You're asking for death." Yet just as the ice was about to touch the younger sister's body, boom, her eyes snapped open, ancient runes swirled within her golden pupils, and a vast abyssal aura erupted with overwhelming force. Imperial level technique, Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger. This was the supreme secret art imprinted within the supreme bone. The moment it fused with her, she had mastered it completely. A colossal golden finger coalesced from the void, its knuckles like towering mountains, its lines like starry rivers, carrying the crushing pressure of eons as it struck forth. Crack! The ice that had frozen heaven and earth shattered like fragile paper before that golden giant finger, crumbling in an instant. "What?" Lu Qingxue's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could react, the giant finger broke through the ice and slammed into her with brutal force. A torrent of blood sprayed from her mouth as she was hurled back hundreds of zhang, crashing heavily into the mountain wall. The entire Taihang mountain trembled from the impact. What technique is that?" Lu Xuantong broke Lu Qingxue's 10,000 miles frozen solid with just one finger. Gasps erupted from the watching crowd. Countless cultivators stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the proud figure standing alone in the arena. This was, after all, an imperial-level technique empowered by the Ice Soul Sacred Body, something ordinary spirit illumination realm experts could hardly withstand, let alone have it dismantled so effortlessly. Lu Chengxian and the others trembled with excitement, their eyes blazing with fervent light. It's that move. Still the same familiar technique. Truly as terrifying as ever. Yet the more observant Lu family disciples sensed a subtle anomaly. Though the finger's power surpassed its former glory, the suffocating absolute pressure, the trembling awe of facing a descending supreme being, had diminished considerably. Strange. Lu Chengxian frowned slightly. The Saint Sun's aura seems. Before he could ponder further, a sudden twist unfolded in the arena. Lu Qingxue struggled up from the rubble, a stark trail of blood at the corner of her mouth, her once beautiful face twisted in fury. She never imagined her prideful Ice Soul Sacred Body would shatter under a single finger from her opponent. "Qingluan, kill him." At this hysterical roar, the ancient vicious beast circling in the sky let out a piercing shriek that split the clouds and cracked the stones. Its jade-green eyes instantly flushed with blood, its wings unfurled, blotting out the sun, and azure flames ignited across its body. The terrifying pressure of a third-tier ancient beast swept through the crowd, leaving weaker cultivators dizzy and disoriented. The Qingyuan beat its wings and countless azure feathers transformed into arrows hurtling toward the younger sister with destructive energy. Despicable. Lu Chengxian seethed with rage. This is a unknown duel, and you bring in a beast. Lu Qingxue wiped the blood from her lips, a vicious grin spreading across her face. Rules? Heh, who says I can't use a battle pet? If you've got the skill, summon one yourself. She was simply exploiting Lu Xuantong's inability to call a beast. So what if she did? This shameless tirade left the Lu family trembling with fury. How rare were ancient vicious beasts, let alone a Qingyuan one with divine beast bloodline. Across the entire eastern domain, the only young prodigy capable of taming such a fierce bird was likely Cui Haoyan, a peerless talent. It's over. That's a beast matching the formless realm. The Lu disciples' faces were etched with worry. Everyone held their breath, watching the rain of azure feathers pour down like a storm. Each feather carried the power to shatter mountains and tear ravines, warping the void and gouging deep trenches into the earth. In that critical moment, the younger sister slowly raised her head, a flicker of mockery in her golden eyes. A mere mongrel bird dares to act insolent before me. In that instant, the power of the Supreme Bone erupted fully within her, her aura surging higher and higher. She was cloaked in resplendent golden divine radiance, every beam seeming to hold the might to suppress an eternity. Her eyes blazed like twin golden suns, ancient runes swirling in their depths. A single glance made every cultivator present tremble in their souls, daring not to meet her gaze. Sacred level technique, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Palm. In an instant, thunder clouds churned across the sky, countless thick bolts of lightning tearing through the heavens like furious dragons, their violent glow bleaching the entire firmament pale. These were no ordinary purple bolts, but golden heavenly punishment infused with the power of a supreme being. Each strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering the void. Before the Qingluan's storm of azure feathers could even descend, they crumbled into ash under this majestic heavenly might. The beast let out a shrill, agonized cry, its wings flapping wildly in a desperate attempt to flee the thunder prison, but boom! A pillar of golden thunder piercing heaven and earth crashed down with pinpoint accuracy, striking the Qingyuan. Sizzle. Feathers exploded, flesh and blood seared. That ancient beast, rivaling the formless realm, was struck down from the sky by a single palm, its massive body slamming into the earth, shattering rocks and sending dust billowing. Its wings were broken, its body charred black, its jade-green eyes dim and lifeless, emitting only faint, pitiful cries, its former ferocity utterly extinguished. At this sight, the disciples of the Lu and Cui families felt their pupils contract. The contempt and mockery on their faces froze, replaced by deep shock and terror. How is this possible? The Qingyuan, a third-tier ancient beast, was gravely wounded by a single palm. Lu Xuantong, when did he become so terrifying? Tumultuous waves surged in countless hearts as they fixed their gaze on the figure standing amidst the thunder. Was this still the trash with the Supreme Bone they had mocked? At this moment, the younger sister was wreathed in lightning like a supreme being wielding heavenly punishment. She swept her cold gaze over the crowd, finally fixing it on Lu Qingxue. She took a step forward and in an instant stood before Lu Qingxue, looking down upon this once proud daughter of heaven. Did you truly believe you were worthy of marrying Lu Xuantong? If not for our parents' command, you wouldn't even be qualified to meet me. Lu Qingxue's face was ashen, blood still staining her lips, but her eyes burned with defiance and venom. Through gritted teeth, she said, "When my husband arrives, we'll see how you beg for mercy on your knees." The younger sister paused at this, then a glint of scorn flickered in her eyes. "You have a husband. Don't I have a brother? Fool." Yet before her words could fade, a supreme, world-dominating pressure suddenly swept in from afar, causing the entire sky to tremble. The crowd looked up in horror to see a figure striding through the void from the horizon, each step warping the very space around him. Cui Haoyan had arrived. "How dare you, a mere Lu Xuantong, humiliate my woman? Such audacity. Today I'll make you understand who is the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Domain." Lu Xuantong's body was wreathed in golden divine radiance, standing like an immovable ancient divine mountain that suppressed heaven and earth. Lu Qingxue had long lost her previous arrogant demeanor. Her proud eye-soul sacred body was shattered, her spiritual energy in disarray, blood continuously spilling from the corner of her mouth, and she struggled even to stand upright. She stared fixedly at Lu Xuantong, her eyes filled with disbelief and venom, yet no matter how she struggled, she could not muster a single shred of strength to resist. "Lu Qingxue, you have lost." Lu Xuantong spoke calmly, his voice serene, yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Instantly, the entire arena erupted into chaos. The Lu family disciples trembled with excitement, raising their arms and shouting, their voices surging like tides. Lu Xuantong, Lu Xuantong, Lu Xuantong. Ha! Excellent. This is the true power of the Supreme Bone. Lu Qingxue, where's your arrogance now? Shout again. I wonder if Lu Xuantong will still uphold the marriage contract with Lu Qingxue. Lu Changxian snorted coldly upon hearing this. A woman like her worthy of my Lu family's prodigy's regard. Huh, she is not worth keeping. The Supreme Bone, after all, was the Supreme Bone. Even if it had once lain dormant, even if it had been ridiculed by the world once awakened, it was an existence that transcended all living beings. On the other side, Lu Qing's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on the golden figure in the arena, an indescribable shock churning within him. The Supreme Bone truly lives up to its reputation. He muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with both resentment and a barely concealed wariness. Cui Hing, seeing this, patted his shoulder and sneered coldly. Brother Lu, don't worry, Hao Yin has yet to make his move. Lu Qing's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded slowly. Indeed, that child Hao Yin is at the formless realm and is a personal disciple of the void sacred ground. Mentioning Cui Hao Yin, a glimmer of confidence returned to his eyes. That was a true prodigy. Since stepping into the formless realm, Cui Hao Yin had been taken under the wing of an elder from the void sacred ground and accepted as a personal disciple, his status rising like a rising tide. The Cui family was no longer comparable to ordinary divine lord lineages. Behind them stood the behemoth that was the void sacred ground. No matter how strong Lu Xuantong is, he is just one man, Cui Hung sneered, while Hao Yin represents the will of the entire void sacred ground. Lu Qing took a deep breath, his heart finally settling completely. Indeed, no matter how strong Lu Xuantong was, what could he do? Before the void sacred ground, he was nothing but a clown. After all, the entire Huang province fell within the jurisdiction of the void sacred ground. Unless Lu Xuantong could gain the favor of some elder from the void sacred ground, only then could he stand on equal footing with Cui Hao Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Zhintian stood among the Lu family ranks, his laughter like thunder causing the surrounding void to tremble. Ha! Good, good, good. Lu Qingxue, when your Lu family begged for a marriage alliance with my Lu family back, then how humble were you? Later, when Xiantong's power waned, you turned your backs on us. Did you ever envision this day? The Lu family disciples chimed in. Exactly. How arrogant you were when you broke off the engagement, and now you're beaten until you can't get up. How satisfying. The Supreme Bone is, after all, the Supreme Bone. How could a mere soul's sacred body compare? Lu Zhintian gazed at the heavenly mirror, his heart brimming with elation. At the summit of Attaining Mountain, Lu Qingxu's lips were stained with blood, yet she still forced herself to lift her head, glaring viciously at Lu Xuantong, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Huh. Even if you liked me, I would never marry you, she sneered, her tone acerbic. My heart has long belonged to Cui Hao Yin. Do you think that just because you've grown stronger you can win me back? Dream on. In her view, everything Lu Xuantong did was merely to gain her favor. Now that his power had surged, he was simply trying to prove he was worthy of her. Unfortunately, Lu Qingxue was utterly indifferent. Her husband could only be Cui Hao Yin. As for Lu Xuantong, he was nothing but a clown. When Cui Hao Yin descended, Lu Xuantong wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. The younger sister closed her eyes, a bitter smile curling at the corners of her mouth. How ridiculous. She had never imagined there could be someone so narcissistic. She was a woman. How could she possibly like Lu Qingxue? Wasn't that perverse? She wasn't a lesbian. As for her elder brother Lu Xuantong, he had never even met Lu Qingxue, so how could there be any talk of affection? Did she think all men revolved around her? Did she believe she was some priceless treasure? The younger sister opened her eyes, her gaze as cold as frost. Without further ado, she raised her hand, and a blank sheet of paper materialized in midair. The crowd was stunned, bewildered. What is Lu Xuantong doing? This is... The younger sister condensed spiritual energy at her fingertip, wielding it like a blade, as she brushed across the paper with sweeping strokes. The characters, divorce decree, appeared prominently. The signature, Lu Xuantong. Whoosh! This move instantly sparked an uproar. A divorce decree. Lu Xuantong is actually divorcing Lu Qingxue. My heavens! This is a public slap in the face to the Lu family. Ha! How satisfying. Too satisfying. Lu Qingxu's pupils constricted, her face instantly turning pale. She had never imagined that Lu Xuantong would dare to divorce her. You? How dare you divorce me? Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. The younger sister sneered, raised her hand, and slapped Lu Qingxue across the face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed across the silent summit. A woman of your caliber worthy of marrying into the Lu family, the younger sister said icily. Delusional. Today I issue this divorce decree. From now on, whoever you wish to marry has nothing to do with me, Lu Xuantong. This was not a broken engagement. It was a divorce. It was outright humiliation. Lu Qingxue trembled violently, her complexion shifting from white to green, then to purple, and finally contorting into a mask of ferocity. Lu Xuantong, who do you think you are? How dare you divorce me? I am a woman, even Cui Haoyan pursues. What gives you the right? She had never imagined being rejected by Lu Xuantong. She was the prodigy of the Lu family, the goddess dreamed of by countless talented youths in the Eastern domain. Yet now, she was being publicly divorced by a waste she once despised. The Lu family disciples' faces were ashen, feeling a searing pain across their cheeks. This slap struck the entire Lu family. The Cui family members were furious, itching to rush forward and tear Lu Xuantong apart. How dare you insult Miss Lu? When young Master Haoyan arrives, you will wish you were dead. Lu Chengxian burst into laughter upon seeing this, utterly delighted. Good. This is the true spirit of a Lu man, he declared. A woman like her worthy of my Lu family's prodigy's regard. A well-deserved divorce. The Lu family disciples echoed in agreement, their cheers shaking the heavens. Satisfying. Too satisfying. Back then your Lu family broke off the engagement, causing my Lu family to lose face. Today my Lu family publicly divorces you, reducing your Lu family to a laughingstock. Amidst the boiling excitement, a domineering pressure that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly descended from the sky. The entire void trembled at that moment, as if unable to bear this terrifying force. Lu Xuantong, you have quite the nerve. The crowd looked up in horror, seeing a figure striding through the void, each step distorting the space around him. Cui Haoyan had arrived. The crowd looked up in horror, seeing a figure striding through the void, each step distorting the space around him. Cui Haoyan had arrived. In the distant sky, a majestic figure strode through the air. Even more astonishing, beneath him stood a primordial beast, its fur as white as snow, its head held high. A third-tier snowfield spirit lion. The lion was as massive as a mountain, its fur pure as snow, yet gleaming with a metallic icy sheen. Its beastly eyes were ice blue, and wherever its gaze fell, the air crystallized into fine ice shards. With each step it took, lotus blossoms of ice bloomed beneath its paws, and the terrifying cold covered the ground within 100 zhong with a layer of white frost. Roar. A lion's roar shook the heavens, its sonic waves unleashing terrifying power that left everyone's eardrums throbbing. This might was several times stronger than that of the azure wand from before. It's Cui Haoyan. Heavens, that's the legendary snowfield spirit lion. Such a primordial beast willingly submits to a human. Only Cui Haoyan can make a primordial beast submit willingly. No one else is worthy. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the awe-inspiring sight. Cui Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back atop the lion, his black robe billowing, his handsome face cold as ice. His aura merged seamlessly with the spirit lion beneath him. A single glance from him made souls tremble. Then, a terrifying pressure swept in like a tidal wave, throwing the Lu family camp into chaos. Many weaker disciples were forced to their knees, spitting blood. Even the 7 prodigies, including Lu Qingxian, had to combine their bloodline powers just to barely withstand the oppressive force. Is this the power of the formless realm? The primordial sacred body truly lives up to its legend. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Qingxian's forehead, shock surging within him. He clearly sensed that Cui Haoyan could suppress them all with a single move. The absolute gap in strength was enough to drive one to despair. It was even more terrifying than Lu Xuantong back then. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue's eyes gleamed with ecstasy. She staggered over to Cui Haoyan, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Haoyan, Lu Xuantong. He bullied me. You must stand up for me. She deliberately clutched the divorce letter in her hand, making sure Cui Haoyan saw it clearly. Her pitiful appearance was a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Cui Haoyan's gaze turned icy. When he read the words on the letter, his aura erupted violently. Sensing its master's fury, the snowfield spirit lion let out a deafening roar, its terrifying sound waves shattering the surrounding rocks into dust. Lu Xuantong, you have quite the nerve. Just 6 simple words, yet they carried a murderous intent that filled the skies. The younger sister watched the lofty Cui Haoyan, her face expressionless. In fact, she almost felt like laughing. Their eyes met. Cui Haoyan looked down at Lu Xuantong from his height, a hint of pity flickering in his gaze. Too weak. The Supreme Bone, what an heaven-defying bloodline. If it were within him, combined with his primordial sacred body, 2 imperial-level bloodlines would have already elevated him to the pinnacle of Huangzhou, overlooking all. But now this Supreme Bone had fallen to a waste like Lu Xuantong, a sheer waste of a divine gift. No strength, no status. What can you possibly use to fight me? He Chui Haoyan was a prospective personal disciple of an elder from the Taishu Sacred Land, only one final trial away from formally joining the Sacred Land, a position of supreme status. And Lu Xuantong was merely the holy son of a minor divine lord family. In his eyes, less than an ant. Lu Xuantong, I will now give you two choices. Either kneel and apologize, or kowtow and admit your wrongs. As his words fell, silence reigned. Everyone was stunned, then erupted into an uproar. Were these even two choices? It was blatant humiliation. No matter which Lu Xuantong chose, it would trample his dignity, leaving him unable to hold his head high ever again. Huh. Lu Xuantong, why don't you kneel now? Supreme Bone, or not before young Master Haoyan, you still have to bow your head. Weren't you just acting tough? Keep it up. Let's see how capable you really are. The Lu and Chui family's disciples grew insolent. Yet the moment Chui Haoyan's words faded, boom, 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 brilliant pillars of light shot up from the Lu family camp, and vast waves of spiritual energy swept in all directions. Every Lu family disciple erupted with their full cultivation, their killing intent boiling. Lu Xuantong was the holy son of the Lu family, representing their entire honor. If he were forced to kneel today, the Lu family would never be able to stand in Huangzhou again. Lu Qingxian's gaze was icy as he scanned the surroundings, a grim smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Someone wants to humiliate our holy son. What should we do? Lu Wuchen and the other Lu family prodigies did not hesitate. Their bloodline powers erupted instantly, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire scene. Kill. They would not yield an inch. Today it was either battle or death. Seeing this, Chui Haoyan shook his head slightly, a trace of impatience in his eyes. Stubborn. He sighed softly, his slender fingers gently patting the head of the snowfield spirit lion beneath him, his tone indifferent, yet carrying an unyielding authority. The snowfield spirit lion roared skyward, its voice shaking the nine heavens. The full pressure of a third-tier primordial beast was unleashed without restraint. Boom. The lion stomped down, hard ice lotuses blooming beneath its paws, and a chilling aura swept across the land. The ground instantly froze into a thick layer of frost, and the crushing force like a collapsing mountain slammed down upon the Lu family disciples. In an instant, the younger Lu family members could not withstand the pressure. They spat blood, their knees buckling uncontrollably, nearly forced to kneel. Lu Qingxian and the other Lu prodigies quickly soared into the air, standing beside Lu Xuantong, their eyes resolute and unwavering. Xuantong, don't be afraid, Lu Qingxian said in a deep voice, his gaze blazing. As fellow Lu family members, how could we let you suffer humiliation alone? Lu Wuchen, Lu Qingshuang, and the others nodded in unison, their spiritual energy boiling and bloodline powers faintly emerging, clearly prepared for a fight to the death. Yet in Chui Haoyan's eyes, all this was nothing but the struggle of ants. How ridiculous! The next second, he slowly raised his hand, a brilliant divine light gathering at his fingertip, his tone icy, as if delivering a judgment. Since you won't choose, I will choose for you. All of you kneel. As his words fell, the snowfield spirit lion roared again, its terrifying pressure descending like the collapse of the heavens, crushing down with immense force. The Lu family members' bones creaked, and the ground beneath them cracked inch by inch. Yet even so, their spines remained straight, their eyes burning with fury, vowing never to kneel. You want us to kneel? Lu Chengxian laughed in fury. Chui Haoyan, who do you think you are? Lu family disciples would rather die than submit. Lu Wuchen shouted fiercely. Fight! The Lu family roared in unison, their voices shaking the clouds, and they managed to withstand the snowfield spirit lion's suppression. A cold glint flashed in Chui Haoyan's eyes, and killing intent surged. You seek death. Meanwhile, at the Lu family's rear mountain, a figure was surrounded by golden energy. As his eyes slowly opened, at the rear mountain of the Lu family, clouds and mist coiled, and spiritual energy surged like tides. A slender figure sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder on the peak, surrounded by resplendent golden divine radiance, resembling an ancient slumbering deity. With each breath he took, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed ceaselessly into his body, like rivers converging into the sea. Suddenly, boom! An aura as vast and profound as an abyss erupted from within him. Golden divine light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire firmament with dazzling brilliance. The formless realm achieved. Lu Xuantong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to hold the rotation of galaxies, deep and mysterious. He sensed the earth-shattering changes within his body, and waves of emotion stirred in his heart. So this is the power of the formless realm. The divine illumination realm and the formless realm, though separated by only one level, were as different as clouds and mud. The formless realm allowed one to manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, causing wind and clouds to shift with a mere gesture, and even briefly influencing the operation of the laws in a region. No wonder that when facing the severely wounded Meiji, even though she was at her last gasp, he still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It seems the benefits from this dual cultivation far exceeded expectations. The corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for refreshing the check-in location. Next, Attaining Mountain. Mission reward: indestructible divine body evolution. Immortal and indestructible breaking through to an imperial-level bloodline. An imperial-level bloodline. Lu Xuantong's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. The bloodlines and talents of this world were divided into 5 ranks: mortal, heavenly, royal, saint, and imperial. A mortal-level talent was already considered a genius among ordinary cultivators. Heavenly was worthy of being called a prodigy enough to shine in a region, while a royal-level bloodline could shake entire domains, making one the target of courtship by major powers. As for saint level, that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. For instance, Lu Xuantong's Divine Demon Saint Body was a high-grade saint-level bloodline, a top-tier talent across the entire Huangzhou region. And his younger sister's Divine Sovereign Bone, though only a top-grade royal-level bloodline, still allowed her to stand out among her peers. Yet now the system was directly rewarding him with an imperial-level bloodline. What did that mean? The most fundamental law of heaven and earth was the imperial-level bloodline, and it was never merely a simple enhancement of talent. It was a pass to the pinnacle of martial arts, the sole key to breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. In this vast world, to ascend to the imperial realm, one must possess an imperial-level bloodline. This was an immutable iron law. Without the blessing of imperial blood, no matter how extraordinary your talent, you would ultimately stop at the half-imperial realm, forever unable to touch that supreme divine domain. Even more astonishing was the cumulative effect of imperial-level bloodlines. With each additional imperial-level bloodline, the probability of breaking through to the imperial realm would skyrocket. Specifically, one imperial-level bloodline increased the chance of becoming an imperial by 1/10. With 10 imperial-level bloodlines, ascending to the imperial realm was a certainty. As for those so-called saint-level bloodlines, their power was merely 1% of imperial blood. Without an imperial-level bloodline, one was forever locked beneath the ceiling of their talent. At this moment, Lu Xuantong had already awakened one imperial-level bloodline within him, the Supreme Bone. And the primordial saint body possessed by that prodigy from the Chui family was also listed among imperial-level bloodlines. If I can check in and obtain immortal and indestructible this time. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Xuantong's eyes. This talent was also an imperial-level bloodline. Once acquired, it meant he would possess 2 imperial-level bloodlines simultaneously. At that time, his probability of ascending to the imperial realm would directly increase by 1/5. Even more terrifying was the characteristic of immortal and indestructible. As long as the divine soul was not extinguished, even if the physical body was destroyed, he could be reborn. This was essentially a second life, a true life-saving divine technique. Excellent. A satisfied smile curved on Lu Xuantong's lips. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of void like lightning, directly locking onto the figure on Attaining Mountain that exuded a primordial aura. The Chui family's primordial saint body. He murmured softly, a chilling, killing intent in his voice. It was time to let the world know who the true prodigy of this era was. Boom. The stone door of the cave dwelling exploded under the violent palm force. Lu Xuantong stepped out, his imperial might surging, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. His figure traced a brilliant golden trajectory through the void, tearing through the air towards Attaining Mountain. This battle would determine who was the true sovereign of this era. Rumble. A deafening, earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the forbidden area of the rear mountain, shaking the entire ancestral land of the Lu family. The Lu family disciples who were watching the battle turned their heads only to see a magnificent golden pillar of light shooting into the sky, exploding into myriad rays of colorful light in the clouds. That's the rear mountain forbidden area. What's happening? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances when suddenly someone pointed at the faint figure within the pillar of light and exclaimed, "Look, that hat is Holy Son Lu Xuantong." This exclamation immediately caused an uproar. All the Lu family disciples stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the familiar figure. Impossible. The Holy Son is supposed to be at Attaining Mountain in a decisive battle with Chui Haoyan. How could he be here? But that figure, that aura. There's absolutely no mistake. Have you gone mad from cultivation? The Holy Son is fighting a great battle 1,000 miles away. Everyone knows that. While the crowd argued, Lu Xuantong suddenly stood up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. As the current patriarch of the Lu family, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, he clearly sensed that the aura at the rear mountain was indeed the genuine Lu Xuantong. How is this possible? Lu Xuantong, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, felt confused for the first time. He rubbed his eyes and carefully confirmed again. Yes, that was Lu Xuantong's aura, the pure pressure of the Supreme Bone. But when he turned his head to look towards Attaining Mountain, he was thunderstruck. There another, Lu Xuantong, was confronting Cui Haoyan. Although the two had slightly different temperaments, their appearances and auras were almost identical. Well, I'll be damned. Lu Xuantong muttered to himself, feeling his understanding completely overturned. Even with his 1,000 years of experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The third elder, seeing this, immediately stepped forward indignantly. Patriarch, someone must be so audacious as to impersonate our clan's holy son. He'll go capture that impostor right now. Slap. Lu Xuantong backhandedly smacked the third elder on the back of the head, scolding him with a look of disappointment. You fool. How did I end up with such a blockhead son like you? The third elder held his head, looking aggrieved. Father, what do you mean by that? Lu Xuantong ignored his son's complaints and gazed deeply towards the rear mountain. As the patriarch, he vaguely guessed a possibility, but the guess was too astonishing. Let him go. Lu Xuantong suddenly said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Perhaps. We are about to witness a miracle. The third elder wanted to ask further, but saw that figure from the rear mountain had already transformed into a golden streak of light, speeding towards Attaining Mountain. Its speed was so great that it left a series of afterimages in the void like a golden dragon traversing the sky. All the Lu family disciples held their breath. They vaguely sensed that a shocking secret was about to be revealed, and the fate of the Lu family might undergo earth-shattering changes at this very moment. The third elder looked utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could someone please tell him? On the peak of Attaining Mountain, the winds and clouds shifted abruptly. Cui Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back, his spiritual power flowing like an endless abyss, the oppressive force of the Wuxiang realm unleashed without reservation, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, pressing down upon all. In an instant, the terrifying spiritual pressure swept across all directions, the members of the Lu family feeling as if crushed by a mountain, their faces pale and gasping for breath. Some even spat blood from the overwhelming might and fainted on the spot. With just one person, over 100 Lu family prodigies were rendered unable to lift their heads. This is the Wuxiang realm. This is the ancient sacred body, an imperial bloodline terrifying beyond measure. The holy son of Haoyan is invincible. How dare the mere Lu family compete with my Cui family? They overestimate themselves. Members of the Lu family cheered, their voices of flattery echoing through the sky, eager to prostrate themselves in submission. The Cui family members were beaming, each with their chests held high and eyes filled with disdain, as if they had already ascended above all beings. From this day forward, the eastern region shall be ruled by the Cui family. Who dares to defy? Suppressed. Who dares to rebel? Crushed. This is the might of the Cui family. This is the supreme glory brought by Cui Haoyan. Lu Qing looked at the scene in the mirror, his pupils constricting, his heart stirring with tumultuous waves. The ancient sacred body. This is the true imperial bloodline. He had originally thought the Supreme Bone was rare in this world, but now it seemed that Lu Xuantong had failed to unleash its true potential, instead tarnishing this heavenly bloodline. What a pity. What a tremendous pity. If the Supreme Bone were in Cui Haotian's possession, perhaps at this moment the entire Huangzhou would tremble in response. That is a dual imperial bloodline. No wonder Haoyan is so formidable. This bunch of Lu family wastes are truly no match. Cui Heng's face was filled with pride, his heart immensely satisfied. From now on, he shall be the first divine sovereign of the eastern region. What Lu family? What Lu family? They all must bow in submission. What the head of the Cui family says is absolutely right. The holy son Haoyan possesses extraordinary talent and will surely become a divine sovereign, even holding the potential to challenge the saint realm. Lu Qing quickly echoed, his face plastered with flattery, fearing to displease Cui Heng. He had already made up his mind to firmly cling to the Cui family's powerful leg, ascending alongside them. Cui Heng nodded in satisfaction, a child worth teaching. A sage recognizes the times. Lu Qing is quite the good dog-in-law. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue stood beside Cui Haoyan, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain and pride. She looked at Lu Xuantong's pitiful appearance, her red lips curling into a mocking smile. Lu Xuantong, this is the outcome of opposing me. Once a lofty Lu family holy son, now before her, he was merely a joke. She felt an immense sense of satisfaction, as if she could already see the complete decline of the Lu family, while she stood beside Cui Haoyan, looking down upon all beings with disdain for the eastern region. Lu Xuantong, do you regret your earlier actions? How dare you reject me? If you are smart, kneel and beg for mercy with the marriage contract. Perhaps you could still be a dog by Heoshin's side, barely surviving. But you chose to seek your own death, ending up in such a pitiful state. How ridiculous. As she spoke, Lu Xuantong's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his spiritual power surging wildly. Impudence. Lu Xuantong is the Lu family's holy son, representing the dignity of the entire Lu family. To insult him is to insult the whole Lu family. Lu Qingshui, you are seeking death. In an instant, Lu Xuantong's bloodline surged. The divine demon holy body fully erupted. An overwhelming demonic aura surged into the sky as he moved like lightning, throwing a punch that shook the void, aiming directly for Lu Qings's throat. This punch contained boundless killing intent, vowing to crush her on the spot. Lu Qingshui felt no fear at all, for she had the most reliable man by her side. A mere holy-level bloodline dares to be arrogant. Cui Heoshin's gaze was icy, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. The next moment, holy-level technique, 8 Desolation's destruction fist. He stepped forward and the entire earth crashed and split, his right fist suddenly coalescing into a blood-red sun, the fist wind arriving before him, warping the void. With a punch, the 8 Desolations perish. The two fists collided and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, shattering rocks and churning the air. Yet in just a moment, crack, Lu Xuantong's fist bones shattered piece by piece, and he flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the distant mountains. In an instant, the mountain wall collapsed, dust rising, and Lu Xuantong's life or death unknown. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Lu Xuantong is the second prodigy of the Lu family, a master of the Divine Demon Holy Body, yet he couldn't withstand even a single punch from Cui Haoyan. So strong is this the ancient sacred body. The Lu family is finished. They are simply not on the same level of opponent. Members of the Lu and Cui families laughed uncontrollably, their faces full of pride. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Cui Heoshin's gaze looked down, as if surveying a group of insignificant specks of dust. You bastard. His sister's eyes widened in fury, veins filled with blood, her petite body trembling violently with rage. She stared daggers at Cui Haoyan, filled with hatred. I will make you pay the price. Cui Haoyan chuckled coldly, his eyes sharpening as the oppressive force of the Wuxiang realm descended with a thunderous crash. And you think you are worthy? In an instant, the terrifying feeling of oppression fell like a collapsing mountain. Her sister's bones cracked, her knees buckling uncontrollably, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. So what if it's the Supreme Bone? I will suppress it all. He stepped forward, his killing intent chilling. His sister trembled, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Why is it still not enough? Clearly she had fused with the Supreme Bone, clearly she had exerted all her strength, yet in front of Cui Haoyan, she remained as weak as an ant, lacking even the qualification to resist. She was truly a failure. She had let down her brother's expectations, wasted the Lu family's nurturing, and even lacked the ability to protect her own dignity. If only she could be a little stronger. If only she could break through the Wuxiang realm, perhaps she would still have the strength to fight. But reality has no ifs. She could only watch helplessly as the Lu family members were suppressed one by one, witnessing the dignity of the Lu family being trampled, while she could do nothing at all. I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry. Lu family, I'm sorry. Tears could no longer be restrained, streaming down her cheeks as she bit her lip, unable to speak. Cui Haoyan raised his eyebrows, slightly a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which quickly turned into thick ridicule. A dignified Supreme Bone, the Lu family's holy son, actually cried in public. He sneered, his tone filled with contempt. What a joke. Lu Qingshui covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes filled with delight. Lu Xuantong, your current state is truly disgusting. However, amidst this endless humiliation, his sister suddenly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking into the void, using all her strength to shout, Brother, I miss you. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. The crowd exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. Brother, does Lu Xuantong have a brother? What a joke. Is she calling out to Cui Haoyan? Laughter erupted again, but his sister remained oblivious, staring intently at the void as if someone existed there. As the crowd laughed mockingly, rumble, the entire world suddenly trembled. A vast and deep pressure descended from the 9 heavens, instantly enveloping the entire scene. Cui Heoshin's pupils constricted, the snow domain spirit lion felt threatened, its fur standing on end, letting out a low growl. Following that, a deep and resonant voice echoed through the heavens and earth like thunder. I am here. I have always been here. That resonant voice, like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, exploded with a deafening roar, shaking the mountains and churning the sea of clouds. An overwhelming pressure as if the sky were collapsing and the earth splitting apart enveloped the surroundings. Every soul present, whether from the Chui Lu or Lu families, felt their spirits tremble as if a supreme deity had descended upon the world. What is that? Countless people looked up in shock, gazing at the sky. A figure strode through the void bathed in dazzling golden light like a blazing sun. With every step, ripples spread across the fabric of space. And that face was identical to Lu Xuantong's. How is this possible? Lu Qingsu's pupils constricted sharply, her delicate frame trembling as her red lips parted slightly. Chui Haoyan frowned deeply, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Two Lu Xuantong's. The Lu family members were even more stunned. Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured, "Who is he?" Lu Wuchen stared intently at the figure, then suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Lu Xuantong called him brother, could it be?" The newcomer hovered in the air, golden divine radiance burning like flames. With every gesture, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged frenziedly. His aura was deeper and more terrifying than the Lu Xuantong who had fought Chui Haoyan on Mount Taiyang. This was the true pressure of a supreme. Lu Xuantong slowly descended beside his sister, reaching out to gently caress her cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. His voice was tender yet brimming with boundless authority. "Sister, I am here." Those 5 simple words made the young girl's body tremble, and tears streamed down her face once more. She clutched tightly at her brother's sleeve, her voice choked with sobs. "Brother, they all bullied me." These words struck Lu Xuantong's heart like a thunderbolt. Ask yourself what man could bear to watch his sister be humiliated, especially when she had endured 40 years of suffering in his place. His debt to her was beyond measure. Therefore, in this world, no one could oppress her. No one could insult her. Otherwise, they would pay with blood. Lu Xuantong's gaze was as deep as an abyss, his killing intent vast as the ocean, yet it softened into endless tenderness when it met his sister's eyes. He gently stroked her hair and murmured, "Don't worry. Today I will make them pay the price." His sister nodded firmly, tears glistening in her eyes, but finally a long-lost smile appeared on her face. "Perfect timing. Today let us announce your name to the world. From now on you are no longer Lu Xuantong, but a proud daughter of heaven with your own identity." His sister's body shook and her eyes instantly welled up. Her brother had indeed remembered. Not only had he given her the Supreme Bone, but today he would let her stand proudly before the world and declare her own existence. She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. For the first time, she raised her voice to the Eastern Domain, to Huangzhou, to the entire heavenly realm. "My name, Lu Xianin, daughter of Lu Yunting of the Divine Lu family, sister of Lu Xuantong." As these words were spoken, heaven and earth fell into a profound silence, deeply shaken. Everyone was stunned. Lu Xuantong is Lu Xuantong's sister. No, the newly arrived Lu Xuantong was the real one, while the previous one had been a young girl all along. Lu Qing's pupils contracted violently, his lips trembling. His gaze darted back and forth between the two Lu Xuantongs, his atoms apple-bobbing, but no sound escaped his throat. This divine lord of the Lu family, a pinnacle powerhouse, was now as bewildered as a novice cultivator. "Brother Chui, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Chui Hang's face was equally grim. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing had become erratic. He completely ignored Lu Qing's plea, his eyes fixed solely on the proud figure standing in the arena. The Lu family was hiding 2 supreme bones. This truth was so shocking that even the 2 divine lords fell into a momentary daze. One must know that the Supreme Bone was an imperial-level bloodline, rare even across the entire Huangzhou. Yet the Lu family possessed 2 at once. Even more terrifying was the fact that the real Lu Xuantong, who had just appeared, radiated a supreme aura several times more fearsome than Lu Xuanyan's. No wonder. Lu Qing suddenly connected many dots. No wonder Lu Xuantong's talent fluctuated over the years. It turns out the one who appeared before the world was always his sister. This realization sent a chill down Lu Qing's spine. This pair of siblings from the Lu family had manipulated the entire Huangzhou for 40 years. What profound scheming. What elaborate planning. 2 supremes in one clan. Lu Qing's face grew darker as a dreadful thought took root in his mind. "I'm doomed. Did I board the wrong ship?" He suddenly recalled the day he personally visited to break off the engagement and the various insults he had hurled at the Lu family. How triumphant he had felt then, believing that aligning with the Chui family was the greatest opportunity for the Lu clan. But now, the newly emerged Lu Xuantong's terrifying aura was in no way inferior to that of the Chui family's ancient sacred body. Chui Hung keenly sensed Lu Qing's wavering and snorted coldly, "Brother Lu, why panic? The outcome is still unknown. Even if they are both Supreme Bones, ants are still ants." These words sounded tough, but Lu Qing could clearly hear the bluster beneath the bravado. He forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Brother Chui, you are absolutely right. But deep down Lu Qing was consumed by regret. He suddenly realized that he might have made the greatest mistake of his life. If Lu Xuantong triumphed today, the Lu family would be utterly destroyed. One wrong step, and the whole game is lost. Lu Qing lamented inwardly, placing his last hope on Cui Haoyan. As long as Cui Haoyan could suppress Lu Xuantong once more, it would prove his choice was correct. There was still hope. Meanwhile, Lu Zhentian suddenly burst into loud laughter, his eyes blazing with sharp light, his battle intent boiling over, as if years of suppressed frustration had finally erupted. Haha, I knew it. As early as the Saint Sun battle, he had sensed something amiss. There had been two Lu Xiantongs. At the time he had said nothing. After all, the notion was too shocking to be made lightly. Only today, when the real Lu Xuantong tore through the void and descended upon Mount Taiyang with the might of a supreme, did he become certain. Lu Xuantong was not alone. Third Elder Lu Wushuang, however, was still bewildered. He pointed at the distant figure bathed in golden light and roared, "Patriarch! Who is this bastard impersonating our clan's Saint Sun?" As his words fell, Lu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. He kicked out fiercely, sending the third elder sprawling to the ground, and bellowed, "You fool! Go reflect on your mistakes in isolation." He was so furious his beard quivered, wishing he could slap some sense into the clueless man. How did I sire such a dim-witted son? Dragging down the entire Lu family's intelligence. The Lu family's decline over the years had always seemed suspicious to him. Now he realized that this bunch of fools in the clan had played a significant role. They couldn't even recognize the true Saint Sun and were making a scene here. The third elder was disgraced but refused to give up, gritting his teeth. He'll go find second brother. He must know the truth. Lu Zhentian snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve to trap him in place with spiritual energy. Your second brother is in secluded cultivation. Dare to disturb him and he'll break your legs. Now cheer for your nephew properly. Today the Lu family will shake the eastern domain.